The exit of the valley. Asuma's mind incessantly replayed the gruesome images of the recent killings. Forcing himself to suppress the tumult within, he turned to wipe the blood from his chakra blade, his stomach twitching slightly. In contrast, beside him, Noera Rin had turned an ashen hue, her face pale compared to Asuma's seemingly composed demeanor. Only Aosei maintained a gentle expression, the blade of Muramasa purged of blood under the searing flames. As if nothing had transpired at all, Tsunade inhaled the pervasive scent of blood, her heartbeat quickening as though she had returned to the battlefield, back to that hell which had stripped her of all she held dear. Yet, despite her hemophobia, Tsunade remained resolute. While Aosei and the others faced hundreds of mountain bandits, she steadfastly positioned herself at the rear, ensuring their safety from unforeseen circumstances. As long as the blood did not splatter directly onto her, and the crimson did not encroach too closely, Tsunade could still maintain control over her psyche. This was already a marked improvement before meeting Aosei. Her phobia of blood had been far more severe. Though, in truth, no unforeseen incidents occurred. Aosei fought the bandits like a butterfly in the midst of battle, graceful and elegant, as enemies fell one after another in his wake. Asuma and Noera Rin were noticeably tense. Having just become genin, the two struggled to exhibit their true capabilities on the battlefield littered with corpses, yet they managed to engage in combat decently. For two novices, this already demonstrated commendable mental fortitude. Typically, a genin encountering blood would be expected to handle a dozen or so bandits at once. However, due to Aosei's formidable strength, Tsunade boldly opted for a realistic simulation of a battlefield, choosing this bandit den teeming with hundreds of foes. The outcome was indeed significant. After undergoing such a baptism, upon returning to digest the experience, Asuma and Noera Rin would be equipped to establish a psychological defense against the realities of true battle. As for Aosei, Tsunade couldn't help but reflect that among all the ninjas she had known in her lifetime, only her granduncle, Senju Tobirama, had given her this feeling. Gentle as the sun to his own, yet as ruthless as a steel blade to his enemies. With unparalleled talent, Tsunade gazed at the profile of Aosei, shaking her head. She seemed to have little left to teach him. Her only role now was to provide shelter from the storm, allowing him the time to grow. Surveying the expressions of the three, Tsunade slowly remarked, "Have you grasped it? This is the fate of a ninja, to kill others, while being cautious not to be killed in turn. Reflect well the fear, anger, and even a hint of exhilaration felt when slaying an enemy are all factors that will influence you on the battlefield. It is only when your heart is as calm as still water after taking a life that you may consider yourself a qualified ninja." Tsunade's tone carried a hint of uncontainable sorrow while she felt indifferent to the death of her enemies. She could never forget the loss of those close to her. Asuma and Noera Rin nodded silently. At that moment, a strange male voice unexpectedly echoed through the valley. "Well, aren't these bandits quite the hot commodity? I finally found a job, only to have it snatched away by others. You owe me an explanation." Kakuzu, donned in the guise of a wandering ninja, strode over from the far side of the valley, navigating a path through the corpses, stopping not far from Aosei and the others. As Kakuzu scrutinized Aosei and the others, he froze, his pupils dilating with shock. What had he seen? The son of the Hokage, a wild child of the Hokage, wandering freely outside. An Uchiha brat with a decent chakra level, likely one with the Sharingan activated. These were prime targets indeed. Although the cook bandits had flown, it seemed he had stumbled upon gold. In recent times, as the ninja world maintained a facade of peace, Kakuzu had not received significant orders from the black market, and his business had hit a low. However, since Shimura Danzo had been placed under house arrest, certain jobs in the Land of Fire had leaked into the black market, and these lucrative contracts had been eagerly seized by the audacious Kakuzu, including the bandits in this valley. Other wandering ninjas might hesitate to enter the Land of Fire to hunt bandits, but Kakuzu was unperturbed for him. Even elite ninjas of the route were mere side income in pursuit of his self-imposed goals. Upon spotting Tsunade, Kakuzu's gaze narrowed slightly, only to be replaced by a smirk as he murmured, "Well, what luck, another plump sheep." Despite Tsunade's hemophobia being classified as top secret, theoretically, there should be no possibility of it leaking. However, in recent years, as she had not undertaken missions, suspicions had arisen within the ninja world, and analyses in the black market suggested Tsunade, lost in revelry at casinos and taverns, had likely lost her combat prowess. Moreover, even if Tsunade were at her peak, Kakuzu did not consider this so-called Sannin to be his match. He, after all, had faced the god of the ninja world and emerged unscathed. And upon seeing Kakuzu, Tsunade's heart jolted, murmuring, "The immortal ninja Kakuzu, why is he here?" As one of the top bounty hunters in the ninja world, Kakuzu had garnered quite a reputation, an uncontrollable, unbound shadowy figure who killed for bounty, posed a significant threat to any village. Tsunade was evidently aware of Kakuzu and understood that in her current state, she could not contend with this adversary. "Kakuzu, this is a misunderstanding." As Tsunade signaled the tense Izuna and Noera Rin to step back, she endeavored to negotiate in a calm tone. "As you can see, I am leading a team to clear this bandit den. I have no intention of encroaching upon your business." Kakuzu chuckled coldly. "Oh, are you offering me some form of compensation? How much can you afford?" Tsunade's brow twitched. How brazen. However, considering her current state, she suppressed her anger and replied, "Fine, name your price." "Ha ha ha, how revealing." Kakuzu's low laughter echoed ominously within the valley, creating an unsettling and oppressive atmosphere. "Your negotiation skills are quite juvenile, Tsunade. The black market has long speculated that you can no longer fight like a ninja. Your earlier concessions and retreat confirm those rumors." Aosei glanced at Tsunade, whose countenance had drastically changed, and felt a surge of amusement. This was indeed Tsunade's level of discourse. During the invasion by Pain in the original timeline, Nagato, who had no intention of destroying Konoha, had been provoked by Tsunade, leading to the villagers experiencing the wrath of the Rinnegan. She was truly the master of reverse verbal combat. "I have contacts within the root. Your reputation in Konoha is so poor that I have no desire to do business with you." Kakuzu raised 3 fingers. "What a splendid day, with the son of a Hokage, a Uchiha brat, and a disciple of Tsurutobi Hiruzen bringing your corpses to the exchange would ensure my earnings for the next 3 years." Beside Aosei, Noera Rin did not seem to regard Kakuzu with any respect. Aosei assessed Kakuzu, a subtle smile playing on his lips. If this situation continued, it seemed a dramatic scene was about to unfold. He recalled Senju Tobirama sacrificing himself for Tsurutobi Hiruzen and others, the only one capable of fighting. Holding off the others, Tsunade attempted to utter something further, striving for a final negotiation with Kakuzu. But Kakuzu's actions had already made his answer clear. A grotesque black monstrosity suddenly lunged from the side of the valley, its mouth agape behind a mask. A tempestuous gale surged forth, sweeping across the earth towards Aosei and the others. Wind release, pressure damage. The black monster unleashed its ninjutsu seemingly without the need for hand seals. In this ambush, Izuna and Noera Rin, incapacitated by the weight of impending death, could only watch helplessly. As the hurricane drew near, Qing Shui squinted at the wind release, and just as the tempest was about to engulf Izuna and Rin, he lifted them both, narrowly evading the onslaught with great effort. It appeared that Qing Shui, too, was momentarily daunted by Kakuzu's formidable presence. Managing only a feeble response to "I" in the distance, Kakuzu's eyes glinted with a chilling blend of murderous intent and avarice. This wind release was executed without a hint of hesitation. Kakuzu infused it with a copious amount of chakra from the very outset. Even among shadow-level fighters, Kakuzu's chakra capacity was notably substantial, and the scale of the wind release he unleashed exceeded the imagination of both Izuna and Rin. Damn it, why is he so strong?" Izuna cursed in a mix of fury and panic, his fists clenched in despair as he teetered on the brink of life and death. At that moment, both Noera Rin and Izuna bore deep, lacerating wounds inflicted by the razor-sharp winds. Had it not been for King Shui's timely intervention, Kakuzu's attack would have turned them into lifeless corpses. Tsunade, too, was unable to completely evade the assault. She bore minor wounds on her face, crimson droplets of blood trickling down. After prolonged idleness coupled with mounting pressure, Tsunade's combat readiness as a ninja had plummeted to an all-time low. Sensei, what should we do? Asuma turned to Tsunade, but was taken aback by her expression. In that moment, Tsunade appeared even more helpless than he had imagined. She trembled all over, her gaze fixated on the vivid red liquid in her hands, as well as the wounds and blood staining Asuma, and it seemed she could scarcely maintain her footing. The sight of the blood awakened harrowing memories in her mind, instantly consuming her rationality. It was a more potent illusion than the Sharingan, shattering the defenses of her heart. In her daze, Tsunade envisioned the lifeless forms of Qing Shui, Asuma, and in her hallucination. Qing Shui resembled her brother, whose smile had once brought her warmth, but now lay lifeless, his insides hollowed out. Tsunade's thoughts spiraled out of control. She could not help but ponder the fate that would befall Qing Shui should he fall into Kakuzu's hands. She could never remain whole. A member of the Uchiha clan, he was a treasure trove. Every part of him could fetch a high price at the exchange, especially those eyes, the Sharingan, which were priceless. How could Kakuzu possibly let Qing Shui escape? But the more she contemplated, the more her fear of blood intensified, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, barely able to stand. Kakuzu watched with delight at Tsunade's reaction, as if he could already see heaps of gold beckoning him. He had initially believed Tsunade would manage to withstand for a while longer, but at this moment, she seemed even weaker than the young Asuma and Rin. At least those two could still wield their kunai. Sensei, what's wrong? What's happening? Asuma exclaimed, panic seizing him as he looked at Tsunade. Tsunade was their strongest asset. How could she have suddenly crumbled like this? If that were the case, did it not spell disaster? In Asuma's mind, he acknowledged Qing Shui as an unparalleled genius. Yet Kakuzu seemed to possess a strength comparable to that of Tsunade, perhaps even exceeding her by a tier. The recent wind release was a force that could not be understated. How could Qing Shui possibly contend with it? Kakuzu observed the panic trio, seizing the opportune moment with cold precision. Fire release, head hardening. The sky erupted in flames, consuming the mountainside. An endless torrent of fire roared forth. At that moment, Asuma could no longer grip the kunai in his hand. The weapon clattered to the ground, producing a sharp sound, while his heart sank to the depths of despair. Today, he had not only witnessed the brutality of the battlefield, but had also glimpsed the overwhelming might of a shadow-level warrior when fully committed. Asuma stood frozen, Rin powerless, and Tsunade, deeply entrenched in her internal dread. The three seemed to have surrendered, watching helplessly as the inferno drew ever closer. Qing Shui remained composed, assessing the scene, and swiftly moved forward. The water barrier and the fierce flames collided violently, thick mist swirling in the air. Qing Shui, Asuma exclaimed joyfully, calling out the name of the figure standing before him. His tense body, previously paralyzed by anxiety, seemed to awaken at that moment. Qing Shui, however, paid no heed to Asuma and swiftly formed hand seals, water release, hidden mist technique. In an instant, dense fog enveloped the valley, leaving only a vast expanse of white mist. Run, Asuma! Qing Shui abruptly turned, the crimson glow of his Sharingan flickering in the mist, his tone gravely serious. The enemy's chakra is exceedingly powerful. They are not foes we can contend with. Without delay, Qing Shui swiftly lifted the trembling Tsunade from the ground and said in a low voice, the hidden mist technique will only buy us a moment. We must prepare to flee. Gather your wits. You and Lin must escape first. I will hold them off. Asuma stared blankly at Qing Shui, appearing as if he had lost his soul. Naruto Lin was similarly affected. The sudden shift left her momentarily disoriented. 2 lower-ranked ninjas, encountering a murderous, shadow-level adversary right upon leaving the village was an overwhelming shock. Even Naruto and Sasuke, endowed with protagonist auras, had a capable Kakashi by their side, facing a formidable enemy like Zabuza, rather than a monstrous figure like Kakuzu. What are you waiting for, to meet your demise? Qing Shui's rare stern words cut through the tension. You cannot carry Tsunade-sensei, and you cannot confront the enemy before us. Every moment of hesitation diminishes our chances of survival. Hurry and run. Regroup in the pine forest we passed earlier. At last, spurred by Qing Shui's admonition, Asuma and Naruto Lin moved, straining to push their stiff bodies towards the valley's exit. In Qingshui's arms, Tsunade seemed to gradually awaken from her stupor, her trembling subsiding. Yet she remained far from regaining her usual composure. A sense of helplessness and shame welled up within Tsunade. She had intended to shield her brilliant student from harm. Yet in an instant, she had become a burden. Wind release, pressure damage. A terrifying gale surged once more, the mist within the valley dissipating cleanly under the forceful winds. Kakuzu's dark green eyes glinted ominously, akin to a vulture fixating on its prey, as he sneered, "You little brat, neither you, Tsunade, nor that brat from the Hokage clan will escape. Your combined worth is approximately 100 million ryo, and I shall not permit your escape." With a sudden motion, Kakuzu thrust his arm forward, as if a cannonball were hurtling towards Qingshui. Empowered by the curse of the earth, every part of Kakuzu's body seemed independent. Able to strike with ruthless precision, Qingshui raised his hands, hoisting Tsunade onto his shoulder, the tomo of his Sharingan swirling as he skillfully evaded the cannon-like punch. While the village revealed its blade, severing the black thread connecting to the fist with precision, Kakuzu stared at the spinning three-tomoe in Qingshui's eyes, momentarily taken aback. Three-tomoe Uchiha? However, an overwhelming excitement surged within Kakuzu's heart. If it were indeed a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan that Chojui unveiled, then Kakuzu would resign himself to misfortune. Prepared to engage in a battle with the madman of the Uchiha clan wielding the kaleidoscope. The outcome would undeniably be uncertain, should the Uchiha's kaleidoscope be activated. Even the most trivial skirmishes could provoke their fury, compelling them to summon Susanoo at any cost, even at the risk of losing their vision, solely to eliminate their adversary. Yet, if it were merely the three-tomoe, Kakuzu felt no fear. Rather, he found the necessity of hunting Chojui to be significantly heightened. A pair of three-tomoe Sharingan. How much would they fetch? In the black market, they would be a coveted rarity, even more valuable than the head of a Suma. The son of a Hokage. Chojui cast a cold glance at Kakuzu, releasing his ocular power towards him at that moment. Kakuzu snorted disdainfully, forming hand seals as the dark threads within him surged, channeling his chakra in a chaotic manner. For one with his monstrous physique, genjutsu's interference with chakra flow proved ineffective. Unless the level of the ocular power or the caster of the illusion was vastly superior to his own. However, what Kakuzu did not anticipate was that Chojui merely feigned an attack, not unleashing any ocular techniques, but instead turned and fled while carrying Tsunade. Even while cradling another, Chojui's form remained ghostly, his speed astonishingly swift. That cunning little brat. Kakuzu cursed angrily, gathering chakra beneath his feet as he surged forward in pursuit. Yet, along his path, Chojui intermittently released mist, hindering his progress. Kakuzu's rage intensified, yet he remained composed. If this little rascal aimed to escape with Tsunade, racing towards the heart of the land of fire, there was indeed a chance he might not catch up, while dispersing the mist with a gust of wind. Kakuzu sneered, but the remaining two brats lack any skill, and one of them is the Hokage's child. I refuse to believe that an Uchiha would dare abandon the Hokage's offspring and return to the village. It would be better for me to eliminate him myself. Having been betrayed by the higher-ups of Takigakure, Kakuzu understood all too well the true nature of those in power within the hidden villages. Some may appear benevolent, others cruel. Some seemingly ordinary, yet when their interests are at stake, they can be far more ruthless than he, a mere bounty hunter. Though Chojui possessed the capability to flee, in Kakuzu's seasoned eyes, Asuma was akin to a chain, firmly binding him and stripping him of any chance of survival. Unless, of course, Chojui were to abruptly sever ties as a rogue ninja, forever disconnecting from his family and village. Yet, in Kakuzu's view, someone capable of retreating like Chojui would never resort to such drastic measures. With this realization, Kakuzu relaxed his mindset, pinpointing Chojui's location while maintaining a steady pace in pursuit. Regardless of how swiftly Chojui ran, he would inevitably have to rendezvous with Asuma and Noira Rin. By that time, Kakuzu would not grant Chojui another opportunity to escape. Within the pine forest, Asuma and Noira Rin gasped for breath, their tense emotions and the exertion of running having drained their strength. Sweat mingled with blood trickled down their faces, rendering them a sight of utter disarray. Before they could catch their breath in the pine forest, Aoi rushed in, cradling Tsunade. Her brow furrowed as she murmured softly, "This is troublesome. The enemy's speed exceeds my expectations. At this pace, we cannot evade him." Tsunade stirred slightly in Aoi's arms, gently patting Aoi's arm as a signal to set her down. Aoi's assessment was accurate. The adversary was none other than the strongest bounty hunter in the ninja world, Kakuzu, a legendary figure known as the Immortal Ninja. It was said that he possessed the strength of a village leader, having survived from the Warring States era to the present day, a remarkably powerful and enigmatic ninja. Tsunade seemed to regain some composure, pressing her lips together as she spoke in a low tone. Asuma, Rin, though your speed is commendable among the lower ranks, it is insufficient against such an enemy. She turned to Aoi. You should lead Asuma and Rin away. I will attempt to summon a slug to hold him off. Tsunade shakily stood, yet through Aoi's Sharingan, it was evident that her chakra was in disarray, rendering her incapable of harnessing her usual extraordinary strength. Such strength requires precise chakra control. And even if she could summon a slug, Kakuzu would merely need to find a way to present blood to Tsunade, and the battle would be over. Tsunade was aware of this harsh reality. But what could be done? No matter how brilliant Aoi might be, he could not contend with an ancient monster of a village leader's caliber. Asuma and Noera Rin were nothing but burdens in this dire situation. Noera Rin looked at Tsunade with concern. As a medical ninja, she understood that Tsunade was suffering from a severe psychological ailment, rendering her unfit for combat. Asuma too watched Tsunade with apprehension. Tsunade forced a smile and was about to say something to the frowning Aoi when her pupils suddenly dilated. Aoi slowly cut his finger with Muramasa, presenting the bloodied fingertip before Tsunade. Gazing at the crimson hue, Tsunade felt a wave of suffocation wash over her, her body trembling. Asuma stared dumbfounded at Aoi, while Noera Rin wore a look of shock. What was he doing? Aoi slowly shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. In this state, sending Tsunade-sensei to confront Kakuzu is tantamount to sentencing her to death. Asuma, momentarily stunned, nodded gravely once he comprehended the truth in Aoi's words. Yet, a pressing dilemma remained. What were they to do in this situation? Tsunade could not engage in battle. Aoi could not match Kakuzu, and both he and Noera Rin were mere liabilities. Were they to simply await their demise? In that moment, flames erupted at the edge of the pine forest, igniting the sky and seemingly setting the very clouds ablaze. Asuma's pupils constricted sharply as he murmured, "He has come. He has started to set the forest on fire." Chingsui chuckled softly, as if he had come to a profound realization, beckoning the others to draw near. He spoke slowly. The current situation has become quite simple. Asuma, Rin, Lady Tsunade. We must designate one among us to act as bait, to delay for as long as possible. If we do not, we shall all perish here. Thus, we arrive at the final question. Who shall take on this role? Chingsui surveyed his companions. Rin appeared bewildered. Regardless of her own courage, what could she truly accomplish? Asuma felt similarly. He was willing to sacrifice himself for Chingsui, yet he questioned whether such a sacrifice would bear any significance or value. Tsunade remained silent, the blood on Chingsui's fingers seemingly shattering her resolve. Asuma, Rin, Lady Tsunade, the choice must fall upon me. There is no need for debate, Chingsui declared, a smile gracing his lips as he added, Today, I shall embody the will of fire. Asuma shouted urgently, Chingsui, this is far too perilous. There must be another way. Yet, when Ching's gaze turned towards him, Asuma's voice faltered. What alternative could he conceive? To remain with Chingsui? While that was indeed a possibility, as their eyes met, Asuma felt a tremor course through his hand, his saliva thick and glue-like, sealing his lips. Inwardly, Asuma screamed, Speak up! Stay with Chingsui! But the words remained trapped within him. His mind was a tangled mess, loathing his own cowardice, as he observed Chingsui rising resolutely. Asuma gazed up at Chingsui, captivated by his steadfast and handsome profile, momentarily lost in thought. No, Chingsui, I want to stay with you. Asuma suddenly stood, seemingly losing control, and shouted hoarsely. Chingsui's expression grew stern, fixing his gaze upon Asuma. Asuma, first reflect upon yourself, then maintain your composure. Acting like this will only endanger our comrades. Given your current strength and age, there is no need to rush into such actions. That moment will come in due time. Until then, preserve your life and remember our pact. Chingsui's words seemed to carry an invisible force, rendering Asuma momentarily immobile. If I do not return, Asuma, you must remain hidden and continue to observe, seeking out those who truly embody the will of fire among the ninjas, so that you and they may become the architects of a new era. Tears streamed down Asuma's face, filling his eyes, yet he strained to keep them wide open, desperate to behold Soi's figure. From the target line, Sarutobi Asuma, you have forged an unbreakable bond, Asuma. Unbreakable bond. Asuma, your actions have profoundly impacted Sarutobi Asuma, establishing a unique connection within the world of Hokage. When he contemplates matters concerning you, his thoughts will lean favorably in your direction. Shui wiped the blood from his fingertips and turned to Tsunade, smiling as he said, Teacher Tsunade, it would be wise to drink less alcohol and more chicken soup to take care of your health. If it is convenient for you, please keep an eye on Shui. He is still quite young. And do remember to assist Asuma. He is the true inheritor of the will of fire. Tsunade remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Shui, as if she intended to etch this moment into her heart. Perceiving Tsunade's profound regard for the host, binding as a target. Perceiving Noirarin's strong appreciation for the host, binding as a target. Well, I have said all that needed to be said. Shui's smile faded as he abruptly raised his hand, commanding the members of Tsunade's team in a grave tone, do not look back, run. Asuma gritted his teeth and stood up, while Noirarin and Tsunade gazed at Shui's retreating figure. In their hearts, a shared emptiness resonated. Yet Shui's words echoed in their ears, urging them to flee. Shui had already made a tremendous sacrifice. To hesitate further would be a sin deserving of death. The ferocity of the forest fire intensified, and Kakuzu's chakra gradually approached Shui's position. After a prolonged silence, Senju Tobirama finally spoke. Shui, you, Tobirama. You forgot to add the word little rascal. I am not quite accustomed to that. Shui interjected, slowly drawing near a mesa and gazing into the flickering flames where Kakuzu's figure was partially obscured. Is what I said earlier incorrect? Are you, a 0-point candidate for the will of fire, here to instruct me, who has achieved full marks? Tobirama paused for a moment, then chuckled. No, today you indeed deserve full marks. As a reward, I can lend you my strength. No, I shall not. Shui gently declined Tobirama's offer, his teasing tone laced with firmness as he stated, my rearguard action is for the will of fire. If I were to borrow your power, wouldn't that render my earlier words mere bravado? I wish to experience it myself, the true essence of the will of fire for the sake of comrades, to understand what it truly feels like to sacrifice, even at the risk of death. Tobirama furrowed his brow, taken aback by Shui's refusal of his strength. What nonsense is this child uttering? Death. Such an ill omen. Tobirama, tell me, if I were to truly perish, would Tsunade's hemophobia finally be alleviated? Perhaps Asuma's will of fire would blaze even brighter due to my demise, making him a worthy Hokage. Shui jested about his own fate, yet Tobirama's brow knitted tightly, pondering inwardly, damn Uchiha Izuna, his chakra is influencing Shui. Otherwise, Shui would never reject my power. He is being obstinate like an Uchiha. The will of fire is flexible. It seems I shall need to find an opportunity to teach Shui how to adapt. At this critical moment, even if he refuses my strength, I must devise a way to instill it in him forcefully. This was after Kakuzu had made his appearance. Senju Tobirama maintained a profound silence, meticulously observing every action of Aosei amidst the unexpected turn of events. It is during such moments of crisis that one's true character is revealed. Thus far, Aosei had instilled immense satisfaction in Tobirama, and as they parted, Aosei's words to Asuma brought a rare smile to the usually inscrutable second Hokage's face. This lad resembles someone, indeed, 100% like me. Just observe his calm demeanor, his astute reasoning, the words he imparts to his comrades, and his unwavering will of fire. It mirrors precisely the time when he guided Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Even the essence of their dialogue was strikingly similar. The expression on the young Sarutobi's face, stunned by Aosei's remarks, evoked memories of Tobirama's own youth alongside Hiruzen and Danzo. They possessed courage, yet also a hint of timidity. However, one cannot expect too much from the youth in such dire circumstances. The only regret lingered in Tobirama's heart as Aosei declined his offer of strength, leaving him with an unsettling feeling. It was rather peculiar. Had Aosei treated him as a trump card from the outset, seeking his power in the face of Kakuzu, Tobirama would have suspected Aosei's intentions to be less than noble, perceiving his earlier words as a means to garner support. Yet, after encountering Kakuzu, Aosei had not uttered a single word to him, and even when Tobirama offered his strength, it was met with a resolute refusal. This left Tobirama pondering whether Aosei's will of fire was excessively pure or if Uchiha Izuna's chakra was beginning to manifest. Nevertheless, after listening to Aosei's oration, even Tobirama found his own shadow reflected before him, solidifying his resolve. If Aosei desired to wield his power, as long as it did not jeopardize Konoha, engaging in slightly audacious actions could certainly be negotiated. Moreover, should Aosei find himself in peril, Tobirama intended to impart the necessity of this strength to him, insisting, "You must accept it." Kakuzu approached, standing at a distance, evaluating the calm Aosei, who bore the sword Muramasa, with a chilling remark. "You, little brat, are regarded as a pathetic pawn. As the son of a Hokage and a disciple of one, you, an Uchiha of noble lineage, can only serve as a human shield to momentarily halt my advance. Yet, do not fret, I shall ensure all of them are eliminated, so you won't face this journey alone." Kakuzu's body emanated a surge of dark chakra, swiftly coalescing, lightning release, false darkness. A deluge of thunder roared forth, shattering the surrounding pines. Aosei's figure flickered like a specter, deftly evading the bombardment of lightning, swiftly grasping Muramasa, and charging directly at Kakuzu. Kakuzu regarded the blade in Aosei's hand with a cold smirk, an Uchiha adept in close combat? To him, Aosei embodied the quintessential Uchiha tactic, utilizing the Sharingan and swordsmanship to engage the enemy in close quarters, seeking out their vulnerabilities to strike with lethal precision. Yet, Kakuzu was unperturbed. Any physical assault is utterly ineffective against him. The gleaming green eyes of Kakuzu showed no hesitation as they fixated on the three-tomoe Sharingan of Aoi, manipulating the swirling black threads of his jutsu to ensnare Aoi's form. Yet, the speed and agility of Aoi rendered those clumsy black threads incapable of capturing him. Enhanced by the body flicker technique, Aoi's velocity surged, and Muramasa's blade was raised at a perilous angle, aimed directly at Kakuzu. Kakuzu raised his arm, his entire body turning a deep shade of black, effortlessly catching the edge of Muramasa's blade with his bare hands. Earth release, earth spear. The collision between Kakuzu's hardened arm and Muramasa produced a metallic clang, a sound reminiscent of iron striking iron. "Physical attacks are futile against me, little brat," Kakuzu countered, attempting to grasp Muramasa. However, Aoi was a fraction quicker, swiftly retracting the blade and materializing behind Kakuzu. Yet, Kakuzu remained unperturbed, not turning to face Aoi. Though a cold smirk crept upon his lips, he deliberately exposed his back to Aoi. His earth release, hardening technique was not limited to merely his arms. It could envelop his entire body. Should Aoi strike his back, the blade would falter, and the lurking masked creature would ensnare him. Thus, the battle was drawing to a close. Aoi, that technique of his is called earth release, earth spear, which hardens the entire body. Senju Tobirama swiftly remarked. Utilize lightning release to counter it, or employ the hard water blade as an alternative. Yet, Aoi seemed oblivious, continuing to wield Muramasa with the precision of Uchiha Izuna. However, this was no ordinary strike. A multitude of chakra spiraled around Aoi's arm, and the monstrous strength of the Senju clan surged to its zenith, igniting Muramasa's blade in a ferocious flame. In an instant, the raging fire compressed dramatically, coalescing upon the blade of Muramasa. The fierce weapon now resembled a charred piece of driftwood, yet it harbored an immense and terrifying heat. Were it not for Aoi's mastery of Uchiha Izuna's ninja blade techniques and his proficiency in Uchiha Madara's fire release, achieving such a level would have been nearly impossible. It was a testament to his supreme command over both fire release and blade techniques. A sense of foreboding settled in Tobirama's heart. Aoi had not employed his water release, but instead had adopted Uchiha Izuna's techniques, even elevating them. As Muramasa's blade collided with Kakuzu's back, what was once as solid as rock was cleaved apart by the extreme heat and immense force. The searing pain from his back caused Kakuzu to emit a pained cry, while Aoi coldly intensified his strength, driving Muramasa ruthlessly through Kakuzu's body. Like a charred log, Muramasa lay within Kakuzu, the terrifying heat incinerating his flesh and blood, even melting the surrounding black threads. Yet, Aoi was not greedy. Chakra enveloped his feet as he kicked Kakuzu away from Muramasa's blade, sensing Kakuzu's intense anger towards the host, finding him as a target. Qing Shui chuckled softly, fully aware that at this moment, Jiao Du was seething with rage. Yet, Jiao Du lay motionless on the ground, feigning death. Was he attempting to outwit him? Qing Shui slowly began to applaud, a smile gracing his lips. Will you continue to lie there? If you delay any longer, my companions will return to the village for dinner. As a bounty hunter, I suggest you improve your professional attitude and prioritize efficiency. From confronting target Jiao Du, you have acquired mastery of Earth Chakra nature. From confronting target Jiao Du, you have gained the Earth Release, Earth Spear technique. Jiao Du's body quivered noticeably as countless black threads surged from within him, erupting outward. 5 monsters, each adorned with differently colored masks, swiftly approached Jiao Du from their concealed positions, standing guard over him. Among them, the creature wearing the Earth-themed mask suddenly cracked its mask mid-stride and collapsed in a trembling heap. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 monsters connected black threads to the wounds on Jiao Du's back, assisting in his recovery. Little brat, you have truly enraged me. That was my precious Earth Release heart. Jiao Du rose slowly, rage evident on his face as he warily regarded Qing Shui's arms and Muramasa. It was not the lightning release ninjutsu that restrained Earth Release. Rather, Qing Shui had combined fire release with sheer force to shatter Jiao Du's overconfident defenses. Your heart. I no longer intend to sell on the black market. I shall take it for myself. With a furious roar, Jiao Du summoned the remaining 4 monsters back into his body. The black threads erupted violently from that moment onward, surging forth from his joints, mouth, and back, forming 8 immensely thick black threads that writhed like barriers around his exterior. Among the 4 masks of the monsters, the wind and fire mask materialized upon his shoulder, while the lightning and water mask enveloped his left arm. Earth Grudge Fear Form, Full Power Eruption. At this moment, the enraged Jiao Du unleashed his full might. Intent on slaying Qing Shui, who had destroyed his Earth Release heart, and desperately seeking to capture the ever-fleeing Tsunade and Izuna. Each second wasted was akin to millions of silver pieces slipping further from his grasp. As the battle reached its fervent peak, Uchiha Madara, unable to bear the sight of Senju Tobirama's ninjutsu and ideologies poisoning Qing Shui, chose to return to reality and double his efforts. Yet, today he could not quell his loneliness and once again turned on the white Zetsu television, searching for programs about Qing Shui. Just a glance, merely a glance. Madara muttered to himself, though his brow furrowed in confusion. Not at the Ninja Academy, nor within the Uchiha clan, and certainly not in Konoha. Where could he be? Uchiha Madara sighed, realizing that the child had grown wild. With swift hand seals, he linked to the information network covered by White Zetsu, meticulously conducting his search. He found it. This White Zetsu had sensed Qing Shui's chakra. When the scene that White Zetsu beheld flooded into Madara's vision, the heart of this Shura of the ninja world trembled. Unlike the previous encounter with Senju Tobirama, this time Qing Shui wielded the Sharingan with an exquisite mastery of fire-style ninjutsu, cleaving through the body of Kakuzu in a stunning display. Such prowess was quintessentially Uchiha. Yet it prompted Uchiha Madara to ponder how Qing Shui had engaged in battle with such a formidable foe. The situation was perilously precarious. Suddenly, Uchiha Madara rose with urgency, commanding the White Zetsu linked within their network. All White Zetsu stationed near the borders of the Land of Fire, immediately abandon your surveillance targets and rush to Qing Shui's aid at all costs. If necessary, reveal your presence, but one thing is imperative: ensure Qing Shui's safety. At that moment, thousands of White Zetsu advanced through the earth, fervently making their way towards Qing Shui. Uchiha Madara's gaze remained fixated on the scene, a desire to intervene himself stirring within him. He concentrated intently on Qing Shui, who stood in confrontation with Kakuzu, reassuring himself that nearly 1,000 White Zetsu represented a formidable fighting force. Though the combat intelligence of White Zetsu was generally low, even the lesser specimens possessed abilities nearing that of elite jonin, and they were innately skilled in the troublesome technique of ephemeral arts. Some specialized White Zetsu even commanded a modicum of wood-release techniques, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Thus, as long as the White Zetsu provided timely support, even if an unforeseen complication arose in the battle between Qing Shui and Kakuzu, it would not jeopardize his life. Nevertheless, Uchiha Madara's watchful eyes were tinged with conflict and gravity. This was a deeply paradoxical mindset. He wished to shield Qing Shui from harm, eager for his new brother to showcase the remarkable talent of the Uchiha clan, steering clear of the inferior water techniques of Senju Tobirama. Yet he harbored an unspoken concern regarding Qingshui's rapid growth. As a centenarian, Uchiha Madara understood a fundamental truth: the bond between individuals transcends mere bloodlines. It is the shared experiences that ultimately define the depth of their connection. It was not simply that Qingshui was the reincarnation of Izuna's chakra, leading him to instinctively call him brother. The reason Uchiha Izuna held the title of his most beloved brother was not solely due to their shared lineage, but rather the profound experiences they had endured together during the Warring States period. If Uchiha Madara wished for Qingshui to become the avatar of the Moon's Eye plan, he needed to integrate him into his designs, allowing ample time for their relationship to flourish and for Madara to influence Qingshui's mindset. However, the challenge lay in the intricacies of strategy and power. While Madara recognized that Izuna had been the de facto leader of the Uchiha clan, it was merely due to his willingness to yield to his younger brother, which did not diminish Madara's own intelligence. After all, as the elder brother, he naturally possessed advantages over Izuna in various aspects. Objectively speaking, Madara believed that though his strategic acumen surpassed Izuna's, the difference was marginal, with both being nearly equals. Hence, to bring Qingshui into the fold, raw power was the key to resolving the challenges ahead. Yet, Qingshui's strength continued to burgeon, his talent astonishing even Uchiha Madara himself. If one were to act now, it would be prudent, for compared to the past incarnation of Abido, Qingshui appears to possess a more amiable disposition. However, beneath this facade lies a calmness that conceals any potential for darkness, leaving Uchiha Madara unaware of Qingshui's capacity for malevolence. He does not believe that Qingshui is burdened by any attachments he cannot sever. To act recklessly would merely alert him to something amiss. Uchiha Madara sighed, realizing that capturing a brother endowed with remarkable talent and exceptional wisdom is indeed far more challenging than subduing a mere fool. Finding an appropriate angle of approach proves to be an arduous task. He could only set aside his concerns for the moment and observe intently. Little brat, it has been quite a while since anyone has managed to provoke me to this extent. The thick, serpentine black lines writhed through the air, and Kakuzu's eyes were filled with a chilling malice. Your forehead protector reminds me of some past encounters, specifically with a leaf ninja, the first Hokage. Upon uttering these words, Kakuzu fixed his gaze upon Qingshui, seemingly searching for a hint of shock in his expression. This technique had been employed numerous times before, and each adversary had, to varying degrees, shown signs of disarray. Yet, Qingshui merely grinned, slowly producing a shuriken and tossing it toward him with a nonchalant flick. Kakuzu did not evade the projectile. The swirling black lines effortlessly knocked the shuriken from the sky. Yet, he was perplexed as to why Qingshui, possessing such strength, would resort to such a trivial provocation. What significance lay in that shuriken? Qingshui, with a mocking gaze directed at the bewildered Kakuzu, slowly inquired. Is your battle with the first Hokage truly akin to what just transpired? Did you hurl a shuriken from 800 miles away while hiding among the crowd, only to boast for decades about your encounter with him? Kakuzu paused, a vein throbbing on his forehead, his voice laced with indignation. You slick-tongued brat, hurling a shuriken from 800 miles? That is an egregious underestimation of my prowess. In his youth, Kakuzu had faced one of Hashirama's wooden clones and, upon realizing the dire situation, had swiftly retreated after a few exchanges. Was this truly what one would call a confrontation? From targeting Kakuzu, you have acquired the pseudo-darkness of lightning release. Qingshui was somewhat taken aback. He had merely intended to make a jest. Yet it seemed Kakuzu held this matter in high regard. Suddenly, Kakuzu launched a fierce assault. At his shoulders, two masks representing fire and wind opened their jaws, unleashing a ferocious conflagration and a biting tempest that surged toward Qingshui. The flames were propelled by the wind, their power amplified as they roared across the earth. Composite ninja technique, raging flames of the gale. Qingshui frowned as he regarded the prowess of this jutsu, inwardly marveling at its might. Despite his earlier jests regarding Kakuzu's 800-mile shuriken, his strength was indeed formidable. With seasoned combat experience, ample chakra, a comprehensive arsenal of jutsu, and the resilience afforded by his immortal form, Kakuzu was no trifling opponent. Qingshui swiftly performed hand seals, earth release, fish in the mud technique. In an instant, he submerged himself within the earth, causing the hidden army of white Zetsu below to freeze in astonishment. Why has the young master returned? In an instant, Qing Shui resembled a shark lurking beneath the ocean's surface, prompting Bai Ju to dart about like a frightened fish, desperately trying to evade detection. Yet, the fleeting flash of white amidst the earth was still captured by Qing Shui's keen gaze. His eyes flickered with curiosity. Why had the old man chosen to grace the live stream with his presence today? If no gold coins were to be showered, would it not be rather unfortunate? A tempestuous conflagration swept across the land, raising even the subterranean temperatures to a blistering heat. Qing Shui deftly tapped his fingers, summoning a torrent of water that enveloped him like a protective shield, insulating him from the sweltering heat. Jiao Du scanned the scorched earth, seeking the silhouette of Qing Shui. Behind him, Qing Shui emerged slowly from the ground, whispering, "Jiao Du, perhaps you should refrain from your deceptive rhetoric. Observe how, once unmasked, even your ninjutsu fails to strike home. Any ninja with a modicum of discernment would hardly fall for your fabrications. In this shinobi world, the only one who has battled the first Hokage and lived to tell the tale is none other than Uchiha Madara." Jiao Du abruptly turned, coldly retorting, "To view the sky from the bottom of a well, Madara himself was slain by the first Hokage, yet I have persisted." Qing Shui shook his head slightly, letting out a sigh. Who could ever vanquish Uchiha Madara? It would be more accurate to say he was defeated not by Senju Hashirama, but rather by his own shortcomings. Jiao Du cast a skeptical glance at Qing Shui, perplexed as to why the conversation had veered towards Madara and Hashirama. The tales of the god of ninjas, the Azura of the shinobi realm, had become legendary secrets in this land. Only a disgruntled older man, perhaps fueled by drink, would dare to invoke the names of these titans, attempting to project an air of knowledge akin to the political discussions of the shinobi world. Jiao Du pondered. Could this boy truly believe he knew enough to boast? Why was he now engaging in earnest discourse? Truly, he was a cunning one. A little rascal from the Uchiha clan, stubborn to his core. In truth, Qing Shui's words were not intended for Jiao Du, but rather for the old man capable of bestowing gifts. As Qing Shui's voice faded, the donations arrived promptly. From the target of confrontation, Uchiha Madara. You have attained mastery in Uchiha Taijutsu. Seated before the television set, Uchiha Madara listened intently to Qing Shui's words, his heart swelling with clarity. Madara smiled with great satisfaction. Indeed, this was the reincarnation of his own brother. Even though they had never met, he was nonetheless aligned with him. The Azura of the shinobi world would never fall to another, but only to himself. This sentiment delighted Madara to such an extent that he dismissed Jiao Du's insolent remarks. Little brat, cease speaking of those whose heights you shall never reach. Jiao Du interrupted Qing Shui, his chakra surging violently. The wind, lightning, and fire attributes coalesced under the dark lines, shifting to his left arm, where three masks converged, forming the shape of a cannon's mouth. Final shot of the grudge. The tempest, fierce flames, and thunder fused into a singular entity, creating a high-level composite ninjutsu. The terrifying wave of light surged forth, obliterating all obstacles in its path as Jiao Du fixated intently on Qing Shui, controlling the trajectory of the light wave. This time, should Qing Shui choose to submerge into the depths of the earth to evade, Kakuzu was resolute in his intention to obliterate the surface with sheer force. Engaging with Qing Shui had already consumed too much of his time, leading Kakuzu to lose faith in capturing Tsunade and the others. Thus, the only quarry he could pursue was the valuable Qing Shui, who had cost him 100 million ryo of Uchiha wealth. Kakuzu spared no effort in expending his chakra, maximizing the power and velocity of his beams to their utmost limits. Qing Shui, I lend you my strength. This technique possesses immense power, and you cannot evade it using the body flicker technique. Senju Tobirama spoke swiftly. I am aware, Tobirama, but I do not require your strength. Qing Shui inhaled deeply and unleashed a torrent of fierce flames. Fire style, great fire annihilation. Tobirama's pupils constricted sharply as he prepared to forcibly impart his power to Qing Shui. While it was true that Qing Shui was a prodigy, facing Kakuzu, who wielded the Earth Grudge Fear technique and possessed 4 hearts, he stood no chance against a tri-elemental composite ninjutsu with merely a single chakra attribute. Uchiha Madara observed the scene, commanding White Zetsu in a solemn tone. Heed my orders. Prepare to rescue Qing Shui. The beams swiftly overpowered the flames, yet still allowed Qing Shui a moment of reprieve. Seizing this opportunity, Qing Shui charged towards Kakuzu with fervor. Kakuzu grinned maliciously. Thinking to himself, the foolish child dares to charge at me. He continued to concentrate the beams, launching a fierce barrage towards Qing Shui. Yet, Qing Shui persisted in employing his previous countermeasure, repeatedly unleashing fire techniques to carve out a path forward. Amidst these relentless exchanges, the residual blast injured Qing Shui. Yet the three-tomoe Sharingan in his eyes glowed with an increasingly enchanting hue, reminiscent of fresh blood, as Qing Shui surged forward with reckless abandon. The bloodline of the Uchiha began to awaken within him, as if a colossal beast was stirring within his very being. His chakra and ocular power surged rapidly. In Kakuzu's astonished gaze, Qing Shui, his arms marred with burn marks, brandished his withered blade, Muramasa, and charged directly before him, revealing a chilling smile that showcased his gleaming white teeth. Kakuzu attempted to raise his arm to fire, but at such a close range, Qing Shui capitalized on his speed, swiftly slicing towards Kakuzu's arm before he could launch his attack. Kakuzu's gaze sharpened. He comprehended the reason behind Qing Shui's desperate advance. Kakuzu's combat style, while effective for overwhelming weaker foes, primarily relied on a long-range artillery-like approach, utilizing the unique properties of Earth Grudge Fear, abundant chakra, and powerful composite ninjutsu to crush enemies from a distance. Realizing that he held no advantage in a ranged confrontation, Qing Shui decisively opted for close combat against Kakuzu. In this intimate struggle, the advantages of an artillery-style ninja diminished significantly. The Earth-style heart had already been shattered, and before Qing Shui's monstrous strength and razor-sharp flames, Kakuzu's body, with its Earth Grudge Fear characteristics, was effortlessly cleaved apart. With a heavy strike, Qing Shui disregarded the myriad black lines of Earth Grudge Fear filling the air, and swung down decisively towards Kakuzu's head. Jiao Du grinned menacingly as the 8 colossal serpentine shadows coiled around him lunged towards Qing Shui's heart. Yet, Qing Shui did not retreat. The Sharingan in his eyes whirled as his body instantaneously solidified. Earth Release, Earth Spear. In a moment of desperation, when Jiao Du's defensive ninjutsu faltered due to the shattering of his earthen mask, Qing Shui seized the initiative, employing the technique as his own means of combat. Jiao Du's pupils constricted sharply, but the blade of Muramasa offered him no respite, piercing through his second heart. However, the black threads of the Earth's vengeful spirit struck forcefully against Qing Shui's back. Uchiha Madara felt a tightening in his chest, while Senju Tobirama's gaze sharpened. The intentions of these two mortal enemies now hung precariously upon Qing Shui, each one on the brink of intervening. On one side, thousands of white zetsu lay in waiting, ready to act, while on the other, chakra had long been prepared to flow into Qing Shui, yearning to be unleashed at this very moment. Jiao Du, in agony, clutched his heart, experiencing once again the thrill of battling an Uchiha. Qing Shui gradually rose to his feet, cracking his neck, and despite the heavy blow he had received, a greater vitality surged forth within him. This was the essence of the Uchiha bloodline, the innate talent of Uchiha Madara. The bloodline of a clan born for battle finds its swiftest activation in the throes of life and death combat. If one remains ensconced in tranquility, the bloodthirsty wolf shall inevitably become a mere house dog. The Konoha Security Department, established by Senju Tobirama for the Uchiha clan, encapsulated this very principle. You still possess 3 hearts, do you not? Qing Shui wiped the blood from his face, his demeanor one of disdain. Stand up and continue to fight me. Senju Tobirama silently observed this scene, feeling a profound sense of dread. In the moments of separation, Qing Shui bore an uncanny resemblance to a younger version of Tobirama himself. Yet now, Qing Shui appeared as if consumed by a bloodlust, the essence of Uchiha emanating from him in full force. Tobirama sensed that the current Qing Shui resembled not the calm Uchiha Izuna, but rather possessed the frenzied spirit of Uchiha Madara. Madara's sentiments contrasted starkly with Tobirama's. Previously, he had refrained from focusing on Qing Shui, believing he was influenced by Tobirama. Yet witnessing Qing Shui in this state brought a smile to Madara's face. The swift and elegant swordplay and agility of Qing Shui evoked a familiar sensation within Madara, reminiscent of Tobirama. Compared to Izuna, Madara felt that Qing Shui's posture resembled him even more, a resplendent rose of the battlefield. However, it was only natural for a younger brother to mirror his elder. Madara dismissed the thought, signaling for white zetsu to withdraw, Yet the joy on his face was palpable, as if he were on the brink of laughter. Jiao Du slowly rose, expelling a mouthful of tainted blood, his expression grave. "You little brat, were you feigning weakness earlier to allow your companion to escape? Intending to confront me alone? You wish to conceal your true strength." Jiao Du inhaled deeply, steadying his resolve, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "You aspire to use me as your sharpening stone? We shall see if you possess the capability." The tide of battle seemed to have shifted. Amidst the relentless bombardment of beams, the battered Qing Shui defiantly hoisted Muramasa upon his shoulder, shedding his previous demeanor of gentleness, resembling a true Uchiha. Words were futile. Let the battle continue. Qing Shui moved like a specter, the crimson glow in his eyes stretching into a thread as he deftly evaded the relentless strikes of the obsidian serpent, once again positioning himself before Kakuzu. Kakuzu's deep green eyes darted about, yet he could not pinpoint Qing Shui's elusive figure. This imp seemed to possess multiple personalities. Only moments ago, he was calm and calculating, and now he was wildly reckless. Did he not fear death? Kakuzu seethed inwardly, a flash of fury igniting within him as he steeled his resolve. Aiming squarely at the midpoint between himself and Qing Shui, Kakuzu channeled his chakra into the beam with all his might, causing the explosion's radius to expand to its utmost limit. If he could not capture Qing Shui, then let them see whose life was more resilient. Qing Shui abruptly halted, the hardening of the earth's spear and the defensive water release enveloping him in an instant. Bracing for the unavoidable blow. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Kakuzu felt a surge in his back, yet another heart shattered. Opposite him, Qing Shui was engulfed by the explosion, suffering as well. Nevertheless, what was particularly unsettling was the intensifying crimson glow of his three-tomoe Sharingan, the tomoe spinning with excitement. Qing Shui exhaled deeply, feeling the pain and exhilaration coursing through him, and smiled at Kakuzu, saying, "You have 2 hearts left, correct? Let us continue. Why not prolong this slaughter until the very end?" Uchiha Madara observed the scene, as if witnessing a reflection of his younger self. "Qing Shui," he murmured, the complexity of his emotions deepening. He discerned that Qing Shui's seemingly reckless combat had elevated the power of his Sharingan to new heights. Madara's thoughts mirrored those of a concerned father, wishing to see his son succeed and carve out his own path, while simultaneously desiring his son to return home and heed his words without excessive independence. Yet within Qing Shui, Senju Tobirama could no longer restrain himself, forcefully imparting his power to Qing Shui. "You imp, your body has reached its limits. Continuing like this could be perilous. Utilize my strength. This is my will of fire. Would you dare refuse the second Hokage of Konohagakure?" Tobirama's power surged towards Qing Shui with an overwhelming force. To ensure Qing Shui embraced his strength, Tobirama adeptly placed the grand mantle of the will of fire upon Qing Shui's head with a resounding thud. "Aren't you brimming with the will of fire? Given by the Hokage, do you not wish to accept it?" He vividly demonstrated how to skillfully wield the will of fire to Qing Shui. The authority to interpret the will of fire ultimately rests with the Hokage. The state of Qing Shui feels exceedingly peculiar. Senju Tobirama, while channeling his power to Qing Shui, pondered in his heart. Just moments ago, Qing Shui exhibited clear thoughts and logic, displaying remarkable calmness during battle. Yet, all of a sudden, it seems as though he has been possessed by a malevolent force. Thus, there exists but one possibility. Uchiha Izuna, what has your chakra truly imparted to this child? Senju Tobirama's gaze swept fiercely over Qing Shui's body, seeking out the void. In his eyes, the normally composed and sagacious Qing Shui had abruptly transformed, resembling a younger Izuna or even a youthful Uchiha Madara, suggesting that a rogue's chakra was at play. Seeing the resemblance to myself, have you grown anxious? Senju Tobirama's eyes darkened with growing ferocity, the crimson hue within them deepening significantly, merely a fragment of a defeated foe's chakra. In life, you were bested by me. In death, the odds remain 2 against 1. Do not harbor illusions of resurgence. Qing Shui slowly absorbed Senju Tobirama's power, exhaling a long breath, his gaze flickering. The abrupt extremity of Qing Shui's combat style was not due to Uchiha Izuna's chakra. He possessed none of that. However, if he did, it would be even better. Qing Shui's true objective was twofold. First, to attempt to awaken the bloodline talent of Uchiha Madara. Since receiving this reward, his body had not shown any significant response, as if it were non-existent. Yet during the battle with Kakuzu, Under pressure, Qing Shui felt a thrilling excitement coursing through him. His ocular power and chakra rising at a visibly rapid pace, akin to parched flora yearning for water, desperately craving combat, and engaging in a frenzied struggle. Thus, Qing Shui took on the most Uchiha-like demeanor, engaging Kakuzu in a fierce battle to the bitter end. The results were significant. The bloodline of Uchiha Madara required such intensity of combat to be activated. Qing Shui's second aim was to fully draw Uchiha Madara into the fold. Uchiha Izuna's swordsmanship, Uchiha Madara's fire release techniques, the essence of physical arts, and the striking resemblance between Qing Shui and Izuna, now augmented by a bloodline awakened from Uchiha Madara himself. Old man, just observe, without uttering a word. You claim I am not Izuna? I assert that I am indeed Izuna. As Uchiha Madara wrestled with his thoughts, Qing Shui found himself in a safer position, gaining more time to exchange for his talents. However, Qing Shui's dazzling performance as a young Uchiha Madara merely led to a singular display of physical prowess, leaving him somewhat dissatisfied. In this regard, both Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara share this trait. These former titans of the ninja world, even when Qing Shui touches upon their most tender or cherished sentiments, retain an underlying calmness. As they gradually come to acknowledge Qing Shui, the threshold for their emotional fluctuations also rises. This necessitates that Qing Shui prepare an even more splendid performance, one that will cause their well-guarded hearts to tremble anew. For instance, at this moment, Qing Shui yearns to convey to a seemingly stingy old man that he has other elder brothers supporting him. Senju Tobirama, what are you doing? Qing Shui furrowed his brows and spoke softly. Is it not within my own strength to conquer this Kaguya? The injuries I have sustained from this battle are not merely ordinary pain. They are my initiation into the true essence of the will of fire. On paper, achieving a perfect score in the will of fire is not particularly challenging. Yet to maintain such conviction in the face of life and death is a test that requires further honing and self-forging. Tobirama blinked, momentarily finding the possessed Qing Shui, influenced by the Uchiha's peculiar nature, rather endearing. The Uchiha clan's essence, when channeled correctly, seemed to possess a certain allure. Tobirama, allow me to speak candidly, Qing Shui sighed, his gaze earnest as he looked at Senju Tobirama. Even though I fight for Lady Tsunade and to protect Asuma, when faced with such formidable foes and the looming specter of death, I cannot help but feel a flicker of inexplicable emotion within me. It is not an unwavering resolve of steel. However, I ponder, when you stood your ground for your Umbu, you surely did not harbor such hesitations, did you? This reflects the disparity between us, and it is a gap I yearn to bridge. Tobirama's gaze flickered. He finally comprehended why Qing Shui had declined his assistance. As Qing Shui articulated, many can speak of the will of fire, yet few can embody it, especially when confronted with mortality. And to maintain a heart of gold amidst such trials is indeed a formidable challenge. In a moment of reflection, Tobirama recalled having subjected his own students to similar trials. When pursued by the formidable duo of Kin and Jin, who would stand as the rearguard, Sarutobi Hiruzen acted decisively, while Shimura Danzo hesitated and faltered. Thus, Tobirama appointed Hiruzen as Hokage, while Danzo was left behind. Yet, the Qing Shui before him surpassed even Hiruzen, for he had engaged in a genuine struggle for survival against Kaguya and still sought to refine his will of fire, believing it insufficiently strong. With a hearty laugh, Tobirama waved his hand assertively. Let me assure you, Qing Shui, even I cannot face life and death with complete tranquility. Complex emotions reside within my heart. He continued, there is no need for further discourse. Your will of fire is acknowledged by me, Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage of Konohagakure. In that instant, Tobirama intensified the flow of power he bestowed upon Qing Shui, disregarding the stability of his own soul, channeling all his strength without concern for the consequences. He sought to convey to Qing Shui that within him resided not only the volatile and uncontrollable energy of Uchiha Izuna, but also the wisdom of Senju Tobirama. Offering support, he was not alone in wielding the will of fire. Yet, at that moment, Tobirama felt his own spiritual strength surge. From the bond with Senju Tobirama, the bond of Senju Tobirama, Senju Tobirama's bond. When he grants you power, you can momentarily transcend your own limits without adverse effects. Qing Shui involuntarily smiled, realizing he had truly become like Tobirama, capable of unleashing a surge of strength. The system has now been officially recognized. Shui slowly nodded, taking a deep breath. Since you put it that way, Tobirama, I shall audaciously accept. Tobirama Senju let out a habitual cold snort, but in the next moment, he broke into a smile. Go forth, bear my strength, and teach that scoundrel, who claimed to have battled my elder brother, a lesson. Kakuzu's words had not only displeased Uchiha Madara, but also irked Tobirama Senju. What is your identity, your status? While your strength may be considerable, you are unworthy to claim you have faced my elder brother. Test the might of Tobirama Senju. Kakuzu stared in bewilderment at Shui, whose chakra surged wildly. Momentarily at a loss for what was happening, he awaited Shui to charge forward, having steeled himself for a self-destructive clash against the oncoming beam, to see whose life was more resilient. After all, he possessed two hearts, while Shui was merely a mortal. However, Shui stood his ground, and the magnitude of his chakra escalated uncontrollably. Kakuzu was jolted, internally pondering, could it be that this brat has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Yet, as he focused on Shui's eyes, he became even more perplexed. Not only had Shui not activated the Mangekyo, but he had also ceased to maintain even the three-tomoe Sharingan. The tomoe mysteriously vanished, leaving only the crimson base, reminiscent of Tobirama Senju's own gaze. What on earth is going on with this boy? This is truly bizarre. With Kakuzu's extensive combat experience, he was still unable to comprehend the transformation occurring in Shui, muttering to himself. Compared to just now, not only is this kid's chakra surging, but the aura he exudes is entirely different, as if he is two completely opposite individuals, yet there is a hint of familiarity. Kakuzu fixated on the Uchiha clan emblem on Shui's tattered garment, yet he could not recall whose chakra Shui's resembled. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara, who had been smiling moments ago, found his expression abruptly stiffening, as if frozen in shock upon witnessing this unforeseen change. Kakuzu might momentarily be at a loss, but Madara recognized at a glance whose chakra Shui possessed. What is happening? Uchiha Madara could no longer maintain his composure, watching in astonishment. There stood Shui, arms crossed, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Kakuzu, slightly raising his left index finger. A magnificent azure chakra erupted from within him, roaring forth. The violent winds shattering the earth around him, sending debris slicing through the air like shurikens, cutting into Kakuzu's shoulder. The chakra that Shui had consistently refused to unleash had finally found its opportunity. Shui exhaled deeply, speaking slowly. I apologize, Kaku. I initially intended to battle you with my own strength, but my other chakra has gone berserk. Normally, I can suppress it, but now I feel somewhat weakened, and it has seized this chance to rampage. I hope you can endure. If we have another opportunity to clash, I will fight you fairly. Shui smiled helplessly, confessing, to be frank, I am not fond of this peculiar chakra. It does not belong to me, and at times disrupts my cultivation, which troubles me greatly. Kakuzu gazed at Shui, who appeared as if a celestial being had descended, his expression frozen in disbelief. What are you even worried about? If you do not want this chakra, could you possibly give it to me? You seem to disdain it, don't you? Kakuzu was now suspicious, wondering if Shui was a Jinchuriki of some tailed beast, or if he harbored a similar monstrous entity within. A voice resonated, that of Senju Tobirama. My chakra now belongs to you. Do not dawdle. Let this scoundrel, who dares to attack little Gao, experience my wrath. Shui offered a faint smile. He was not speaking merely for Kakuzu and Senju Tobirama to hear. Although it may have sounded like a retort to Tobirama, it was intended for Uchiha Madara. Shui conveyed that, while he possessed Senju Tobirama's chakra, he did not embrace it and was indeed repulsed by it. The chakra of Uchiha Izuna was his true essence. Listening to Shui's words, Uchiha Madara's mind raced as he began to grasp the implications. Shui slowly raised his hands, and a vast torrent of water surged forth, monstrous waves engulfing the valley in that instant. Kakuzu's eyes widened in terror. Facing the tsunami-like fury, he struggled even to maintain his position atop the water, barely keeping himself afloat amidst the tumult. Standing atop the crest of the waves, Shui looked down upon the begrudging Kakuzu and sighed. This time, I have not treated this battle with fairness. The water lashed out violently, countless waves soaring skyward, coalescing into a ferocious crimson-eyed water dragon, brimming with lethal intent as it fixated on Kakuzu. Water release, water dragon bite. The dragon surged through the still resisting Kakuzu. The ominous black lines of his technique drowned in the ocean's fury, all resistance rendered inconsequential before such overwhelming might. Moments later, Kakuzu lay powerless upon the earth. His black lines shattered, awaiting Shui to deliver the final blow. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ninja realm, Uchiha Madara finally unraveled the logic, comprehending Shui's words. He bellowed furiously, "Senju Tobirama, you despicable and vile beast, get out from within Shui." Madara, in his rage, had uncovered the truth. It all became clear to him. Why was it that Shui, an Uchiha, bore a subtle shadow of Senju Tobirama? Even during Shui's confrontation with Uchiha's 8th iteration, Madara had sensed something amiss. However, he dismissed it, believing that water release and illusion techniques could be learned with a modicum of talent, lacking uniqueness. After all, Shui was a descendant of Uchiha Kagami. It was not unusual for him to know some techniques of Senju Tobirama, but Shui's recent soliloquy, the chakra he unleashed, and the authenticity of the water dragon bite technique had led Uchiha Madara to discern the singular truth. Shui is undeniably the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna. There is no doubt about it. Yet, the chakra of Senju Tobirama also resides within Shui, constantly disrupting him. The despicable and vile Senju Tobirama. I should have located your soul with my Rinnegan and torn it to shreds long ago. Uchiha Madara's heart seethes with boundless hatred. If his gaze could kill, Tobirama's essence within Shui would have perished 1,000 times over. Madara is so repulsed he finds himself at a loss for words. Senju Tobirama is not only the architect of Izuna's demise, but even in death, he continues to haunt his brother's reincarnation. This is no ordinary Tobirama. It is imperative to strike back with force. Madara's fists clenched, and he found himself yearning for his Rinnegan. If only those eyes were still with him. He must devise a way to assist Shui in evading the torment inflicted by that scoundrel Tobirama. Madara strives to quell the turmoil within. Yet every time he reflects on the presence of Tobirama's chakra within Shui, his heart aches anew. His brother's chakra has been reincarnated with great difficulty, and now, encountering such a fine individual like Shui, how could it be tainted by Tobirama? Tobirama, could you not just disappear? Once I have negotiated with Shui, I shall seek a method to reclaim the Rinnegan I left with Nagato. Madara's gaze turns fierce. I will personally conduct a soul surgery for Shui, expelling that wretched being. However, despite his fierce words, Madara soon fell into silence. Even if Shui were free of Tobirama's chakra, he still had no plan to subdue this brother. He has discerned that Shui is not merely Izuna's reincarnation. In terms of battle intelligence, ferocious ocular power, and the capacity for breakthroughs inherent in the Uchiha bloodline, Shui surpasses Izuna of his era. He embodies the fierce determination of the Uchiha. He is not like Uchiha Obito, whose romantic notions can be easily dismissed with a mere black zetsu. Now, with Tobirama's chakra complicating matters, the more Madara contemplates. The more he feels his aging heart is on the brink of failure. What can he do? Just then, Shui, in his Senju form, gradually shed Tobirama's chakra, his Sharingan flaring with a crimson brilliance, reverting to a true Uchiha appearance. In that fleeting moment of ocular power, Madara glimpsed the shadow of Izuna. As if gazing upon his younger self, Madara's heart stirred, and he regained some composure. Indeed, Shui is a descendant of the Uchiha clan, and with Izuna's chakra aiding him, he can suppress that detestable Senju Tobirama. Madara silently cheers for his brother's chakra. Izuna, I believe in you. Together with Shui, you shall not succumb to that petty Tobirama. Enduring his pain, Madara shut off the white Zetsu television, isolating himself in a small dark room, forcing himself to contemplate a breakthrough. Although he could not yet devise a solution, this predicament is far more intricate than his plans to corrupt Obito. Yet, even in uncertainty, he must think. The crimson glimmer in Shui's eyes was, in fact, the ticket for Uchiha Madara to witness this exquisite transformation display. From the line of sight directed at Uchiha Madara, you have received a call from Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's call. The Uchiha bloodline within you will swiftly begin to awaken, entering a state of eruption. TSK, I told you. Without providing these old men with something stimulating, they would never yield any substantial gold. What do you think? Uchiha Izuna transforming into Senju Tobirama. This program is indeed unprecedented in the ninja world. The cunning host Shui, skilled in manipulating hearts, exhaled a long sigh of satisfaction. feeling the surge of ocular power rising within him, a smile gracing his face. You wish to hoard your gold, do you? Madara, I am your brother Izuna. Do not hide those treasures. Share them with me. After all, we are of the same kin. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes, his gaze permeated with a chilling coldness. After his power was returned to Qing Shui, the latter reverted to his Uchiha form. Yet Tobirama keenly sensed that Qing Shui's ocular power had inexplicably intensified. The residual influence of Uchiha Izuna seemed to linger within Qing Shui, evidenced by this increase in ocular prowess. Senju Tobirama calmly analyzed the situation. After infusing my power into Qing Shui, this child has evidently detached from the frenzied state of an Uchiha warrior, indicating that my strength can indeed counter Uchiha Izuna's chakra. I comprehend now. Qing Shui is, after all, an Uchiha, and his affinity with Uchiha Izuna's chakra is naturally superior to mine. A cold smirk crept across Senju Tobirama's face as he began to demonstrate against the non-existent Uchiha Izuna. But do not entertain illusions. Even if it is merely a subconscious chakra, I am fully aware of your intentions. As long as I remain here, I will not grant you another opportunity to possess Qing Shui. I can communicate with Qing Shui. Mere chakra does not intimidate me. Senju Tobirama. As Uchiha Madara retreated into seclusion, Senju Tobirama eagerly sought adversaries in the void. Qing Shui, ever practical, chose to disregard these two old men who were clearly unable to yield any gold for the time being. He slowly approached Kakuzu, surveying his battered form. It was a dire sight. Two hearts had been pierced by Qing Shui's heavy blade, one heart shattered by its own residual force, and another directly pierced by the water dragon. Only the final, fragmented heart mask barely held together, sustaining Kakuzu's life. Just kill me. Kakuzu lay flat on the damp ground, his tone devoid of emotion. Having weathered the storms of the ninja world for so long, it is time for me to depart from this place. To die at the hands of a talented brat like you, I do not consider it unjust. Qing Shui silently regarded Kakuzu, a flicker of emotion crossing his heart. Even though Qing Shui had crushed him using Tobirama's power, Kakuzu's inner turmoil remained largely unfazed, and it paled in comparison to the humiliation he felt when Qing Shui mocked him after their encounter with Senju Hashirama. The ninjas of the ninja world can be quite peculiar. Only the deepest recesses of their hearts can stir their emotions, especially for ancient beings like Kakuzu. Once, you were a ninja from the hidden waterfall village? Qing Shui picked up a forehead protector from beside Kakuzu, its waterfall emblem marred by a deep scratch. How is it that after all this time as a bounty hunter, you still carry the village's forehead protector? The young boy taunted. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Spare me your tedious questions. Kakuzu lay flat on the ground, weakly gesturing towards his last remaining heart. Be swift, grant me a quick end. Your body, as a living specimen for research, holds far greater value. Qing Shui slowly sat beside Kakuzu, a faint smile gracing his lips. For instance, I could seal you away, keeping you alive just long enough to study the dark lines within you. Kakuzu's gaze sharpened. While he feared not death, to descend into such a state would be a fate far worse than death for a proud warrior. Just as he sought to provoke Qing Shui for a more dignified demise, Qing Shui chuckled, shaking his head. I have stated before that this battle is not won through mere strength. Thus, I shall treat you with the dignity you deserve in death. However, as a token of reciprocity, Qing Shui raised a finger, a playful smile dancing on his face. I require you to assist me with a trivial matter. Kakuzu fell silent, pondering what he could possibly accomplish in his current state. Yet, he nodded slightly. Speak, young one. I am one who enjoys tales. I wish to understand why you betrayed the hidden waterfall, and with such formidable strength, why you were so obsessed with wealth. Qing Shui sighed softly, continuing, forgive my boldness, but I am genuinely curious. Can a ninja of your caliber truly be satisfied by mere riches? And why does a renegade from decades past still don the village's forehead protector? Kakuzu turned his head away, the tale he had buried deep within himself now surfacing. Sharing it with Qing Shui felt almost as torturous as his current plight. I wish to hear this because you are a worthy adversary. Qing Shui's voice held an enchanting quality, captivating and compelling. I shall keep your secret. It will remain known only to me. I swear by the honor of the Uchiha clan. Kakuzu struggled momentarily but eventually acquiesced, nodding in resignation to recount his narrative. I was once a jonin of the hidden waterfall village. At that time, I was still young and held a fondness for that place. Yet one day, I received orders from the higher-ups to assassinate Hashirama Senju. At that moment, I did not comprehend the gravity of who he was. Beneath his mercy and compassion, I found an opportunity to escape, only to be imprisoned by my own village, facing the death penalty. A ninja who wagered his life for the village was met with cruel treatment. From that moment, I understood that they merely sought my demise, so I broke free, seizing the village's secret techniques and eliminating all the higher-ups. During that tumultuous period, none of my former friends stood up to defend me. But I bore them no ill will. This ninja world has never been genuine. Everything is but a facade. The voice of Kakuzu grew increasingly somber, as if he were entering a state of reflective reminiscence, and the emotions in his tone intensified. After becoming a bounty hunter, I gradually discovered the allure of wealth. In this deceptive world, only money remains genuine. Unlike the false promises and ties that bind us, money can always be exchanged for its equivalent in goods. Shui listened silently to Kakuzu's tale, lost in thought. Kakuzu's experiences reminded him of Tsukumo Hatake. However, in contrast to the suicidal Tsukumo, Kakuzu was fierce and tempestuous. What? Do you think I'm a good person? Kakuzu snarled. Spare me the disgust. I do not require your pity. Shui slowly shook his head. I am indifferent to whether you are a good or bad person. However, I truly no longer wish to take your life. Shui gazed down at Kakuzu and softly proposed. How about this? Tell me where you keep your savings and work for me for 10 years. Consider it a purchase of your life. What do you say? Kakuzu chuckled coldly. Indeed, what a naive little brat you are, resorting to such clumsy rhetoric. It's almost more juvenile than Tsunade. To Kakuzu, Shui had no reason to spare him. It was merely a ploy to extract the last vestiges of value from him before his demise. If he revealed the location, then Muramesa's blade would surely pierce his heart. Yet, in a moment of desperation, Kakuzu casually mentioned a hiding place for his gold, awaiting his death with a calm demeanor. To his surprise, Shui did not strike. Instead, he walked away. Moments later, Shui returned, dragging the corpse of a bandit and placing it before Kakuzu. Although this might not meet your expectations, let us make use of it for now, given the urgency of our situation. Kakuzu was taken aback. What did this mean? Was he truly not going to kill him? Little brat, do you even know what you are doing? Kakuzu's gaze was icy. Are you planning to humiliate me? Shui chuckled helplessly, flicking the forehead protector of Takigakure in his hand. Do you believe I am part of Takigakure's upper echelons? He looked directly at Kakuzu, his eyes reflecting a clear sincerity. I am not playing with fire, nor am I releasing a tiger back to the mountains. Rather, I am contemplating your words. Is there truly nothing real in this ninja world? The current situation is that you sought to take my life. Yet I offer you a chance for redemption, merely 10 years of service. My terms are not unreasonable, are they? Shui continued to hold Kakuzu's gaze, speaking slowly. If you believe there is still truth in this ninja world, then you should honor your words. If you go back on your word after today, I would not fear having one more enemy. However, understanding the deceit of the ninja world would be a worthy lesson for me. Kakuzu felt a tremor in his heart. Had this strange Uchiha boy truly listened to his story? Quit stalling, Kakuzu. Like a man, tell me your choice. Shui looked down at Kakuzu, his irritation palpable. Your procrastination has already revealed to me the falsehoods of the ninja world. After a long silence, Kakuzu finally spoke. The contract is established, but only for 10 years. I shall work for you for just a decade. Shui nodded slightly, casting a disdainful glance at him, deftly extracting the heart of the bandit and inserting it into Kakuzu's back. All right, go now. I will contact you when the need arises. Kakuzu's back writhed as the black threads absorbed the vitality of the heart, allowing him to precariously recover from his near-death state. Kakuzu rose slowly, unabashedly fixing his gaze on Shui, seemingly striving to discern his true intentions. Aren't you in need of money? Tell me how to transfer the savings I've amassed to you. However, Shui merely waved his hand dismissively. For now, just hold on to it for me. I will notify you when I need to exchange it at the gold exchange. Go now, and may we meet again by fate, my first worker. The little ghost Kakuzu snorted softly, unsure of how to retort. Indeed, he was merely Shui's worker, still bound by a 10-year death contract, his savings having been wiped clean. Kakuzu rose, his steps slow as he made his way towards the valley's exit. From his experience, he understood that the best course of action at this moment was to flee swiftly. Yet, his pace remained languid. As if he were waiting for Muramesa to pierce him once more, while Shui unleashed a distorted, maniacal laugh, playing a cat-and-mouse game with his own pride. This was not merely Kakuzu's paranoia. Many ninjas harbored such twisted thoughts. However, he did not wait long before he reached the valley's threshold, unable to resist glancing back. Shui sat on the ground, resting, and even noticed his gaze, waving him a farewell. What a tedious little ghost. 10 years from now, I shall find a way to kill you again, Kaku vowed inwardly, yet clumsily waved back at Shui. From the target Kakuzu, you have obtained Earth Grudge Fear, Chakra Manifestation. Earth Grudge Fear, Chakra Manifestation. Your chakra can perform Earth Grudge Fear Manifestation, capable of absorbing the life force and chakra of others, as well as conducting intricate surgical procedures. You don't seem very honest, do you, Kakuzu? Hearing the melodious electronic voice, Shui smiled. Musing to himself, I wonder how much time Izuna and Tsunade will have to return. For now, it would be more impactful to move with injuries rather than heal. Tsunade-sensei, you and Rin return to the village for reinforcements. I must go back to find Shui. Izuna abruptly halted. Amidst his inner turmoil and conflict, scenes of cherished moments with Shui flickered through his mind, precious memories. A rebellious youth lived in solitude within an environment where family and peers failed to understand him. No one grasped his thoughts, not even the girl he admired, who merely perceived him as pretentious and out of sync. Until Shui appeared. Everything about Shui validated Izuna. The two shared dreams about the future of Konoha, envisioning a day when the village would truly embody the will of fire. Exchanging family secrets as if they were biological brothers, sharing their knowledge. Beneath that rocky terrain, the image of Shui gently cradling the fire dragon that illuminated the valley remained vivid in Izuna's dreams. That day marked the pinnacle of his existence thus far. The words of Shui, echoing like a final testament, intertwined with this moment, stirring the depths of Asuma's soul. I am capable of fighting now. Though the adversary is formidable, Shui has imparted upon me several potent fire techniques that should prove useful. Asuma's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. Shui often reminded me to ponder deeply. Throughout this journey, I have contemplated extensively and gained clarity. I shall not be a burden to Shui. Should the enemy target me, I shall become the opportunity for Shui to vanquish that beast. The thought of what would transpire if Shui were to meet an untimely fate flooded Asuma's mind, leaving him unable to face Shui upon returning to the village, nor confront his own conscience in the stillness of the night. That guilt, more terrifying than death itself, would utterly consume him. Yet, despite harboring a resolve to embrace death, Asuma felt a growing lightness within. At that moment, he sensed a connection with Shui, a resonance that transcended distance, uniting their spirits. Shui, though I have always trailed behind you, I will steadfastly follow in your footsteps and not falter. Asuma shouted fiercely, as if rallying himself, before he turned and sprinted forward. If Senju Tobirama were to hear his heartfelt declaration, he might bestow upon Asuma an honest appraisal. Truly the son of a monkey, surpassing that kid Shimura Danzo. Tsunade observed Asuma's retreating figure with a complex expression. Every utterance of Shui's name sent tremors through her heart. As a seasoned ninja, Tsunade rationally analyzed their return to the battlefield as an act of folly. Asuma and Noera Rin lacked the strength. She was shackled by her fear of blood. What assistance could they offer Shui? Reflecting on the days spent with Shui, though brief, they had afforded Tsunade a taste of inner tranquility. She closed her eyes, clenched her teeth, and murmured to herself, if that brat Shui were to perish like this, I would truly become a joke in my lifetime. At this moment, she too pondered how she would confront her own conscience should Shui encounter misfortune. Each recollection of her departed loved ones ignited within her a seething resentment toward the cruelty and injustice of fate, denying her even a single chance to save them, leaving her surrounded by the cold corpses of friends and family. No matter how potent medical ninjutsu might be, it cannot resurrect the deceased. Yet this time, it seemed fortune had granted her a sliver of hope. Shui was still alive. Tsunade's mind remained awash with crimson. She recognized Shui's talent, a genius surpassing even Orochimaru. However, even the most gifted youth requires time to convert his potential into strength. Deep within Tsunade's heart, she did not believe Shui could overcome Kakuzu, nor did she hold faith that he could survive. Her subconscious whispered to her, you are on the verge of losing another significant person, a disciple who sacrificed himself to cover your retreat. Do not jest. Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, as if roaring defiantly at fate. Do you think I fear death? I merely resent this powerless life that denies me even a single opportunity to stand before my loved ones. In this moment, a gentle smile appeared in Tsunade's mind, reminiscent of the face of Kosui as he offered her chicken soup. That smile shone like the sun, dispelling the crimson shadows that lingered in her heart. The chaotic chakra within her began to settle. Summoning technique, wet-boned forest slug. Tsunade abruptly formed hand seals and struck the ground forcefully with her hands. Success! As the smoke cleared, a colossal blue-white slug stood majestically on the earth, gazing at Tsunade with delight. Lady Tsunade, it has been so long since we last met. There was no time for pleasantries. Live, slug, the situation is dire. Tsunade turned to the side, glancing at Noera Rin, hesitating for a moment before inquiring. Rin, the battle ahead will be exceedingly perilous. Do you wish to join? Without a moment's hesitation, Rin nodded affirmatively. Very well, I understand. Tsunade commanded the immense slug to advance. This slow-moving mollusk, bolstered by chakra and its vast size, exhibited a remarkable marching speed. Asuma, get up here. Moments later, Tsunade caught up with the running Asuma. The three of them stood atop the slug's head, united in their mission to support Kosui. Asuma, I endorse your battle plan. Tsunade's beautiful eyes gleamed with determination and ferocity. Now that I have summoned the slug, as long as you and Rin are not struck down by Kakuzu in one blow, I shall ensure your safety. Should Kakuzu attack you, Kosui and I will not come to your aid. Instead, we will seize the opportunity to eliminate him first. In other words, he will perceive you as a vulnerability to exploit, while in reality, you are a decoy. Listening to Tsunade's extreme strategy, Asuma nodded with a relaxed expression. Lady Tsunade, I realize that as long as I draw breath, Kosui will find a way to save me. Although Noera Rin appeared somewhat apprehensive, her expression soon hardened with resolve. Understood, Lady Tsunade. Upon nearing the valley they had initially approached, a silent dread descended upon the hearts of the three, which had just ignited with fighting spirit. The azure earth had transformed into charred black soil. The valley had collapsed midway, strewn with debris still exuding moisture, reminiscent of the brutality of the shinobi world war. Yet, no fluctuations of chakra could be sensed. Instead, a suffocating silence enveloped them. Asuma's complexion turned pale as he murmured, No, Kosui cannot be defeated. The crimson shadows re-emerged in Tsunade's mind. It seemed she had arrived too late, destined to witness once more the lifeless form of someone dear. But even the body would elude her gaze. Kakuzu would not relinquish Kosui's corpse, rendering this farewell devoid of even a final glimpse. Fear consumed the hearts of Tsunade and her companions, as they, being ninjas, instinctively sensed Kosui's impending demise. Upon entering the valley, this dread deepened further. Kosui was not here. Tsunade fell helplessly to the ground. The courage that had surged from her heart now shattered in an instant. Asuma's vision darkened, and he knelt on the ground, clutching his heart in agony, tears cascading uncontrollably down his cheeks. Yahiko Rin found herself struggling to breathe, as if suffocating. She had reached the limits of her endurance during her first lesson at the academy. From confronting the target Tsunade, you have acquired the sealing technique, In sealing. From confronting the target Asuma, you have acquired the fire release, Ash technique. From confronting the target Yahiko Rin, you have gained a slight enhancement in medical talent. Senju Tobirama gazed at Tsunade with a pained expression. Little one, why do you still not reveal yourself? What are you waiting for? The lurking presence beneath the earth. Aoi Mizu shook his head slowly, responding, Tobirama, suffering is one of the sources of a ninja's strength. If one cannot confront such emotions, if one cannot even face their own heart, true fortitude will remain forever out of reach. Tobirama furrowed his brow, although Aoi's words bore wisdom. They also carried an unsettling hint of malevolence, one that stemmed from the unique darkness of the Uchiha clan. With a sigh, Tobirama pondered the origin of this darkness, already possessing an inkling of the answer. In truth, Aoi merely spoke casually to reward them. Without a fierce tug at their hearts, how could emotional turmoil arise? Yet in Tobirama's eyes, the Aoi Mizu, now infused with Uchiha Izuna's chakra, exhibited an unsettling tone and behavior that aligned perfectly with the logic that resided in his mind. The former Aoi would have revealed himself long ago. Yet, there was no remedy for the fact that within Aoi's being, there existed not merely Tobirama's chakra. Thus, Tobirama refrained from urging Aoi to surface and instead shifted the conversation. Aoi refrained from attempting to negotiate with ninjas like Kakuzu. Allowing such foes to escape is perilous. Human nature cannot withstand such trials. I understand your compassion for him, yet it may bring you calamity. Eradicating the roots of danger is the wisest course. Aoi sighed, a rare hint of confusion gracing his tone. Tobirama, I understand your intent. Yet I find myself captivated by his tale, a narrative that reveals the truths and falsehoods of the ninja world, which renders me hesitant to act against him. I delight in perusing the historical texts of the ninja realm, yet from them, I sense an insidious falsehood, as if an invisible hand has bestowed this world with a tragic fate, ensuring that none can transcend it. On this land, gifted ninjas invariably arise. Yet they always emerge in pairs. Peace seems forbidden in this realm, as all ninjas ultimately divide into two factions, selecting their respective leaders, only to engage in conflict with no conclusive outcome. Tobirama, I feel as though the millennium of the ninja world possesses no true history, merely cycles of repetition. With all condemned to this fate, whether it be you or I, or even Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, we are all but participants in this unending cycle. Tobirama's brow gradually tightened, and even the heartbroken Tsunade momentarily forgot her grief, beginning to contemplate Aoi's words. This interpretation of history is profoundly unsettling, yet the more he pondered, the more Tobirama felt an unsettling sense of agreement. Let us consider the well-known figures of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Had either of them been born 15 to 20 years later, perhaps the world of shinobi would have enjoyed a peace lasting at least a century. Yet, as Aosei has just articulated, history suggests that the shinobi realm is governed by an invisible hand, perpetually employing a flawed matchmaking mechanism that forces every capable ninja, destined to bring forth peace and unity, to confront an adversary they must vanquish at the cost of their own life. Once both perish, the cycle begins anew. Is this reasonable? It seems rather irrational. Upon reflection, the history of the shinobi world over the millennia echoes Aosei's sentiments, a continuous cycle of repetition. Senju Tobirama gradually gains a deeper understanding of Aosei. This youth from the Uchiha clan is the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna's chakra, and yet, he remains fundamentally himself. Aosei may embody aspects of Uchiha Izuna, or even of himself, but ultimately, he is merely reminiscent. He is still his own person. Neither Uchiha Izuna nor Senju Tobirama would permit the escape of Kaguya, opting instead to eliminate him without hesitation. Moreover, they would not ponder the concepts of peace and falsehood in the shinobi world as Aosei does. Aosei, perhaps you are overthinking matters. Senju Tobirama appears inclined to counsel Aosei, but finds himself at a loss for words in this moment. Aosei shakes his head, offering a wry smile. I understand. I am merely contemplating. If even this world is an illusion, can there truly be peace in the shinobi realm? Let us not dwell on such thoughts, Tobirama. I am simply feeling contemplative. I shall be more mindful next time. It is somewhat absurd that I, who still require your strength to confront Kaguya, should indulge in discussions of reality and illusion. Absurd, you say? Senju Tobirama perceives no absurdity in this. Yet, Aosei seems disinclined to pursue the topic further. Breaking into a smile, let us depart. It is time to surprise them. Senju Tobirama falls silent, and at this moment, his mind begins to whirl. Does such an invisible hand truly exist in the shinobi world? Is this merely Aosei's unfounded conspiracy theory, or a fragment of truth obscured in history? Tsunade-sensei, how have you returned? Aosei gradually materializes from the earth, appearing beside Tsunade with a smile. Kaguya has departed. I maneuvered with him for quite some time before ultimately concealing myself using earth release. Asuma, upon hearing this familiar voice, lifts tear-filled eyes in excitement and rushes toward Aosei. Yet, faster than he, is Tsunade. Immersed in blood-soaked memories, Tsunade, as if awakened from a nightmare, fiercely embraces Aosei, her lifeline, as though releasing him would cause him to vanish. Tears dampen Aosei's shoulder. In that moment of believing Aosei to be dead, the most profound memories within Tsunade, scattered entrails and dismembered corpses, assault her once more with ferocity. Aosei's voice, akin to the sun, dispels these haunting recollections. Aosei stands as the terminus of her unfortunate existence. At last, fate has shown her a measure of favor. Asuma stood in a daze, gazing at Tsunade. who had swiftly moved to embrace Qing Shui before he could reach her. It was evident that Tsunade, a seasoned jonin, possessed a speed that far surpassed his own as a genin. He overlooked the fact that beside him, Nara Rin had also shifted her stance. Yet Tsunade was still the fastest among them all. "Tsunade-sensei, you're being a bit too forceful." Qing Shui gently patted Tsunade's shoulder, signaling her to ease her grip. Realizing her mistake, Tsunade reluctantly released him, her eyes brimming with joy at their reunion. Yet she swiftly detected the wound on Qing Shui's arm and grasped it with a swift yet tender touch. "Tsunade-sensei, there's blood." Qing Shui offered an apologetic smile. "I've exhausted some chakra, but I'll be fine in a moment." Tsunade inhaled deeply, her gaze resolute as she declared, "No, I will handle this. I am your teacher and Konoha's most formidable medical ninja." Gathering her courage, she focused intently on Qing Shui's arm, marred by the remnants of Kakuzu's explosive attack, with small cuts still seeping crimson. Strangely, while the sight of blood inflicted a tearing pain within Tsunade, it also seemed to overshadow the once paralyzing terror she had felt in its presence. Her mind remained clear and composed. "Tsunade-sensei, are you all right? Perhaps I should step in. I've become quite proficient with the healing techniques you taught me." Rin softly approached Qing Shui's side, suggesting her assistance. "No, I will take care of this." Tsunade steadied herself against the sanguine hue, concentrating on treating Qing Shui's wound as green luminescence flickered in her hands. "Tsunade-sensei, have you overcome your fear of blood?" Qing Shui felt a tingling sensation in his arm, smiling as he remarked, "I knew you would be able to heal." Tsunade's heart quivered. Is it truly over? Perhaps she had unconsciously ignored it all along. Yet, the warmth radiating from Qing Shui's hand seemed to empower her spirit, gradually dispelling the last remnants of her previous phobia of blood. The so-called hemophobia had been a deep-seated connection in her consciousness, linking blood to intense suffering, a protective response of the human body. However, Qing Shui's presence shattered her self-imposed mental barriers, revealing to her that blood and her misfortunes were not inherently intertwined. Senju Tobirama observed the scene with a sense of satisfaction. Qing Shui indeed proves to be an exceptional bearer of the will of fire, capable of curing even Tsunade's fear of blood. "Uchiha Izuna, I had almost forgotten to mention." Senju Tobirama remarked leisurely, "It's not a 2-on-1 scenario, but rather 3 against 1, as my granddaughter is Qing Shui's teacher. Thus, I advise you to tread carefully and vacate this place promptly." Though no one acknowledged Tobirama's words, he merely shrugged, a victorious smile gracing his features. "Qing Shui, this is a talisman left to me by my grandfather. I wish to gift it to you for protection." After meticulously tending to Qing Shui's wounds, Tsunade removed a necklace imbued with a green glow and gently adorned him with it. "Once, I bestowed it upon the most significant person in my life, hoping it brings you fortune. Does this mean I am now considered Tsunade-sensei's most important person?" Qing Shui blinked, teasingly inquiring. "You are merely a loquacious little brat who enjoys showing off." Tsunade abruptly turned around, her tone transforming into that of a formidable kunoichi. "Return to the village and take a proper rest from the line of targets. Tsunade, you have acquired the Senju Uzumaki combined bloodline." Hearing Tsunade's words, Senju Tobirama was momentarily taken aback. As one of the individuals most familiar with Tsunade, he seemed to detect a hint of insecurity in her words. Little Tsunade simply regarded Qing Shui as a younger brother. There was nothing wrong with that admission. Shaking his head, Senju Tobirama chose to dismiss thoughts of Tsunade and instead focused on Qing Shui's concerns regarding the hidden manipulator of the ninja world. As a researcher, Tobirama did not believe in coincidences, nor did he accept that the history of the ninja world, which had repeated itself for millennia, could be attributed to mere chance. A month later, at the Senju ancestral home, this expansive residence had once been inhabited solely by a single woman. However, today, the high-ranking officials of Konoha gathered here, accompanied by those ninjas regarded as part of the Hokage lineage. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat upright on a modest cushion, his posture remarkably dignified. Beside him were the recently unconfined and reinstated Hokage aide, Shimura Danzo, as well as Konoha advisors Mito Gate and Nara Shikaku. In the back row of Konoha's elite sat Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the 3 disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the very back was Jiraiya's pupil, Namikaze Minato. Within this chamber, both Konoha's Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the seething Danzo restrained their usual authoritative demeanor, resembling students awaiting instruction. They had been waiting for some time, yet none dared to utter a word, remaining remarkably obedient. Hiruzen's gaze slowly swept across the room. In his youth, he had been brought here by Senju Tobirama to learn sealing techniques. The walls adorned with various photographs of Senju Hashirama, some showcasing his dignified Hokage attire, others capturing playful moments and heartwarming group photos. Hiruzen sighed softly, yet another pillar of Konoha was about to fall. Moments later, the inner door creaked open, and the atmosphere shifted. The aged Uzumaki Mido, hand in hand with Uzumaki Kushina, stepped forward and took a seat before the assembly. This child is now prepared to assume the role of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Monkey, you may commence preparations for the ritual. While I can still maintain control over the Nine-Tails, let us ensure a smooth transition of the Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively bowed his head, much like an umbu reporting to the Hokage. Understood, Lady Mido. This woman demanded such reverence. She was the wife of the first Hokage, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, the most powerful sealing jutsu practitioner in the current ninja world and Konoha's steadfast anchor. Although Uzumaki Mido has never taken direct action, her mere existence signifies an overwhelming presence. During the First Shinobi World War, Konoha faced a coalition of 4 hidden villages. Despite the remarkable disparity in military might, the 4 great villages dared not mount a direct assault on Konoha. Instead, they opted to deplete Konoha's living forces on the battlefield. Even after the death of Senju Tobirama, when Konoha entered a period of evident weakness, no one dared to provoke them. The reason for this caution lay in Uzumaki Mido. Though other villages possessed tailed beasts, should this woman be pushed to her limits, even without the ability to control the Nine-Tails power, the mere destructive release of its energy would be a loss insurmountable for the remaining 4 great villages. Such deterrence persisted into the Second Shinobi World War. As the impoverished Tsunagakure and the aspiring 6th Hokage, Hanzo of the Salamander, battled Konoha fiercely, the other 3 great villages maintained a watchful stance, resorting only to petty maneuvers for advantage, refraining from open conflict. They understood that although Uzumaki Mido had aged, she was not to be underestimated. Even as other hidden villages coveted Konoha's resources, they were willing to wait, knowing that the years were inconsequential. Only Amigakure and Tsunagakure, with nothing to lose, recklessly engaged, aware that they were unworthy of Mido's unleashing the Nine-Tails power. Kushina, her chakra levels adequate to bear the seal of the Nine-Tails, would receive the necessary sealing array to assist her in adapting to the life of a Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mido coughed lightly, her gaze drifting nostalgically over the photographs adorning the walls, before settling on the younger generations present. At that moment, every individual, including Shimura Danzo, looked upon Uzumaki Mido with a gaze of reverence. Mido's life, in truth, was far from its conclusion. As a genius sealing ninja who invented the Yin seal, extending her life was a simple matter. However, in order to pass on the Nine-Tails in the best possible condition, she chose to end her own life prematurely. With her status and identity, no one could compel her to do so. It was entirely a matter of her own volition. Tsunade, come here, I wish to see you. Mido beckoned. Tsunade promptly rose and seated herself beside her grandmother, grasping her hand. Grandmother, she addressed warmly. Mido smiled at Tsunade, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. She was well aware of Tsunade's previous state of despair, lost in a haze of indulgence, which had greatly troubled her, yet she felt powerless to intervene. As a Jinchuriki, Mido understood that emotional wounds were far more challenging to heal than physical ones. Yet at this moment, Tsunade radiated vitality from within, her eyes shining anew, vibrant and beautiful. Little Tsunade, have you come to terms with it? Truly, you are your grandfather's granddaughter, Mido expressed joyfully. Tsunade's situation was among the few that weighed heavily on her mind. Tsunade smiled brightly, giving a thumbs up and playfully remarked, your bloodline supports me as well. Compared to my gambling grandfather, I resemble the strong you even more. Uzumaki Mido smiled in return, but noticed a slight anomaly, his gaze drifting to Tsunade's chest. There, the necklace she typically wore close to her heart was conspicuously absent. Tsunade chuckled softly, aware of Mido's gaze, and gently explained, I gifted it to my disciple, Uchiha Seishui, a remarkable young man. At this revelation, Shimura Danzo, seated below, felt his breath quicken. During his days of severe confinement, Sarutobi Hiruzen had specially approved the formation of Tsunade's team. A piece of news that reached him only after considerable time had elapsed. That was a ninja he had once coveted. The very ally he deemed essential for his ascent to the position of Hokage. How could someone as mediocre as Tsunade possibly comprehend the worth of a weapon like Uchiha Seishui? It was truly a waste. Yet, Danzo seemed to overlook a crucial detail. The Uzumaki Mido before him possessed the ability to discern the good and evil within hearts, capable of sensing the emotions that resided therein. Thus, Mido cast a sidelong glance at Danzo and spoke. Danzo, if you have something to say, just say it. Danzo was taken aback and hurriedly lowered his head, murmuring, I apologize, Lord Mido. I was merely contemplating the recent defensive strategies against our enemies. And I became a bit agitated. Sarutobi Hiruzen allowed a smile to grace his lips, patting Danzo on the shoulder. Danzo, returning to duty with such dedication is commendable. You have my appreciation. Danzo, harboring a desire to express his anger yet refraining from doing so, found it hard to believe that Hiruzen couldn't discern the reason for his ire. It was precisely because of Aosei that this former Hokage advisor had been confined, stripped of all power for 3 months like a common criminal. Aosei, Uchiha Aosei. Uzumaki Mido gazed tenderly at Tsunade and slowly remarked, what a lovely name. And a child of the Uchiha clan no less. Within Mido's being, the Ninetales reacted violently upon hearing the name Uchiha, thrashing restlessly and roaring. The Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Senju clans should all perish entirely. How absurd. The necklace of Senju Hashirama, given by you, his unfortunate granddaughter, to that Uchiha brat, bound tightly by chains. The Ninetales' mouth, however, was not silenced, and it raged furiously. Uzumaki Mido, you claim to be my obstacle. Yet you demand a connection of souls while refusing to seal my vision, all the while binding me and treating me like an object to be exchanged. I am the Ninetales, a calamity. Such treatment invites retribution. A mere Uchiha child has ensnared the heart of Senju Hashirama's granddaughter. And I foresee the day when the Uchiha will rise against the Senju in Konoha. You can sense it too, can't you? That granddaughter of yours, Tsunade, warms at the mere mention of that Uchiha. Ha 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 ha. Despite the Ninetales' fury reaching a crescendo, Mido's expression remained unperturbed. However, within her heart, contemplation began to unfold. As Tsunade's grandmother, Uzumaki Mido was aware that Tsunade had gifted the necklace of Hashirama Senju to 2 individuals, one being the amiable Kato Dan, and the other, his younger brother, Nawaki. Thus, why did this child from the Uchiha clan, Kiyoshi, hold such significance to Tsunade? Did she regard him as a younger brother? What could this situation possibly entail? Uzumaki Mido sighed softly, casting a worried glance towards Kushina beside her. The allure of the Ninetales' power was evident. Even after years of being its host, she still found herself swayed. Yet, there was little to be done. The Uchiha and Senju clans have never known harmony. Even the legendary conflict between Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha was marked more by bloodshed than peace. Tsunade's act of presenting the necklace to Kiyoshi inevitably led Mido to deeper thoughts. The Uchiha clan was not solely composed of brutes. There were those skilled in the art of persuasion, such as the former Izuna Uchiha. Should a well-crafted facade allow for an invasion during a moment of vulnerability in Tsunade's heart, it would not be beyond possibility. Little Tsunade, since he is your pupil, he ought to attend today's meeting. I wish to meet this child, Mido said with a smile. Tsunade, bewildered, nodded in agreement. Why was she suddenly to meet Kiyoshi? However, Tsunade did not dwell on it for long and turned toward the Uchiha territory. Mido's requests were always adhered to by Tsunade. Once Mido's words left her lips, the atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming delicate and tense. No one believed that Mido would whimsically wish to meet such a junior during the Ninetales host transfer ceremony without a specific intention. Elders like Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, Minato Namikaze, and Kohoro Udatane understood that Mido possessed the uncanny ability to perceive the deepest recesses of one's heart, discerning good from evil. They quickly deduced that she was intent on gauging Uchiha Kiyoshi. Danzo Shimura smirked, his heart brimming with excitement. Indeed, Lady Mido. Just hearing the name of an Uchiha invokes such vigilance. I have long suspected that boy was amiss. Only the fools surrounding Hiruzen remain oblivious. Both Tsunade and her utterly naive son have been thoroughly deceived by that lad, while I remain astutely aware. Danzo's thoughts continued to spiral. As long as that boy displayed even the slightest sign of unease, even if it stemmed from nervousness, I could later utilize it as ammunition against Hiruzen and the Uchiha. Danzo did not believe that Kiyoshi, a mere Uchiha child, could encounter these prominent figures of Konoha, including the legendary Uzumaki Mido, and maintain his composure. He was skeptical. Any slip from Kiyoshi would provide Danzo with a moral high ground after Mido's passing. Hiruzen Sarutobi was inept at discerning character, and Tsunade was oblivious in her judgment. Danzo had already begun to formulate his words. Subsequently, he proposed to take control of Uchiha Aosei, thereby dominating the Uchiha clan and ultimately ascending to the position of Hokage. At that moment, while Shimura Danzo was lost in his reverie, Aosei stood at a corner of the clan's territory, engaging in cheerful conversation with Uchiha Hakadai. At that time, Uchiha Hakadai was introducing his friends to Aosei. This is Taikai, this is Dahu, and this one is Yaoi. And this is my dear uncle, the clan elder Uchiha N. On that day, after Uchiha Hakadai and his friends had shared drinks, the tale of Aosei began to circulate within the Uchiha clan, both secretly and openly. Hakadai stated that while he could share the tale of his beating with others, it should only be revealed to garner support for Aosei within the clan, and discretion was of utmost importance. After all, this was behind the backs of the current clan leaders, Uchiha Danzo and Uchiha Fugaku. Danzo's animosity towards Aosei was well known among the Uchiha, and Fugaku, as the clan leader, was closely allied with Danzo, which further illuminated his stance. However, the issue with secrets is that once shared with one person, and that individual is permitted to relay it under certain conditions, it is only a matter of time before it becomes common knowledge. The few present, members of the Uchiha clan with the Sharingan, found themselves in such a predicament. Everyone was aware that Hakadai had been assaulted, yet they each believed that only they and the person they confided in were privy to this knowledge. These are my familiar clansmen, Uchiha Hakadai indicated with a glance towards Aosei. Though you may not know them well, we share a deep connection. Hakadai subtly signaled to Aosei, as if to say, these are our people. I have gathered them. Am I not impressive? Aosei returned a nuanced glance of encouragement before politely addressing each person, esteemed elders. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Should any of you sustain injuries while training, I possess some rudimentary medical ninjutsu and would be delighted to welcome you to my home. Uchiha Hakadai nodded eagerly. Aosei's medical ninjutsu is remarkable. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Uchiha Da's eyes. His chronic waist injury significantly hindered his body flicker technique. I also have some knowledge of our clan's sword techniques, and I would love the opportunity to exchange insights with you all. Uchiha N smiled. Young Aosei, I too am an enthusiast of our clan's swordsmanship. I possess ancient texts from the late clan leader Izuna. Let us arrange a day to bond over our swords. Uchiha Hakadai cast a subtle glance at his uncle, a smirk gracing his lips. Old man, do you think highly of your own abilities? Those ancient texts are superfluous. It would be far better to observe Aosei's swordsmanship. He had resolved that when Uchiha N approached Aosei, he would surely be a spectator. Aosei smiled and graciously accepted the company of the gathered individuals, slowly articulating. I also possess culinary skills. Since Hakadai brother has introduced me to so many friends today, why not come to my home for a gathering? Uchiha Hakadai's eyes sparkled with joy. He had yet to visit Aosei's residence. The other members of the Uchiha clan began to chuckle, realizing that Qingshui had not been merely placating them, but genuinely respected them. Otherwise, he would not have invited them to his home for a meal upon their first encounter. Such an invitation surely held significance beyond mere pleasantries. How delightful it would be to savor Qingshui's culinary skills today. Young Qingshui, I have a request for you. I wish to indulge in some beef. With that, Qingshui, you may find yourself in demand again shortly, as I wish to examine my waist. The atmosphere became lively as everyone encircled Qingshui, engaging in jovial banter and laughter. Interestingly, among them were both hawkish and dovish factions of the Uchiha, along with neutral parties. Yet, their gazes converged solely on the amiable and smiling Qingshui. Just as the Uchiha were preparing to depart, a man emerged slowly from the shadows, his sharp eyes fixed on Qingshui. A gathering, is it? May I join? This man was none other than Uchiha Fugaku, the current leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Hakadai narrowed his eyes, discreetly positioning himself before Qingshui and forcing a smile. Leader Fugaku, eavesdropping is not a commendable habit. Uchiha Fugaku scoffed softly. I merely passed by. Your noise is simply too great. He navigated through the crowd, scrutinizing Qingshui with a mix of complex emotions swirling within him. As clan leader, He desired Qing Shui to forge connections with the higher-ups of Konoha, yet he also wished to avoid being overshadowed. After all, he was the leader of the Uchiha clan. Why were the actions of his clansmen not reported to him? Otherwise, what significance remained for him as a leader? If he could not even grasp the direction of his own clan, this sensation of waning power, which was already tenuous, was most displeasing to Uchiha Fugaku. While he harbored no genuine animosity towards Qing Shui, the latter's existence encroached upon his interests, warranting caution from Fugaku. Qing Shui cast a glance at Uchiha Fugaku, feeling no fondness for this man. A leader who allows his son to slaughter their kin without intervening. What merit is there to discuss? Those who place their trust in him, following his lead, did so with no intention of being led to their demise by Uchiha Itachi. Such indecisiveness and duplicity were deeply troubling. Just as Qing Shui prepared to speak with a smile, Tsunade rushed over, disregarding the astonished Uchiha by her side. Uchiha Hakudai blinked in confusion. What were the guardians of the clan doing? How could they allow outsiders to enter without supervision? But it was the princess of the Land of Fire. Thus, there was no issue. There was no place in this village she could not access. Qing Shui, come with me. Someone wishes to see you. Tsunade ignored Qing Shui's look of refusal, ruffling his dark hair and assessing his attire. It's fine. No need to change clothes. This will do. Tsunade, my clan leader has matters to discuss with Qing Shui. May we postpone this for another day? Uchiha Fugaku's countenance hardened as he spoke in a grave tone. Our Uchiha clan will convene for a clan meeting tonight. Tsunade turned back, a cold smile gracing her features as she regarded Uchiha Fugaku. Though she was not well acquainted with this individual, in that fleeting moment, Tsunade comprehended the intentions of Uchiha Fugaku. This was meant to intimidate Aosei. Uchiha Fugaku, do you know who wishes to meet Aosei? Tsunade remarked with a cold smirk. Her gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku laced with blatant provocation. Uchiha Fugaku scanned the expressions of his clansmen, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Although he was reluctant to offend Tsunade, retreating at this moment would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation as clan leader. Regardless of the circumstances, Uchiha Aosei was a member of the Uchiha clan, and attending the clan meeting was imperative. Uchiha Fugaku asserted with authority, surely, the Senju-born Tsunade must understand this principle? Oh, it is my grandmother, Uzumaki Mido, who wishes to see Aosei, Tsunade replied, observing the sudden rigidity of Uchiha Fugaku's smile. Do you concur, clan leader Fugaku? Uchiha Fugaku froze in place. Even in the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku could muster a retort, yet when it came to Uzumaki Mido, he found himself at a loss for words. With an awkward smile, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly turned to depart. He had initially intended to huff disdainfully, but the words lodged in his throat. My apologies, everyone. A senior has extended an invitation. Aosei maintained his gentle demeanor, unchanged from before. I shall take my leave now. Esteemed elders, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to visit my home. The Uchiha clan nodded in agreement, aware that Aosei's words might merely be polite formalities. Yet in light of Tsunade's mention of Uzumaki Mido, they resonated with newfound charm. Look at Aosei, gracious and respectful, unpretentious and composed. In contrast, Uchiha Fugaku's demeanor was less commendable. Uchiha Hakudai observed Aosei's retreating figure, breaking into a chuckle. Uchiha and nudged him and whispered, why don't you ask your second uncle how Aosei has forged such a strong bond with Tsunade and even secured a connection with Uzumaki Mido? Though Uchiha Hakudai was oblivious to the specifics, he waved his hand cryptically. Some matters are understood instinctively. The waters run deep here, and the web of interests is rather intricate. In any case, esteemed colleagues, regarding Aosei, feel free to approach me for a discussion. Our relationship is quite amicable. The Uchiha clan members glanced at Aosei, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Tsunade, sharing laughter, then turned to Uchiha Hakudai, who stood with arms crossed. A wave of envy washed over them. Those in the know silently cursed. Damn it, how did Uchiha Hakudai get so fortunate? That old fool truly deserves his fate. Why didn't I get the chance to face the music? Meanwhile, within Aosei, Senju Tobirama spoke solemnly. Aosei, accept my power. This situation is not simple. What is it? Tobirama? Aosei, though sensing something amiss, responded with a tone of puzzlement. You're not suggesting I use your power to fight her, are you? Setting aside the fact that she is an elder, do you really think I can prevail? Calm down, little one. It seems I cannot prevail. Qing Shui raised an eyebrow, and let out a comical whistle. Who told you that? While my elder sister's sensory ninjutsu and the diamond lock are indeed formidable, and her chakra reserves are astonishing, there are still opportunities when I unleash my flying thunder god technique and forbidden arts to their fullest. Senju Tobirama retorted with firmness. As for the nine tails, I shall not concede. I possess the flying thunder god technique. Qing Shui clicked his tongue. Suddenly, Senju Tobirama came to a realization and rolled his eyes in exasperation. This child not only resumed his nonsensical chatter, but also managed to divert even his astute and composed thoughts, engaging in a debate over who was stronger, him or Uzumaki Minato. In truth, Tobirama had always deemed such disputes childish. What adult would engage in such trivial arguments? Yet, exchanging banter with Qing Shui seemed rather entertaining. Qing Shui, this is a serious matter that pertains to your future in Konoha. With a whimsical heart, Senju Tobirama spoke earnestly. I understand what my elder sister intends to accomplish. Her sensory abilities combined with the power of the nine tails can discern the good and evil within a person's heart, analyze emotions from their chakra, and even assess their character. Qing Shui listened intently, refraining from jesting. What Tobirama described was likely the Kagura's hard eye, the most powerful sensory ninjutsu in the ninja world, stemming from the signature bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, Uzumaki Minato could harness the nine-tails capacity to perceive morality. If even Kagaya could sense darkness and heaviness from chakra, then with Minato's strength combined with the nine tails, he could almost eavesdrop on the thoughts of others. Couldn't he? During my tenure, I would request my elder sister to utilize this capability to assess potential high-level successors, eliminating any ninja suspected of malfeasance, and regularly cleansing the village of spies. Tobirama spoke with familiarity, clearly well acquainted with Minato's abilities. This skill had been thoroughly employed by him in the past, serving Konoha in multifaceted ways. Tobirama, are you using ninjutsu to probe the hearts of men? Does the will of fire not advocate for trust among comrades? Qing Shui appeared to have stumbled upon a blind spot, exclaiming in astonishment, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura, did you not have Minato test them beforehand? So, the successor to the Hokage has already been predetermined, hasn't it? To Qing Shui's surprise, Tobirama did not deny it, but rather acknowledged it straightforwardly. You are correct, Qing Shui. Not only them, but I also entrusted Minato with probing the Umbu ninjas. Little one, the will of fire is merely theoretical, to ensure the village operates more stably. Any means, when deemed necessary, are permissible. Remember, Qing Shui, this too is a part of the will of fire. Tobirama's earnest tone left Qing Shui feeling somewhat uneasy. What was this all about? Qing Shui experienced a peculiar sense of déjà vu, as if Senju Tobirama resembled an ancient emperor from a feudal era, imparting the subtleties of governance to him, the prince. Clearing his throat, Tobirama finally transitioned to the main topic. In essence, you comprehend, do you not? Your elder sister-in-law will undoubtedly sense your presence. Qing Shui blinked, and in that moment, he finally grasped what Tobirama was concerned about. Old man, you can't genuinely believe I possess Uchiha Izuna's chakra, can you? Although I would dearly like it, I assure you, I, Qing Shui, truly do not have such a thing. Since you miss him so much, why not devise a means to transfer it to me? I, Qing Shui, would gladly accept it. Yet, despite his newfound understanding, Qing Shui furrowed his brow, indicating his refusal. What of it? I, Uchiha Qing Shui, conduct myself with integrity and have nothing to hide. Is it possible that Uzumaki Mito harbors prejudice against the Uchiha bloodline? Tobirama's expression faltered. He momentarily struggled with how to convey his thoughts to Qing Shui. The perceptive abilities of his elder sister-in-law were formidable. Although Qing Shui was indeed a good lad, she remained oblivious to this fact. If she were to sense the tainted and corrupt chakra of Uchiha Izuna, would that not spell disaster for Qing Shui? During his tenure in power, Tobirama always consulted Uzumaki Mito on significant matters. Presently, in the era where Sarutobi Hiruzen served as Hokage, if Mito were to designate Qing Shui as a problematic Uchiha, the fervent and pure essence of his will of fire would find no avenue for expression. If one declares you incapable, then indeed, you are incapable. Even if you possess the potential, it remains irrelevant. The weight of the title of Konoha's matriarch is profoundly significant. In summary, I am acting in your best interest. All of this is for the will of fire, do you understand? Tobirama waved his hand dismissively, asserting, once again, do not reject the power of the Hokage. lest you find yourself devoid of the will of fire. Rather than allowing Shui to discover that, within him, there resided not only his own chakra but also that of Uchiha Izuna, Tobirama adeptly invoked the will of fire once more. Upon hearing this, Shui stifled a laugh, responding with resignation. All right, you are the Hokage. I, a mere lowly Konoha Genin, shall heed your commands. Whatever you say shall be done. Precisely. That's the spirit. Lad, I would never wish you harm. Tobirama grinned with satisfaction at Shui's response. Human nature truly is peculiar. Shui distinctly recalled the time when Tobirama, upon discovering that he could bear his power, sought him out for a conversation, appearing fierce and vigilant. Yet now, even when he did not desire it, Tobirama insisted on bestowing it upon him, even utilizing the will of fire as a means of delivery. At that moment, Tobirama's power surged once more into Shui's being, and under the meticulous guidance of this master of forbidden techniques, his strength permeated every corner of Shui, ensuring that he could withstand Uzumaki Mido's perceptual ninjutsu from all angles. The power of Senju Tobirama enveloped Shui like an impenetrable armor, firmly encasing her exterior. Should it be true that Uchiha Izuna's chakra resided within her, it is likely that even Uzumaki Mido would remain oblivious. One must concede that, regardless of how formidable Mido's sensory abilities may be, how could she ever fathom that her adversary was her own nephew? The affairs of the ninja world are often shrouded in enigma. Now, Shui, do not be anxious. Tsunade released her grip on Shui's hand and smiled reassuringly. Do not worry, Lady Mido is quite amiable. Although the old man and Shimura Danzo are present, none would dare to criticize you in her presence. Throughout their journey, Shui's conversation with Tobirama had slowed their pace, prompting Tsunade to take Shui's hand and run. Yet, this detail went unnoticed by all. Neither Shui nor Tsunade minded, and even Tobirama appeared indifferent. The master of forbidden techniques seemed to find delight in the prospect of clashing with Uzumaki Mido, eagerly fine-tuning his strength within Shui to devise the most perfect defense against his sister-in-law's perception. Fear not, teacher Tsunade. I, too, eagerly anticipate meeting Lady Mido. The legendary Kunoichi. Shui and Tsunade walked side by side, their strides composed as they entered the ancestral home of the Senju clan. The moment they crossed the threshold, every gaze in the room converged upon Shui. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes radiated trust, while Shimura Danzo's were filled with coldness. Tenten and Uzumaki Kushina regarded Shui with skepticism, while Jiraiya in the back exhibited simple curiosity, and Orochimaru wore a look of amusement. Under the scrutiny of such formidable figures, Shui's smile remained unwavering. It seemed a daunting assembly, indeed, a veritable peak of power within Konoha. Even Kakashi would feel a tremor in his heart upon witnessing this. But who was Shui? Such a scene was trivial for her. Shui's top-ranked ally was a nameless titan of the ninja world, while her second was the ever-enthusiastic Senju Tobirama. Apart from Uzumaki Mido, could any of these individuals hope to rival even a hair of these two? Shui greeted those present with calmness, many of whom she encountered for the first time. At the head of the assembly, Uzumaki Mido narrowed her eyes slightly. How familiar. At first glance, Mido nearly mistook Shui for the reincarnation of Uchiha Izuna. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned the differences. Yet, in her moment of reverie, she caught a glimpse of a familiar shadow. This notion was too far-fetched, leading her to conclude that she was simply growing old. Nonetheless, Shui's appearance had already heightened her vigilance. Such a level of male beauty could indeed exploit Tsunade's moment of vulnerability to deceive her heart. Mido maintained her composed demeanor, still smiling as she beckoned Shui. Come here, child. You are Tsunade's apprentice, aren't you? What a handsome young man you are. Shui cheerfully returned her greeting and obediently took a seat on the cushion beside Uzumaki Mido. Ah, it seems that the young master has taken on disciples now, and has grown quite large. The voice of Vortex Mido is gentle, her movements as natural as an elderly person fondly caressing the head of a child. Yet at this moment, her silent perception has commenced, with the capabilities of Kagura's mind's eye and the nine-tail sensory prowess enveloping Shui entirely. The most formidable sensory ninja, the mightiest tailed beast, and the closest range of perception. This trifecta, when combined, is akin to a unique internal CT scan within the ninja realm. Shui chuckled softly. appearing oblivious to the unfolding events, allowing Vortex Mito to stroke his head without a care. Perception indeed. Let the sensing unfold. Vortex Mito, Nine Tails. After a few breaths, the usually unflappable Vortex Mito suddenly widened her eyes to their fullest extent, while within her, the Nine Tails had gone completely berserk. Tobirama. Uchiha Madara. Shui innocently blinked his striking eyes. This has nothing to do with me. It is not my affair. I merely sat here, allowing this elderly lady to pat my head. Why must both she and the fox confront me? Is this not a form of bullying against an honest person? Shui became even more obedient, remaining motionless like a sleepy kitten with half-closed eyes, a slight smile playing on his lips, seemingly relishing the familial affection from Vortex Mito. However, opposite Shui, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo exchanged instinctive glances, both reflecting surprise and confusion in their eyes. How could Lady Mito display such an expression? For decades, Sarutobi Hiruzen's impression of Vortex Mito could be likened to a mountain that does not tremble in the face of an impending collapse. He had only shed tears upon the death of Senju Hashirama. Since then, Vortex Mito had transformed into the pillar of Konoha, remaining calm and wise in all matters. Even during the death of Senju Tobirama, swiftly regaining composure to support Hiruzen in securing the Hokage position. Yet today, Lady Mito has, remarkably, lost her composure. Could it be that this young man harbors an unfathomable darkness within, so profound that it has left even Lady Mito astounded? A flicker of complex emotions crossed Shimura Danzo's mind. Although he mused internally that Shui was a problematic Uchiha, he had yet to discern the exact nature of Shui's issues, merely a case of wanting what one cannot have, leading to bitter grapes. Yet a glimmer of relief surfaced in Danzo's heart. Years of serving as an advisor to the Hokage had honed his ability to regulate his emotions well. Truly, I have long perceived this boy's strangeness. Hiruzen, this time, you are in grave danger. Danzo regarded Hiruzen with a look of pity. This is no ordinary misjudgment. Hiruzen had bestowed upon Shui considerable invaluable resources and even made special arrangements to include him within the Hokage's inner circle. Such a grave error could suffice to unseat Hiruzen from the Hokage position. Even so, there may be no need for him to take action, as Sarutobi Hiruzen himself might resign in shame. Furrowing his brow, Sarutobi pondered. No matter how commendable Kiyoshui is, it cannot warrant such an uncharacteristic display from Lord Mito. Something terrible must have transpired. It shouldn't be, right? I have reviewed Kiyoshui's firewall examination, and Izuna has shared insights regarding Kiyoshui's prior experiences with me. This child possesses an even stronger firewall than Kakashi, being a member of the Uchiha clan. In a flash, rumors darted through Sarutobi's mind. According to the intelligence from the Umbu, certain members of the Uchiha believe Kiyoshui bears a striking resemblance to the former Uchiha Izuna, yet remains closely aligned with the Hokage lineage, inciting considerable discontent among the hardliners. Could it be that Kiyoshui truly embodies the traits of Uchiha Izuna? To the extent that even I, the Hokage, have been deceived? Sarutobi's anxiety deepened. The cruelty and duplicity of Uchiha Izuna were tales recounted to them as ghost stories during childhood, haunting their memories. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Minato Namikaze in the back row held their breath. These astute individuals sensed that a momentous event capable of altering the dynamics of Konoha was unfolding. Tsunade gazed worriedly at Kiyoshui and Mito, perplexed by the unfolding situation. Just as she contemplated voicing her concerns, a dense, foamy, deep crimson chakra, exuding malevolence, surged forth from Mito's very being. At that instant, all the ninjas present sprang to their feet, their expressions filled with incredulous shock. A cold sweat instantly drenched Sarutobi's back. Despite instinctively adopting a combat stance, even the esteemed master of ninjutsu found himself at a loss for which hand seals to perform. How does one confront a rampaging Jinchuriki, especially when that Jinchuriki is Mito? Under Mito's control, the chakra of the Nine Tails had astonishingly begun to leak. It's over. Utterly over. Kiyoshui, you have truly stirred up a monumental disaster. However, Shimura Danzo felt a surge of joy within. At this moment, he discreetly surveyed the paralyzed crowd, suddenly recalling that fateful evening which had haunted him for a lifetime. Just a few seconds slower than Sarutobi, he had lost the coveted position of Hokage. The shameless thief Hiruzen had robbed him of his dream. Clearly, Danzo remained oblivious to the fact that the Hokage had already been predetermined. Yet to him, especially now as Sarutobi appeared taken aback, the situation had completely reversed. If he were to step forward and eliminate the rampaging Uchiha Kiyoshui, everything would return to normal. A sinister grin crept across Danzo's mind. Uchiha Kiyoshui, although I may not have attained you, you will ultimately serve as the stepping stone for my ascent to the position of Hokage. In the next moment, Danzo lunged toward Kiyoshui with remarkable agility, a sharp kunai flickering in his hand as he roared, "The inherently wicked Uchiha brat. I, Shimura Danzo, shall take you down." Danzo summoned his full potential, delivering a strike imbued with his lifelong convictions and obsessions. It seemed that as long as Qing Shui was brought to his knees, the Hokage's hat would be plucked from Sarutobi Hiruzen's head by Uzumaki Naruto and placed upon him. "Danzo, do not act recklessly," Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, startled. Yet, Shimura Danzo remained unperturbed. "In my youth, I hesitated. Now, in my old age, you too hesitate. Thus, it is time for the decisive me to take over Konoha from the indecisive you, Hiruzen." At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto suddenly turned his head and cast a glance in his direction. What kind of gaze was that? It was as if the Nine Tails stood before him, the terrifying beast roaring with unparalleled murderous intent, unleashing a millennium's worth of hatred. This was the uncontrollable Naruto, empowered by the Nine Tails. Getting too close would surely lead to my demise, thought Shimura Danzo, succumbing to hesitation as his movements slowed. Before he could solidify his resolve, countless thick, dark golden chains erupted around Uzumaki Naruto, ensnaring the rushing Danzo securely. Instantly, Naruto's eyes regained clarity, and the Nine Tails chakra dissipated back into his body. "Danzo, do you think I cannot control the Nine Tails? Well, I suppose it is understandable. Being an old woman, it is normal for the younger generation to doubt me," Uzumaki Naruto remarked with a faint smile as she looked down at the fallen Shimura Danzo. Yet, her tone was laced with an inexplicable chill that sent shivers through all the ninjas present. In that moment, although the chains binding Danzo had been withdrawn, it felt as if his heart had been locked away. Had he erred again? Wasn't decisiveness supposed to be his virtue? "I am fine. Everyone, please take your seats." Uzumaki Naruto waved her hand, signaling for all present to calm their spirits. With a glance at Shimura Danzo, she continued, "Danzo, return to your seat. As an advisor to the Hokage of Konoha, one must act with contemplation. Being so impulsive could bring chaos to the village. You ought to learn more from the monkey." Shimura Danzo lowered his head, unable to meet Naruto's gaze, yet his nails dug into his palms, the pain serving to alleviate the agony within, an excruciating torment. Why was it that despite my decisiveness, I was still negated? Hiruzen had merely been momentarily stunned. What was there for me to learn from him? Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly adjusted his mindset, offering a gentle smile. "Lady Naruto, your praise is unwarranted. I have always held unwavering faith in your strength as a junior." In that moment, although Hiruzen's words were sweet, his heart brimmed with relief. Thankfully, he had merely been taken aback and had not even performed a hand seal. Otherwise, would it not have expressed a lack of trust in Lady Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto chuckled and nodded at Sarutobi Hiruzen. "I am old and ineffectual. The monkey still speaks as he did in his youth." However, her heart found solace in his words. This old woman feared being perceived as a burden by the younger generation. That earlier glance at Shimura Danzo, though shadowed by the Nine Tails, also reflected her dissatisfaction with him. "What is that menacing expression? What are your intentions? This child, Aosei, is very close to me. Are you planning to deal with me first, or with the child?" Vortex Mizuho cast a discontented glance at Shimura Danzo before donning a smile. "Indeed, I have grown old, and the chakra of the Nine Tails occasionally behaves mischievously." Vortex Mizuho took Aosei's hand and patted it firmly. "I have observed this child, and he is truly a remarkable boy." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a long sigh of relief, the light returning to his eyes as the last vestiges of tension dissipated. Aosei has passed. Vortex Mizuho's endorsement is regarded as the gold standard in Konoha today, far more reliable than even the Hokage himself. I have always said, my judgment is astute. Aosei, who shares such a profound bond with Izuna, cannot be mistaken. A smile radiated from Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips, starkly contrasting with the bowed head of Shimura Danzo beside him. "Hiruzen, let us postpone the transfer ceremony of the Nine Tails for 3 months," Vortex Mizuho said, holding Aosei's hand. After a moment of contemplation, he added, I wish to speak with this child. We shall conclude today's meeting here, and the rest may return. With that, Vortex Mizuho slowly rose, leading Aosei into the inner chamber. He did not seek Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent, but merely informed him. Bewildered, Sarutobi Hiruzen blinked. He did not fully grasp the meaning behind Vortex Mizuho's command, yet promptly replied with understanding, I comprehend, Lord Mizuho. He patted Shimura Danzo on the shoulder, saying, Danzo, we too must depart. The village still awaits your assistance as Hokage. Danzo abruptly shrugged off Hiruzen's hand, nearly bursting with ire. Had this not been in Vortex Mizuho's residence, he might have unleashed his wrath. You sly fox, taking advantage while pretending to be amiable. Enough of this. Jiraiya shook his head, chuckling. What a fascinating day this has been. Meanwhile, Namikaze Minato gazed at Kushina with concern, moving beside her. The chakra unleashed by Vortex Mizuho filled him with trepidation for Kushina's future, though he knew she was a resilient girl. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with curiosity. His interest in the first Hokage's techniques had waned, yet today, Aosei piqued his intrigue. The Uchiha clan seems to hold some intrigue. At this moment, within Vortex Mizuho, the Nine Tails raged like a wild beast, howling furiously. This boy is Uchiha Madara. He is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara. I refuse to be mistaken. I cannot misjudge this feeling. Mizuho, believe me. Kill him, kill him, kill him, kill him. I am not deceiving you. Trust that I speak the truth. He is undoubtedly connected to Uchiha Madara, either as a reincarnation or as his son. The Nine Tails roared frantically. Yet Vortex Mizuho merely regarded it with a look of contemplation, reflecting, Nine Tails, I have coexisted with you for decades. You have persistently sought to sway my heart. And on several occasions, you have nearly swayed me. However, as your adversary, I must confess that your deceptions have become increasingly clumsy. Yet, I do not mock you for what you have uttered today. Rather, I find it genuinely amusing. As the Vortex Watergate spoke, it could not help but chuckle at the Nine Tails, a smile of pure sincerity gracing its lips, devoid of any trace of ridicule. Akin to someone who has merely heard an amusing jest. If only you could find a more compelling rationale. If this child were truly the offspring of Uchiha Madara. Upon Vortex Watergate's clear perception of the chakra emanating from Qing Shui, there could only be one conceivable conclusion. Unless Qing Shui was indeed born of Uchiha Madara and Tobirama, and even then, it would have to be in the manner of Tobirama. If that were the case, Tobirama, you have indeed played a perilous game. As Vortex Watergate pondered the absurd enticement of the Nine Tails, its laughter became uncontrollable, bursting forth in a hearty guffaw. Since the demise of Senju Hashirama, the host of the Nine Tails, Vortex Watergate had never experienced such unrestrained joy. It even contemplated that if it were to reunite with its beloved Hashirama in the afterlife, it would certainly recount the Nine Tails jest to him. The Nine Tails, its eyes narrowing in fury, found Vortex Watergate's laughter unbearably grating. At that moment, the Nine Tails felt an overwhelming regret for having manipulated Vortex Watergate for so many years. This time, however, it spoke the truth. Why do you not believe me? Vortex Watergate? Trust in me. Amidst the laughter, the Nine Tails gradually recalled the most dreadful day of its existence, the day it was treated like a mere dog. Vortex Watergate, with a kindly gaze, regarded Qing Shui and said with a warm smile, There is no need to be anxious, child. I sense an extraordinary potential within you. This ability may prove beneficial to the village. Would you allow me to assist you in awakening it? Qing Shui nodded obediently. Lady Watergate, I trust your judgment. Vortex Watergate smiled, placing a hand upon Qing Shui's arm, gazing into his clear black eyes. Qing Shui, have you awakened? May I behold your Sharingan? Qing Shui nodded affirmatively, unhesitatingly revealing his three-tomoe Sharingan. Vortex Watergate's expression remained serene, yet internally, it engaged in profound analysis. In moments of swift action, it resembled a torrential current. In moments of tranquility, it mirrored the vast sea. I cannot be mistaken. This is indeed Tobirama. Yet, deep within Qing Shui, there resided a remarkably pure Uchiha essence. Tobirama's chakra tightly enveloped Qing Shui's exterior, as if it were consuming and transforming his very being, gradually altering the Uchiha essence that lay within him. In this confrontation between Senju Tobirama and Vortex Watergate, one rather unremarkable Hokage ultimately faced defeat, as Vortex Water Gate breached his defenses. However, Tobirama had not entirely lost. The ruse he crafted for Qing Shui successfully diverted Vortex Water Gate's thoughts to an unusual place. Vortex Water Gate recognized Tobirama's technique. Closing its eyes, it reflected on the forbidden jutsu research that Senju Tobirama had clandestinely undertaken. After the demise of Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Senju, unshackled from the constraints imposed by his elder brother, unleashed his full potential. Even the formidable Mito Uzumaki, Hashirama's wife, could no longer overlook this peculiar situation. Reflecting on her past memories, Mito began to harbor a suspicion. Tobirama had meddled with the soul of Aoi. In the vast expanse of the ninja world, soul-related techniques were exceedingly rare. Aside from the Uzumaki clan's impure world reincarnation, the only other notable technique was the Kato clan's spirit transformation. Coincidentally, Tobirama possessed knowledge of both techniques and had access to pertinent texts. After considerable effort, he developed a technique for soul confinement, which Mito was aware of. In the original timeline, Tobirama had employed this very technique to save a dying Sasuke. Mito pondered deeply, recalling the details from years past. Tobirama had often sought her insights while developing the soul confinement technique. In the eyes of the Uzumaki clan, the soul was regarded as a form of innate energy possessed by ninjas, and chakra could also transform into a soul. Chakra, being nearly omnipotent, could manifest as wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. It could take the form of human limbs and serve as a vessel for consciousness. The words soul, Uchiha, and Tobirama intertwined in Mito's mind, guiding her to uncover the truth. Tobirama had devised a forbidden technique that allowed his chakra to become a remnant soul, wandering the ninja world and attaching itself to Aoi. This fragment of soul had begun to erode Aoi, altering his inherent Uchiha powers. Ultimately, Aoi would likely transform into a form reminiscent of Tobirama, she concluded with astonishment. Rapidly tracing the logical thread of her revelation, Tobirama's pursuit of soul research stemmed from a desire to eliminate the instability posed by the Uchiha. Fearing the emergence of another Uchiha Izuna or Madara in the future, Aoi's peculiar ocular prowess, coupled with Tobirama's chakra encroaching upon him, painted a grim picture. Given Tobirama's disregard for morals and boundaries, everything seemed to align. With a heavy sigh, Mito reflected, "Oh, Tobirama, you have indeed developed such a forbidden technique. Manipulating souls and even altering one's own essence. If only your elder brother knew, he would undoubtedly chastise you fiercely." Yet, in that moment, Mito also comprehended the source of the Nine-Tails' fury. The Uchiha chosen by Tobirama's remnant soul must possess extraordinary talent, at the very least at the level of Uchiha Izuna. If not approaching the prowess of Uchiha Madara, Mito's thoughts were tumultuous. At that moment, she found herself uncertain whether to admonish Tobirama. An Uchiha with the potential of either Izuna or Madara, if untainted by Tobirama's remnant soul, would evoke a sense of unease even in someone as broad-minded as Mito Uzumaki. Such a Uchiha's growth would far surpass the capabilities of Sarutobi Hiruzen or Shimura Danzo. Mito was on the verge of discerning the truth. It is not that Tobirama Senju was ensnared by the Azure Waters, but rather that the Azure Waters sought out Tobirama first. "Tobirama, is this your will of fire?" Uzumaki Mito shook his head. Regardless of whether Tobirama's forbidden techniques had crossed a line, it was undeniable that his intentions were for the sake of Konoha. The lingering spirit of a Hokage wanders above Konoha in search of a Uchiha prodigy, and it took nearly 30 years to finally find a suitable candidate, albeit at the cost of Azure Waters. "Azure Waters, I can perceive the will of fire residing deep within your heart. Your ocular powers are exceptional." Uzumaki Mito gestured towards himself and softly implored, "I beseech you to use your ocular abilities to assist Kushina in controlling the Nine-Tails, securing Konoha the protection of the tailed beast, and ushering in peace." For a fleeting moment, Uzumaki Mito contemplated having Azure Waters become the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. However, this thought was swiftly dispelled. Within Azure Waters already resided the remnants of Tobirama, eroding his essence. If another Nine-Tails were to intervene, Uzumaki Mito could scarcely fathom what Azure Waters might become. Most critically, the volatile and terrifying chakra of the Nine-Tails could potentially influence the transformation of Tobirama's remnants within Azure Waters, should complications arise. And if Azure Waters were swayed by the Nine-Tails, or if Tobirama failed to suppress the Uchiha's malevolence, it would indeed herald the resurgence of Uchiha Madara's former might, Tobirama's wisdom, the Nine-Tails chakra, and Uchiha Madara's power. Just contemplating this sent shivers down Uzumaki Mido's spine. From the target line, Uzumaki Mido, you have received the blessing of Uzumaki Mido. Uzumaki Mido's blessing. You have acquired the bloodline of Uzumaki Mido and are beginning to awaken rapidly. Feeling the warmth surging within his body, Azure Water's smile grew increasingly genuine and radiant. At last, beyond the support of the elder, he now had the matriarch backing him. The journey of Azure Waters as a popular streamer in the ninja world welcomed its third esteemed guest, Uzumaki Mido. Uzumaki Mido's approach was nothing short of grandiose. Swiftly surpassing the likes of Shursui, Uchiha Obito, Might Guy, Kakuzu, and Kakashi, leaping to the coveted third position. Uzumaki Mido gently clasped Azure Water's hand, their chakra intertwining, connecting their inner worlds. An idea sparked within Uzumaki Mido. Before introducing Azure Waters to the Nine-Tails, could she attempt to seek out Tobirama within Azure Waters? Perhaps she could awaken the consciousness of Tobirama's chakra. Tobirama sensed this potential and felt a surge of hope. If that were the case, misunderstandings and suspicions would cease to exist. Tobirama was confident he could elucidate the intricacies to Uzumaki Mido. Yet, Azure Waters did not afford them the opportunity to meet. While intelligent individuals might mislead themselves, the collision of two clever minds could not be easily concealed. Suddenly, the Uchiha power within Azure Waters erupted. The bloodline derived from Uchiha Madara fiercely clawed at Tobirama's chakra, and Azure Waters deftly manipulated Tobirama's powers, plunging them into disarray. Tobirama's expression darkened swiftly, glaring at the non-existent Uchiha Izuna, and howled to the heavens. Uchiha Izuna, you scoundrel. Let me inform you, this is no longer 3 against 1, but 4 against 1. You will undoubtedly be captured by me, and then I shall prepare a proper rebuke. Once again, Uchiha Izuna has thwarted Senju Tobirama's plans. Yet, within Tobirama's heart, there is no sense of surprise. Though anger courses through him, it only solidifies his conviction that Uchiha Izuna is indeed present. Only that man possesses a cunning that rivals his own wisdom, still resisting in the face of such dire circumstances. In the perception of Uzumaki Mido, as soon as Tobirama's chakra brushed against hers, it surged forth like the enraged Nine-Tails, desperately repelling her, as if fearing the intrusion of something else into the blue waters. Mido pondered for a moment, nodding slightly. How much like a puppy Tobirama is, guarding his food. She teased inwardly, finding it fitting for his cautious nature. After all, the transformation of one's character through chakra is likely a gradual process, fraught with numerous uncontrollable variables when influenced externally. My Lord Mido, what is the matter? A bewildered Aosei gazed at the dissipating chakra in Mido's hand and softly inquired, has the Nine-Tails stirred once more? Mido chuckled lightly. It was not the Nine-Tails that had erupted, but rather Tobirama's chakra that had become agitated. However, she could not share this with Aosei, so she deftly changed the topic, gesturing towards her own eyes. Aosei, use your ocular prowess to delve into my inner world. You should be able to accomplish that, correct? Aosei nodded, acknowledging that for a three-tomoe Uchiha, this was a fundamental skill. Thus, Aosei entered the depths of Mido's heart and beheld the legendary Nine-Tails for the first time. At that moment, the Nine-Tails was engulfed in profound panic and rage. In its mind, the visage of Uchiha Madara loomed like a specter, his cold demeanor replaying ceaselessly within its thoughts. Now, your current state is merely temporary, a fragment of your scattered power. Silence. You are but an unstable creature devoid of wisdom. Be quiet. Only Uchiha can guide you. You-tailed beasts are but servants to the wielder of the Sharingan. Enough. The Nine-Tails recalled this dialogue, as well as the crimson light that had imprinted itself in its mind, and its fury reached a fevered pitch. Never had anyone, not even the sage of 6 paths, treated it as a mere beast to be controlled, yet here it found itself powerless. Only Uchiha Madara, that man, even forcibly bound it with a summoning contract, enslaving it with his very blood. When the Nine-Tails first laid eyes on Aosei, the humiliating summoning contract stirred within it. Not merely a connection of chakra, but a deep-seated bond of blood, an instinctive response between master and servant. The Nine-Tails was utterly convinced that Aosei bore a significant connection to Uchiha Madara, yet what infuriated it most was Mido's utter disregard for its words. Laughing joyfully, as if oblivious to the gravity of the situation, What a profoundly foolish woman. No matter how persuasive it may be, it would never jest about an existence as ominous and terrifying as Uchiha Madara. As the Nine Tails finally settled down, contemplating how to engage in a calm and rational conversation with Vortex Naruto, a familiar red glow flickered before its eyes once again. The Nine Tails shook its head in agitation, questioning whether it was merely conjuring illusions out of anxiety. Damn Uchiha Madara. Yet, upon focusing its gaze, it was engulfed in a fit of rage, struggling furiously to break free from the heavy chains that bound it. Before it stood Aoi, curiously observing the Nine Tails alongside Vortex Naruto. Lord Naruto, is this bound creature the Nine Tails? Aoi remarked softly, scrutinizing the fox-like beast. It doesn't seem impressive at all. Naruto chuckled, affectionately ruffling Aoi's hair. Despite the Nine Tails appearing utterly disheveled, ensnared by the powerful sealing jutsu, and suspended in midair, it still exuded a fierce aura. Kushina, witnessing the Nine Tails for the first time, turned pale. Tobirama, your forbidden technique seems to hold some merit, she commented, observing Aoi's calm demeanor. Naruto sighed internally, recognizing the strength of a dojutsu user, the superiority of the Uchiha clan. With their three-tomoe Sharingan, they possessed confidence even in the face of tailed beasts. Especially someone as unique as Aoi. Aoi, attempt to exert your dojutsu to control it, Naruto instructed. Understood, Lord Naruto. The sealed Nine Tails was in a state of weakened resistance against dojutsu. Even the newly awakened three-tomoe Sasuke had managed to shatter the chakra emanating from the Nine Tails within Naruto's subconscious. Naruto watched Aoi with anticipation as the tomoe in Aoi's eyes began to spin slowly, regulating the output of the dojutsu. The Nine Tails' body stiffened and gradually ceased its struggles. Yet it wore a smile at the corner of its mouth. Is this it? Just this? Aoi's gradually released dojutsu managed to restrain the Nine Tails' post-sealing. But from the beast's perspective, Aoi's power was still far inferior to that of Uchiha Madara. Most crucially, it lacked that particular essence. You little brat, I overestimated you. Though bound by the dojutsu, the Nine Tails felt a surge of excitement, realizing that even it could misjudge occasionally. After all, Aoi was merely an ordinary Uchiha. However, Naruto was quite pleased. Aoi, for the next 3 months, come to me daily. I have some techniques I wish to impart to you. This also served as a means for her to compensate Aoi for Tobirama's shortcomings. Nodding, Aoi approached Naruto and bid farewell to the Nine Tails. Until we meet again, Nine Tails. Insignificant brat, be gone. Aoi blinked, concentrating the dojutsu to its utmost limit, casting a familiar glance at the Nine Tails. Instantly, Naruto and Aoi vanished from the scene, leaving the Nine Tails in a state of bewilderment. Aoi's gaze, along with the swirling dojutsu within the tomoe, struck a chord of familiarity within the Nine Tails. No way, that brat was merely pretending? He didn't use his full strength. Naruto, come out. We need to talk. I'm not lying. The Nine Tails roared repeatedly, yet received no response. After a prolonged period, exhaustion flickered in the eyes of the Nine Tails, mingled with a fierce glint, as it repeatedly reassured itself. It must be mere coincidence, surely just coincidence. However, the final gaze of Aosei lingered in its heart, refusing to dissipate. Days later, in the burial grounds of the mountains, the lair of Uchiha Obito. What did you say? Uchiha Obito glared angrily at the figure of white Zetsu before him. You claim that Uzumaki Mido and Aosei have been inseparable lately, rendering it impossible to approach. Indeed, Lord Obito. Did you not instruct us to maintain our distance from that old hag in Konoha? White Zetsu replied meekly, appearing quite innocent. Get lost. Obito's eyes sparkled with worry and madness. How could that troublesome woman, Uzumaki Mido, be in contact with Aosei? Obito was in a state of agitation. The entanglement of his brother with Senju Tobirama within Aosei was already a troublesome predicament. Now, with the addition of Uzumaki Mido, this woman was one of the few individuals whom Uchiha Obito deemed worthy of his attention. Her chakra was sufficiently formidable, and her sealing techniques, particularly the formidable Uzumaki sealing arts, were not easily dealt with. Most troublesome of all were her sensory ninjutsu. Obito furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Uzumaki Mido's capabilities. During his battles with Hashirama, this woman had often assisted him with her strategies. In the Valley of the End, when Senju Hashirama subdued the Nine Tails with his wood-release technique, Obito had sensed the shadow of the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts within that move. Would Mido detect Izuna's chakra? This could spell trouble. If Mido discovered Izuna's chakra, Aosei would be in grave danger. Obito's brow tightened as he recalled a troubling issue that had haunted him for some time. Yes, there was also the chakra of that lowly individual within Aosei. If Uzumaki Mito failed to sense Aosei's abnormalities, then all would be well. However, if she could sense Izuna, she would inevitably also perceive Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, even you. This garbage can occasionally prove useful. Uchiha Obito swiftly formed hand seals and established contact with Black Zetsu. Upon learning from Black Zetsu that Aosei was not under house arrest and returned to the clan's grounds daily, Obito's anxious heart finally found some ease. If the abnormalities within Aosei were discovered, there would be no chance for her to move freely. Obito understood Konoha all too well. The fact that Aosei could return to the Uchiha clan grounds signified that all was well. At that moment, a white spiral head timidly peeked from behind the wall. Lord Obito, they say you are inquiring about young Master Aosei. I know a bit. It continued. 5 days ago, young Master Aosei was called away by a rather large golden kunoichi, and since then, he has been meeting daily with that old woman who can sense us. Uchiha Obito instantly narrowed his eyes and nodded at White Zetsu. Understood. Well done. You may leave. The truth shall be revealed. It seems he has overthought. Uzumaki Naruto is not as astute and cautious as he presumed, foolishly entertaining the idea of uniting Konoha's Shizune and Tsunade. What a jest! How could that be conceivable? A man from the Uchiha clan, especially his own brother, would never be inclined towards a woman of the Senju clan. This conviction is held with unwavering confidence by Uchiha Madara. The prospect of an alliance between the Uchiha and Senju clans? Merely uttering such a phrase could easily crown it as the foremost absurdity in the annals of the ninja world. Madara felt a sense of relief. The ridiculous antics of Uzumaki Naruto induced a wave of emptiness and solitude within him. Even a ninja of Naruto's caliber, at his death, remained incapable of expanding his mindset and horizons, still fixated on such trivial matters. Only he, Madara, pondered the grand issues of peace in the ninja world. The weight of the world's fate seemed to rest solely upon his shoulders, with no one to comprehend him, not even Naruto. But then, the name Naruto sparked a sudden thrill within Madara. Had he overlooked a crucial question? Did Naruto truly fail to understand him? He had been entangled in thoughts about how to engage Naruto in his plans. But was it even necessary? His scheme aimed to salvage the peace of the ninja world. Yet no one could stand on the same level as him, which compelled Madara to step into the fray, reluctantly selecting Uchiha Obito as a makeshift ally. Given Naruto's brilliance, he was certainly not the type to wallow in illusions of peace. Even the notion of the will of fire could be distilled to its true essence by Naruto, compelling genuine acceptance. Observing Naruto closely, Madara couldn't help but concede that if every inhabitant of Konoha were to embody Naruto's authentic commitment to the will of fire, there might indeed be hope for a brighter world. Regrettably, there exists only one Naruto. Then, what of his Moon Eye plan? Is it not far more reliable than the will of fire? This is a genuine salvation plan. Madara's thoughts raced rapidly amidst the haze. He seemed to grasp many truths. Naruto is, after all, still a child, untouched by the ravages of war, yet to witness the world's most grotesque realities. All that is required is a sufficiently grand scale of conflict in the ninja world, and with Naruto's intellect, he will inevitably recognize the decay and irreparability of this world, contemplating pathways to true peace. At that juncture, Naruto will undoubtedly find himself ensnared in confusion, for the ninja world is indeed that ugly. This land has never known peace. Madara mused excitedly. Thus, I merely need to appear at the opportune moment, engaging Naruto in an earnest discussion about the means to achieve peace, revealing to him the authentic plan, and he will be swayed. Moreover, regarding the stone tablet in the Uchiha clan's territory, where Hashirama could not see and thus distrusts me, with Naruto's talent, he will inevitably uncover the salvation method left by the Sage of Six Paths. Madara felt a sense of liberation, bursting into laughter. His heart lightened yet tinged with a surge of guilt. He had previously contemplated how to corrupt Naruto, akin to his dealings with Uchiha Obito. Yet such measures were entirely unnecessary. Uchiha Obito, of such caliber, undoubtedly requires rigorous trials, hardships, and tribulations to barely glimpse the facade of the illusory ninja world. Yet, Kyosui is his brother, the reincarnation who has consistently supported him in all endeavors. Even though Kyosui possesses an independent persona, his vision and magnanimity remained unchanged. As for the chakra of Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara reminisced about that fateful day when Aosei and Kakuzu made their confessions. I do not favor this peculiar chakra that does not belong to me. It vexes me greatly. A sense of relief washed over Uchiha Madara as he finally conceived a solution to the conundrum that had plagued him for months. Trusting in his brother's wisdom, sincerity became his ultimate weapon. Uchiha Madara erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha ha! Senju Tobirama, did you not foresee this? You attempted to interfere with Kyosui's reincarnation. Yet your existence will forever be unacknowledged by our Uchiha clan. On the day Kyosui and I meet, you shall serve as the finest testament to the deceit of this ninja world. I will extract you from Kyosui's being, revealing that the so-called second Hokage is merely a loathsome parasite." Uchiha Madara felt an immense surge of satisfaction, envisioning Kyosui by his side, striving for peace in the ninja world. Now, he merely needed to await the onset of the great ninja war and ensure his own survival. As for Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara remained indifferent. Since the plan was in motion, it conveniently provided Kyosui with an aid. After all, his brother should not bear excessive burdens, and a lackey was essential. Whether this plan would ultimately succeed was a thought Uchiha Madara chose to dismiss. After much contemplation, he could not devise a method to involve Kyosui. Instead, he would simply place his faith in Kyosui's intellect. Meanwhile, within Konoha, Kyosui, returning home after studying sealing techniques at the Senju ancestral home, encountered Uchiha Obito, the aide selected by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Obito slumped in a corner, exuding an air of despondency. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Kyosui, he suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "Hey, Uchiha Kyosui, are you challenging me?" Kyosui did not respond, remaining frozen in place. Just moments ago, while passing by Uchiha Obito, the esteemed top donor unexpectedly gifted Kyosui a surprise. Before Kyosui could even perform, the top donor had audibly thrown a grand gift his way, leaving Kyosui utterly bewildered. From confronting your target Uchiha Madara, you have acquired the summoning contract with the Nine Tails. The intensity of this unexpected gift left Kyosui somewhat concerned about Uchiha Madara's well-being. Why such a drastic emotional upheaval? Was something troubling him? "Hey, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear me?" Uchiha Obito, noticing Kyosui's silence, shouted with fervor, "Uchiha Kyosui, I am speaking to you." Slowly, Kyosui returned to reality, blinking in astonishment. Could it be merely because he encountered Uchiha Obito? It should not be so. What merit does Uchiha Obito possess that could evoke such emotional turmoil in Uchiha Madara? The unexpected generosity has rendered Aoshi's heart exceedingly joyful, even making the barking Uchiha Obito appear somewhat agreeable. "Ah, Obito-kun, my apologies, I was lost in thought." Aoshi smiled and glanced at Uchiha Obito, only to notice unexpectedly that his eyes were swollen. "Obito, have you been crying?" Aoshi approached him, offering a gentle smile. "If you are unsure of what to do, perhaps you could share your thoughts with me?" Staring at Aoshi's sincere smile, Uchiha Obito found himself momentarily speechless. After spending time with Rin, Obito had gradually begun to forget about Noera Rin, the Uchiha girl who had shielded him from a fatal blow, her memory having filled his heart through their daily interactions. Even Uchiha Shin's fervent indoctrination of reclaiming everything was overshadowed by Rin's love. Why would he wish to reclaim Noera Rin? In Uchiha Obito's heart, there exists but one son, and that is Uchiha Rin. Feeling the clarity in Aoshi's gaze, Uchiha Obito, filled with shame, turned his head away, his mind a chaotic mess. In recent days, Rin had been arguing with him over the matter concerning Noera Rin, causing him considerable distress, as though he longed to lay bare his heart to prove his affections. Meanwhile, Kurizetsu did not wish for the relationship between Uchiha Obito and Aoshi to deteriorate. In his eyes, Aoshi and Obito were to be the executors of the future Moon Eye plan, and conflict was unnecessary. It would be best if they could become friends. Under Kurizetsu's deft manipulation, Noera Rin became a tool for ridiculing and psychologically manipulating Uchiha Obito. "Oh, Uchiha Obito, do tell me, why do you listen so intently to Uchiha Shin's words, training with the goal of defeating Uchiha Aoshi? Is it because Noera Rin has become Aoshi's ally that you cannot bear it? Are you still thinking of her? You claim I am being unreasonable? Very well. Let me ask you, when have you ever seen Uchiha Aoshi alone with Noera Rin? Recently, whenever I have seen them, they were always accompanied by Izuna or Lady Tsunade. Uchiha Obito, you heartless one, Speak to me. You dare say you are not thinking of Noera Rin. Enough. I should never have saved you that day. And you should not have allowed Uchiha Aosei to save me. Let me perish instead. No, I shall die now. Uchiha Obito, if you still think of Noera Rin, then kill me now. Thus, the inarticulate Uchiha Obito was driven from his home by Kurizetsu, running outside to weep profusely. Curiously, despite Rin's unreasonable behavior, Obito felt a warmth in his heart that was deeply fulfilling. The reason Rin could argue with him was that she loved only him, caring solely for him. Uchiha Obito's gaze suddenly became resolute as he turned to meet Aosei's eyes, lowering his head. Aosei, I apologize for my previous behavior. It was entirely my fault. My attitude was poor, and I spoke too loudly. I truly have a request to make of you. Could you teach me how to win a girl's heart? Uchiha Obito gazed at Shishui with a curious expression, his voice dwindling as he spoke, his face flushing with embarrassment. Shishui, puzzled by Obito's love-struck demeanor, felt a surge of curiosity within. Which white zetsu is this? Such cunning. It has completely ensnared Uchiha Obito. Shishui blinked, cleared his throat lightly, and said, No need for formality, Obito. A misunderstanding is merely that, once clarified, it shall be resolved. Come, let us find a quiet spot to discuss your matters in depth. My apologies for the tardiness. In the woods of Konoha, Shishui and Uchiha Obito sat cross-legged beneath the shade of a tree. One maintained a serene and composed demeanor, while the other furrowed his brow, sighing in despair. The weather was splendid, the sky a pristine azure, sunlight filtering through the dense foliage, casting warm speckles on the ground. A gentle, cool breeze caressed the leaves, creating a soothing rustle that brought an inexplicable sense of peace. In this tranquil atmosphere, Uchiha Obito regarded Shishui's gentle smile, as if he were seeing him anew. Why did I harbor such animosity towards Shishui? As he recalled Black Zetsu's words, what has happened to Shishui? Is it not for Rin Noera? A wave of profound confusion and guilt surged within him. He increasingly felt that Black Zetsu's sorrow was justified. He had indeed wounded that heart that cherished him deeply. During his earnest training, when Uchiha Seishui encouraged him with the rallying cry of reclaim everything, Obito had been invigorated. So much so that even after Black Zetsu's appearance, he occasionally muttered that phrase. The cunning Black Zetsu had seized this opportunity, delivering a series of blows that left Obito dazed, still feeling disoriented. Obito, I comprehend now. Your most treasured possession is none other than Rin Noera. I shall die now, allowing you to reclaim her. I should not have saved you that day. No, saving you was my own choice. It had nothing to do with you. Yet, you heartless wretch, why compel others to revive me? Was it merely to make me hear your ambition to reclaim Rin Noera? The echoes of Black Zetsu's words filled his mind, and Shishui's calm and warm smile seemed to affirm the correctness of this logic, causing Uchiha Obito to choke back tears. Shishui, I have erred gravely. I have been cast out by Rin. What am I to do, Shishui? I know you are well liked by girls, and you interact splendidly with so many. I have heard from my clan that even the village's higher-ups hold you in high regard. I beseech you, Shishui, please lend me your aid. Uchiha Obito wept helplessly, feeling utterly despondent. At that moment, he truly believed he deserved to perish. With his limited romantic intelligence and clumsy tongue, Obito struggled to fathom how to rectify his mistakes. It felt like an insurmountable deadlock. Must he truly lose Rin Uchiha in this manner? Could he ever return to that warm home? The Sharingan manifested within Uchiha Obito's eye socket, the dark tomo beginning to spin. Shishui was genuinely astonished. Is this the so-called romantic mindset of the Uchiha clan? He had to admit that his curiosity about Uchiha Rin reached its zenith at that moment. As the most popular male streamer in the ninja world, Shishui seemed to have encountered a formidable peer today. No, he needed to assess his prowess. After all, Uchiha Shishui was the foremost streamer in the ninja realm. Obito, do not rush. Every problem has a solution, Shishui gently reassured, patting Uchiha Obito on the back. Start from the beginning. I wish to hear your tale. Given that the situation appears quite intricate, we must proceed with caution. Your quarrel with her resembles a malady. And as a physician, I must first understand the root cause. Although I cannot guarantee that I will provide useful advice, I will certainly do my utmost. Uchiha Obito nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Indeed, if Shishui could save Rin's life, perhaps he could also resolve this predicament. Shishui was truly a remarkable person. Uchiha Obito suppressed the urge to slap himself and began recounting the story of Uchiha Rin as instructed. You are aware of that day's events. I was dining in the restaurant when Rin shielded me from a fatal blow. Yet, I uttered the wrong words. I genuinely did not recognize her and mistakenly identified her as Noera Rin. After much coaxing, she eventually forgave me. During our time together, I discovered that she was not the brave girl I had imagined. Her talents were lacking, and her strength was feeble. Yet on that day, she acted with such decisiveness for my sake. As Uchiha Obito spoke, a blissful smile graced his lips. Qing Shui's gaze flickered. He could already sense the underlying pattern. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama perked up his ears, listening intently. After all, staying within Qing Shui's presence was harmless. And witnessing the romantic escapades of an Uchiha proved to be a rather amusing diversion. Rin, she is truly a gentle and beautiful girl. She would quietly accompany me during my training. Although she would scold me for being messy, she would wash my clothes and prepare delicious meals, all while stubbornly claiming it was merely a matter of convenience. Uchiha Obito closed his eyes, seemingly striving to recall the details. Later, she asked me if I could be good to only her in this lifetime. If I promised, she would agree to be good to only me. I was overjoyed and immediately consented. However, after that, I found myself constantly provoking her anger. I knew it was all my fault, and eventually, she forgave me. But today, I inadvertently said some foolish things, and she declared that she never wanted to see me again, telling me to leave. I feared she might act irrationally, so I had no choice but to step outside. Upon finishing his tale, Uchiha Obito cast a guilty glance at Qing Shui and sighed heavily. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow, remarking, "What a tedious little brat. The petty quarrels among companions can distress him so, yet this immature mindset possesses the power of a three-tomoe Sharingan." The old man regarded him as one susceptible to the allure of malevolent influence. Aosei slowly shook his head and extended his palm towards Tobirama, fingers splayed apart. Tobirama, perplexed, gazed at Aosei. Gradually, Aosei pressed down his thumb, softly articulating, "The first step is to set a curiosity trap, establishing the persona of a savior of heroes," compelling Uchiha Obito to instinctively seek to understand her. He then pressed down his middle finger. The second step involves exploring the trap, subverting the established persona of the savior, presenting herself as a brave girl while secretly acting solely for the sake of Uchiha Obito, thereby creating a contrast and a twist. The ring and pinky fingers followed suit. The third step is the inducement trap, forming an emotional covenant with Uchiha Obito through words and actions, which essentially translates to, "You may only be kind to me." The fourth step is the brutal destruction trap, wherein, leveraging the previously established persona, she distorts the details of daily life, unwittingly infusing her words with errors, accusing him of being unfeeling and expressing tendencies towards self-destruction, further instilling in Uchiha Obito a sense of guilt and indebtedness. Aoshi's 5 fingers were poised, with only the index finger remaining unlowered. "Tobirama, can you guess the 5th step to fully seize Uchiha Obito's heart?" Through Obito's narrative, Aosei had discerned the identity of Uchiha Rin, realizing that such cunning could not belong to white Zetsu, but must be attributed to black Zetsu. "Aosei, perhaps you are overthinking this," Tobirama mused, furrowing his brow at Aoshi's words. "Isn't this merely a squabble between friends? At their age, it seems implausible for them to harbor such profound thoughts and devise such intricate schemes." His understanding of the Uchiha clan was firm, prior to succumbing to malevolence. They were relatively innocent. Tobirama felt a twinge of conflict within. While he indeed harbored reservations about the Uchiha clan, Aoshi's perspective seemed to eclipse his own biases. In truth, should Aosei ascend to the role of clan leader for the Uchiha, Tobirama believed they could still be of use, rendering such trepidation unnecessary. The intricacies that Aosei perceived sent a chill down Tobirama's spine. Thankfully, he had never encountered such a scenario. Had he faced someone like this, he would remain single for life, which was no concern at all. Aosei smiled gently, shaking his head as he pressed down his final finger. The last step is the mire trap, wherein, at the height of their regret, one chooses to forgive magnanimously, only to subsequently reinitiate the cycle of the fourth in this step, perpetually deepening the other's remorse and subservience, thereby firmly ensnaring their heart. Thus, regardless of what I say today, Uchiha Rin will return home to forgive Uchiha Obito, for this is an integral part of her plan. Tobirama was momentarily taken aback. Although he had once been the second Hokage, A renowned strategist in the ninja world, his cunning and strategies had always manifested on the battlefield. Yet, in the realm of emotions, Tobirama could, at best, be considered a mere genin. In the presence of Tobirama Senju, these are merely my conjectures. Shui gazed at the second Hokage, finally witnessing a day when he could not keep pace with others' thoughts. In any case, one must remain vigilant. I share this with you because it suddenly occurred to me that you, too, seem somewhat inept in matters of the heart. Should I ever have the chance to resurrect you, I sincerely hope you might experience the sweetness of love. Do take the time to learn, for I would not wish for you to encounter someone formidable and later come to me in tears. Tobirama stared at Shui, astonished that he would make such a remark. Was he not speaking of Uchiha Obito? What relevance did that have to him, who is truly inept in matters of the heart? It is not that I am unwilling to engage. Rather, I simply choose not to. Do you understand, you foolish Uchiha brat? Meanwhile, a flicker of warmth crossed Tobirama's heart. Shui was secretly pondering his resurrection? How delightful that thought was. In any case, do not allow yourself to be deceived, Tobirama. Humph. There is no one, man or woman, capable of outsmarting me. You little brat. I see no issue with Uchiha Rin. It is you who are overthinking. Tobirama retorted vigorously, yet a smile crept upon his lips. He had initially assumed Shui was criticizing Rin, but in truth, it was a subtle expression of concern for him. Not wishing to engage further with Tobirama, Shui sighed, his gaze clouded with a hint of confusion. Obito, you truly possess the burdens of bliss. You have found someone you love, who loves you in return, while I remain. From that day, I believed you two were a perfect match. Rest assured, Obito, a girl willing to sacrifice her life for you is an Uchiha. Her feelings for you are simply fervent, not born of disappointment. Shui regarded Obito with earnestness, whispering, you need only to apologize to her. Later, I shall take you to purchase some flowers. A girl who loves you so dearly will surely forgive you. Obito looked into Shui's eyes, blinking in surprise, his chest swelling with pride. Was Shui envious of him? Do you think Rin will truly forgive me? He asked, his eyes sparkling with hope. If Shui felt envy, then surely Rin must love him deeply. Obito seemed to yearn for Shui's affirmation, asking once more. She will, Obito. Shui replied patiently. You and Rin are both children who lost your mothers at a young age, but the love you both lacked has been restored in one another. She is your salvation, and you are hers. Should you ever encounter confusion, feel free to seek me out. I swear upon the honor of the Uchiha clan that I will do everything in my power to help you safeguard this beautiful relationship. In this cruel world of shinobi, simply witnessing your happiness brings me joy. Obito stared blankly at Shui, tears welling in his eyes. He truly was a novice in matters of the heart. Shui, such an admirable individual, was unexpectedly addressed by Uchiha Obito, who gazed at him intently, his tone turning solemn. Shui, I acknowledge my past transgressions against you, and I shall endeavor to make amends in the future. From this moment onward, you shall be my dearest friend. Shui smiled and nodded. Go on, Obito. Purchase a bouquet and return home. As Obito prepared to comply, his expression suddenly shifted to one of embarrassment. He had been hastily expelled from his home by Kuro, without even the means to carry any money. Yet, the very thought of borrowing from Shui, despite his audacity, was simply too humiliating. How could a Uchiha genius with a three-tomoe Sharingan stoop so low as to beg for funds to buy a bouquet? Obito, consider this sum as my advance gift to you and Rin. Shui cheerfully offered, handing him a thick stack of banknotes. If I ever find love, do remember to send me a gift, for I am indeed your true friend. Obito stared blankly at the notes thrust into his hand. It was an overwhelming amount, truly staggering. The zeros on the back of the bills left him dizzy. It must total 5 million taels. Shui shrugged nonchalantly. Recently, his home had been inundated with inexplicable banknotes, all signed by the same person, a worker who planned to kill him a decade hence. Shui had no inkling how Kakuzu had acquired his address. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a premier bounty hunter. The magnitude and frequency of these remittances had left Shui, might die, and might guy in a state of trepidation. Had they been consuming too much, leading Shui to engage in some illicit, violent endeavors? Shui, I accept it, Obito. You must understand the principle that a penny can confound even the greatest of heroes. Shui shook his head, reflecting, while money is indeed valuable, it holds worth only when needed. As you and Rin grow old, Reminiscing about your youthful days devoid of wealth may bring joy, yet it will invariably carry a sense of regret. Youth is irretrievable, and such a void cannot be filled. The happiness derived from 10,000 tales in your youth may never be replicated by 1,000,000 in the future. He patted Obito on the shoulder. However, since I possess some means, as your chubby friend, I cannot bear to witness you harbor that regret. Go on, Obito, allow me a moment of solitude here. From the line of sight targeting Uchiha Obito, you have acquired the special talent of Obito's gratitude. Obito's gratitude. You may periodically obtain any of his ocular techniques, ninjutsu, or physical traits. Your current selection is Hashirama Cell Compatibility. As Shui observed Obito sprinting joyfully in the sunlight, he softly mused, "Ah, this is youth." Senju Tobirama crossed his arms and slowly shook his head. Tobirama found it perplexing that both he and Uchiha Izuna were veritable bachelors. Therefore, it was inconceivable that Shui's romantic acumen could have been influenced by either of them. One can only say that Shui has surpassed his predecessors. Senju Tobirama pondered in his heart. Why does Shui perceive Uchiha Rin as a girl full of schemes, yet still support Uchiha Obito in his interactions with her? Could it be that his recent counsel to Shui, urging him not to harbor excessive prejudice against the Uchiha and asserting that Rin was without fault, had influenced him? Alas, this child is always so attuned to his own thoughts. In truth, Senju Tobirama faintly sensed that the five-step method Shui mentioned seemed to correspond intricately with Rin's actions, skillfully ensnaring Obito's heart in a delicate web. Yet, that mattered little. Before Shui, how much turbulence could a slightly enchanting Uchiha truly stir? Unconsciously, Senju Tobirama began to fantasize about what life he would lead if Shui were to resurrect him. Don't bite me, it hurts. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I promise I won't provoke you again. Uchiha Rin bit down hard on Obito's arm, eliciting a loud cry from him. Yet, Obito wore a broad smile. Just as Shui had said, the apprehensive Obito, flowers in hand, opened the door to find Rin had prepared a lavish meal and quietly washed his clothes as she always did. This was hardly a sign of wanting him to leave. It was evident she was eagerly awaiting his return. As Obito and Kaguya dined, he mused, Rin, you were right. Shui is genuinely a good person. I had a delightful conversation with him today. Kaguya, with a fleeting glimmer in his eyes, feigned nonchalance and inquired, what did he discuss with you? Oh, we talked about many things. In any case, he will be a good friend of mine from now on. Obito chuckled. There's one thing he said that resonated deeply with me. He remarked that you and I are both children who lost our mothers at a young age, and that we should fill each other's voids with love, becoming each other's salvation. What do you think? Isn't that beautifully expressed? Kaguya nodded. As long as the relationship between Shui and Obito thawed, the success rate of the Eye of the Moon plan would significantly increase. Yet, in the next moment, although Uchiha Rin's expression remained unchanged, Kaguya felt a sudden jolt within his heart. A child who had lost his mother? Mutual salvation. The words mother and salvation pulsated in Kaguya's mind, gradually condensing into a succinct three-word plea. Save mother. Kaguya struggled to calm his tumultuous emotions. Uchiha Shui, Kaguya had to admit that even with his keen perception, he could not penetrate the enigma surrounding this youth and his mysterious origins. He had initially believed that Shui was merely a unique reincarnation, as Uchiha Madara had surmised. However, this single statement prompted Kaguya to expand his thoughts, especially with recent rumors circulating in Konoha, suggesting that Shui possessed sealing techniques akin to those of the Uzumaki clan, drawing the attention of Uzumaki Mido. The convergence of Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki into a singular entity, Shui, leads Uchiha Madara to firmly believe that Shui is the reincarnation of his younger brother. In Madara's perception, it is inconceivable for a youth to replicate fire techniques, swordsmanship, and even possess a chakra that bears resemblance to his own without prior exposure. Senju Tobirama shares this sentiment. The logic behind the top two rankings holds merit, as based on their understanding of Shui's age and lineage. His exceptional capabilities can solely be attributed to the phenomenon of chakra reincarnation. However, Kaguya's Black Zetsu possesses insights that surpass their understanding. Beyond the notion of reincarnation, there exists a minuscule possibility. What if Shui's statement was not mere happenstance, but rather an intentional conveyance? In such a case, Shui's talents which surpass even those of his contemporaries, Ashura and Indra, could be reinterpreted entirely. Black Zetsu's heart raced momentarily, only to calm again. This remains an exceedingly slight possibility. The words exchanged today between Qing Shui and Uchiha Obito are likely mere coincidence. After all, should Qing Shui be the dual reincarnation of Izuna and Tobirama, his early prowess appearing superior to that of Indra and Ashura's reincarnations would be quite normal. The chakra reincarnations of Ashura and Indra typically emerge in the later stages. Yet once unleashed, they become unstoppable. Black Zetsu shook his head, deciding to refrain from further contemplation on the matter. Regardless, his identity must remain concealed at all costs. He is the last hope for resurrecting his mother. Even if Uchiha Qing Shui bears a connection to her, his performance today merely signifies recognition, and there is no further action required from him. Black Zetsu steadied his emotions and slowly lifted his gaze to meet the concerned expression of Uchiha Obito. Donning a smile, "I am well, Obito. I merely find Qing Shui's words quite profound. Come, let us eat. This dish will lose its flavor if left to cool." Uchiha Obito cheerfully acquiesced, serving Black Zetsu before indulging himself. Sensing Black Zetsu's intense curiosity towards the host, binding as a target for observation. Meanwhile, Qing Shui, seated quietly in the woods, broke into a smile. Black Zetsu's five-step strategy seems to pale in comparison to his single utterance. A few days later, Jiraiya organized a gathering under the pretense of fostering camaraderie. In addition to the three from Tsunade's team, Kushina and Minato were present, and even Orochimaru joined in the festivities. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, Jiraiya, seemingly tipsy and with a flushed face, raised his cup and declared, "Tsunade, as a newly appointed teacher, you must learn from me. Even the old man cannot surpass my teaching abilities." "How so?" "Minato is my protege, and no one in Konoha is his equal." Asuma's gaze narrowed dangerously. Tsunade merely shook her head dismissively, for as Qing Shui's mentor, no one comprehends the extent of his terrifying talent better than she. "Teacher Jiraiya, you have had too much to drink," chuckled Minato awkwardly. "I am much older than Qing Shui. Such a comparison is rather unfair." "Do you believe you are superior to Qing Shui, Minato-sensei?" Asuma could no longer contain himself and spoke in a low voice. "No one can surpass Qing Shui in terms of talent." After a moment, he added, "Asuma, you are still too inexperienced." Jiraiya, seemingly in high spirits, discreetly glanced at Tsunade's expression before waving his hand dismissively. While Qing Shui is indeed an exceptional ninja, Minato has set his sights on becoming Hokage. "You have all heard of the second Hokage's flying thunder god technique, haven't you?" Jiraiya built up suspense, casting an expectant gaze over the crowd, seemingly searching for expressions of astonishment. To his surprise, however, whether it was Qing Shui, Tsunade, Asuma, or Orochimaru, everyone regarded him with impassive faces. Only Noera Rin displayed a glimmer of innocent anticipation in her eyes. Among these individuals, some were related to the Senju clan, others possessed numerous forbidden techniques, and some had witnessed Qing Shui's exceptional talent as the son of the Hokage. Had Jiraiya refrained from boasting so brazenly, perhaps the others would have shown some courtesy and offered a few words of admiration. Yet, it was evident that no one was inclined to grant a drunken Jiraiya this leniency. "You all are quite peculiar. This is a forbidden technique that has never been mastered before." Jiraiya muttered under his breath, continuing, "Minato has completely mastered it. Moreover, he has even improved upon the flaws left by the second Hokage." At that moment, it seemed as if someone within Qing Shui let out a cold snort, sounding quite displeased. The talent for sealing techniques is comparable to the instantaneous movement of body flicker techniques, and his physical capabilities, having inherited the summoning scrolls of Myaboka Mountain, mean that in just 2 years, Minato will be ready to commence learning Sage Mode alongside me. Let me reiterate, before Minato, anyone's talent appears rather trivial. Jiraiya fervently praised Minato's excellence. Orochimaru shook his head, feeling exasperated once again by Jiraiya's claim of seeking the child of prophecy. How to put it? At this moment, Jiraiya resembled a child, with Minato as a luxurious toy in his hands, as if by flaunting Minato's brilliance, he could simultaneously validate his own worth and earn Tsunade's admiration. In reality, Tsunade had already furrowed her brow, but Jiraiya, lost in his own world, completely overlooked this. Seeking the child of prophecy is indeed a commendable pursuit for you. Foolish Jiraiya, Orochimaru thought silently, though a flicker of intrigue sparked in his eyes. Tsunade and Asuma's expressions remained overly calm, as if they genuinely believed that while Minato's talent was commendable, it did not reach a level of astonishing greatness. Shui, though smiling lightly, wore merely a polite smile. To be candid, Minato's talent could undoubtedly be deemed top-tier, yet the demeanor of Tsunade and her companions led Orochimaru to a certain understanding. Orochimaru's elongated tongue instinctively caressed the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to unleash a fiery retort, Asuma interjected with swiftness that surpassed his own. Jiraiya-sensei, have you ever encountered a prodigy like Shui at such a young age? Possessing the three-tomoe Sharingan, mastering the advanced water techniques of Lord Tobirama, excelling in all fire techniques of the Uchiha clan, wielding the monstrous strength of the Senju, and with chakra so abundant? Asuma articulated fluently, almost as if reciting a menu. Isn't it true that Shui can perform sealing techniques? I heard that Lord Mito has expressed his admiration multiple times, likening Shui's talent to that of the Uzumaki clan. Upon hearing Asuma's words, even Shui cast him a surprised glance. Have you been peeking at my system panel? You seem more familiar with it than I am, he teased. Tsunade chuckled as she patted Asuma on the shoulder, saying, Good lad, you articulated what I was thinking. Asuma stood tall, seemingly proud that the formidable Shui reflected positively upon his status as an ordinary genin, declaring with conviction, While Brother Minato is certainly exceptional, if anyone is destined to become Hokage, it must be Shui. Shui could only shake his head in resignation. Patting Asuma's shoulder as he jested, Asuma, perhaps we should focus on becoming Chunin first. Brother Minato is already a Jonin, while we remain mere laboring genin. Minato laughed awkwardly. My apologies, everyone. Jiraiya-sensei has had a bit too much to drink, and I have only recently been promoted to Jonin. Although I aspire to be Hokage, that goal feels quite distant at present. In that moment, both Shui and Minato found themselves explaining their positions, both smiling, albeit with a hint of helplessness. However, after Asuma's proclamation, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Although the gathering was initially intended as a simple reunion, it became apparent that the future Hokage was likely to emerge from among this select few. Each individual present was intrinsically linked to the core circle of Hokage lineage. Even the seemingly unremarkable Nara Rin could, given her potential, rise to be a formidable leader in a powerful department. To put it bluntly, even a ninja like Kakashi could find no place at this table. This was not merely a matter of strength, but one of status. Moreover, the succession of the Hokage position is steeped in internal politics. The reasoning is straightforward. Should Tsunade ascend to Hokage, the likelihood of Minato claiming the title diminishes significantly compared to Shui. Currently, the competitive landscape for the Hokage position in Konoha has become intricately entangled due to Shui's emergence. Jiraiya has repeatedly professed his intent to seek the prophesied child, ostensibly withdrawing from the race, yet he actively supports his disciple, Namake's Minato, for the position, frequently praising Minato's talents in public. Orochimaru was once the frontrunner, yet has become embroiled in controversies surrounding Danzo Shimura, and his own stance appears rather ambiguous, suggesting a willingness to take a back seat. After all, with his abilities and experience, Sarutobi Hiruzen had little choice. Yet, with Shui's arrival, Tsunade, now free from her phobia of blood, has regained her momentum and garnered considerable support. She was originally the most illustrious descendant of the Hidden Leaf Village, with both grandfathers as Hokage and her grandmother as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Moreover, she is a formidable medical ninja, held in high esteem. Now, she has also gained a prodigious talent from the Uchiha clan, the son of the third Hokage. As her disciple, although Tsunade has experienced a few years of stagnation, her foundation and support network are exceedingly robust. Despite Aosei's youth, Tsunade has refrained from proclaiming that only a fool would aspire to be Hokage since overcoming her hemophobia. What began as a lively banquet abruptly fell into silence following a dispute between Asuma and Jiraiya. The attendees, all exceptionally astute individuals, understood the fundamental interests involved in future developments, despite some having emotional intelligence issues in matters of affection. This is not about the quality of character. There is only one position of Hokage, and those who wish to attain it must outmaneuver their competitors. This is the stark reality. Neither Tsunade, Orochimaru, nor Jiraiya would consider conceding the position, allowing the other to take the title and subsequently pass it to their own disciples. The example of Shimura Danzo looms before them. Once the opportunity for Hokage is lost, it is nearly irrevocable. Historically, few emperors have willingly passed their thrones to their nephews. The atmosphere became increasingly awkward, with silence enveloping the table as everyone quietly consumed their meals. Only Noira Rin stared wide-eyed in confusion, blinking vigorously as she struggled to comprehend what had transpired. Why had the conversation suddenly ceased? Today was particularly fortuitous, with no missions to attend to. Wouldn't a long-overdue sparring session be in order? Orochimaru, hands clasped, his gaze as predatory as a serpent, remarked, "Jiraiya, Tsunade, it seems we haven't sparred in quite some time." Orochimaru was displeased. The intense discussion surrounding the Hokage position felt somewhat disrespectful to him. The title of Hokage was inherently his right. In Orochimaru's mind, he could forgo the title, but Hiruzen Sarutobi could not deny it to him. While Minato Namikaze spoke with humility, the yearning in his eyes was unmistakable. As for Aosei, Orochimaru remained unconcerned, dismissing the notion that a 13-year-old could pose any threat to him. "Snake, what are you pretending to be?" Jiraiya declared, ready to take Orochimaru down at any moment. "Do you wish to fight?" "I haven't taken things seriously in quite a while," Tsunade remarked nonchalantly, cracking her neck. The atmosphere instantly ignited with tension. Since words had failed to convey their intentions, perhaps it was time to let actions speak for themselves. Minato furrowed his brow, hoping to de-escalate the situation. As his gaze fell upon Aosei, he felt compelled to speak softly. "Jiraiya-sensei, Lady Tsunade, Lord Orochimaru, you are all pivotal figures in our village. Now is a critical time for Lord Mito." Afterward, Minato glanced at Kushina beside him. Soon, the transition of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would occur, and it would be most detrimental for the three disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi to engage in a brawl at such a crucial juncture, potentially unsettling the ninja community. Jiraiya nodded thoughtfully, remarking that it was indeed a testament to Minato's foresight. "You should take a page from his book, Orochimaru," he quipped. The sinister Orochimaru narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Are you comparing me to a mere junior?" "Jiraiya, you are exceedingly arrogant." Yet, Jiraiya did not afford him the opportunity to retort, waving his hand dismissively. "Nevertheless, since the atmosphere has reached this juncture, as I mentioned in our last gathering, Tsunade, we must allow Asuma and Aosei to witness the prowess of his senior. Today, let our apprentices take the stage in our stead. Surely, that is acceptable?" As for Orochimaru, who currently had no apprentice, he could merely observe for now. Jiraiya maintained his composure, refraining from suggesting that Minato engage in a duel with Orochimaru. Tsunade snorted derisively but sought Aosei's opinion with a glance. Aosei responded with a wink. "Very well, let us find a suitable location and proceed at once." Tsunade proclaimed with great enthusiasm. "Jiraiya, today I shall demonstrate to you what true genius looks like. There is one more chapter. I shall have my dinner first. By the way, I wish a joyful National Day to all esteemed readers. What has everyone dined on today?" On the training ground, Aosei and Minato stood in opposition. Nearby, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya scrutinized the two, the atmosphere tinged with subtle tension. Was this a struggle for supremacy? Not quite so dramatic. Currently, the foremost trio remained from the Nikizane class. The position of Hokage was not determined through mere duels. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this scene bore an uncanny resemblance to such a scenario. Two seemingly ambitious brothers, both harboring thoughts of the Hokage title, regardless of the assertions of mere friendly sparring, could not be so easily dismissed. "Tsunade, watch closely. Minato's strength will undoubtedly surpass your expectations," Jiraiya proclaimed, already anticipating the golden brilliance of victory over Aosei. "Jiraiya, perhaps you should reserve some of your comments for later," Tsunade countered, crossing her arms with unwavering confidence. "Aosei is a ninja who consistently inspires immense trust." Orochimaru observed the bickering duo with a hint of amusement, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Minato's figure. He was curious about Minato's extraordinary talent that had led Jiraiya to such a state of fervent belief that his apprentice could potentially rival him for the position of Hokage in the near future. Orochimaru mused that even if Jiraiya himself were to vie for the title, he would not exude such unshakable confidence. "Uchiha brat, put forth your best effort. I hope to witness your progress for a while longer," Orochimaru whispered encouragingly to Aosei, dismissing Asuma's previous boastful claims as mere folly. An Uchiha wielding the water techniques of the second Hokage, the monstrous strength of the Senju clan, and the sealing arts of the Uzumaki? That was nearly laughable. Knowing a few superficial techniques hardly qualified one for practical application. Jiraiya found it quite amusing. However, Asuma was merely an endearing yet ineffectual genin, and such lack of insight was to be expected. Yet, there were others also watching this contest with keen interest. Uchiha Madara, having reached the pinnacle of wisdom and concluded that sincerity is the ultimate weapon to ensnare Qing Shui, found himself in a state of profound comfort. Each day became a testament to his commitment to wellness, striving to present himself more elegantly when meeting Qing Shui. Occasionally, he would engage with the television set crafted by White Zetsu to glimpse Qing Shui's recent endeavors. Even though Qing Shui was sequestered within the Senju ancestral abode, Uchiha Madara remained patient, simply awaiting developments. According to Black Zetsu's reports, Uchiha Obito, the predetermined sycophant and backup for Qing Shui, had been thoroughly manipulated, poised for a swift descent into darkness at any moment. Now, all preparations were in place. Only a sufficiently fierce war among the ninja world remained. Lord Madara awakened. Young Master Qing Shui did not visit the Senju ancestral home today. In a daze, Uchiha Madara stirred from his midday slumber upon hearing White Zetsu's urgent call. Young Master Qing Shui is about to engage in combat. It is said that his opponent, a blonde boy, possesses a troublesome teleportation technique. Uchiha Madara snapped to attention. The memory of his brother and the cursed flying thunder god technique remained an indelible scar on his heart. Could Qing Shui overcome this hurdle? In the Hokage's office. Lord Mito, what brings you here? Please take care of yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was intently observing the battle through a crystal ball, noticed the presence of Uzumaki Mito and promptly stood, relinquishing his seat, to welcome her. My dear monkey, I have come to discuss matters concerning Qing Shui. This child is rather unique. Uzumaki Mito glanced out the window and softly instructed the Umbu should withdraw. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately formed hand seals, issuing the command, everyone, withdraw. Once seated at the main position, Uzumaki Mito was about to speak when she noticed the crystal ball at the center of the table, reflecting the figures of Qing Shui and Namikaze Minato. Intrigued, she reached for it. What are these two children up to? Lord Mito. It appears Qing Shui and Minato wish to have a friendly contest, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked with a wry smile. He discerned that this competition was an extension and resolution of the tensions among his disciples. As for the underlying conflicts, he, as Hokage and teacher, was all too aware, yet felt powerless. With so many talented disciples and grandchildren, yet only one Hokage position, careful consideration was paramount. Ah, I see. Uzumaki Mito observed the serious-faced members of Hiruzen's class, instantly grasping the situation. This is splendid. Healthy competition will ensure a brighter future for Konoha. Come, monkey. Sit with me and watch. Uzumaki Mito exuded enthusiasm, prompting a resigned smile from Sarutobi Hiruzen. This elder still delighted in the spectacle. Young one, do you know how many methods exist to counter the flying thunder god technique? Qing Shui blinked innocently and replied, I do not know. I humbly request Lord Tobirama to teach me. The anonymous original creator of the flying thunder god technique, Senju Tobirama, who had been criticized by Jiraiya for its flaws, now smiled appreciatively. Not knowing is no concern. I shall teach you. Senju Tobirama raised 3 fingers and spoke in a deep voice. First, the foundation of mastering the flying thunder god technique lies in precise shuriken throwing skills. The transfer of the flying thunder god technique depends on coordinates. If the opponent's shuriken throwing skills are on par with ours, the threat is significantly diminished, especially if the enemy is aware of our information. Second, each time the flying thunder god technique is used for teleportation, the practitioner inevitably experiences temporal stasis. If the enemy's neural reaction speed surpasses that of the caster, it would be akin to delivering oneself into their hands. Third, due to the nature of the flying thunder god technique, the caster often engages in close-range assaults. If the enemy possesses enhancements to their physical strength, the caster may find themselves at a disadvantage. Qing Shui nodded thoughtfully. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to attending an examination where the examiner had first revealed the answers on the blackboard, a veritable open-book test. Qing Shui seemed to have uncovered a blind spot. I heard that your longtime rival, Uchiha Izuna, was severely injured by you using the flying thunder god technique. Yet he seems perfectly suited to counter it, given his Sharingan's dynamic vision and the Uchiha clan's mastery of swordsmanship and throwing techniques. Upon hearing Qin Shui mention this name, Senju Tobirama's brow twitched. I developed the Flying Thunder God technique specifically to combat him, which is why he never had a second chance to counter me. He is forever destined to be my defeated foe. Regardless, young man, I have imparted all my knowledge to you. Now, make sure to teach that blonde brat a lesson. Senju Tobirama said with evident displeasure. How dare he claim that my technique has flaws? I shall see exactly where he has improved it. At that moment, Namikaze Minato, holding a trident shuriken, beamed like a little sun and said softly, Qin Shui, are you ready? Be cautious, my speed is quite remarkable. Qin Shui responded with a smile. Come on, brother Minato. In an instant, Namikaze Minato's figure appeared beside Qin Shui. He did not employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet his body flicker technique was swift enough to cause Orochimaru's pupils to constrict in surprise, as he struggled to fully perceive the movement. In that moment, Jiraiya broke into a smile, and Tsunade mirrored his expression. Minato's speed was accelerating, though regrettably, he would not have the opportunity to showcase the Flying Thunder God technique. Engaging in close combat with Qin Shui, that little brat could withstand 7/10 of my strength. Minato resembled a streak of golden light, deftly lunging his shuriken towards Qin Shui's neck. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes, as this strike could secure victory. However, at that moment, Qin Shui slightly tilted his head, locking eyes with Minato. A crimson gleam flickering in his gaze. Minato froze for an instant, and Qin Shui's fist swiftly struck his abdomen, sending him flying. Brother Minato, it seems you have forgotten one crucial detail. Do not make eye contact with an Uchiha who possesses three-tomoe. Qin Shui gazed at the doubled-over Minato Namikaze, softly uttering, Though I am but a genin, I possess a slight understanding of what Izuna just mentioned. If it pleases you, I would be honored to witness your full strength. Without the need for formality, a gentle smile graced Qin Shui's face, radiating warmth akin to the sun. However, at that moment, the jovial expression had vanished from Minato's visage. Completed in 12,000. A plea for votes. I shall retire for the night. An early update will follow tomorrow. After a day of relentless writing, my eyes struggled to remain open. Minato pressed his abdomen, swallowing a copious amount of saliva that threatened to expel itself from his stomach. The sunny, confident smile faded, replaced by a grave demeanor. Qin Shui's punch nearly forced Minato to regurgitate. The strength of Qin Shui, his junior, was no trivial matter. It surpassed even that of Jiraiya. Minato's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. In light of this, Asuma's words must be taken into account. It appears that Qin Shui is indeed an Uchiha with a Sharingan of three-tomoe. Minato recalled the dishes Asuma had listed, blinking in surprise. It seems Qin Shui possesses an abundance of skills. Hey, Tsunade, this kid Qin Shui truly is a three-tomoe Uchiha. Jiraiya exclaimed, gazing at Qin Shui with incredulity, questioning Tsunade. Were you anticipating this day? Given the nature of the Uchiha clan, should one be fortunate enough to awaken the three-tomoe Sharingan, the entirety of the Uchiha would know by the following day. No Uchiha could resist the temptation to flaunt such power. If one were to consider Uchiha Obito, who awakened his three-tomoe at merely 8 years of age, the news would spread beyond the Uchiha clan, echoing throughout Konoha and even reaching the wider ninja world. Subtlety? The Uchiha have never embraced such a concept. Displaying their power publicly is the hallmark of the proud Uchiha lineage. Individuals like Qin Shui, who exhibit such humility, are indeed rare. What nonsense are you spouting, Jiraiya? Tsunade retorted with a cold laugh. Didn't Asuma already relay all of Qin Shui's information to you? With a wistful glance at Jiraiya, Asuma remarked, I greatly admire something Qin Shui once said. The frog at the bottom of the well can only gaze at the sky. One must contemplate matters deeply. Jiraiya faltered momentarily. He sensed that Asuma was subtly implying his short-sightedness, but he lacked concrete proof. Do not become complacent. Minato merely fell victim to an information disadvantage. A pair of three-tomoe Sharingan is still insufficient to triumph over Minato. Jiraiya quickly readjusted his emotions, regaining his optimism. It is merely a three-tomoe Sharingan. What does it amount to against the Flying Thunder God technique? Remember, even Uchiha Madara's brother succumbed to that move. Kushina, growing restless, noticed Minato turning his head to wink at her. Minato, catch. Kushina understood instantly and tossed a pouch of ninja tools towards him, containing an ample supply of kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. The trajectory of the ninja tool pouch passed not far from Aosei. Wolfing Watergate's gaze narrowed slightly. Yet he observed Aosei merely nodding at him, without any gesture of obstruction. Wolfing Watergate secured the ninja tool pouch around his waist, and a confident smile returned to his face. Aosei, my apologies. Your eyes truly startled me. Slowly, he withdrew several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, delicately pinched between his fingers, and stated, "Next, I shall employ the Flying Thunder God technique, so please be cautious." Before the commencement of this contest, Tsunade and Jiraiya were both quite irate, incessantly clamoring for a genuine clash between Aosei and Watergate, with an array of ninja tools meticulously prepared. However, when the duel commenced, Watergate keenly noted that Aosei had not brought a ninja sword to the arena. As his senior, he felt it inappropriate to wield too many tools. Thus he opted for a single kunai of the Flying Thunder God. Yet, in this moment, facing Aosei, who had activated his three-tomoe Sharingan, Watergate found himself devoid of confidence. Nevertheless, regardless of being the senior, he preferred to challenge his junior rather than suffer a defeat. Wolfing Watergate was not one to shy away from a loss. Yet this contest bore hidden significance, with outcomes likely to incite numerous repercussions, leaving no room for him to gracefully concede. At that moment, Aosei, with his back turned to the audience, inexplicably extended his right hand. Izuna, understanding the cue, smiled and accurately tossed the already cradled Muramasa into Aosei's grasp. Jiraiya cast a surprised glance at Izuna, contemplating. It is indeed curious how this young man from the Sarutobi family can synchronize so well with the Uchiha heir. Vortex Minato chuckled at the scene, pointing at Izuna within the crystal ball, and gestured to Sarutobi Hiruzen. These two lads share a delightful bond. This is what we call a connection. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with an awkward smile, though he felt a twinge of discomfort. Initially, he envisioned Aosei motivating Izuna to adopt a more proactive stance, allowing him, as a master of ninjutsu, to further cultivate his son's potential and simultaneously forge a relationship with Aosei, possibly leading to a future competition for the Hokage position. However, Asuma's eager demeanor, seemingly enjoying his role, elicited a sigh from Sarutobi Hiruzen. He had presumed Aosei was there to support Izuna, yet it appeared circumstances had shifted. Sighing, he pondered, what else can be done? I shall observe for now. Vortex Minato, perceptive to Sarutobi Hiruzen's sentiments, shook his head with a smile. She contemplated how Sarutobi Hiruzen would react once she revealed Aosei's lineage to him. I understand, Brother Watergate. Aosei gripped Muramasa, his aura becoming formidable. Yet his tone remained gentle and serene. I too look forward to witnessing the Flying Thunder God technique of the second Hokage. Please do not hold back. Wolfing Watergate nodded. At that moment, he regarded Aosei as an equal opponent. Upon the wrist of Minato Namikaze, a delicate chakra fortified his might. With a swift flick of his wrist, several kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique hurtled towards Qingshui at an astonishing speed, their trajectory as cunning as it was precise. Tobirama Senju narrowed his eyes. At that moment, he realized that Minato indeed possessed remarkable skill. The mere execution of this kunai throwing technique revealed that this blonde youth harbored both talent and ingenuity. However, a smirk soon crept upon Tobirama's lips as he pondered a shared sentiment with Izuna. No one understood the essence of talent better than Qingshui. Even Tobirama, who had once revered Hashirama, now considered that the grown Qingshui might stand a chance to contend with his elder brother. My disciple Qingshui embodies the essence of a god in the ninja world. The kunai sliced through the air, their piercing sound reminiscent of firecrackers. Minato's gaze was fixated upon Qingshui, for the kunai he had launched were meticulously calculated, effectively sealing off all potential escape routes for Qingshui. In that instant, the tomo in Qingshui's eyes began to whirl with fervor, and the swiftly advancing kunai appeared to move in slow motion within his mind, allowing him to deduce Minato's offensive strategy. In a fleeting moment, Qingshui grasped the potency of the Flying Thunder God technique. Its strength lay in the fact that the practitioner always maintained the initiative in battle, consistently seizing the upper hand, even against an opponent endowed with the three-tomoe of the Uchiha clan, capable of perceiving the kunai's movement. One must still anticipate the kunai's trajectory through the lens of the Flying Thunder God user, devising an appropriate countermeasure in an instant. It required not just a physical response, but also a mental acuity that matched the speed of the Flying Thunder God practitioner to effectively counter it. Regrettably for Minato, while his intellect was formidable. Qing Shui, who humbly considered himself of average talent, was far from weak. Qing Shui's form darted swiftly, yet his movements were peculiar. He neither approached Minato nor sought to intercept the kunai. A furrow formed on Minato's brow as he inwardly lamented, "If this is the case, then we are in for trouble." Whether Qing Shui chose to deflect the kunai or retaliate with ninjutsu, Minato had already prepared contingencies for the ensuing battle. He was confident that should Qing Shui engage him directly, he could draw Qing Shui into his rhythm. Once ensnared within his tempo, Minato was convinced that victory would be assured. This formulaic approach had served Minato well since mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. Even Jiraiya, who had sparred with him numerous times and was familiar with his kunai throwing patterns, found it challenging to respond adequately in the heat of battle, often falling prey to the strategy. Yet, Qing Shui seemed to have discerned Minato's throwing methods, almost as if he had directly comprehended the offensive routes behind the kunai's trajectory. Did this imply that Qing Shui had, in the moment the kunai approached, intuitively deduced Minato's thought process? Before Minato could contemplate further, Qing Shui swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow river. The ground trembled, and mud roared forth, engulfing the kunai and whisking them away to a distant place. Jiraiya stood in stunned silence, witnessing the extraordinary scene unfold before him. He was perplexed as to why Minato had not employed the Flying Thunder God technique earlier. Qing Shui had merely taken a few peculiar steps, yet Minato's brow furrowed, and he ceased any further actions. During their usual training sessions, had Minato launched a surprise attack with a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, a dazzling flash of golden light would have followed, and the cold blade would have been poised against his neck. Jiraiya had nearly been convinced that as long as he successfully prompted Minato to throw the Flying Thunder God kunai, he would be invincible. However, Qing Shui's simple movements shattered this notion. Orochimaru squinted his eyes, as if a faint understanding was dawning upon him. His long tongue instinctively licked the corner of his mouth, a subconscious action born of pleasure and intrigue. These two youngsters are remarkably talented and astute. I find them quite appealing. Minato retrieved a kunai from his hand and hurled it once more towards Qing Shui, swiftly forming hand seals. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. 1 kunai transformed into 3, and 3 into 9. A multitude of kunai rained down upon Qing Shui, while Minato mingled the Flying Thunder God kunai among them. Amidst the torrential downpour of kunai, only he, the practitioner attuned to the Flying Thunder God mark, could discern the precise location of the Flying Thunder God kunai. Qing Shui nodded slightly. Minato's response was exceptionally adept. The combination of the Shadow Shuriken Jutsu with his throwing technique made it nearly impossible to react in that fleeting moment, even with the advantage of the Sharingan and a clear mind. Coupled with Minato's unique methods, the kunai's speed exceeded that of a ninja forming seals, thus creating a nearly unavoidable lethal situation. Uchiha Madara observed the scene with tension, muttering under his breath, "What a devious little brat," even more so than Hashirama. Hashirama himself cast a surprised glance at Minato. This blonde-haired youth truly seemed to possess some clever ideas. However, while Minato's combination was impressive, it was ultimately his own. Qing Shui wielded Muramasa, deflecting the oncoming kunai with an expression of calmness. A smile played at the corners of Minato's mouth. This time, Qing Shui would be unable to discern his attack route from the Flying Thunder God kunai. The blonde hair glimmered under the sunlight as Minato utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, weaving through the air like a flash of gold, swiftly traversing the space above. In that moment, even Izuna and Tsunade displayed concern in their eyes. Minato had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to such a remarkable degree. Jiraiya grinned widely. Though as a teacher, he had not compelled Minato to unleash such a combination in an offensive manner. Yet, he was unconcerned and shouted encouragingly, "Minato, give it your all. Don't hold back for your junior." Uchiha Madara fixated intently on this scene, unwelcome memories flooding his mind. In an instant, Minato appeared beside Qing Shui in midair, his gaze fixed upon the nape of Qing Shui's neck. Tsunade's voice echoed in his mind, "Just go all out, don't hold back. As long as I'm here, I can save you as long as there is breath left in your bodies." At that moment, do not lose and claim it was out of humility, for I shall not acknowledge that. Wave Wind Watergate internally expressed another apology, while the kunai in his hand moved with increasing swiftness. Aimed at the back of Qing Shui, he bore no desire to harm his companion, yet the pursuit of his dream to become Hokage inevitably entailed fierce competition. However, In the next instant, Wave Wind Water Gate widened his eyes in shock. The blade of Murasaki was, at this moment, swifter than his own, preemptively slicing through his chest. The situation had shifted dramatically in an instant. From a distance, the suddenly displaced Wave Wind Water Gate looked down at the wound on his chest. His expression more grave than ever before. Blood dripped steadily from his chest. Qing Shui shook his head with a smile, gently stating, "Brother Watergate, I believe I have grasped your combat strategy. The human eye captures stimuli and relays them to the brain, with an average delay of about half a second for ordinary individuals. After each of your shunshin, your body experiences a brief moment of inertia. Yet you utilize the very human mechanism I mentioned, preemptively setting up your attack, thus allowing you to react faster than your opponent. Therefore, when engaging a user of the Flying Thunder God technique, if one's dynamic vision, motor response, and physical prowess are inferior to that of the opponent, one indeed finds themselves in a significantly passive position. However, the issue lies in my apparent proficiency in these areas. So, shall we continue, Brother Watergate?" Qing Shui held Murasaki, his tone gentle, yet a chill surged within Wave Wind Watergate. "My apologies for the slight delay. This morning, I attended a banquet, witnessing childhood friends step into the realm of marriage, leaving me feeling like a solitary elder, sobbing quietly. Nevertheless, today marks 12,000. I humbly seek your votes for comfort. I recommend a classic work by a senior, Konoha, starting from the Hyuga experiment body. The year is 54 in Konoha. The third great ninja war has concluded. The fourth Hokage has passed on, and Orochimaru has begun to flourish. As a product of Orochimaru's boredom, the Hyuga experimental body, Kagura-Zoa, found himself lost in thought amidst a series of system tasks. Years later, Danzo let out a soul-stirring cry. "I am not dead yet. Why are you already lamenting?" The scene fell into a profound silence. Every ninja present pondered Qing Shui's earlier words. Had the Flying Thunder God technique been unraveled by Qing Shui? According to his assertion, it seemed that as long as he could react before the kunai of the Flying Thunder God reached him, he could simply strike Watergate down. It sounded deceptively simple, and Qing Shui had indeed executed it that way. Yet upon closer inspection, something felt amiss. What nonsense was this young boy spouting? Jiraiya stared vacantly, murmuring to himself, does he imply that even in a passive state, his speed and reaction surpass those of the actively attacking Watergate? Jiraiya understood Watergate's speed all too well. It was at a level unreachable even for him. Throughout the entire ninja world, Jiraiya did not believe there existed any ninja capable of surpassing Watergate in terms of reflexes and speed. Perhaps Jiraiya was indeed correct. However, the entity known as Qing Shui is a groundbreaking open-world ninja, ingeniously crafted upon the foundation laid by Senju Tobirama, enhanced by the attributes of Uchiha Madara, Uzumaki Mido, alongside additional influences from Uchiha Seishui, Uchiha Obito, Hatake Kakashi, Might Guy, and Kakuzu, among others. This creation stands far ahead of its contemporaries. With the dual mastery of the senjutsu forms of Senju and Uzumaki, bolstered by the ocular prowess of Uchiha Madara, along with the remarkable reflexes of Senju Tobirama and supplementary training, it prominently showcases the capabilities of a true leader. Though Tsunade could not fully comprehend Qing Shui's words, the speed exhibited by Qing Shui and Minato surpassed her capacity for reaction. To her, it appeared as merely a flash of golden blades. With the outcome of the battle already determined, she was not inherently a speed-oriented ninja, and this confrontation exceeded her purview. Nevertheless, Tsunade suppressed her inner joy, exerting herself to maintain an appearance of indifference, dismissively waving her hand and disingenuously stating, "Isn't this merely a demonstration of average talent? Why the surprise?" Yet internally, she fervently cheered for Qing Shui. "Qing Shui, disregard whether he is your senior or not. Strike him fiercely. To aspire to be Hokage, one must conquer all." Jiraiya, unable to contain himself, was about to engage Tsunade in a debate, but then he caught sight of Asuma's impassive expression. It was as if everything was indeed quite ordinary. Jiraiya swallowed his words, reluctant to allow Tsunade to perceive him as lacking in insight, and forcefully declared, "It is not over yet, far from it. Minato has even more to showcase with the Flying Thunder God technique." However, no one paid him any heed, while Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with palpable excitement. Following the completion of the wood release experiment, Orochimaru realized that the study of Hashirama's cells alone could not fulfill his ambitions. He required a greater talent to approach the threshold of immortality. Initially filled with uncertainty, Orochimaru's spirits were reignited by the talent displayed by Shui, igniting a fervent desire within him. This was nothing short of a flawless ninja template crafted by the Sage of Six Paths. He yearned to possess Shui and meticulously study him from head to toe. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara had erupted into cheers. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to the feared Azura of the ninja realm, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. He resembled nothing more than a parent exuberantly cheering at a children's competition. In Madara's eyes, the blonde-haired Namikaze Minato appeared akin to the white-haired Senju Tobirama of yore. As for Shui, he perfectly embodied the memory of his younger brother. During the Warring States period, Uchiha Izuna was renowned as a flawless ninja, his combat style mirroring that of Shui. With a keen intellect and his Sharingan, he could discern every flaw of his adversaries. Senju Tobirama, your despicable tricks can only succeed once. Madara scorned Tobirama before clenching his fists, fervently encouraging from afar. Shui, let those practitioners of the Flying Thunder God technique understand the lamentable and tragic fate that awaits without the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Beside him, the spiral-haired white absolute observed Uchiha Madara with a sigh, cautiously closing the bedroom door and shaking his head. Alas, this old man, ever since his spirits lifted a bit, has been startled by the television. Can't he just watch it calmly? Shall we continue, Brother Minato? This question lingered in the ears of Namikaze Minato, inexplicably grating on him. It was as if Aosei were asking him, do you still wish to compete for the title of Hokage? Namikaze Minato, possessing an upright character, was nonetheless confronted with the harsh reality that when Aosei, merely a few years his junior, bested him as an adult, it symbolized, in a certain sense, the defeat of Jiraiya's faction by Tsunade's. Had Aosei been of his age, perhaps it would not have carried such critical implications. However, as Aosei approached the peak of his ninja prowess, coupled with his Uchiha lineage, the outcome of their duel, should it become public, could trigger a butterfly effect, potentially unleashing a storm within Konoha. The betting among the ninja clans, the perspectives of the higher-ups, and the allocation of resources would all shift. This was a conflict devoid of personal feelings or moral character, yet marked by an unwavering opposition. Namikaze Minato's expression shifted as he gazed at Aosei's unusually gentle smile and spoke in a deep voice. Of course, Brother Aosei, has this battle not only just begun? With a swift motion, he severed his sleeve with a kunai and deftly tore it into strips, quickly binding the wound on his chest. Blood seeped into the cloth, staining his green Jonin uniform a dark crimson, yet Minato's gaze remained resolute. This was the most arduous and significant battle he had faced thus far as Konoha's genuine top genius. Detecting a strong sense of possessiveness from Orochimaru towards the host, binding as a target. Detecting a strong sense of shock from Jiraiya towards the host, binding as a target. Detecting a strong sense of competition from Namikaze Minato towards the host, binding as a target. All targets bound, all were secured by Aosei. As Aosei listened to the series of notifications in his ear, his gaze towards Namikaze Minato grew increasingly gentle. Without Minato as his sparring partner, Aosei would have needed to gradually seek opportunities to bind these valuable ninjas. Yet on this day, upon this stage, these formidable ninjas felt as if they had been packaged together and thrust into Aosei's embrace. This left Aosei deeply grateful to Minato. Thus, Aosei resolved to express his gratitude. Since we are to continue, Brother Minato, I had a fleeting realization regarding your fighting style. Aosei spoke softly. You initiated the attack earlier, so this time, allow me to take the lead. Minato's gaze flickered. What had his junior discerned? In such a brief span, the secrets of the Flying Thunder God technique had been thoroughly laid bare before him. Although Minato did not believe anyone else could replicate Aosei's approach, a sense of inexplicable tension began to stir within him. Could it be that there were apparent flaws in his own combat style? Orochimaru meticulously observed the expressions of both Kiyoshi and Minato, gradually losing interest in Minato while his gaze towards Kiyoshi became nothing short of avaricious. At that moment, whether it was the ninjas present or those watching the live broadcast, all attention was focused on Kiyoshi and Minato, leaving Orochimaru unnoticed. With a single utterance from Kiyoshi, Jiraiya's exceptional disciple found himself in disarray. Orochimaru mused internally. The path to immortality necessitates a flawless body, and Kiyoshi appeared to embody such perfection. At this instant, He did not ponder the potential shifts in the competition for the Hokage position following this battle. Instead, he resembled a scientist in pursuit of ultimate truth. Feeling a slight fatigue, yet glimpsing the hope of success. The Hokage title symbolized the manifestation of Orochimaru's past life's values, yet in the face of ideals. The pursuit of knowledge is paramount, even if it leads to demise. Before long, a dense layer of black began to materialize around Kyosui's form. Earth Release, Earth Spear, a technique capable of hardening the body while maintaining agility, offering defense against ordinary explosive tags and ninja tools. As Kyosui explained this to Minato, he smiled and raised his palm. The black layer enveloping Kyosui deepened, reflecting a dark brilliance akin to the tomo of the Sharingan. Observing from the sidelines, Kushina focused intently on Kyosui, activating her sensory abilities, her expression shifting. Kyosui's chakra levels were vastly superior to her own, and he continued to infuse chakra into this technique. What was his intention? No, this chakra's essence. How did it bear a resemblance to? Strangely, Kushina sensed within Kyosui's chakra a hint of the Uzumaki clan's characteristics. Even a trace reminiscent of Uzumaki Mido. Could it be that Kyosui was also a descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Impossible. How could such a thing be? Kushina gazed perplexedly at Kyosui's three-tomoe Sharingan and his long, lustrous hair, clearly belonging to the Uchiha clan. Was it conceivable that the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans could intertwine? Kushina knew this to be impossible, yet she trusted her instincts, leading to an increasing turmoil within her heart. Sensing Kushina's intense curiosity towards the host, binding as a target, Kyosui's smile grew ever more radiant. He increasingly felt that Minato was his fortuitous ally. In this brief moment, for formidable individuals, Minato, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kushina were all bound to Kyosui. Minato gazed at Kyosui, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, while Kyosui had yet to initiate his attack. As the defensive might of the Earth Spear technique reached its zenith, a vast amount of chakra coiled around Kyosui's arm. Though substantial, this chakra was remarkably orderly. Jiraiya, witnessing this familiar scene, murmured to himself, "A young Uchiha possesses the monstrous strength of the Senju clan. Am I still inebriated? Tsunade, what on earth have you taught him?" Naturally, she had imparted everything. My teaching prowess could only be described as genius. Kakashi responded fluidly, yet under the incredulous gazes of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. A hint of unease began to creep in. Even her audacity felt somewhat embarrassed. "Brother Minato, are you ready?" Chingshui beamed like a radiant sun, returning to him his earlier words. "Be cautious. My speed and strength are quite formidable." At that moment, the blade Muramasa in Chingshui's hand ignited with fierce flames. The roaring fire surging to a height of over 10 meters, its tail resembling a galloping fire dragon, twisting and roaring in the air. In that instant, Chingshui seemed to transform entirely, shedding his previous calm and wise combat style for an aggressive and grandiose approach, disregarding the flying thunder god Kanai Minato had set, charging directly at him with his blade raised. In the earlier exchanges, Chingshui had resembled a gentle youth, donning plain glasses. Now, however, he emanated the regal aura of a Shura from the ninja realm, looking down upon the world with disdain. Minato's pupils suddenly constricted. This stark contrast took him by surprise, and the heat of the flames made his breath momentarily falter. With a swift motion, Chingshui descended from the heavens, wielding Muramasa with immense power and roaring flames, aiming a devastating strike at Minato's head. Upon impact, the earth fractured, flames consuming the surface and rampaging wildly. The concealed flying thunder god Kanai within that fiery wrath melted and shattered, reduced to debris of an incomplete jutsu. So fast, Minato's figure vanished and reappeared at a distant Kanai, his brow furrowed. If not for the flying thunder god technique, Chingshui's speed exceeded his own by a slight margin. What a formidable instant technique! Unbeknownst to Minato, Chingshui's talent in this aspect stemmed from Seishui, Tobirama, and Madara. Coupled with the Senju and Uzumaki clan's sage abilities as a catalyst, although his physique was still awakening, it was nonetheless a step ahead of the not-yet-peak Minato. The power was astonishing. One strike could hardly be withstood by the human body. Minato felt a pang of frustration. They had begun the match with a battle of wits. Each move between the brothers was calculated meticulously, akin to a game of chess where every step was weighed against 5 others, guided by combat intelligence. Yet suddenly, Qin Shui had adopted such a reckless and grand strategy, resembling a berserker. This younger brother truly embodied a stark contrast. As a top-tier assassin renowned for his harvesting prowess, Minato had always been somewhat dismissive of high-powered ninjutsu. In his view, such techniques were only worthwhile on large-scale battlefields. Otherwise, they represented a waste of chakra. With a ninja's physique, a mere kunai at the throat sufficed, eliminating the need for excessive chakra expenditure. Even his teacher, Jiraiya, despite being one of the strongest in the ninja world, often found himself on the defensive during their practice bouts. This was not to say Jiraiya lacked strength. On the contrary, his foundation in ninjutsu was exceptionally solid, marking him as a true powerhouse. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that no matter how swiftly he performs the hand seals, he cannot strike the formidable Minato Namikaze, who wields the flying thunder god technique. Jiraiya's throat, akin to that of an ordinary person, is equally vulnerable to the same kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique. Minato's combat style effectively counters the majority of ninjas within the ninja realm. Yet presently, his approach appears inadequate against the formidable Aosei. Another slash comes forth. Minato teleports once more, as the blade and flames obliterate yet another area, erasing everything concealed within. His gaze remains fixed upon the dense blackness enveloping Aosei. Aosei has already informed him that it is a certain earth-style defensive ninjutsu. Minato's slashes carry substantial force during the Third Great Ninja War. His strikes posed a threat even to the Fourth Reikage, capable of severing portions of the Bija's tentacles. The strategically placed flying thunder god kunai is being gradually dismantled by Aosei, and the situation grows increasingly dire. In this critical moment, Minato remains ever more composed. Should I engage in close combat with my junior, Aosei, and fail to conclude the battle with a single strike? Given his ferocious blade skills and speed, it is highly probable that I would incur a counterattack. Should that blade find its mark, it would not merely be a question of whether I can continue fighting. I would be left awaiting rescue from Lady Tsunade. Minato gazes intently at Muramasa, pondering repeatedly whether to take this gamble. Can my full force truly breach Aosei's defenses? If successful, the tide of battle would undoubtedly shift. A practitioner of the flying thunder god technique is indeed unscrupulous. Even a slight advantage can be exploited to expand infinitely, repetitively employing a singular strategy until victory is attained. Conversely, should I fail, Aosei, unscathed, would possess the capacity to retaliate, leaving me, Minato, as the one to fall. Was that Sarutobi Hiruzen just now? And now is it Uzumaki Mito? Aosei perceives the chakra observing this battlefield, contemplating. Are they watching together? Still within the Hokage building? Aosei reflects on the changing demeanor of Uzumaki Mito towards him over the past few days. Although Aosei does not fully comprehend Mito's thoughts, it is clear that this elder woman genuinely cares for him, her concern tinged with regret, as if she bears a sense of indebtedness towards him. Unbeknownst to Aosei, as his Uzumaki lineage rapidly awakens, Mito's initial sentiments are gradually transforming. Yet, one truth remains unchanged. The unfortunate Aosei is a product of the forbidden techniques of Senju Tobirama. Aosei surveys his surroundings. The training ground lies in disarray. Remnants of destruction scattered about. Tsunade hesitates, glancing at the blade in Aosei's hand, contemplating whether to intervene in this match. Not for any other reason. But Tsunade fears that if Aosei's strike lands incorrectly, she may not be able to save Minato. After all, both Aosei and Minato are speed-oriented ninjas, making it difficult to control precision effectively. Aosei notices Tsunade's gaze and offers a smile. The raging flames entwined around Muramasa extinguish instantaneously, and Aosei gently tosses the blade towards Tsunade, softly articulating, "This power, I am yet unable to master, Minato-senpai. Since this is a friendly spar between comrades, I shall refrain from employing it for now." Tsunade grasped the hilt of Muramasa, feeling the lingering warmth of the water beneath her fingers, a peculiar sensation coursing through her. With just a glance, did Aoyuki truly comprehend her innermost thoughts? Alas, Asuma sighed, recognizing the lack of synergy between Tsunade and Aoyuki. Even their posture with the sword was misaligned. However, Tsunade was, after all, a mentor, and as her disciple, what could he do? Minato squinted, questioning whether he had been led into a trap. Jiraiya shook his head, acknowledging the undeniable truth. The Uchiha clan remained true to their nature, even with Aoyuki's temperament. he would inevitably become complacent under such advantageous circumstances. At that moment, Tsunade tightened her grip on Muramasa, her anxiety palpable. Surely, her presence would not lead to Aoyuki's downfall? Aoyuki, my dear disciple, I acknowledge your sentiments. Minato's gaze sharpened. Should the threat of Muramasa be diminished, even if he couldn't secure victory in one strike? Enduring a blow seemed a tolerable outcome. In that instant, he launched a decisive assault. Golden flashes illuminated the air as Minato pushed his speed to its utmost limits. Aoyuki remained rooted in place, the dark tomo in his eyes whirling rapidly, anticipating the emergence of that golden light. It arrived. Amidst the deluge of shuriken, the golden gleam reappeared, this time aimed at Aoyuki's back, a full-force strike descending. If he relinquished Muramasa and still lost to his senior, the implications would be quite delicate. With a resounding thrust, Minato's vigorous slash pierced through Aoyuki's darkened exterior, carving a crimson line across his skin. Yet, Aoyuki retaliated with a powerful punch, colliding with Minato's side. Even though Minato had exerted every effort to mitigate the impact, the blow shattered his rib. Enduring the pain, Minato observed as green luminescence emanated from Aoyuki's hand, healing the wound. Immediately, the Earth Spear technique enveloped the arena as Aoyuki charged forward. In that moment, Minato grasped the most crucial realization. Although both he and Aoyuki could strike each other, the disparity in damage inflicted was starkly evident. Asuma shook his head in wonder, reflecting, "This is Aoyuki. Our Aoyuki truly possesses remarkable prowess." Jiraiya and Orochimaru could hardly contain themselves. If Aoyuki's prior cunning was indeed skillful, deserving of acclaim within the shinobi world, the current Aoyuki bore striking resemblance to Tsunade's combat style. Fearless in the face of blows, possessing immense strength, he relied on a strategy of trading injuries, betting on whose endurance and might would prevail. Could such a style be deemed skillful? With Aoyuki's formidable chakra reserves, earth-based techniques, healing ninjutsu, and superhuman strength, perhaps even Asuma could stand toe-to-toe with Minato. In the realm of ninjas, one might regard Senju Hashirama as the deity of the ninja world. However, it would be misguided to assert that he wields absolute control. This notion perhaps embodies the last flicker of defiance within the hearts of ordinary ninjas. Due to the pain hindering his movements, Minato Namikaze was struck once more by Aoi. He had no choice but to resort to his ultimate technique, one that perfectly countered Aoi's earth-style defense. By amplifying the intensity of his lightning chakra, Minato gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Spiral, Flash, Super Rasen Dance, third form." In an instant, golden lightning engulfed Aoi. The earth spear technique enveloping Aoi was swiftly undone by the overwhelming power of the lightning release. At last, Minato succeeded in inflicting significant damage upon Aoi. Multiple gashes marred Aoi's body, yet he refrained from retaliating immediately, instead utilizing his Sharingan to pinpoint Minato's location while calculating the pause in time. Seizing the opportune moment, he launched a ferocious attack against Minato. Minato was sent flying, half kneeling on the ground, utterly incapable of rising. The battle was over. Yet, Aoi remained unsatisfied, deeply dissatisfied. From confrontation with Jiraiya, you have acquired Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp Technique, Raging Lion's Hair Technique, Needle of the Earth Deity Technique. From confrontation with Orochimaru, you have acquired Orochimaru's Body Replacement Technique, Orochimaru's Soft Body Modification, Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. From confrontation with Kushina Uzumaki, you have acquired Four Symbol Seal, Fire Sealing Method, Contract Seal. From confrontation with Minato Namikaze, you have acquired Enhanced Motor Skills, Speed Enhancement, Dynamic Visual Acuity. As for Tsunade and Asuma, they seemed accustomed to the outcome, receiving no corresponding rewards. Uzumaki Mito reacted with serene composure, suppressing his emotions, while Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not utter a word, forcing himself to maintain his composure. Is this meager sum truly worthy of being called explosive gold? Aoi, though aware that the ninjas present were merely ordinary spectators, felt a twinge of disrespect upon receiving such trifling rewards for a performance of such grandeur. Dissatisfied, Aoi resolved to stir things up. He gazed at the flying thunder god mark on Minato's wrist, a smirk forming on his lips. A delightful scenario unfolded in his mind. "Little brat, fret not. Though this mark is difficult to remove, I am here, and it poses no significant issue." Senju Tobirama reassured Aoi, though his eyes widened in shock. Within Aoi, The dormant power of the Uchiha surged once more, evidently displeased with the mark of the flying thunder god inscribed upon his body. An unprecedented fury erupted. Tobirama, startled, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn you, Uchiha Izuna. That is not my flying thunder god." Tobirama swiftly channeled his power to Aoi, urging, "Aoi, accept my strength, quickly." He recalled how, during the last incident involving Uchiha Izuna's malevolence, Aoi began to ponder the illusions between the ninja world and history, instilling a sense of dread within Tobirama. Should Aoi ever succumb to darkness, who in the ninja world could stand against him? Thus, the tale unfolds. The chakra of Qingshui surged uncontrollably, intertwining the bloodline of Uchiha with the power of Senju Tobirama in a wild collision, unleashing formidable strength. The more Qingshui forcefully wielded his ocular power, the more intensely Tobirama's energy was infused, invigorating Uchiha Madara's lineage. Both sides were determined to seize the principal share of Qingshui's power. In that moment, Qingshui stood silently, gazing intently at the flying thunder god mark on his wrist, his expression devoid of warmth, his smile absent, yet his chakra ascended to a terrifying degree. At this instant, Qingshui's demeanor mirrored that of Senju Tobirama or the wrathful Uchiha Izuna, embodying a coldness and ruthlessness. His eyes glinted with a detached, murderous intent, as if he had been slaughtering for decades in the Warring States period. An unfamiliar Qingshui had emerged. Finally, the chapter featuring Minato Namikaze was completed. Though it consisted of only 2 chapters, it approached 12,000 words. Daily updates achieved. I shall take a brief respite. The 3rd update remains uncertain. After attending a wedding banquet at noon, my state has been rather off today. I strive to update earlier in the future. During the National Day holiday, I wish to remain indoors and focus solely on writing. Qingshui, can you hear me? Tobirama called out urgently while fervently channeling his power into Qingshui. As he did not receive a response to his familiar voice, Tobirama grew increasingly anxious. It was only then that he realized something significant. Throughout the extensive time spent within Qingshui's body, whenever he spoke, Qingshui had always responded. Regardless of whether Tobirama's words were harsh, biting, sensitive, or humorous, Qingshui would engage with him cheerfully, even though he could easily block Tobirama's perception. He had never done so again after their initial meeting. Seemingly unafraid of Tobirama witnessing his actions, his heart laid bare. Yet now, Tobirama was met with silence from Qingshui, and even the shared vision they once had began to blur. Uchiha Izuna, what do you truly desire? I will say this once more, that is not my flying thunder god mark. Tobirama roared, yet he was already beginning to grasp the change in Qingshui, feeling a tinge of grievance. Uchiha Izuna, whom he had encountered with the flying thunder god technique, had his chakra lurking within Qingshui's body, and even under Tobirama's suppression, would occasionally attempt to impose his demonic essence upon Qingshui. In his final moments, Uchiha Izuna frequently uttered the name of the flying thunder god technique, along with those of Tobirama and Uchiha Madara. Now, however, Minato Namikaze had inscribed the flying thunder god mark upon Qingshui's exterior. Frankly, if one were to consider the situation from a different perspective, Tobirama could indeed understand why Uchiha Izuna would be extraordinarily enraged. This was quite the humiliation. Tobirama silently noted how Minato had provoked Uchiha Izuna. Should they have another opportunity to clash, such as during the ultimate battle within Qingshui, inscribing a flying thunder god mark upon Uchiha Izuna would be the epitome of insult. Even the design of the flying thunder god seal can be altered. Perhaps inscribed with Senju Tobirama was here or something similar. Senju Tobirama forcefully suppressed the wild imaginings of his mind, continuously calling out the name of Aoi while overloading his own power to impart it. The bond of Senju Tobirama, when he bestows strength upon you, it can momentarily transcend his own limits without consequence. At this moment, although Senju Tobirama had exhausted himself in delivering power to Aoi, he felt no fatigue. In fact, he sensed the eruption of latent potential within him that he had previously been unaware of. The calm and wise Senju Tobirama possessed an extraordinarily precise control over his own abilities, and this inexplicable excess could only be interpreted in one way. It seems I have a modicum of appreciation for this little brat. After all, his will of fire has achieved a perfect score. Yet I am the second Hokage of Konohagakure. Senju Tobirama intensified his efforts, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Uchiha Izuna, this is a bond that you and Aoi shall never attain. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen was genuinely astonished. Despite Asuma's fervent praise of Aoi's talent, he struggled to suppress his own emotions in the presence of Uzumaki Mido, striving to maintain an air of composure befitting a Hokage. Within the crystal ball, Aoi's chakra had materialized, shattering the earth beneath him. The magnitude of this chakra left Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly forming hand seals, his pupils trembling in response. At this moment, he felt utterly bewildered. He recognized an exceedingly familiar chakra emanating from Aoi, his teacher, Senju Tobirama's chakra. Uzumaki Mido was somewhat taken aback, but refrained from forming seals, narrowing his eyes instead. After a brief moment, it seemed he grasped some critical insight, letting out a long sigh. This time, you have truly been audacious, Tobirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly turned to Uzumaki Mido, seeking his counsel. Mido-sama, I will immediately dispatch personnel to restrain Uchiha Aoi. He possesses Lord Tobirama's chakra. This must pertain to a significant secret of the village. However, to his surprise, Uzumaki Mido waved his hand dismissively. Do not concern yourself with Aoi, but ensure that the Umbu swiftly encircle the training ground. No one should approach. I have come to speak with you specifically about Aoi. Matters that only you as Hokage are permitted to know. No one else holds the right to this classified information. As for Tsunade, I will personally discuss it with her. A tremor coursed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Only he, as Hokage, could be privy to such classified secrets? Within Konohagakure, even matters concerning the Nine Tails required the consensus of the four highest officials, the Hokage's advisor, and 2 consultants. Yet now, Uzumaki Mido had indicated that the information regarding Aoi was a matter of utmost secrecy reserved for the Hokage alone. This implied that Aoi's extraordinary circumstances concealed a secret of even greater significance than that of the Nine Tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed that Aoi was increasingly reminiscent of Senju Tobirama, emanating a more profound chakra, mixed with an ominous chill. It was as if an electric current coursed through his mind. He could not fathom what had transpired. Yet he understood that after today, the dynamics of Konoha would inevitably shift. Mido-sama, is there truly no need to rein in Aoi? He appears to be losing control. After a brief moment, Hiruzen perceived that Aoi had seemingly reached the pinnacle of Senju Tobirama's chakra and spoke aloud. If that is the case, the ninjas present will be in grave danger. Hiruzen's words were not without merit. Those observing in the training ground were the very foundation and future of Konoha, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Minato, and Kushina. They were either his disciples, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, or the foremost young ninja in Konoha adept in the Flying Thunder God technique. As for Asuma, he was his youngest son, deeply cherished. And then there was Noira Rin, a remarkably talented medical ninja in her own right. Should anything befall them, Konoha would face a catastrophic fracture, more devastating than the losses incurred in a ninja world war. It was no wonder that Hiruzen was apprehensive. Aoi, who had lost control and wielded the pinnacle chakra of Senju Tobirama, required utmost caution, even in his presence, not to mention with his own disciples and young son. No. A cold glint flickered in Uzumaki Mido's eyes. This presents an excellent opportunity, Hiruzen. I had thought I would never witness Aoi's potential, yet by serendipity, I now have this chance, and I cannot let it slip away. Potential? What potential? Hiruzen was unable to comprehend Mido's words. The so-called potential referred to Aoi's ability to master the power within him. Mido coldly remarked, to witness Aoi's potential, it is unavoidable that they face some peril. This was a matter of utmost importance concerning the future of Konoha and how the village would treat Aoi henceforth. Hiruzen stared incredulously at the crystal ball, astonished that Mido would utter such sentiments. As Hokage, he understood that at times, sacrificing a few was an unfortunate necessity. However, before Aoi stood not only his disciples and son, but also Mido's kin and granddaughter. Yet, upon witnessing Mido's resolute demeanor, Hiruzen bowed his head, forcibly suppressing his inner turmoil and trepidation. I understand, Mido-sama. Hiruzen fixed his gaze on the crystal ball, his mind swirling in chaos. Senju Tobirama, Aoi, Uchiha, the will of fire, Asuma, the rear guard, Tsunade. These seemingly disparate elements intertwined in an obscure connection, creating a tumult of confusion. Mido, too, looked on expectantly at Aoi. Would this child, nurtured by the soul and forbidden techniques of Tobirama, be able to master his own power? At Uchiha Obito's residence, Kurizetsu remarked, "Why are you still washing Obito's clothes? Isn't this a task we typically handle?" Several white zetsu clumsily tidied up the house, awkwardly attending to household chores. During the times when Uchiha Obito is away from home, Kurizetsu often calls upon Shirazetsu to handle various trivial matters. In Kurizetsu's perspective, this little brat Uchiha Obito hardly warrants the seriousness with which Kurizetsu approaches such tasks. Do not disturb. That boy can distinguish whether it was I or you who washed the clothes. As for the meals, do not meddle. Just clean the floors, and then be on your way. Kurizetsu muttered with a frown. He is undeniably a dullard, yet he possesses an unexpected sensitivity towards certain matters. Initially, after cooking and washing for Uchiha Obito, Kurizetsu intended to delegate these responsibilities to Shirazetsu. However, not only did Uchiha Obito notice the change in washing technique, but he also grew anxious and approached Kurizetsu, inquiring if something was amiss with his health. This left Kurizetsu at a loss. If he had such keen powers of observation, why could he not discern that I am merely a false entity? Reluctantly, Kurizetsu had no choice but to engage in these tasks personally. For all of this was ultimately to resolve matters concerning mother. Enduring a little inconvenience was of no consequence. Meanwhile, Shirazetsu, having completed the household chores, watched Kurizetsu as he busily washed, chopped, and prepared meals, growing increasingly perplexed. How is it that this fellow appears to be growing more adept, even relishing the process? Was he not initially averse to it? What Shirazetsu remained unaware of was that a particular statement made by Aoi had inadvertently struck a chord within Kurizetsu. Two solitary beings, both bereft of their mothers, found solace in each other's company. For millennia, Kurizetsu's heart had grown as cold as the knife it wielded, yet as a sentient being, it had rarely found time for meaningful interaction with others. However, with Uchiha Obito, a surprising camaraderie blossomed. Given Obito's intellect, Kurizetsu felt little need for restraint in conversation, and every endeavor was met with sincere praise. Gradually, Kurizetsu began to plot in silence, contemplating that once the Eye of the Moon plan succeeded, perhaps it could consider leaving Uchiha Obito alive, for after Mother's resurrection, there would inevitably be a need for servants to attend to her. Just then, Kurizetsu's brow furrowed sharply. Such potent chakra. This must be Uchiha Aoi. How has he suddenly grown so formidable? Kurizetsu murmured, no? Uchiha Senju. Uchiha Aoi actually possesses the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. As the third son of Kagaya Otsutsuki, Kurizetsu had a unique means of detecting the direct lineage of its mother, which explained why it had accurately located the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura over the millennia. What exactly is the situation with Uchiha Aoi? I have perused his records. He is merely an ordinary descendant of the Uchiha clan. A fleeting thought crossed Kurizetsu's mind, reassuring itself. It must be a dual reincarnation, a special dual reincarnation. Yet, Kurizetsu could not dismiss the fact that if Aoi were indeed a dual reincarnation, then how could one account for the Uzumaki bloodline? As the mastermind behind the shinobi world, Black Zetsu's logic has always been remarkably clear. It does not allow itself to overlook any detail. That day, the words exchanged between Aoi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha echoed in its mind. Redemption, mother. Aoi Uchiha was awry. Something was amiss. In that moment, even Black Zetsu, who possessed knowledge of the shinobi world's millennia-long history, found itself bewildered, unable to discern Aoi's true condition. I must intensify my scrutiny of Aoi Uchiha. However, this must be approached gradually. I cannot risk revealing my identity. Just then, the lock clicked, and white Zetsu swiftly melded into the ground. Obito Uchiha had returned home. Black Zetsu forcibly suppressed the swirling doubts within, instinctively adopting a cold demeanor, reprimanding. So you finally decided to come back? Where have you been roaming? Wash your hands and prepare to eat. I've been waiting for you all day. Obito chuckled foolishly. After sweating profusely in the training field all day, he longed to hear those words. In the root, Shimura Danzo felt an overwhelming surge of chakra and abruptly rose to his feet. What had he sensed? The chakra of his mentor, his idol, Hashirama Senju. Danzo's greatest regret in life was not becoming Hokage. It was not merely to prove himself superior to Hiruzen Sarutobi, but also to demonstrate to Hashirama that he was no longer the timid Danzo who had missed the opportunity for the Hokage title. Root, assemble. With eyes filled with confusion, Danzo stood, racing towards the training ground. How could this be possible? In a flash, he recalled how Hiruzen had dispatched Kakashi Hatake to seize all his research materials, even abducting the experimental subjects for his would-release awakening. Monkey. You prevent me from conducting human experiments, yet you engage in research on my mentor? Danzo's fury intensified. As an advisor to the Hokage, he was utterly oblivious to this matter. Damn monkey, damn Kakashi Hatake. Danzo raged inwardly, quickening his pace. However, the Umbu ninjas were far swifter than the root, already surrounding the training area in an impenetrable circle. Meanwhile, at the other end of the shinobi world, Obito Uchiha stared in astonishment at the flying thunder god seal on Aoi's arm. He could not accept that Aoi, the reincarnation of Izuna Uchiha, must endure further humiliation from this vile technique. Yet, before he could unleash his wrath, Aoi erupted in fury even faster than he could. Izuna, you have suffered. Obito gazed at Aoi, a mixture of melancholy and helplessness in his expression, even as the embodiment of a shinobi demon. He could not be by Aoi's side at this moment to eliminate Minato Namikaze and Hashirama Senju, the two despicable practitioners of the Flying Thunder God technique. Obito fixed his gaze intently upon Aoi. At that moment, it seemed as though two clashing forces resided within Aoi. Hashirama's chakra grew ever more robust, gradually overshadowing the presence of the Uchiha clan. Strangely, Obito's mind recalled the moment his brother willingly offered him the Mangekyo Sharingan. At that time, Obito felt as powerless as he did now, unable to protect the gravely injured Izuna, and powerless against the formidable Hashirama Senju. He could only accept that heavy gift with tears in his eyes, even when Uchiha Madara later replaced his eyes with those of his brother. A trace of Izuna's ocular power remained sealed within him, a constant reminder of the origin of his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Madara clenched his fists, his vision blurring as he released the seal on Izuna's power. Sensing his brother's presence, he fixed his gaze intently on Aoi, as if he could transmit Izuna's ocular strength to this new brother across the void. Izuna, give it your all. Together with Aoi, you must triumph over the detestable Tobirama Senju. I am watching over you. In the training grounds of Konoha, Aoi stared blankly at the flying thunder god mark on his right hand, his chakra surging yet devoid of subsequent action. He was biding his time. Although he bore the Uchiha bloodline and was in a period of potential eruption, he required time to fully develop it. Such an eruption referred to years of cultivation, not mere days. Both Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha ascended to godhood after a decade of growth from the ages of 15 to 25. Faced with the chakra bolstered by bonds from Tobirama Senju, Aoi, despite his efforts to convert chakra into ocular power, found himself significantly lacking in comparison. Thus, in the eyes of those who fancied they understood Aoi's situation, it appeared that Tobirama had suppressed Izuna or the Uchiha's might. From the confrontation target Uchiha Madara, you have obtained the regret of Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara's regret. You have acquired a portion of the cherished ocular power of Uchiha Madara, which possesses growth potential. A moment of confusion washed over Aoi, whose ocular power had Madara cherished. But in the next instant, the furious roar within him provided the answer. You have finally revealed yourself, Uchiha Izuna. Today, let my chakra and your ocular power compete. Aoi chuckled softly to himself, choosing not to respond to Tobirama. Previously, both Tobirama and Madara felt akin to Uchiha Izuna, but now, he was not merely resembling him. He was indeed the real deal. The esteemed Uchiha Madara made his move once more, much to the satisfaction of the young streamer Aoi. With arms crossed, Aoi's gaze turned enigmatic and dangerous as he murmured, "Who am I? Is this mark on my arm a legacy from you?" Aoi's eyes, fixated on the fallen Minato Namikaze, surged with a frenzied ocular power, a chilling, killing intent enveloping him completely. Minato was momentarily stunned. Having had several ribs shattered by Aoi's powerful strike, he now found it difficult to even mobilize his chakra. "Stop Aoi, everyone!" Jiraiya exclaimed, suddenly alarmed, positioning himself before Minato. Orochimaru grew increasingly excited, swiftly moving forward, his greed for Aoi's mysterious powers intensifying. Kushina felt similarly drawn to the unfolding events. Only Tsunade, Asuma, and Noira Rin gazed with concern at the utterly unfamiliar Qing Shui, unsure of how to proceed. "So, you have come to battle me?" The last vestige of rationality in Qing Shui's eyes vanished as he slightly raised his index finger. "That is truly splendid. After much revision, today is still the day of the 10,000, and October will also reach that milestone. However, it may be a little late. I strive to complete this plot in one grand chapter. I recommend a friend's fan fiction, Hogwarts. The ancient male charm boy does not wish to be headmaster." Synopsis: the protagonist, a male charm boy, is a feminized HP, trembling. Read it quickly before it's deleted. Listening to Qing Shui's words, Orochimaru could hardly suppress the urge to lick his lips with his long tongue. Qing Shui was already captivating enough, and now, with this peculiar transformation, Orochimaru found himself immensely curious and fascinated. The surging chakra and the seemingly amnesiac condition made Qing Shui appear as a treasure-laden mountain, compelling Orochimaru to devise every means to excavate its riches. With a flick of his wrist, Orochimaru declared, "Ninja art, hidden shadow snake hands." Dozens of serpents erupted from his arm, their foul, slimy mouths gaping as they surged towards Qing Shui. Maintaining an expression of indifference, Qing Shui chuckled inwardly. He had yet to make a move, yet Orochimaru had already attacked him. This grudge, I, Uchiha Qing Shui, shall remember. Orochimaru, witnessing Qing Shui's apparent lack of intention to evade, felt a flicker of anger. Was he underestimating him? Orochimaru fiercely channeled his chakra, propelling the snakes forward with increased velocity until they were mere moments from Qing Shui. In that instant, several shuriken appeared in Qing Shui's hand, swiftly hurled towards Orochimaru. Seemingly unperturbed by the impending onslaught of snakes, Orochimaru's pupils twitched. The force, speed, and angle of Qing Shui's thrown shuriken were levels beyond his previous experiences. The shuriken outpaced the serpentine hands, arriving before Orochimaru in a heartbeat. At that moment, neither Qing Shui nor Orochimaru moved. Both appeared to be waiting for the other to make the first evasive maneuver. A savage glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. As a senior, how could he possibly bow to a junior? Besides, it was merely a shuriken. Even if powerful and rapid, Orochimaru did not regard such injuries with concern. However, should his venomous serpents sink their fangs into Qing Shui, the lethal neurotoxin would instantaneously rob him of his combat ability, regardless of any peculiarities he possessed. In that moment, a smirk crept onto Orochimaru's lips. He intended for the serpents to bite down harder, extracting a greater quantity of Qing Shui's blood and flesh for his preliminary research. Minato Namikaze struggled to rise, intently observing the trajectory of the shuriken, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. This technique seems somewhat reminiscent of my own. A foreboding sensation coursed through Minato, and as if to validate his intuition, at the very instant the serpents were about to seize Qing Shui. In an instant, Qing Shui vanished without a trace, causing Orochimaru's pupils to constrict sharply. Body flicker technique. No, it cannot be. I couldn't possibly miss even a residual shadow. As he pondered rapidly, Qing Shui's figure materialized before him. At that moment, his fists and arms were enveloped in a dense chakra, striking directly at Orochimaru's face with tremendous force. The impact was akin to a crumpled sack being hurled, sending Orochimaru tumbling through the air, carving a deep trench into the ground. His head buried deep while his feet pointed skyward. Konoha's Minato narrowed his eyes. Uchiha Qing Shui, how could he wield the flying thunder god technique with such mastery? Jiraiya was equally astonished. After countless sparring sessions with Minato, he understood the nuances between the body flicker technique and the flying thunder god technique. They were entirely different sensations. The body flicker technique allowed one to sense the sound of movement and fluctuations of chakra, enabling a predictive approach. In contrast, the flying thunder god technique was pure teleportation. Clearly, what Qing Shui had just executed was the quintessential form of the flying thunder god technique. Before Jiraiya could contemplate further, Orochimaru initiated the conflict, igniting the battle. Given Qing Shui's cold, murderous gaze, Jiraiya sensed that there would be no hesitation from him. The most prudent strategy was to first restrain Qing Shui and then meticulously investigate the anomalies surrounding him. With this resolution, Jiraiya inhaled deeply and swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A ferocious flame erupted from his mouth, indicating that he was no longer holding back. Fire style? Qing Shui regarded the immense, searing fireball before him and mused softly. It seems I excel in both water style and fire style. Which shall I employ? Opting for the latter, he formed a single seal, fire style, great fire extinguishing jutsu, supported by the chakra of the Sage of the Six Paths, though not infinite. It was ample for him to wield such conventional ninjutsu with abandon. A terrifying blaze, fiercer than Jiraiya's fireball by several magnitudes, erupted from Qing Shui's mouth. The brilliance of the flames illuminated the entire training ground, tinting the clouds above in shades of orange and red. Jiraiya stood in stunned silence, swiftly lifting the incapacitated Minato to narrowly evade the inferno. Yet, before he could catch his breath, a kunai pierced through the flames, landing perilously close to him. Jiraiya's heart raced. Given his and Minato's battle experience, he knew that Qing Shui would soon appear there. Ninjutsu, needle, earthly shrine. Jiraiya's long white hair surged, enveloping him in a protective cocoon, the exterior bristling with sharp spikes. This was his most proficient defensive technique, capable of providing effective countermeasures against Minato's flying thunder god attacks. Jiraiya exhaled a sigh of relief. Although he was perplexed as to why Qing Shui had suddenly mastered the flying thunder god technique, he was among the few experts in the ninja world who knew how to counter it. Experience had rendered him a skilled practitioner. His hardened hair enveloped his body tightly, leaving only a small opening for observation. Jiraiya calculated that as soon as Qing Shui's figure traversed close, his hair would instantly extend, ensnaring Qing Shui with unwavering grip. If he could also manage to seal Qing Shui with a 5-element seal in that moment, the scales of victory would begin to tilt in his favor. Jiraiya fixated on the incoming kunai, constantly reminding himself that he must seize this fleeting opportunity to accurately pinpoint Qing Shui's position. The agility of a user of the flying thunder god technique demanded his utmost focus. He was well versed in dealing with such practitioners, having devised countermeasures during his encounters with Minato Namikaze. Just as Jiraiya anticipated, Qing Shui's figure appeared beside the kunai. Elation surged within him as he commanded his hair to attack at that very instant. Yet, what met his gaze were a pair of dazzling, sinister red tomo. Caught off guard, Jiraiya realized that this scenario had not unfolded as he had envisioned. However, he could not afford to divert his attention from the position of the kunai, for the opportunity was fleeting, reliant on the moment Qing Shui materialized. To glance away and calculate the high-speed trajectory of the kunai by mere instinct would result in a significant margin of error. Capturing a user of the flying thunder god technique was akin to chasing a dream. In that moment, as Jiraiya locked eyes with Qing Shui, his expression faltered. The protective technique he had employed was shattered by Qing Shui's ocular prowess, causing his once armored hair to soften. Qing Shui, channeling chakra through his legs, delivered a kick that sent Jiraiya hurtling through the air like a mere plaything. With a resounding crash, Jiraiya flew back, akin to Orochimaru, and the two brothers found themselves in the same pit of despair. At that moment, only Kushina stood before Minato Namikaze. Qing Shui approached slowly, scrutinizing the golden-haired Minato and the red-haired Kushina, and softly inquired, "I wish to ask a question." He raised his arm, pointing to the flying thunder god mark above. "Who inscribed this mark upon me?" At that moment, Qing Shui's Sharingan glowed with an intense crimson hue, his murderous intent palpable, causing Kushina's heart to race with trepidation. She sensed the terrifying chakra within Qing Shui, a palpable aura reminiscent of blood-soaked carnage. Her remarkable perceptive abilities became burdensome, amplifying her feelings of helplessness and dread. "Qing Shui, are you here to kill Minato?" At that moment, Qing Shui instilled more fear in Kushina than the nine tails she had encountered within Mito. At least the nine tails could be controlled. Yet Jiraiya and Orochimaru's actions revealed to Kushina that here, it seemed no one could thwart Qing Shui. "Will no one speak?" Qing Shui murmured to himself. "Since no one is speaking, let us begin with this yellow-haired one. From the target line, Uzumaki Kushina, you have acquired the bloodline limit, Golden Lock." "It is I?" Kushina sensed Qing Shui's chakra pulsating once more, and a surge of courage arose from the depths of her heart. "It was I who left the flying thunder god seal on your arm." Minato Namikaze gazed at Uzumaki Kushina in astonishment. At that moment, her resolute profile etched itself into his heart. "No, it is I," Minato exclaimed to Qing Shui, his expression earnest and sincere. "It truly is me. She has no relation to this." This pair of loving souls, under the immense pressure from Qing Shui, continued to display their affection for one another. Qing Shui could not help but nod slightly in acknowledgement. Indeed, Minato and Kushina shared a genuine love. Yet, despite Qing Shui's thoughts, his gaze did not turn toward Minato as he softly declared, "The first to speak shall be the one to count." Minato's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. At that moment, he longed to escape with Kushina using the flying thunder god technique. However, after being struck multiple times by Qing Shui, even standing was a struggle for Minato, let alone channeling chakra. Qing Shui gradually raised his hand. The movement was slow, enough for Minato to discern the hand seals being formed. Yet, in Minato's eyes, Qing Shui's hand seal formation appeared alarmingly swift. Too fast for him to devise a means to intervene. From the target line, Minato Namikaze, you have acquired the flying thunder god technique. At that instant, a violent gale mixed with fierce flames surged toward Qing Shui. Qing Shui slowly turned around, shaking his head inwardly. Jiraiya and Orochimaru are rather slow. If they delay any longer, I shall be unable to maintain this charade. Kushina's eyes brightened as she hurried to Minato's side, lifting him and sprinting ahead, occasionally glancing back at Qing Shui's silhouette, seemingly fearful that he might reappear and pose the perilous question, which of you two left this mark? Qing Shui observed the roaring tempest of wind and fire approaching, nodding with resolve. Having employed fire release earlier, it is now time for water release. Orochimaru, it has been a while since we fought side by side. Jiraiya, witnessing the combined ninjutsu unleashed by him and Orochimaru, felt an inexplicable surge of fighting spirit. The wind-fire composite ninjutsu formed by wind release, great breakthrough and fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Fool, be cautious, do not perish. Orochimaru harbored an inkling of suspicion about Qing Shui's current state, growing increasingly intrigued. If Qing Shui truly sought to kill, then neither Jiraiya nor Minato, nor even Kushina, would be so easily subdued by merely a punch or kick. This indicated that Qing Shui was likely engulfed in a frenzied and disoriented emotional state, acting purely on instinct. He was indeed an intriguing little brat, brimming with murderous intent, yet seemingly reluctant to take a life. Orochimaru quietly analyzed Qing Shui's psyche, his pupils suddenly dilating. The once mighty wind and fire, now overshadowed by the formidable might of the water dragon, appeared utterly insignificant. The water dragon effortlessly shattered the forces of wind and fire, roaring forth towards Orochimaru and Jiraiya. At this moment, in a training ground distant from the heart of Konoha, a vast rectangular transparent purple barrier enveloped the area. Known as the Four Purple Flame Formation, it seemed designed to complement the water dragon's assault, obstructing the escape routes of Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Had the village taken notice? Jiraiya felt a sense of relief, yet was simultaneously ensnared by anxiety. At this juncture, Orochimaru had summoned a green serpent, tightly coiling around himself, prepared to serve as a shield against the oncoming water dragon. However, Jiraiya found himself unable to do the same. The ferocity of the water dragon filled him with dread, fearing for the lives of his family like toads. The might of the water was compelling him to call for support from Mount Myaboku. In perilous situations for ordinary toads, only the strongest sage could be summoned. Orochimaru, buy me some time. Orochimaru cast a disdainful glance at Jiraiya, but nonetheless summoned a green serpent to stand protectively in front of him. Not enough, Orochimaru, not enough. Jiraiya cried out as he perceived the overwhelming might of the water dragon. You fool, stop shouting and gather your chakra. Orochimaru bit his finger, invoking triple Rashomon. The water dragon effortlessly pierced through the first gate, its pace slowed by the second, and after breaching the third, Jiraiya and Orochimaru managed to evade its wrath. Yet the violent aftermath caused the immense Four Purple Flame Formation to tremble, the dark purple flames dimming to a near-transparent hue. Such power, such beauty. This was merely a defensive water technique. It seemed that Aoi was capable of penetrating 3 gates without exerting full force. What if he unleashed an offensive fire technique? Or harnessed other bloodline limits in conjunction with Aoi's body? What kind of power could that yield? The mere thought sent shivers down Orochimaru's spine. This young boy is truly perilous, Orochimaru mused. Jiraiya finally amassed a sufficient amount of chakra and clapped his hands decisively. Once I subdue that young rascal Aoi, I must uncover the truth behind this situation. As the smoke dissipated, 2 diminutive toads appeared on Jiraiya's shoulders, their immense chakra drawing even Orochimaru's attention. Hey, little Jiraiya, don't disturb me and the old lady during these peaceful times. Come to us at Mount Myaboku if you need anything. Don't put it that way, father of the child. Although little Jiraiya has ruined my newly invented insect cuisine, he has always been a sensible boy. Perhaps he has encountered a genuine mishap? Alas, let's just see. It's truly time for sleep. What a bother. It was none other than the sages of Mount Myaboku, Fukasaku, and Shima. I sincerely apologize, boss, sister, Jiraiya said apologetically, causing Orochimaru to glance at him in surprise. Yet, he smiled nonchalantly. As my sister said, I have encountered a troublesome foe, a rampaging little brat from the village. Fukasaku nudged Jiraiya's face playfully. You still need to intensify your training, little Jiraiya. Encountering a small spirit compels us to emerge, yet we must diligently cultivate our sage mode. Otherwise, when the time comes for the great lord to seek the prophesied child, it may become an incessant nuisance for us. Jima the toad nodded in agreement, adding, The old man speaks wisely. Your sage mode is scarcely at its inception. Once this matter is resolved, retreat to Mount Mayaboku for seclusion. Jiraiya, with a wry smile, responded. Understood. But first, please assist me in dealing with the adversary at hand. Shinzo and Jima the toad simultaneously formed hand seals, sensing the position of Aoi. Although Jiraiya was presently unable to wield the ultimate form of Mount Mayaboku's sage mode, the toad sages themselves possessed formidable combat prowess. Little Jiraiya, what is the situation with this spirit? Questioned Jima, observing the sharpness of Aoi's Sharingan infused with Senju chakra. Jima the sage squinted, quietly remarking, I recall you mentioned that Konoha aimed to replicate the first Hokage's would release. Is this the successful experimental subject? Shinzo the sage echoed, as if recalling the notion. The union of Uchiha and Senju, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is indeed audacious. Orochimaru sighed deeply. Whether lamenting Jiraiya's constant references to Mount Mayaboku or recognizing their ignorance of the true expertise before them, the only master of human experimentation in Konoha stood right in front of them. Aoi is an experimental subject? How can this be? Orochimaru thought, if that were the case, I would have been the first to know. Just then, a revelation struck him. Aoi's chakra, reminiscent of the Senju clan, combined with the sudden mastery of the flying thunder god technique, served as a beacon guiding Orochimaru's thoughts into a frenzy. However, at that moment, several kunai once again sliced through the air from afar. Jiraiya's pupils contracted as he shouted, Be cautious. Aoi is a user of the flying thunder god technique. Dark light flashed as Aoi's figure once more traversed before Jiraiya and Orochimaru, his expression impassive. Yet, the toads and humans opposing him perceived in his gaze a chilling indifference and murderous intent. Shinzo and Jima the toad, in perfect synchrony, unleashed their long tongues. Orochimaru once again extended his serpentine hand to capture Aoi. In an instant, Aoi's figure vanished, reappearing behind them. Simultaneously, countless thick golden chains surged forth from Aoi's back, binding them tightly. Whether it was Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Shinzo and Jima the toad, as well as the astonished Tsunade and Izuna, the breathless Kushina and Minato by the side, and the observing Sarutobi Hiruzen, none anticipated this turn of events. The Vortex Clan's adamantine sealing technique. How could this be? A sense of absurdity surged within Jiraiya. If Aoi were to reveal a pair of Byakugan now, he would hardly find it surprising. It seemed as though the noble bloodlines of the ninja world materialized around Aoi, as plentiful as cabbages in a marketplace, each one appearing without cost. Although Orochimaru was firmly ensnared, a morbid smile graced his lips. What an astonishing talent! The development of a deteriorated wood release technique has consumed countless years of Orochimaru's life. Before him stood Aosei, seemingly embodying a synthesis of all bloodlines, akin to the very manifestation of Orochimaru's relentless pursuit of a perfect physical form. Whether it be the Senju, Uchiha, or Uzumaki clans, or even the flying thunder god technique, each was flawlessly represented in Aosei's being. The more Orochimaru felt suffocated by the Vajra seal, the more exhilarated he became. In Aosei's left hand, a resonating water blade hummed, while his right hand ignited with ferocious flames. Fire and water, as if reflecting the two most potent forces within him. Slowly, Aosei approached Jiraiya and the others, his gaze sweeping across their hearts. Yet, in that moment, Tsunade and Izuna finally sprang into action, positioning themselves before Aosei. Aosei, what has happened to you? I am Izuna. Tsunade attempted to raise her fist repeatedly, only to let it fall helplessly. She was at a loss on how to confront the raging Aosei. Should she attack? The mere thought of Aosei saving her rendered her unable to summon any fighting spirit against him. But to relent? Aosei's eyes radiated such an oppressive aura that she had no doubt he was genuinely intent on taking a life. Aosei appeared to be oblivious to Izuna and Tsunade, advancing steadily towards them. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen held his breath, while Uzumaki Mido eagerly observed the unfolding scene. Tsunade and Izuna fixated on Aosei's approach, their hearts in turmoil, yet they remained resolute, steadfastly meeting Aosei's gaze. Aosei was once the very person who had risked his life to save them. Aosei halted before the two of them, slowly surveying their faces. Noera Rin had also rushed over, standing resolutely beside Tsunade. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Aosei's eyes gradually regained clarity, the flames and water blade in his hands dissipating quietly as the Vajra seal on his back retracted. Tsunade, filled with concern, stepped forward, about to speak, when Aosei slowly collapsed into her embrace. Orochimaru's gaze flickered as he witnessed Tsunade protect Aosei like a lioness, reminiscent of the time Aosei had cradled her while being pursued by the Kagaya clan. "I will seek Lord Mito." Perceiving the intense shock from Gamabunta towards the host, binding as a target. Perceiving the intense shock from Gamakichi towards the host, binding as a target. Perceiving the intense shock from Sarutobi Hiruzen towards the host, binding as a target. From target Jiraiya, you have acquired the ability to perceive natural energy. From target Minato Namikaze, your proficiency in the Flying Thunder God technique has been enhanced. From target Kushina Uzumaki, your mastery of the bloodline limit, Vajra Seal, has been enhanced. From target Tsunade, your Senju bloodline has been fortified. From target Asuma Sarutobi, you have inherited Asuma's unyielding spirit. Asuma's unyielding spirit. As Asuma's strength grows, you shall gain corresponding growth from this target. From the line of the target Orochimaru, you have acquired Orochimaru's insatiable thirst for knowledge. Orochimaru's thirst for knowledge. You can swiftly unravel the principles behind an unknown ninjutsu. In Tsunade's embrace, Qingshui lies at ease, listening to the soothing sound of coins clinking, appearing almost as if in slumber. This is more like it. The competition against Minato Namikaze seemed to Qingshui akin to an annual gala for streamers, attracting an audience of formidable spectators from all corners of Konoha. Initially, those ordinary ninjutsu appeared to Qingshui as mere trifles, unworthy of his stature. Yet, the grand spectacle he orchestrated yielded splendid results. He received unanimous acclaim from the people of Konoha and the ninja world, spanning all ages, who generously showered him with gold coins in appreciation. Nestled quietly in Tsunade's arms, Qingshui closed his eyes, reflecting on the bountiful rewards. On the system panel, unfamiliar characters gradually materialized. Similar or complementary special talents can be fused. Currently, the synthesis available is Orochimaru's thirst for knowledge, the ninjutsu inventor. Would you like to synthesize? Qingshui chuckled softly. Is this the bond between the two scientific minds of Konoha? One who developed forbidden techniques, and another who stands upon the shoulders of predecessors to refine them. From this perspective, had Orochimaru been born a decade earlier, he might have been the most cherished disciple of Hashirama Senju. Synthesize, you have acquired the Eye of the Serpent. Eye of the Serpent. You possess a remarkable ability to perceive, learn, and replicate secret techniques and non-organic bloodline limits. The effect of the Eye of the Serpent seems to embody the regrets of both Hashirama Senju and Orochimaru. Although they developed countless forbidden techniques, including those of exceedingly high difficulty such as space and soul, they never achieved a bloodline limit that fused chakra natures. However, as a master of fulfilling dreams, Qingshui has combined their strengths and is already on the path to remedying their regrets. Yet, he felt somewhat fatigued. Bearing the overwhelming force that surpassed Hashirama Senju at his peak, left the 13-year-old Qingshui feeling weary. Nevertheless, Hashirama's full commitment also revealed an intriguing phenomenon to Qingshui. The power of Hashirama Senju, combined with Hashirama Senju's bond, allowed him, at the moment the elder unleashed his overwhelming power, to temporarily gain his combat experience and utilize his ninjutsu. To some extent, it felt as though he had activated an auto-aim feature, as if Hashirama was assisting and guiding Qingshui in battle. Qingshui, Qingshui, Qingshui. At this moment, Hashirama was still desperately calling out to Qingshui, his tone laced with urgent concern and anxiety. Yet, Qingshui remained silent, the warm breath brushing against Tsunade's chest as he drifted into a light slumber. He was indeed somewhat fatigued, and next, he wished to discern the true sentiments of Minato Namikaze. In the past 2 months, Minato's attitude and words towards Qingshui had been rather peculiar. From the initial scrutiny, it gradually transformed into guilt, and ultimately evolved into a sense of cherishment and admonition. Even Aoki could only speculate vaguely, unsure of what fantastical notion this long-established female ninja had conceived. This is no longer merely a matter between the two of you. Tsunade clutched Aoki tightly, casting an angry glare at Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who appeared ready to speak. She turned towards the umbu outside the four purple flames formation and bellowed, "Open the barrier. I must seek Lord Mito." Beyond the barrier, Kakashi stood impassively, facing off against Shimura Danzo, glancing back at the furious Tsunade, and spoke in a low voice. "I have received the Hokage's orders to seal off the area. No one is permitted to approach. Leave at once." Danzo's gaze fixated on the seemingly slumbering Aoki in Tsunade's arms. In this tense moment, he had already deduced who had unleashed the chakra of Senju Tobirama. However, it was outrageous, audacious, and utterly insane. Even Danzo had never considered the possibility of merging Senju Tobirama's chakra with a living Uchiha. Danzo believed himself bold for merely using a degraded product of the first cells to suppress the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Though he was unaware of how Sarutobi Hiruzen had accomplished this feat, it was evident that within this village, only the Hokage could achieve such a thing. There was no need for logic. One merely had to ponder who possessed that capability. Kakashi thought, "I am the Hokage's advisor." Madness flickered in Danzo's eyes. He understood he could not control Aoki, this terrifying experimental subject. Even if he forcefully seized him and brought him to root, it would be impossible to claim Aoki as his own. But just a little time. Danzo could retain Aoki's flesh and blood, studying it meticulously to uncover conclusive evidence. The combination of the second Hokage and the Uchiha was a topic of immense intrigue. Danzo believed that even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not withstand the ramifications of this revelation. "I have received orders from the Hokage." Kakashi regarded Danzo, poised to act, and slowly unsheathed his white fang. "Lord Danzo, you are the Hokage's advisor, Hiruzen's loyal dog." In an instant, Danzo erupted in fury. Although Kakashi's words were subtly phrased and factual, they struck with a profound impact. As Danzo prepared to act forcefully, more umbu arrived. The umbu captain, Sarutobi Shinji, stepped forward and declared in a grave tone, "Tsunade is to escort Uchiha Aoki to the Hokage's office. No one else is permitted to approach. And this matter must remain strictly confidential. This command comes from Lord Mito and the Hokage. Those who defy it shall be considered traitors to the village." With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi Shinji dispelled the four purple flames formation surrounding the training ground. Danzo was momentarily stunned, his anger intensifying. No one else is permitted to approach. Observing Sarutobi Shinji's organization of the umbu, it was clear they were preparing to confront him. Did he, as the Hokage's advisor, not even have the right to be privy to such matters? However, what Shimura Danzo could not ignore was that Sarutobi Shino had mentioned the name of Mito-sama. This indicated that even Uzumaki Mito held such beliefs. Yet, Danzo instinctively overlooked Mito's stance and unleashed his pent-up fury upon Sarutobi Hisashi. It must be that cursed monkey spreading rumors. Mito-sama had always regarded him positively since childhood, save for that instance when he attempted to assassinate Aoi with a kunai. Danzo clenched his fists, watching helplessly as Tsunade rushed towards the Hokage building, cradling Aoi in her arms. Tsunade moved with remarkable speed, her only concern being Aoi's safety. While the underlying motives behind the chaos were of lesser urgency, Hisashi's influence was extensive. His actions grew increasingly audacious, to the point where even Danzo found it challenging to restrain his madness. Danzo's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the assembled ninjas. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Sarutobi Shino, and Hatake Tsukumo. He perceived these individuals as the dark tendrils of Sarutobi Hisashi's dominion, accomplices in his malevolent experiments with Tobirama and the Uchiha clan. Names raced through Danzo's mind as he pondered from which of Hisashi's tentacles to commence his purge. Tsunade was the first he excluded, in some respects. She could be deemed the very root of Konoha. Orochimaru was next, possessing a plethora of incriminating evidence against Danzo. Kushina followed, being the sole vessel of the Nine Tails, keeping Danzo's sanity in check. As for Jiraiya and Sarutobi Shino, they were Hisashi's trusted apprentice and eldest son, making them less susceptible to manipulation. Noira Rin, at this moment, went unnoticed by Danzo. Thus, only one conclusion remained: the seemingly loyal Hatake Tsukumo, who had never truly infiltrated the inner circle. In his heart, Danzo coldly mused, "Hatake Tsukumo, you have kept me at bay from this barrier, but I assure you, within the confines of this realm, you shall never gain entry." Meanwhile, on the other side of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara reminisced fondly about Aoi's explosive display. He had been counting on his fingers, pondering whether Aoi utilized more of Senju Tobirama's power or that of the Uchiha. What delighted him most was that, despite Aoi wielding the sword techniques and fire jutsu of Senna, he had never once tapped into his chakra, as the shameless Senju Tobirama attempted to usurp Aoi's body, audaciously infusing him with chakra. This raised concerns for Madara. Could it be that both Senna and Aoi were incapable of confronting the scoundrel Tobirama? Yet today, Madara beheld a familiar power glimmering in Aoi's eyes, a gaze he could never mistake, that of Uchiha Senna, his brother. What did this signify? It indicated that within Aoi's being, Senna had now secured a significant foothold, his strength capable of overshadowing the despicable Tobirama, manifesting above the power of his gaze. In his view, Qing Shui had previously expressed his disdain for the power of Senju Tobirama. Now that Izuna's strength has also emerged, it seems fortuitous. Perhaps there will be no need to wait until they meet Qing Shui, for he might personally handle Senju Tobirama. It is entirely possible that Qing Shui and Izuna could directly deal with that scoundrel together. As for the formidable Vajra lock unleashed by Qing Shui, it is evident that Uzumaki Mido employed some unknown means. This troublesome woman has undoubtedly discerned something and seeks to aid Senju Tobirama, but will it bear fruit? No. In the absence of the Vajra lock, Qing Shui could only rely on Izuna's swordsmanship. His fire release and ocular prowess were merely a pale imitation. However, with the Vajra lock in place, Qing Shui directly unleashed Izuna's ocular power. Seeing the seamless cooperation between Qing Shui and Izuna, triumphing over the Uzumaki and Senju, I, Uchiha Madara, am filled with joy and contentment. Inwardly cheering for his two younger brothers, he then bellowed towards the door, "Fetch some fine wine and meat." "Lord Madara, didn't you mention wellness?" queried the astute Uzumaki Tobi, who had seemingly become the little steward of this place after previously advising Qing Shui that Tsunade had brought him to Uzumaki Mido. "Are we truly going to indulge in wine? It seems it's nearly time for a nap. Today is a day of celebration." Uchiha Madara shot a glare at Uzumaki Tobi, waving him off. "Go?" Uzumaki Tobi shrugged, expressing his dissatisfaction in a hushed tone. "If it were young Master Qing Shui advising you, I doubt you would exhibit such an attitude, Lord Madara. Speak louder." "No worries, Lord Madara. I shall attend to it immediately," with a smile plastered on his face. Uzumaki Tobi swiftly sank into the ground, though internally he grumbled, "That old man. His hearing is surprisingly sharp." "Jiraiya, what exactly are you and Konoha up to?" grumbled the deep-voiced Fukasaku, slapping Jiraiya on the head. "First, you delve into wood release, and now you wish to study Uchiha and Senju together? Oh, and let's not forget the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Isn't Konoha's human experimentation at that extreme? Can it truly be controlled? Will it not bring an insurmountable crisis to the ninja world?" Jiraiya stared in bewilderment at Fukasaku. "Human experimentation? I genuinely have no knowledge of it." Reflecting on the battle moments ago, Jiraiya's furrowed brow began to ease. "Fukasaku, I believe there's no need for concern." After some contemplation, Jiraiya revealed a smile. "Though Qing Shui possesses the Sharingan, the chakra of the Senju, and the bloodline of the Uzumaki, our recent defeat stemmed from a lack of intelligence. He is not a conventional ninja, which left us at a disadvantage. In the future, we shall understand Qing Shui's methods and will naturally devise strategies to counter this child's rampage." Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively. "It all boils down to intelligence, primarily an issue of information. Moreover, Lord Mido has already taken notice of this, and I believe that in the future, Aosei shall not encounter such circumstances again. I am well aware of Aosei's character. Although he belongs to the Uchiha clan, he possesses a unique disposition. He achieved a perfect score on the exam for the Will of Fire, and the old man even incorporated 2 of his phrases into the curriculum. The 2 frogs, Shinsaku and Jima, nodded slightly in agreement. As 2 beings revered as sages, it was indeed somewhat embarrassing to have been so easily dealt with by Aosei without exerting much effort at all. However, it was truly unexpected. When Aosei utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, along with the 2 frogs, had calculated to avoid the gaze of the Sharingan. Yet who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of so many chains from behind? Such is the nature of a ninja's battle. Intelligence is of paramount importance. Once information is acquired, the outcome can indeed differ vastly. Furthermore, Jiraiya stated that Aosei's character is pure, so there is no need for excessive concern. Even if issues arise, they pertain to the internal affairs of Konoha and have no relation to Myaboka Mountain. Indeed, young Jiraiya. Shinsaku nodded in agreement. I have been overly cautious. However, you must also devise a method to master Sage Mode. If you can grasp the ultimate form of Sage Mode from Myaboka Mountain, the old hag and I could merge with you, unleashing the ultimate secret technique of Myaboka Mountain to counter this Uchiha. No, rather, this Senju, or perhaps the Uzumaki? Shinsaku found himself somewhat perplexed, unable to precisely define Aosei's lineage, and continued ambiguously. In Sage Mode, your physical prowess, sensory perception, chakra, and ninjutsu will all experience a significant enhancement, yet you always struggle to find peace of mind. Do you now regret this? Jiraiya nodded. I understand now, Shinsaku. I shall earnestly train in Sage Mode. At this moment, Minato Namikaze approached with a serious demeanor, stating, Sage Shinsaku, if possible, I too wish to join. After being thoroughly bested by Aosei, Minato came to a heavy realization, even without entering that peculiar rampaging state. This prodigy of Konoha seemed unable to triumph over his own disciple, and should Aosei enter a state of rage, it would not merely be a matter of victory, but rather a question of survival. The thought of Aosei's uncontrollable strength invoked memories of his beloved Kushina. Soon, within Kushina, there would be a far more terrifying entity than Aosei, the strongest-tailed beast, the Nine Tails. If Kushina were to lose control, Minato fervently wished that he would not find himself in a position of helplessness, merely watching as today. Young Minato, your determination is commendable. Myaboka Mountain will certainly welcome you. Jima croaked with a hearty laugh. However, mastering Sage Mode is no easy task. Young Jiraiya has attempted it numerous times, only managing to scratch the surface. You must be prepared to endure. Minato seemed to rediscover that radiant smile. Rest assured, esteemed sages, I will diligently train alongside teacher Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression immediately fell, only to then realize something was amiss. Wait, Minato. I am your teacher. Just as the atmosphere began to lighten, in Orochimaru's eyes, there was no involvement in the matter at hand. A torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, akin to tumultuous waves. Qing Shui, in a fit of rage, unexpectedly mastered the flying thunder god technique, unleashing a formidable chakra reminiscent of the Senju clan. Orochimaru discerned that Qing Shui's ocular power had been steadily escalating. However, regarding the final release of the Diamond Lock, Orochimaru did not believe that the Uzumaki and Uchiha clans could intertwine. Such phenomena could not be explained merely by hybridization. To Orochimaru, Qing Shui's expressive capabilities bore the unmistakable marks of an artificially refined composition. As the most cherished disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi, Orochimaru had unprecedented access to the resources of Konoha, not only those contained within the Book of Seals, but also rare manuscripts, such as the research notes of Tobirama Senju, incomplete jutsu, and records of inspiration. Hiruzen Sarutobi once perceived a resemblance between Orochimaru and his own mentor, which led him to overlook Orochimaru's perusal of Tobirama's scientific legacies, even granting him access willingly. The remnants left by Tobirama made a profound impression on the young Orochimaru, instilling in him a deep-seated reverence for this genius, the second Hokage. In stark contrast to Orochimaru, who merely conducted experiments with wood release, Tobirama Senju emerged from the Warring States era without any moral limitations. As Hokage, he was free to pursue any research he desired. His ambitions extended even to the realms of the soul, chakra, and even his elder brother, Madara Uchiha. Compared to the current Orochimaru, who is a paragon of morality with a firm ethical boundary, Tobirama's relentless pursuit of knowledge was truly remarkable. Truly, he was the esteemed second Hokage I hold in high regard. Orochimaru seemed to have an epiphany, quietly laughing with excitement. The integration and appropriation of soul and chakra. Has this proposition ultimately been realized through your research? Your imagination knows no bounds. The amalgamation of Senju and Uzumaki chakra can indeed suppress the power of the Uchiha, allowing Qing Shui's thoughts and consciousness to be transformed by the technique into the visage desired by Konoha and yourself. I had initially thought that Uchiha Qing Shui was merely masquerading in a guise to infiltrate the village's upper echelons. However, it appears that this was all orchestrated by you. Esteemed second Hokage, Orochimaru could not help but be awed by Tobirama's intellect and ruthlessness. In life, Tobirama had managed to externally suppress the Uchiha clan and even in death. He sought ways to reform them from within. Whether in life or death, Tobirama seemed to be an insurmountable threshold for the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru cast a sympathetic glance at Jiraiya, who was regaining his confidence, listening to him chattering nonsensically about intelligence and such. He shook his head and chuckled. Intelligence, Jiraiya? With his intellect, he could never acquire the true information. Lord Tobirama, you are undoubtedly a master strategist, a paragon of intelligence, and I hold you in the highest esteem. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with avarice as he gazed at the distant figure of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and whispered, however, regardless of your prowess, you can only devise your plans based on the information available during your lifetime, leaving you oblivious to the changes and developments that transpire after your demise. For instance, after your passing, a child inspired by your thoughts and insights will emerge, fervently pursuing the path of scientific exploration and harboring a profound interest in the essence of the soul and the perfection of the physical form. As Jiraiya aptly stated, intelligence is paramount in a ninja's battle. Yet, I have now acquired all your intelligence, while you, Lord Tobirama, remain entirely unaware of my intentions. I have already triumphed in this contest. After critiquing Jiraiya's intelligence, Orochimaru, driven by the desire to compete with his youthful idol, evolved in that very moment. The scheming Orochimaru was determined to seize the perfect body of Aoi. At that instant, Tsunade, cradling Aoi, rushed into the Hokage building with fervor. Mito, please look at Aosei. Tsunade exclaimed urgently as she burst through the doors of the Hokage's office. At that moment, Uzumaki Mito sat at the main seat, with Hiruzen Sarutobi beside her. A familiar crystal ball resting upon the table. Do not fret, Tsunade. Mito gestured for her to place Aoi on the Hokage's desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi hesitated, observing the scene. Since assuming the role of Hokage, this desk had only been used for discussions between him and Danzo. Never had anyone lain upon it. Mito placed her hand upon Aoi's forehead, sensing the chakra of Senju Tobirama swirling within him, and smiled. Although Aoi was unconscious, Tobirama was diligently safeguarding him, channeling his chakra to heal Aoi's wounds while remaining vigilant against any resurgence from Uchiha Izuna. Aoi is merely fatigued. His body cannot sustain such power, Mito remarked, casting a glance at Hiruzen. Fetch a blanket. This child requires rest. Hiruzen paused, pondering if Aoi would truly sleep upon his desk. He was not particularly concerned, but was intrigued by Mito's affection for Aoi and wondered about its origins. With the Umbu disbanded, Hiruzen, as the third Hokage, personally entered the inner chamber and retrieved a blanket from his resting quarters, gently draping it over Aoi. Tsunade looked on in astonishment, sensing that her great-grandmother, Mito, seemed to have long been aware of Aoi's unusual condition. Tsunade, Hiruzen, Mito signaled for them to sit down, her expression turning grave as she spoke in a low voice. What I am about to disclose must remain strictly confidential. Hiruzen, as Hokage, you are entitled to know all of Konoha's secrets, and your son Asuma is bound to Aoi. Tsunade, as Aoi's mentor and the one capable of guiding him and controlling his power, you too must be privy to this information. However, aside from the two of you, it is imperative that no third party learns of this. Hiruzen and Tsunade's expressions grew solemn. The words of Uzumaki Mito were exceedingly formal and serious, rivaling even discussions about the Nine Tails. I understand, Lord Mito. I comprehend, Lady Grandmother. Mito nodded, yet turned her gaze to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, with a nostalgic smile, posed a perplexing question. Monkey, what do you perceive your mentor, Senju Tobirama, to be like? Hiruzen blinked in surprise. Why were they discussing his revered teacher when the focus was supposed to be on Kashimizu? At that very moment, inside Kashimizu, Senju Tobirama also perked up his ears. Oh, is this not my pupil who once awarded me a score of 0, the esteemed third Hokage? He mused. I am eager to hear your assessment of me in front of your esteemed sister-in-law. However, as it was a question posed by Uzumaki Mito, Hiruzen pondered for a moment before responding. Teacher Tobirama is a paragon of the will of fire, a perfect Hokage whose heart burns with passion, a formidable strategist endowed with immense strength and wisdom. He established the Ninja Academy, the Umbu system, initiated the teacher-student inheritance framework, supported commoner ninjas, and managed the village's instability. In the First Ninja World War, he valiantly defended the future of Konoha against 4 adversaries at the cost of his life. In comparison to teacher Tobirama, I, as the third Hokage, still fall woefully short. Hiruzen spoke fluently, as if the words flowed effortlessly from his mind. This was partly due to the truth of his statement, and also because, in their era, he had excelled in the tests of the will of fire, displaying a notable talent for writing. Tsunade listened, puzzled, to this peculiar exchange. As Mito's gaze shifted toward her, nodding, she interjected, "My grandfather and I share the same sentiment. He was a remarkable Hokage and an even better elder. I miss him dearly." Tobirama listened appreciatively. Was this not delightful? His beloved granddaughter had always held a special place in his heart, and the monkey's response seemed reasonably fair. At that moment, Tobirama's irritation at Hiruzen's zero score began to dissipate, albeit slightly. "Very well." Uzumaki Mito chuckled softly and posed her second inquiry. "Setting aside Tobirama's achievements as Hokage, let us discuss him purely as a developer of ninjutsu. Monkey, what are your thoughts on his research endeavors? I have heard that recently, you had a conflict with Danzo and your apprentice regarding human experimentation, correct? You know, Tobirama was also quite fond of conducting human experiments and developed numerous forbidden techniques. Monkey, with no one else present, feel free to speak candidly." Hiruzen broke into a sweat. Did he know that Tobirama had engaged in human experimentation? Of course. Was he aware of the extent of Tobirama's forbidden techniques? Certainly. After assuming the role of Hokage, Hiruzen had perused Tobirama's past research records and those unfinished projects, firmly believing that the first Hokage was entirely justified in his actions. These forbidden techniques indeed warranted sealing. The boundless imagination of Tobirama Senju defies description. To offer a fair assessment, one might say it borders on a disregard for life and death, lacking any semblance of ethical boundaries. Hiruzen Sarutobi privately cited Tobirama as an example to Orochimaru, advising him against such extremities and suggesting that he should merely adopt his research methodology without indulging in reckless behavior, lest it lead to ruin. However, before the imposing presence of Naruto Uzumaki, Hiruzen found himself unable to critique his mentor, Tobirama, as he would have done in the presence of Orochimaru. That would be akin to defying the heavens themselves. Yet, confronted with Naruto's penetrating gaze, Hiruzen frantically sought the right words in his mind. How to articulate this? After a moment of contemplation, he donned an expression of bemusement tinged with wisdom and remarked, "Well, Teacher Tobirama has been engaged in the study of ninjutsu for quite some time, with a relatively diverse range of categories." Naruto, smiling, interjected, "That is not what I'm asking, Hiruzen. I want your evaluation of Tobirama's research ethics and boundaries." Hiruzen's expression grew even more perplexed at that moment. He felt as if Naruto was merely toying with him. Yet, it appeared that Naruto was genuinely eager for his response. The weight of seniority bore down heavily upon him. Hiruzen silently lamented this predicament and, after a prolonged pause, suddenly found inspiration. Tobirama, in his experiments, has primarily guided his research by the will of fire, while striving to economize resources during the study of forbidden techniques, thereby enriching our village's ninjutsu repertoire. He possesses a forward-looking vision regarding education and future conflicts within the village. "Monkey, you know I'm not referring to that," Naruto remarked, observing the perspiration on Hiruzen's brow with amusement. "Hiruzen, can't you speak some plain truths?" Hiruzen forced a smile, his lips twitching. Some truths Naruto could certainly express, but as his disciple, he found himself at a loss for words. What if Tobirama were to hear of this? At that moment, Tobirama himself felt a slight flush of warmth. Although he could not perceive Hiruzen's demeanor, the tone had already conveyed everything. "What? Are my human experiments truly excessive? It's merely that my brother lacks vision and my sister-in-law is overly conservative. Otherwise, I would have long since developed powerful forbidden techniques to safeguard the future peace of Konoha. Monkey, why don't you dare speak up for me against your sister-in-law?" Tobirama expressed his discontent. Tsunade silently observed this scene, unable to suppress her admiration for Hiruzen's eloquence. Tobirama, from the moment I came to know him, I realized he possessed a rather unique disposition." Uzumaki Mito, with a tone laden with nostalgia, reflected on the past, prior to his innovations. Ninjas wielded kunai and long swords for combat, employing simple elemental techniques of fire, wind, and lightning for offense, while utilizing earth and water for defense. However, after he introduced the shadow clone technique, the ninja world seemed to awaken to the potential for the development of jutsu. I recall vividly the time we battled against the Uchiha clan, Tobirama, in an inexplicable manner, summoned the deceased members of the Uchiha through the reanimation jutsu, allowing them to masquerade as spirits to converse with their grieving kin. Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard, already anticipating the ensuing chaos. Tsunade furrowed her brow, although her grandfather exuded warmth. Could he truly be so benevolent towards his adversaries? Soon after, during their most jovial exchange, Tobirama detonated the explosive tags implanted within the reanimated Uchiha, reducing them to ash. Uzumaki Mido appeared to reminisce fondly. At that moment, Uchiha Madara had gone mad, and Uchiha Izuna followed suit. Every member of the Uchiha clan vowed to seek Tobirama's demise. Yet ultimately, their endeavors proved futile. After the village's establishment, Tobirama ascended to the position of Hokage, subsequently suppressing the Uchiha clan. Observing Tsunade's astonishment, Mido chuckled, "Little Tsunade, your great-grandfather is merely gentle with you. He is renowned for his unparalleled speed in the ninja world, yet the Uchiha clan has dubbed him the most nefarious of spirits. Would you care to hear more? There are many such tales of Tobirama Senju." Tobirama could hardly contain himself within the confines of the Aqua realm. How could he recount such matters in the presence of children? What was wrong with Mido? Such affairs seemed unavoidable, did they not? Although Tobirama's actions appeared somewhat less than honorable, they surely did not exceed the bounds of common understanding. He felt a surge of frustration, pondering that if Kiyosui were awake, he would undoubtedly support and comprehend his choices. Uzumaki Mido, observing Tsunade's discomfort and Sarutobi Hiruzen's awkward smile, shook her head. Upon seeing this child, I was reminded of Tobirama's past. As one ages, memories of yesteryears inevitably resurface. Please, try to understand. Suddenly, Mido's expression turned grave. Now, I must address why Kiyosui erupted in fury, why he suddenly employed Tobirama's flying thunder god technique, and how he, being an Uchiha, has also mastered the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains. Tobirama blinked in surprise. Had he misled Mido? Yet, how could the adamantine chains possibly be linked to him? Regarding the awakening of Kiyosui's adamantine sealing chains, Tobirama believed it to be Mido's influence. After all, Kiyosui had been studying sealing techniques under her tutelage for the past few months. Moreover, Mido's demeanor suggested she had sensed something amiss, as she often discreetly monitored Kiyosui, channeling chakra into him. Tobirama pondered deeply. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Tsunade listened intently. Sighing, Mido delivered her final revelation. Kiyosui is the ultimate product of Tobirama's forbidden techniques. You are all aware of the profound apprehension that Tobirama holds towards the Uchiha clan. A Uchiha, endowed with exceptional talent, poses a formidable challenge even to someone as extraordinarily gifted as Tobirama Senju. In his lifetime, Tobirama managed to suppress this power, yet in death. Vortex Mido gazed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and softly inquired, what if a Uchiha of Madara's caliber were to arise, or perhaps one akin to Izuna? How would you respond? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. The prospect of facing an Uchiha capable of contending with his mentor throughout his life meant that he himself would have to engage in a contest against Tobirama Senju. Merely contemplating this notion sent a shiver through Hiruzen, for such an adversary would undoubtedly be exceedingly terrifying. Observing the uncertainty etched on Hiruzen's face, Vortex Mido shook her head. Hiruzen had indeed exerted himself. As a ninja not of the Senju or Uchiha lineage, his abilities were already quite remarkable. However, in the face of genuine monsters, he found himself lacking. Tsunade, in her bewilderment, pondered the connection between her great-grandfather's forbidden techniques and the concept of Qingshui. Thus, in pursuit of a solution, Tobirama devised a method which involved the very essence of Qingshui. He developed a particular forbidden technique, utilizing his own chakra as the foundation and integrating the chakra of the Vortex clan to ensure a complete suppression of the Uchiha clan. Vortex Mido turned her gaze towards Qingshui, her eyes momentarily captivated by Tobirama's audacity. Leveraging such an advantage, Tobirama infused the chakra of Uchiha Izuna into the mix, ultimately creating a chakra conglomerate that would inhabit Qingshui's body, thus formulating a second Ninetales for Konoha. You may not perceive it, as you have never encountered Uchiha Izuna, but I can recognize that ocular prowess. My perception is infallible. Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless, and Tsunade was equally astounded, her mouth agape. Upon further reflection, Hiruzen began to understand that if it were indeed Tobirama Senju, everything began to align, particularly as he, as Hokage, was privy to certain forbidden techniques that Tobirama had not fully unveiled. It resembled the unfinished artificial tailed beast that Tobirama's mentor had envisioned. Hiruzen murmured to himself. I have perused the tomes left behind by Tobirama-sensei. He once aspired to generate a chakra conglomerate from negative energy to be named Zero Tails, intended as the second-tailed beast of Konoha. However, it appeared he encountered some obstacles along the way. Vortex Mito nodded in agreement. You are correct, monkey. That technique of Tobirama's was prohibited by Hashirama. Yet, in retrospect, it seems Tobirama did not relinquish his pursuits. Rather, he adopted a more extreme approach with the concept of chakra conglomerates, aiming both to mitigate the threat posed by the Uchiha clan and to create a second-tailed beast for Konoha, thereby innovating a new forbidden technique. The fruit of this endeavor is none other than Chinshui. Tsunade, utterly befuddled, remarked, but why did great-grandfather not confide in us? Uzumaki Mito let out a sigh. Perhaps it was because Tobirama had never anticipated that the master of the Flying Thunder God technique could one day meet his demise in an ambush. Perhaps it was due to the excessive suppression of his thoughts by both him and Hashirama, forcing Tobirama to conceal his true feelings. Nevertheless, she had uncovered the truth behind the matter. Before the misunderstanding surrounding Aoi could proliferate, there was still time to rectify it. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head heavily. The reason for the convoluted nature of Aoi's situation, upon reflection, stemmed fundamentally from Tobirama's sacrifice for their sake. Hiruzen mulled over Uzumaki Mito's appraisal of Aoi. The second nine tails of Konoha. Viewed in this light, Aoi was indeed worthy of such a title. It dawned upon him why Mito insisted that this matter remain confidential. Only the Hokage and Tsunade could be privy to it. The implications were terrifying. Should this information be disseminated, the Uchiha clan would likely rebel by the following day. It was an affront to their dignity. Moreover, the other ninja clans in Konoha would harbor immense distrust towards the Hokage lineage. Those in the know understood that this was an influence of chakra over the will of the target, while those unaware would increasingly perceive it as a form of possession. Furthermore, whether it truly constituted possession was a question Hiruzen could not definitively answer. After all, Aoi was an Uchiha, and his mentor's standards had always been low. One could only imagine how much lower they would be when it came to the Uchiha. Hiruzen's gaze gradually grew resolute. Meanwhile, Tsunade remained ensnared in shock. At that moment, Senju Tobirama appeared utterly dumbfounded. He could not deny that he had indeed studied the chakra of the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans, delved into the essence of souls, and even researched artificial tailed beasts. He had even entertained ideas akin to those expressed by Mito, yet he had truly never succeeded. Just because it bore semblance to his work did not mean he was responsible. Tobirama felt as though Mito had placed an enormous, dark stigma upon him, with a clarity of logic and argument that left him at a loss for counterarguments. Could it be that Uchiha Izuna and his chakra fortuitously reincarnated into Aoi? Tobirama instinctively began to question his existence, contemplating whether his reputation had been misconstrued. At that moment, Aoi's figure materialized beside Tobirama, his voice laced with an ethereal tone. Tobirama, surely what Mito Dano said cannot be true. Tell me the truth. I won't hold it against you, I promise. Tobirama was taken aback, a wave of unprecedented tension washing over him. It was a sensation difficult to articulate, unlike being caught by his elder brother for developing forbidden techniques. Unlike the clashes with the Uchiha clan, and unlike the turmoil of the Ninja World War, the tension from these events stemmed from consequences of actions he had undeniably committed. Yet, Aoi's situation was truly, genuinely unrelated to him. The dilemma lay in the fact that Mito and Hiruzen, in perfect harmony, had constructed an impeccable logical chain. Drawing from his past conduct, research notes on artificial tailed beasts, and his long-standing enmity with the Uchiha clan. So much so that even Senju Tobirama himself believes that if Aoki were the product of his forbidden techniques, it would appear, to an observer, to be more plausible than the reality of the dual reincarnation. Tobirama, why are you silent? Are you pondering how to defend yourself? Aoki interjected. It truly is not me. I swear it. Hold your tongue. Aoki waved his hand, momentarily forgetting that he had been the one to question Senju Tobirama's silence. Tobirama obediently closed his mouth, uncertain of what to say. I believe I have come to a realization, Aoki began, slowly reminiscing. You claim I am a Uchiha. Why? Amidst the turmoil stemming from the conflict between my clan and the village, would I think to seek your counsel? Tobirama, in a flurry of thought, hastily retorted. Isn't that entirely reasonable, Aoki? I am the second Hokage, intricately linked to the Uchiha clan. The strategy to establish the Konoha police force to curtail the Uchiha was conceived by me. Both Sarutobi and Danzo were my protégés. Therefore, it is only natural that you would seek my assistance to resolve the issue at its roots. Aoki furrowed his brow, yet I distinctly remember stating this very thing. And yet you only believed I sought to annihilate Konoha. In an instant, Tobirama's expression froze, and after a moment, he awkwardly chuckled. Wasn't it to test you? Test me. Test me, Aoki repeated, unsure why, but the calmness in his tone sent a chill down Tobirama's spine. Then why is it that I lack even your physical organization? Merely sensing the netherworld, yet your soul has found its way into my body? Does the reanimation jutsu truly harbor such a misunderstanding? And that technique involving the explosive tags, surely, you were behind that as well. How else could I possibly perceive your summoning space? Aoki's eyes sparkled with logical clarity. Tobirama, how will you explain this now? Speak honestly. Did your chakra influence my thoughts, leading me to the notion of seeking your help, thus allowing me to sense your soul, which consequently entered my body? According to Lord Mido's assertions, you merged your chakra with that of Uchiha Izuna and even the Uzumaki clans, all in an effort to create a second Ninetales for Konoha. Yet, you were even more cautious than Lord Mido anticipated. To prevent unforeseen consequences, you devised a series of intricate plans, embedding your soul within mine to ensure that the power would not spiral out of control. After all, chakra cannot articulate, but the soul can. You could even transmit power to me, suppressing Uchiha Izuna's chakra, which is precisely what you have been doing. Aoki's emotions seemed to spiral out of control, his tone growing increasingly somber, his voice low, yet the proximity to Tobirama rendered it somewhat indistinct. Nevertheless, Tobirama strained to catch Aoki's words, his pupils quivering in disbelief. How could Aoki harbor such thoughts? Indeed, he can engage in dialogue with Qingshui, who has consistently rejected his power. It is evident that he forcibly instilled this power into Qingshui, seemingly with the intent of suppressing Uchiha Izuna. Such occurrences are truly coincidental. Senju Tobirama, at a loss for how to defend himself, found the arguments against him presented not by just anyone, but by those who understood him most intimately, Uzumaki Mido and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tobirama never anticipated that such an obvious dual chakra reincarnation would elude their perception. How could they be so foolish, so misguided, as to delve into bizarre theories of human experimentation, articulating them with such conviction that even Tobirama was momentarily taken aback by his own words. Qingshui, allow me to explain. Please refrain from speaking. Qingshui covered his head, murmuring to himself, how foolish I am, truly. Tobirama, I was once concerned that you were emotionally inept and shared with you the 5-step method employed by Uchiha Rin to control Uchiha Bido. Yet, it turns out you are the master of this very approach. Senju Tobirama gazed at Qingshui in bewilderment. While he could not deny his knowledge of forbidden techniques and human experimentation, he had never encountered this 5-step method in his life. He had never even held hands with anyone, let alone engaged in such dubious practices. Qingshui raised 5 fingers, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Step 1. The curiosity trap. An ordinary Uchiha youth, inexplicably summoned to the spirit of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, within his own body, would undoubtedly be consumed by curiosity, eager to explore. Step 2. The exploration trap. Subverting expectations. You once believed me to be a malevolent Uchiha, yet gradually came to accept me. Even occasionally speaking in my defense, this encapsulates the contrast and transformation. Step 3. The inducement trap. Establishing an emotional contract. You repeatedly insisted on transferring power to me, even when I resisted, all in the name of suppressing Uchiha Izuna, constantly implying that I could only accept your strength. With only 2 fingers remaining, Qingshui softly inquired, Tobirama, I ask you, what are the last 2 steps of the 5-step method? I have shared them with you, and you are capable of utilizing them. Senju Tobirama's mind was momentarily paralyzed, yet his remarkable memory persisted, almost unconsciously responding, the destruction trap, followed by the repetition of the 4th step, the quagmire trap. Qingshui chuckled. Ah, so you remember, Tobirama? Therefore, is it not time for you to begin suppressing me, only to commend me in my moments of despair? Indeed, you have acted thus before. After all, you are the second Hokage of Konoha. To disregard your words is to lack the will of fire in one's heart. These are your own words, are they not? Senju Tobirama wished he could slap himself. How could his memory be so astute? Even if he could remember, why could his mouth not obey? Qing Shui fell silent, his gaze profound as he sat beside Senju Tobirama. At this moment, Senju Tobirama again sensed the power of Uchiha Izuna's eyes, which danced joyfully and even seemed to grow stronger, blossoming from an inconspicuous flicker. Uchiha Izuna, you truly deserve to perish. Here I am, misunderstood, and you seem to revel in it. Come forth and speak a word. At this juncture, Senju Tobirama felt that his ability to communicate with Aoki had become a disadvantage. Since he was at a loss for words, perhaps silence would have been a better choice. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that silence, when one had the capability to speak but chose not to, would tacitly imply that he was complicit in all of this. He could almost envision the wicked grin of Uchiha Izuna, mocking him mercilessly. Senju Tobirama, is this your wisdom? How utterly laughable. In that moment, the power of Uchiha Izuna's eyes swelled slightly, and although it was feeble, Tobirama could keenly perceive it. However, he dared not suppress Uchiha Izuna's ocular prowess with chakra any longer. To intervene with the forces within Aoki under such circumstances would be akin to leaping into a pure land, unable to cleanse himself of the consequences. Damn it, Uchiha Izuna. Enough with your arrogance. Tobirama thought helplessly. His strategy was sufficient to suppress Uchiha, but he could not guard against betrayal from his own kin. How was he to explain this to Aoki? Tobirama pondered, envisioning someone who had already mastered his water release, forbidden techniques, and even chakra, evolving into a Uchiha possessing the essence of the Senju. If this moment marked the onset of a demonic transformation, what fate awaited Konoha? No, this was no longer merely a Konoha concern. It was an issue that the entire shinobi world needed to contemplate. The amalgamation of Uchiha Izuna's and his advantages, coupled with the intervention of the Uzumaki clan, created a formidable trio of the shinobi world's elite talents, enhanced by Aoki's extraordinary capacity for learning and Uchiha's characteristic obsession. Tobirama shuddered at the thought of the past confrontation between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. If Aoki were to begin contemplating dark paths, who would awaken him to his potential? Tobirama envisioned the scene of Aoki, transformed after adulthood into a being of darkness. A colossal Susanoo, its blade entwined with radiant golden seals, executing the flying thunder god technique with agility, while Aoki himself mastered medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, water release, fire release, taijutsu, and swordsmanship, with a chakra reserve far exceeding that of his contemporary, Senju Hashirama. In contrast to Uchiha Madara, Aoki possessed an extraordinary charisma. Even if he pursued outrageous endeavors, he would never find himself isolated as Madara had been. The eighth Uchiha, Shisui, might Due, might Guy, and even the wandering ninja, Kakuzu, in Tobirama's eyes, were not merely ninjas of Konoha, but rather the loyal warriors of the Aoki clan. As for Asuma, Tsunade, and Tobirama Senju, their expectation of these two individuals was that if Aosei fell into darkness, simply remaining as bystanders would constitute a modicum of rationality. More likely, they would intervene to assist. Regarding the Uchiha clan, those who wavered and the obstinate old guard, Tobirama did not believe that either Shana or Fugaku possessed the prowess to contend with Aosei. Eventually, they would either be subdued or silently eliminated. A figure trusted by many, wielding the combined powers of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans, Tobirama fell into silence. If Aosei was unable to overcome this mental hurdle, repeatedly pondering the dichotomy of truth and illusion within the ninja world, even beginning to question the authenticity of his own existence, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect. How could this be seen as preparing Konoha's second Nine Tails? It would merely serve to create an even more formidable Uchiha Madara within the ninja realm. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, even the outside world, Uzumaki Mido, Tsunade, and Hiruzen Sarutobi, was engulfed in stillness. Tobirama, please speak. I shall not interrupt you again. Aosei's voice echoed with confusion and fatigue, a sensation that Tobirama Senju recognized all too well. He had witnessed many from the Uchiha clan in this very state before their thoughts spiraled into extremities. The loss of love is but one facet. If one's very reality becomes obscured, it leads to a far more dreadful mental disarray. Yet, Tobirama found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly turned to meet Aosei's gaze, sincerity filling his eyes. Yet only a feeble explanation escaped his lips. Aosei, these are truly mere coincidences. You must believe me. I concealed the matter of Uchiha Izuna from you. This I acknowledge was my fault. However, the forbidden techniques spoken of by Mito and Hiruzen are nothing but fabrications. Your adamantine sealing technique is her doing. Aosei, for the past month or so, Mito has been secretly infusing chakra into your body. Everyone has misunderstood, while I may have once been obsessed with forbidden techniques. You are truly just the reincarnation of my chakra and Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama seemed to seize upon an opportunity. Regarding the concept of reincarnation, Aosei, you have perused countless texts. You must have encountered it, haven't you? Aosei nodded silently. This notion, within the millennia-long histories of the Uchiha and Senju clans, resembled a sort of urban legend. Never officially acknowledged, yet it remained a topic of lively discussion, a source of gossip. Uchiha Izuna's chakra has attached itself to you, Tobirama said earnestly. As his arch-rival, I surmised that my chakra sought him out, thus resulting in the series of soul summoning and explosive talismans that could transfer power to you. Tobirama, don't you find this logic somewhat tenuous? Aosei chuckled lightly. Mito Dano and Hiruzen Sarutobi have presented evidence based on your own past experiments. You, a renowned scientist and inventor in the ninja world, are resorting to folklore to convince me? You would have me believe in this rather than first trust that I am the sage of six paths? Tobirama fell silent. On this day, he received a profound lesson. In this world, coincidences can indeed manifest, presenting facts that diverge entirely from logical deduction. Senju Tobirama found himself ensnared in panic, uncertain of how to continue his explanation. Yet at that moment, Aoi sighed gently. Never mind, these matters are of little importance, Tobirama. Tobirama's eyes brightened. Yet his heart grew increasingly anxious. What could possibly be unimportant? Aoi's words carried a sense of nonchalance, yet also bore the weight of world weariness. I am a product of forbidden techniques, or perhaps I am merely the reincarnation of your chakra alongside Uchiha Izuna. To me, the current state is inconsequential. Aoi gazed at his own hands, seemingly in deep contemplation. Even if it appears as though you are manipulating me, I have reflected upon it and realized that everything I wish to accomplish, I shall do on my own accord, be it aiding Lady Tsunade in her final stand, or assisting Uncle Guise, the 8th Hokage, Asuma, or Inada Kojiro. I merely desire those close to me to experience a better life, one that surpasses their previous existence. Thus, I must extend my gratitude for your choices. Whether it be the reincarnation or the forbidden techniques, they have at least granted me the strength to pursue my ambitions. Senju Tobirama stared at Aoi, as if he were beholding the radiant heart of gold within him. Such magnanimity transcended even the will of fire, rendering it insufficient to encapsulate his essence. Aoi regarded the astonished Tobirama with a smile. Regardless of your willingness, I am determined to find a way to resurrect you. You are dear to me, and your demise is a profound regret, especially as your life has yet to embrace many experiences. Why dwell on such matters? At this moment, I find my life to be quite fulfilling, and I do not wish to ponder whether Lord Hiruzen's logic holds truth or if you have deceived me. Aoi sighed, pressing down on Tobirama's shoulder. Without your strength, perhaps I would have perished in my battle against Kakuzu. Therefore, even if you have deceived me, this pitiful leaf genin must. Of course, forgive the Hokage, what other choice do I have? Let me regard you as the sage of six paths. I do not believe Lord Hiruzen's words, but I trust you, Tobirama. Tobirama abruptly turned his head. Aoi's words stirred a complex tempest within him. At this moment, Aoi was still asserting that he sought to resurrect him out of compassion for his untimely demise. Detected similar or complementary special talents, meeting the standards for fusion. Current synthesis options include the power of Senju Tobirama and the regrets of Uchiha Madara. Proceed with synthesis. Synthesize. You have acquired the power of Tobirama and Izuna. Power of Tobirama and Izuna. 1. The soul of Senju Tobirama will automatically nurture Uchiha Izuna's ocular prowess, enhancing it. 2. You may actively extract Senju Tobirama's power, disregarding his subjective will, though limits cannot be breached. Aoi raised an eyebrow. Did this imply a certain disregard for him? To put it bluntly, it seemed that even now, Senju Tobirama's strength was eager to be claimed by him. The limits remain unbroken. Merely a slight activation of one's ocular power, and a certain second Hokage would respond like a cat spotting a mouse, launching into full attack. Perhaps the essence of this system is to compel Qin Shui to engage fiercely with everyone, rather than transforming his adversaries into mere wings. Senju Tobirama resigned, sensed the increasing ocular power of Uchiha Izuna, but found himself too apathetic to intervene further. Qin Shui's heart, akin to gold, left even this initial interpreter of the will of fire feeling somewhat inadequate. The dialogue within Qin Shui reached a preliminary conclusion. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, Tsunade pondered for a considerable time before posing a question that Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to ask, but hesitated. Mito, how should we regard Qin Shui? Should we see him as the second grandfather, or as Uchiha Izuna, or perhaps as a Jinchuriki like the Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen perked up, his attention wholly captured by this inquiry. The intricate circumstances surrounding Qin Shui could only be elucidated and addressed by Uzumaki Mito at this juncture, involving Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he had returned to his days as a genin, listening to the legendary tales of long-established jonin. Tsunade's gaze was filled with tension. She held a particular concern regarding this matter. Deep within her heart, a voice seemed to reject the notion of Qin Shui harboring her second grandfather's chakra. Uzumaki Mito glanced at Qin Shui, then at Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and chuckled softly. Qin Shui is simply himself. Turning her head, Mito nostalgically gazed at the distant monument of the first Hokage and spoke softly. Monkeys, little Tsunade, do you think I am the Nine Tails, or Uzumaki Mito? Of course. You are Lord Mito. How could you possibly be the Nine Tails? You will forever be my grandmother. Uzumaki Mito chuckled lightly, shaking her head. That is merely because I can control the Nine Tails. The names of other Jinchuriki in the village are seldom remembered. They are merely vessels containing tailed beasts. Their identities long supplanted, their true names forgotten. If Kushina were unable to control the Nine Tails, the ninja of the village would gradually forget her name, referring to her simply as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the name Kushina would fade into obscurity. Tsunade and Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into a contemplative silence. This reflected the stark reality. A Jinchuriki who cannot control their tailed beast is reduced to a vessel, their existence rendered meaningless. Uzumaki Mito turned her gaze toward Qin Shui and softly remarked. In a certain sense, Qin Shui can also be regarded as a Jinchuriki, although he is affected by Tobirama's forbidden techniques, and his ninjutsu and ocular power bear the shadows of Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna. His thought process is distinctly different. I am well acquainted with both Tobirama and Izuna. They would not share the gentle smile that Qin Shui offers to everyone. They are perpetually composed, even cold, displaying smiles only to those closest to them. The whirlpool of Watergate gazed at the flying thunder god mark upon the wrist of Aoi, and slowly articulated. Aoi's rampage is evidently the result of the explosive power of Uchiha Izuna within him. Consequently, the strength of Tobirama also erupted, leading to a clash of two unconscious chakras. Yet, Aoi has adeptly balanced this turmoil. Even in his frenzy, he maintained control over his powers and could still recognize Tsunade and Izuma. This indicates that within him, he is the true master, not Tobirama, nor Izuna. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, unable to restrain himself from inquiring, Lord Mito, could it be that Lord Tobirama is the dominant force, which is why Aoi refrained from attacking the Konoha ninjas during his rampage? Uzumaki Mito scoffed, Monkey, if Tobirama were truly the master, you ought to be referring to Aoi as your teacher. If the Tobirama chakra within him possessed consciousness akin to the Nine Tails and could assert dominance, then even if Aoi is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, he would have long since been usurped. Do you truly believe he would allow Aoi to develop in such a manner? Do you concur with my assertion, Monkey? Hiruzen hesitated, yet eventually nodded. You are correct, Lord Mito. My considerations were indeed lacking, given the nature of his mentor. Hiruzen found it utterly unimaginable that Senju Tobirama would permit a being of such immense potential as Uchiha to flourish without decisive intervention. He was acutely aware that when it comes to the Uchiha, harboring the most profound malice while speculating about his mentor was entirely justifiable. All this only serves to indicate that the Tobirama chakra within Aoi is indeed unconscious. However, within Aoi, Senju Tobirama donned a mask of anguish. I have just reconciled with Aoi, and now you seek to provoke further trouble, do you? Is your understanding of me so deeply misconstrued? Tobirama glanced around anxiously, fearful of Aoi's potential retort. Is what Lord Mito claimed true? Fortunately, Aoi merely raised an eyebrow and muttered, The failing Hokage is indeed as such. In that moment, Tobirama found himself disinclined to argue. If he was deemed a failure, then so be it. However, on the day Aoi revives him, "Monkey, you shall face grave consequences. My esteemed mentor must interrogate you thoroughly regarding this failing test of the will of fire. What do you mean by your remarks about my character and your dismissive comments? Is my integrity so unspeakable that you must resort to the will of fire to skirt around the issue?" Tsunade, however, remained furrowed in thought. The presence of Tobirama's chakra within Aoi perpetually felt unsettling to her, yet she was reluctant to confront or analyze the roots of this discomfort. Uzumaki Mito seemed to keenly perceive Tsunade's unease. "Hiruzen, you may take your leave. I have some matters to discuss with Tsunade." Hiruzen blinked in surprise. "Wait, is this not my Hokage office? Aoi is still sprawled across the desk. Would it not be inappropriate for me to depart?" "I understand, Lord Mito." Hiruzen swiftly turned and exited, his movements smooth and deliberate. The whirlpool of water beckoned Tsunade to her side, grasping her hand gently and whispering, "Grandmother wishes to share a secret with you. In truth, your grandfather possesses an unknown chakra, much like that of Aoi." Tsunade was taken aback. "How is that possible? Whose chakra resides within my grandfather?" The whirlpool of water shook her head. "I do not know. This was first discovered by Hashirama, who later confided in me. Had it not been for my heightened perception and my close proximity to Hashirama at times, I would not have discerned this. That chakra is far more potent and concealed than that of Aoi or even Uchiha Izuna. At times, I speculate it may belong to a formidable ancestor of the Senju clan, but that is of little consequence." The whirlpool of water gazed deeply into Tsunade's eyes, softly stating, "I once inquired of Hashirama whether he would be influenced by that chakra. Hashirama provided me with a clear answer." Tsunade listened intently, her expression tense. Hashirama affirmed that his love, along with the love of his family and friends, had fortified his heart to an unwavering degree, impervious to external interference, which should put my mind at ease. The whirlpool of water smiled tenderly, brushing back her pale strands of hair. In that moment, despite her age, she exuded the innocence of a love-struck maiden. "I once told Kushina that we must use love to soothe the Nine Tails, at least to alleviate its immense resentment. Aoi is no different. The chakras of Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna can be likened to tailed beasts. While they inevitably influence Aoi, as long as his heart remains resolute, these forces can be disregarded, much like Hashirama." She continued, "What you must do is to combine your love with that of Aoi's friends, ensuring he does not become lost amidst the powers of Tobirama and Izuna, two adversaries that may clash within him and affect his being." Tsunade listened, seemingly relieved at the notion that Aoi would remain unaffected. The whirlpool of water regarded Tsunade's expression thoughtfully, saying with significance, "Tsunade, Aoi is merely 13 years old, and you have only just emerged from a period of emotional turmoil. There is no rush, much contemplation lies ahead. Do you see Aoi merely as a younger brother?" Tsunade blinked and quickly waved her hands in denial. "Grandmother, you think far too much. Aoi and I share a master-student relationship. I simply feel that as a mentor, I must lend my strength to help a victim like Aoi if I can," Tsunade declared loudly, though a hint of embarrassment flushed her cheeks. Was this the essence of her grandmother's perceptive abilities? Even the thoughts she herself was reluctant to confront could be sensed. The whirlpool of water chuckled knowingly. "There is no distinction, dear Tsunade. To help Aoi fortify his heart against the chaos of Tobirama and Izuna's chakra, you must nurture him with love, for you are his mentor. Love manifests in many forms. It is not solely the simple affection between a man and a woman." Tsunade awkwardly nodded. Yes, grandmother, I concede this is my oversight." However, a glimmer of cunning flickered in Uzumaki Watergate's eyes as he softly remarked, "Before Qing Shui reaches adulthood and fully comprehends his own heart, his feelings will undoubtedly be limited to the bond between master and disciple. Yet, should Qing Shui one day grow to a point where he no longer requires the power of Fei Jian, there will indeed be ways to address that." Uzumaki Watergate left a tantalizing hint. At that moment, Tsunade's expression became increasingly hesitant and flushed, appearing as if she wished to inquire, but found herself too embarrassed to do so. "Ah, little Tsunade, you truly are unable to contain your curiosity." Uzumaki Watergate chuckled lightly. In order to empower Qing Shui, Fei Jian infused the chakra of the Uzumaki clan into his forbidden techniques. Do you recall the adamantine sealing technique that Qing Shui unleashed? Tsunade nodded in bewilderment. If, by that time, the ninja world finds peace and the timing is right. With Qing Shui's talent for sealing techniques and his already awakened adamantine sealing, it will not be difficult to seal away Fei Jian's chakra along with Uchiha Izuna's chakra, or even extract it. At that point, you can simply dispose of your troublesome great-grandfather wherever Qing Shui deems fit. As Uzumaki Watergate spoke, he couldn't help but smile with delight. Fei Jian, that rascal, enjoys employing forbidden techniques. Why not let Qing Shui use his own forbidden techniques to send him away? The adamantine sealing and sealing techniques are most suited for dealing with such peculiar internal chakra. Dear Tsunade, do you think that my teachings of sealing techniques to Qing Shui over these past months were solely for the purpose of observing him? Was it not also for your future? Tsunade's face instantly flushed crimson, yet she nodded earnestly. Thank you for your concern, grandmother. In that moment, Tsunade's heart seemed to gain clarity. Before Qing Shui reached adulthood, she was merely his teacher and protector, assisting him in establishing his inner self. But after Qing Shui matured and peace arrived, many bothersome matters could be disposed of. Of course, in Tsunade's heart, she referred specifically to Uchiha Izuna's chakra, not that of Senju Fei Jian. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, she was convinced. Yet it was evident that some harbored doubts, such as Uzumaki Watergate himself and Senju Fei Jian, who seemed the most skeptical. From Tsunade's tone, it appeared she was eager to cast her great-grandfather out of Qing Shui's body at that very moment. Was he truly such a source of annoyance? Senju Fei Jian's face darkened. They often said that a grown woman could not be kept, and that she was a heartless little cotton-padded jacket. Little Tsunade was not like this in her youth. Alas, the pressure is overwhelming, Fei Jian lamented. Qing Shui's voice emerged softly. Is your family truly fixated on me? You, old man, scheming against my soul, your sister-in-law plotting my heart, and your granddaughter coveting my body. Why don't you just end this now? It would certainly lighten my burden. Senju Fei Jian covered his face, genuinely taken aback by the seemingly profound feelings Tsunade harbored for Qing Shui, surpassing that of mere mentor and disciple. Qing Shui, when that time comes, I will find a way to leave. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. Never mind, Tobirama. I believe it's more reliable to find a way to resurrect you. You tend to be a bit unstable in your actions, Qing Shui remarked, gently patting the shoulder of Senju Tobirama. For now, my relationship with Tsunade-sensei is merely that of a master and disciple. Should our bond evolve in the future, perhaps you could officiate our wedding after your resurrection. This might indeed signify a union between the Uchiha and Senju clans. However, if nothing transpires, you could assist me in keeping her at bay. I certainly wish to avoid any unwelcome advances. Tobirama shot Qing Shui a disapproving glance, as if Tsunade is lacking suitors. Young one, such matters are far too premature for you. Despite his stern demeanor, his mind raced with thoughts. Yet, the notion of Tsunade potentially pairing with Qing Shui did not seem entirely unappealing. After centuries of animosity between the Senju and Uchiha, perhaps this ancient yet remarkably effective solution could indeed bring about a transformation. Qing Shui shook his head, finding Tobirama's thoughts rather erratic at times, often leaving him struggling to keep pace. As for public declarations, they could simply utilize the rumors surrounding the Senju and Uchiha clans to mask the truth. Uzumaki Mido produced a collection of historical texts, all speculating on the concept of reincarnation, including annotations from Tobirama himself. The idea that Qing Shui was the reincarnation of both Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, while seemingly crude, was sufficient to placate the villagers and was something Qing Shui could accept. Mido narrowed his eyes, stating, if anyone seeks to dig deeper, we must eliminate them immediately. Tsunade observed Mido's suddenly stern expression and nodded in agreement. The implications of forbidden techniques, particularly those involving the sensitive matters of the second Hokage and the Uchiha clan, were indeed topics best left undiscussed, as they could severely impact the acceptance of the will of fire and, more importantly, Qing Shui's state of mind. After all, if it were merely a coincidence, Qing Shui's feelings would be complex, yet manageable. However, if it were a deliberate act, the nature of the situation would be entirely different. As for the villagers, once the Hokage's office provided an explanation, whether they chose to believe it or not would be their own affair, rendering further clarification unnecessary. After a considerable time, Qing Shui slowly opened his eyes, gazing at Uzumaki Mido and Tsunade, a furrow forming on his brow, a a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. Lord Mito, I apologize. I could not contain my power. Mito waved a hand dismissively, presenting Qing Shui with a stack of documents regarding the concept of reincarnation. Qing Shui, this is what I previously mentioned to you. There lies a latent power within you. Today, I must reveal the truth. The chakra of Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna resides within your very being. As for the diamond blockade, you need not question it. It is merely a small measure I implemented to assist you in controlling this power. Tsunade watched Qing Shui's bewildered expression, her lips pressed together in concern. She truly wished not to deceive Qing Shui, but what choice did she have? Should she inform him that he was a product of forbidden techniques created by a second Hokage who bore animosity towards the Uchiha? Absolutely not. Qing Shui stared blankly at the materials prepared for him by Mito, sifting through them with a sense of confusion. After a prolonged silence, Qing Shui let out a deep sigh, seemingly enveloped in confusion. Meanwhile, Qinsho Feijian could no longer contain himself. His sister-in-law had indeed managed to elucidate a single matter through two distinct logics. The one who deceives you is the one who is right. Looking at Qing Shui's increasingly serene demeanor, Xuanwu Shueita chuckled softly. Do not worry, Qing Shui. The sealing techniques I have recently imparted to you will prove useful. Tsunade and Hizashi will also lend their assistance. You are not alone in this. Tsunade nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Qing Shui, I will always be by your side. A silent smile crept upon Qing Shui's face. I understand, Lord Shueitu, teacher Tsunade. I had an inkling of this all along. Yet, upon learning the truth today, I still find it somewhat incredulous. May I have a moment alone to reflect? Xuanwu Shueitu and Tsunade exchanged glances and nodded. Go ahead, Qing Shui. You have had a long day. As Tsunade watched Qing Shui's somewhat bewildered silhouette fade away, an inexplicable memory surfaced of her former self, lost in the haze of gambling and taverns. In those days, Qing Shui had entered her life like a beam of light, rescuing her from despair. Now, it was her turn to illuminate the confusion within him. Tsunade's gaze hardened with resolve. Xuanwu Shueita let out a long sigh, a sense of relief washing over him. At last, the last matter weighing on my heart has been resolved. I sense that Qing Shui's heart is calm and gentle, merely clouded by confusion. Tsunade sighed, inexplicably feeling an increasing disconnection from reality in this village. Emotions can be detected, hearts can be swayed. It seemed that only she and Qing Shui exchanged genuine feelings with sincerity. Hey, Hizashi, why are you standing here smoking instead of going in? Sarutobi Hizashi looked at Qing Shui and chuckled awkwardly. This smile held an air of reticence, although Qing Shui remained unchanged. The thought of the chakra of Lord Feijian flowing within him left Sarutobi Hizashi feeling uneasy. Aye. Hizashi, come inside. Sarutobi Hizashi took a deep breath, forcing a smile at Qing Shui. At that moment, he truly did not know how to face him. Hizashi, the final matters have been resolved. We can now prepare for the Jinchuriki replacement ceremony. Xuanwu Shueitu spoke softly. Qing Shui must also be present. His place at my funeral must be arranged properly, so that he and all of Konoha may feel the village's regard and love for him. Do you understand what I am saying, Hizashi? Sarutobi Hizashi nodded repeatedly. Although he did not fully comprehend, treating Qing Shui as Lord Feijian's arrangement would guarantee the appropriate standards. Meanwhile, within Xuanwu Shueitu's body, the Nine Tails continued to murmur. You are mistaken, mistaken, mistaken. That boy deceived you, deceived you. He is the reincarnation of Uchiha Madara, a descendant of Uchiha Madara. Shueitu, you must believe me, believe me. Each time the Nine Tails recalled Qing Shui's gentle smile and the power in his eyes, a pang of trepidation struck its heart. With the instinct of a beast, it harbors the unsettling notion that Aosei might evolve into a man even more perilous than Uchiha Madara. Yet, no one believes it. There are simply too many ninjas as formidable as monsters in this era. Aosei reclines on his bed, feigning slumber while conversing with Tobirama within him, transforming his arms into venomous serpents, summoning the Sage of Toads, and even traversing through space with ease. Furthermore, some can invoke the souls of the deceased to bewilder their enemies' minds, subsequently launching self-destructive assaults with explosive tags. Truly, it is a realm fraught with danger. Initially, Senju Tobirama listened intently, recognizing that Aosei was clearly referencing Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze. Tobirama pondered that Aosei, even in a state of rage, retained vestiges of memory. only to realize, child, perhaps you ought to articulate your thoughts with greater clarity. The art of deceiving foes with the spirits of the departed is something Tobirama, not one to boast, knew had never been accomplished by another. Just as Tobirama was about to counter, he recalled that Aosei had recently forgiven him, and the words caught in his throat. He lamented inwardly, "Mito, why must you reveal everything and place the blame upon me?" Yet, after some contemplation, Tobirama could not restrain himself. Aosei speaks of others as monstrous? Perhaps he should first reflect upon the creature he has become. After a moment of deliberation, Senju Tobirama, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "In truth, you possess considerable strength already. There is no need for such anxiety. You are but 13 years old. Your prowess will burgeon with age. Moreover, you have already mastered my flying thunder god technique. No one in the ninja world can rival you now." Tobirama gazed at Aosei's smooth wrist, feeling a twinge of astonishment. There, the mark of the flying thunder god, once left by Minato, had been seemingly erased by Aosei's manipulation of chakra, as if it were an eraser. This feat was nearly impossible, unless achieved through physical removal of flesh. Tobirama had never witnessed an enemy with the mark of the flying thunder god manage to eliminate it by any other means. The only conceivable explanation for Aosei's ability would be that during that brief moment of possession, in a state of extreme disorientation, he learned the flying thunder god technique through muscle memory. After all, once one masters the flying thunder god technique and possesses a modicum of sealing knowledge, removing the mark becomes trivial. But what a terrifying talent this is. Tobirama, the very inventor of the flying thunder god technique, understood its complexity better than anyone. Aosei had managed to employ it in a moment of rage, and upon regaining consciousness, he could not only learn it, but even reached a level of comprehension sufficient to extrapolate and eliminate the mark. Yet, upon reflecting that Aosei was a reincarnation of his and Uchiha Izuna's chakra, Tobirama felt a semblance of understanding. Aosei slowly shook his head. "Tobirama, what significance does the flying thunder god technique hold? It remains unstable, still not sufficiently reliable. Have you forgotten how its original developer met his demise at the hands of encirclement? This matter, you are undoubtedly more aware of than I am." Senju Tobirama's lips twitched slightly as he muttered. Who would have thought those two scoundrels would possess such artifacts as the Six Paths treasures? It was unexpectedly transformed into the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. After all, I am merely a mortal. A playful arch of the brow from Aoi prompted him to tease. So, does Lord Tobirama mean to suggest that the initial kill holds little value? Tobirama was about to nod in agreement. If he were to confront Kinkaku and Ginkaku again, even without knowledge of their transformation into a nine-tails like Jinchuriki, he did not believe he would be defeated. Yet, there was a sense that something was amiss. The initial kill, under certain circumstances, still carried significance, Tobirama murmured, albeit with less conviction. Under the influence of Tobirama's power, the essence of Izuna's ocular prowess seemed to resonate within Tobirama's soul, joyfully surging as if to assert itself in response to the conversation. Tobirama's expression darkened. In times past, he would have unhesitatingly compelled Aoi to accept his power and decisively suppress Uchiha Izuna. But now, this was a particularly sensitive period. Although Aoi professed unwavering trust in him, could there be no lingering doubts within? If he were to deliberately suppress Uchiha Izuna's ocular power, would it not echo Aoi's so-called third step in the five-step method, coercing him to accept only his own strength? Tobirama sighed. Aoi's incessant musings had even imprinted the five-step method in the mind of this emotional simpleton. Uchiha Izuna, this grudge shall be settled in due time. Tobirama gazed at Izuna's rising ocular power, his teeth almost grinding to dust in frustration, yet he felt utterly powerless. After all, losing Aoi's trust would mean falling into Uchiha Izuna's trap. For now, let you revel in your moment of triumph. I, Senju Tobirama, shall never be deceived by Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama, I am not suggesting that the flying thunder god technique is ineffective, Aoi said, placing a hand on Tobirama's shoulder with a serious tone. I am merely contemplating the fragility of ninjas. Just like Minato Namikaze's combat strategy, relying solely on the flying thunder god technique and taijutsu, he can nearly vanquish the majority of ninjas in this world, due to the inherent weakness of their bodies. Whether it is you, Uchiha Izuna, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or even a freshly graduated genin, if their throats are laid bare before Minato, I believe they would all meet their demise. Tobirama's gaze flickered. He seemed to grasp Aoi's intended message. Minato's methodology had provided him with profound insights. In the fierce struggles between two ninjas, what proves fatal is often the aspect in which a ninja is least proficient. Regardless of how formidable one's jutsu may be, the body remains equally vulnerable. Minato exemplified this principle, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to exploit every adversary's weakest point, confronting them with his own overwhelming strengths. Even those who appeared omnipotent would find themselves at a loss when faced with him. It must be said, he is a genius. Having precisely identified the common vulnerability among ninjas, Tobirama nodded in understanding. He was indeed aware of these truths. Before the illustrious Minato Namikaze, the pioneer of the Flying Thunder God technique had already devised this combat strategy. "Qingshui, you too can achieve this," remarked Hashirama Senju as he began to analyze the situation for Qingshui. "Since you have already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, with my guidance, I shall impart to you the intricacies of its proficiency and derivative forms. Moreover, your dynamic vision, neural reflexes, and close combat taijutsu surpass even those of Minato. What he can accomplish, you shall accomplish even better." Qingshui gently shook his head, murmuring, "While the Flying Thunder God technique is indeed formidable, it is not without its flaws." Hashirama furrowed his brow. The Flying Thunder God was one of the most powerful techniques he had conceived. Even with Qingshui's reservations, Hashirama perceived no significant issue. Qingshui continued, "The might of the Flying Thunder God technique inevitably invites targeted countermeasures from adversaries. Its convenience and strength can foster an unconscious dependence, leading to a dangerous overconfidence. Tobirama, let us speak candidly. When you provided cover for Sarutobi Hiruzen and others in those days, did you ever contemplate that you might not return?" Hashirama fell silent. Truth be told, while he had boldly assessed the mental fortitude of Hiruzen and Danzo at that time, he had never truly considered the possibility of his own demise. After all, with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he believed he could evade capture even before Uchiha Madara. Yet, he had not anticipated being ultimately defeated by the Six Paths tools wielded by the brothers of the Gold and Silver Horns. A most unexpected turn of events. Qingshui sighed, shaking his head. The world of shinobi is indeed a bizarre realm teeming with anomalies. Perhaps someone has unearthed a new secret technique. Or perhaps a novel bloodline limit has been developed, or even an eccentric sealing jutsu, or the ancient Six Paths tools have been rediscovered. Yet, the physical bodies of ninjas remain so fragile, devoid of even the slightest margin for error. Margin for error, Hashirama mused, a glimmer of insight crossing his gaze. I sometimes ponder the two figures revered as deities, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Their prowess far exceeds what is necessary to eliminate a mere ninja. Their true strength lies in their capacity to transcend all others with their margin for error. Their chakra is so potent that it renders genjutsu ineffective, enveloping themselves in impenetrable wood release and Susanoo. It is said that the first Hokage possessed a healing technique that could restore wounds in an instant. Qingshui exhaled deeply, shaking his head as he spoke. Though I cannot rival these two gods of the shinobi world, I can endeavor to fortify my own deficiencies, equipping myself to survive within this realm rife with monsters. Hashirama remained contemplative. Whether Qingshui could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju was uncertain. He pondered when Qingshui's extreme caution, bordering on paranoia, had taken root. With a sigh, Hashirama felt a flicker of understanding dawning upon him. From the perspective of Qingshui, the occurrence of such rare phenomena as dual chakra reincarnation and forbidden techniques, which seem almost deceptive, is entirely reasonable, leading him to adopt an unusually cautious demeanor. This child, Qingshui, demonstrates remarkable resilience. His ability to accept such extraordinary circumstances without succumbing to darkness reflects an exceptional mental fortitude. Currently, I find myself unable to access or control Susanoo and would release. Qingshui patted his chest, resolutely declaring that he could refine his physical form, aspiring to reach a level capable of withstanding the strikes of Minato Namikaze and ordinary ninjutsu attacks. Should the day come when he finds himself ensnared or surrounded, he would still possess an unexpected trump card. Continuing along Qingshui's line of thought, Senju Tobirama's brow furrowed deeper. Fortunately, it appears that for the Uchiha clan, Qingshui is indeed a singular anomaly throughout the ages. Even the cunning and treacherous Uchiha Izuna, after acquiring the Mangekyo Sharingan, grew arrogant, believing he could easily overpower others. thereby lowering his guard and providing an opportunity for his adversaries. Had Uchiha Izuna shared Qingshui's perpetual caution, feeling insufficient even with the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan, and sought to secretly hone his physical prowess, even the notion of it would have unsettled Senju Tobirama. A single flying thunder god technique aimed at Uchiha Izuna struck his chest, but failed to penetrate, snapping instead. Following this, Uchiha Izuna erupted in laughter, hurling insults at him. A chill ran down Senju Tobirama's spine. It truly felt like a hellish realm. Unavoidably, a sense of compassion flickered in his gaze. Qingshui's foes would not only face an extraordinarily gifted adversary, but also one who is exceptionally vigilant. However, after contemplation, Senju Tobirama spoke with gravitas. Qingshui, while your intentions are commendable, the pursuit of physical refinement is a rarity in the ninja world. It is not that others have not considered it, but the dedication, time, energy, and talent required for such physical training far outweigh the achievements gained compared to the conventional practice of ninjutsu. Only the Reikage lineage of Kumogakure possesses a physique conducive to such body techniques. Qingshui, it is sufficient for you to maintain this cautious mindset. Focus on diligently mastering the Sharingan, the Diamond Lock, the Flying Thunder God technique, and water release. This will likely ensure your safety. Upon concluding, a peculiar expression crossed Senju Tobirama's face. He realized he had been swayed by Qingshui's perspective. Once he masters these techniques, the term safety would scarcely suffice to describe his state. For now, the safety of Qingshui is a matter for later discussion. Nevertheless, Senju Tobirama felt that anyone who confronted Qingshui would undoubtedly feel quite insecure. Yet, Qingshui resolutely shook his head. It remains unstable, Tobirama. These bloodline limits and secret techniques of mine will eventually be unveiled to my enemies. Since I am merely an inconspicuous genin at present, why not retain a hidden advantage while I remain unnoticed? He warned, do not underestimate the wisdom of other ninjas, Tobirama. Constant self-reflection, humility, and prudence are the hallmarks of a true leaf ninja, my esteemed second Hokage. Senju Tobirama scoffed lightly. Yet he could not help but find a semblance of wisdom in Aosei's words. He pondered that if Aosei were indeed to resurrect him, this phrase might well be incorporated into the teachings of the will of fire, far superior to the trivialities currently espoused by the monkey. Very well, it shall be done. Unbeknownst to Tobirama, in a moment of reverie, Aosei had seemingly become one of the interpreters of the will of fire. Tobirama, are you adept in the lightning release body technique you mentioned? Senju Tobirama, arms crossed, smiled confidently. It is merely a straightforward technique for invigorating the body. Only those from the Cloud Village, whose bodies are unique yet lacking in developmental capabilities, would specialize in such a path. I can hardly be bothered to promote this technique in Konoha, fearing it might lead our ninjas astray. Since you are so insistent on trying it, I shall impart it to you. No sooner had Tobirama spoken than arcs of lightning cascaded across his body, manifesting the Cloud Village's secret ninjutsu, the lightning release chakra mode. Do you see this, Aosei? Tobirama explained. The lightning release chakra mode utilizes lightning to invigorate one's physical form, thereby enhancing strength, speed, and defense. It is as simple and brutal as that. However, this technique harbors significant issues. While it may indeed serve a purpose in bolstering the physical form, the lightning release chakra mode primarily envelopes the user in a layer of lightning chakra for defense. When subjected to sealing techniques or wind release attacks, one becomes exceedingly vulnerable. The stimulation from lightning can exhaust both spirit and body, rendering one nearly incapable of practicing other techniques. This is precisely why the brutes of the Cloud Village specialize in the lightning release chakra mode, while neglecting other ninjutsu, not out of desire, but rather due to their limitations. Moreover, the lightning release chakra mode disrupts the conduction of chakra within the body, making it exceedingly difficult to unleash other techniques in this state, forcing one to rely solely on brute physicality. Even with my mastery over chakra manipulation, I find this approach challenging. Others within the ninja world would struggle even more. Thus, do you comprehend, Aosei? Your mindset is commendable, yet this path is fraught with obstacles, Tobirama admonished gently. Though Aosei's thoughts were commendable, reality is often harsh. If this technique were truly so easily mastered, Tobirama would have long since popularized it in Konoha. He wished to prevent Aosei from straying down a misguided path and forsaking his inherent talents for a lesser route. Aosei nodded in understanding. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon the lightning coursing across Tobirama. Moments later, a surge of brilliant lightning erupted from Aosei. Tobirama was taken aback. How could he have mastered it so adeptly in such a short time? Yet, in Tobirama's eyes, the more talent Aosei displayed, the less he ought to pursue such crude ninjutsu. This phenomenon appears formidable. However, it cannot simultaneously unleash other ninjutsu and also disrupts daily training. In the eyes of Senju Tobirama, it is akin to a mere trinket, unpalatable yet regrettable to discard. Ninjas with unique talents may attempt to experiment with it, but those of exceptional aptitude, particularly versatile geniuses like Aosei, find it unnecessary to pursue such training. Just as Senju Tobirama contemplated further dissuading Aosei from practicing this technique, Aosei furrowed his brow and raised a finger. Upon Aosei's fingertip danced a pair of vividly animated fire and water dragons, showcasing an extraordinary level of chakra transformation. Senju Tobirama gazed at this spectacle in bewilderment. How is it possible that your lightning chakra mode is so tempestuous, yet the chakra within remains stable? Unknown to Tobirama, Aosei could actively draw upon his power, while a significant movement might reveal this, as long as it was not excessive. Tobirama would merely perceive it as a resistance from Uchiha Izuna. In essence, Aosei possesses dual operational systems. He is a dual-threaded ninja. This marks him as a new variant distinct from traditional ninjas. Soon after, Aosei dissipated the lightning aura enveloping his body, attuning himself to the physical fatigue Tobirama had mentioned. To be candid, he felt no exhaustion at all. The consumption of the lightning chakra mode, in the face of Aosei's continuously strengthening Senju whirlpool bloodline, felt as leisurely as a stroll after a meal. Although Aosei could not attain the level of formless healing, he surpassed the singular Senju bloodline of Tobirama by a considerable margin. Tobirama continued to watch in confusion as Aosei's hand glowed with a green luminescence, providing relief to his body. How is it that you perceive this technique as tiring? Aosei queried curiously, glancing at Tobirama. I consider myself merely average. Yet you seem to fall short. Tobirama's lips twitched. Here we go again. This little rascal Aosei is boasting about being average once more. If you are merely average, then I, Senju Tobirama, must be a cause for concern regarding talent. Could it be that it is not my Senju lineage that is lacking, but rather your Uchiha Aosei who possesses exceptional talent? Can you not exhibit a modicum of pride? Though Tobirama genuinely wished to see Aosei refrain from the arrogance typical of the Uchiha, reveling in power and becoming increasingly haughty, there were times he wished Aosei would adopt at least a hint of Uchiha pride and abandon his excessive modesty. Aosei's self-effacement left Tobirama, a prodigy since childhood, feeling somewhat stifled. If Aosei were to display a touch of pride, perhaps Tobirama's heart would feel lighter. With my current condition, I should be able to practice the lightning chakra mode, correct, Tobirama? Senju Tobirama, with a blank expression, nodded affirmatively. Yet, Aosei seemed to contemplate something further, muttering to himself. No. Tobirama paused, puzzled. What could possibly be amiss? Given that the lightning chakra mode does not induce fatigue for Aosei and does not impede the release of other techniques, what could be wrong? Frankly speaking, had Tobirama possessed Aosei's talent, he would undoubtedly have pursued such training. Konoha Senju Tobirama pondered. Had he mastered the lightning release chakra mode in his youth, he would have relentlessly pursued Uchiha Izuna. Could a mere Uchiha dare to challenge him in combat? Such audacity was laughable. However, as you advised me, Tobirama mused, the lightning release chakra mode remains susceptible to sealing techniques and wind release. A glimmer of caution flashed in Qingshui's eyes. Therefore, my usual training must emphasize the honing of my physical form. If I set a trap for myself, I can wield 2 trump cards. The first card is my lightning release chakra mode. The second, the meticulously refined physical prowess I cultivate after revealing the lightning release chakra mode. Senju Tobirama rubbed his face in despair. What a misfortune. A once promising prodigy, he had been transformed into this cautious persona after hearing the fanciful tales spun by Mido. Qingshui, you are undeniably powerful. Must you be so excessively wary? Yet, upon reflection, Tobirama recognized the validity in Qingshui's words. With Qingshui's talent and heritage from the Uchiha clan, he would undoubtedly gain renown in the shinobi world, attracting intense scrutiny. In time, every scrap of intelligence regarding Qingshui would be meticulously examined by the various Kage. Tobirama had to concede that, as Qingshui articulated. formidable ninja still roamed the shinobi world. For instance, the second Tsuchikage, Mu, had astonishingly developed the epic-making dust release, a feat Tobirama himself had not achieved. Thus, under the impetus of war, might other hidden villages have devised techniques to counter the flying thunder god technique? It was hard to say. Gradually, Tobirama's thoughts began to align with Qingshui's, and he found himself embracing this cautious mindset. He contemplated what manner of being Qingshui might become if he continued to train with such a mindset. Would Qingshui strive to assimilate every ninjutsu in existence to attain a sense of security? Yet, mastering every technique in the shinobi world was an impossibility. Human effort has its limits. Once, Tobirama harbored ambitions of mastering all secret techniques in the shinobi realm, but ultimately relinquished that dream. Yet, in observing Qingshui, he glimpsed the possibility of fulfilling a dream he once held dear. "Brother, are you all right? Lord Qingshui. Qingshui, are you there?" Outside the door, Shirzue Might Guy? And Might Dai anxiously called out, sensing the volatile lightning release chakra that Qingshui had just unleashed. Qingshui smiled. Lightning release body technique. Although I learned it for my own safety, it surprisingly complements these three well. He opened the door, greeting them with a smile. "It's fine, don't worry. I have something good to show you." "Something good? What is it, a delicacy?" Might Guy exclaimed eagerly. "Leave the ingredients to me. Qingshui, I excel at this." Shirzue's expression suddenly changed as he drew a small blade from his waist. "Brother, my swordsmanship can be applied to culinary arts as well." Might Dai laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around Shirzue and Guy. "Now this is what youth is all about. How can I persuade the children, Shirzue and Kai, to undertake such a formidable task? Naturally, this arduous responsibility falls upon me, the ever-enthusiastic Dai." As Kai and Shirzue writhed within the robust embrace of Dai, they found themselves confronting an immovable fortress. A glance from Qingshui met Dai's, and he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. With ample and appropriate nourishment, complemented by medicinal baths and healing ninjutsu to dispel hidden injuries, Dai's condition had markedly improved, as if rejuvenated by the essence of youth itself. His well-defined muscles strained against his fitted attire, appearing almost ready to burst. Verging on the edge of the grotesque, and seemingly evolving towards a physique reminiscent of a bodybuilder. Qingshui, observing this comical trio with a sigh, shook his head and gestured for them to settle down. In an instant, Shirzue, Kai, and Dai obediently took their seats at the table, behaving as if they were model students in the academy. Clearing his throat, Qingshui began, "Recently, I have gleaned some insights regarding physical techniques that I wish to share with you." With that, a shimmering current of electricity enveloped him, revealing the lightning release chakra mode. This technique, derived from the texts left by my grandfather, utilizes lightning chakra to invigorate the flesh, enhancing strength, speed, and defense, perfect for our joint training. Qingshui gently tapped the foreheads of the three, eliciting a moment of furrowed brows before they regained their composure, only to discover that he remained in place. Shirzue, with a hint of defiance, exclaimed, "Surprise attack. Brother, try that again. I want to be caught off guard this time." The double-tomo Sharingan whirled in Shirzue's eyes. Qingshui chuckled and lightly touched Shirzue's forehead. Staring blankly at Qingshui, Shirzue's Sharingan could only catch a fleeting glimpse of his brother's afterimage, the mind unable to process the motion. With a gentle pat on Shirzue's shoulder, Qingshui discreetly inscribed a flying thunder god seal, grinning as he asked, "Care for another attempt?" Drawing a deep breath, Shirzue's gaze brimmed with determination. He believed wholeheartedly that, despite his efforts, he should not be so far behind his brother. Unable to even discern his silhouette. "Come on, brother." In a heartbeat, Qingshui's figure vanished into thin air, leaving Shirzue's eyes wide with astonishment. Even with his ocular prowess at its peak, he still failed to perceive Qingshui's movements. This time, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the afterimage, only witnessing Qingshui's disappearance. "Shirzue, did you see that?" Qingshui appeared behind him, gently clasping his shoulder. "I'm right here." Shirzue froze, bewildered by how his brother had silently materialized behind him. Qingshui chuckled warmly, ruffling Shirzue's hair. "Just be a delightful little brother. I will shoulder everything for you." From the target line of Uchiha Seishui, you have gained Shirzue's defiance. Shirzue's defiance. As Uchiha Shirzue's strength grows, you will receive corresponding growth from this target. Resembling asthma, the two individuals seemed to have exhausted their ability to generate gold coins, resorting instead to lending to Qingshui for his rewards. Although Shui finds this somewhat meager, he appreciates the sentiment behind it. Shui gazes at his smiling brother, the spinning Sharingan reflecting his intrigue. Unbeknownst to him, Shui's prowess has become utterly inscrutable to Shui. He strives to follow in his brother's footsteps, yet it feels as though he cannot even catch a glimpse of his shadow. From the unique talent of Shui, your ocular power has increased. Shui casts a cheerful glance at Shui. Is this not a remarkable talent? Indeed. It appears that nurturing the likes of a younger brother from the Uchiha clan requires the occasional tugging to ensure proper growth. Lord Shui, this technique is particularly suited for physical ninjas, remarked Might Due, swallowing hard as he observed Shui's speed. It is indeed enticing. As a seasoned practitioner of taijutsu, Due feels a strong affinity for the lightning release chakra mode and Might Guy, further honing the physical body, even unlocking the turbulent chakra flow from the 8 gates. Would not hinder the release of lightning release chakra, as both are inherently explosive in their chakra output and do not necessitate overly intricate maneuvers. However, a significant obstacle looms before Might Guy and Might Due. The reason these two have devoted themselves so rigorously to taijutsu is precisely because they lack the aptitude for ninjutsu. Lord Shui, Kai and I genuinely lack talent for practicing ninjutsu, Due said in a subdued tone, his large hands gripping his thighs tightly. Such formidable youth cannot alter the undeniable truth. Shui shook his head, turning to retrieve a stack of chakra test papers. Gesturing for Might Due and Might Guy to give them a try. He was aware of Shui's chakra attributes, aside from the Uchiha clan's standard affinities for fire and lightning. He also possessed wind attributes. Might Guy's eyes brimmed with frustration. This was the ninjutsu taijutsu synthesis that Shui had devised. Did he truly lack the talent to learn? Yet, when Might Guy's chakra interacted with the test paper, it exhibited both burning and wrinkling phenomena, indicating that he possessed both fire and lightning chakra attributes. On the other hand, the test paper for Might Due barely crinkled, showing no signs of chakra attributes whatsoever, an exceedingly rare occurrence. With a sigh, Might Due pondered, what significance did having attributes hold? If possessing chakra attributes guaranteed the ability to learn ninjutsu, the ninja world would be overflowing with prodigies. Mastering a ninjutsu requires not only an understanding of the corresponding form changes and nature transformations, but also having the requisite attributes is merely foundational, far from sufficient for entry. He, on the other hand, lacked any chakra attributes, leaving him devoid of hope. Shui picked up Might Due's chakra test paper, examining it closely. Uncle Due, your chakra appears to faintly possess lightning attributes. The reaction is somewhat subtle, making it difficult for the average person to discern. Upon hearing this, Might Due was taken aback, leaning in to scrutinize it, yet he could only discern the paper's smoothness. Was this not a tad too obscure? However, gazing at Shui's three-tomoe Sharingan, a flicker of hope ignited within Might Due. Shui, perhaps, has truly discerned some subtle differences? Yet, the issue lies in the fact that even with the presence of chakra attributes, there remains an insurmountable gap between this and the mastery of ninjutsu. Shui shook his head. The lightning release chakra mode requires physical cultivation, and the crux lies in. Upon finishing his statement, Might Guy's face flushed crimson, while Might Due's eyes widened in astonishment. Only Shui nodded thoughtfully, seemingly having grasped some essential points. Guy, you go first, Shui prompted. Might Guy looked up in confusion. He genuinely wished to comply, yet the chakra within him remained as unyielding as ever, as if it were frozen. Only by unlocking the 8 gates could Might Guy hope to command this sluggish chakra. Look into my eyes, Guy, relax your entire body. And do not resist my ocular power, Shui spoke softly, locking gazes with Might Guy. Might Guy nodded vigorously. In this world, apart from Might Dai, he held the utmost trust in Shui. Ever since Might Dai became the guardian of the Shui household, Might Guy had transformed into something akin to a noble clan ninja, no longer burdened by the hardships of life, free to focus solely on his training. In the stillness of the night, Might Dai had often impressed upon Might Guy the weight of this favor bestowed upon them. The ocular power swiftly enveloped Might Guy's relaxed spirit, and the appearance of the Sharingan manifested in his eyes. Might Dai observed his son's transformation with intrigue rather than concern. In that moment, Might Guy seemed like a puppet manipulated by Shui, his body entirely ensnared by the ocular power, including the flow of chakra within, all under Shui's control. Indeed, Guy's meridians are somewhat unique, and his sensitivity to chakra attributes appears rather diminished, Qing Shui mused, raising an eyebrow. Were it not for his intervention in guiding Might Guy's body, mastering the lightning release chakra mode in such a dormant state would prove exceedingly challenging. Only the remarkable might of the 8 gates might suit Might Guy's peculiar constitution. As Qing Shui's three-tomoe Sharingan subtly rotated, chakra began to erupt from Might Guy's body. Gradually, a flicker of lightning emerged. Might Guy stood in stunned silence, fully aware of his son's clumsiness with ninjutsu. Can Qing Shui truly achieve this? With the Sharingan awakening, Might Guy stood resolutely, his eyes blazing with determination, instinctively commencing the practice of the lightning release chakra mode. Uncle Dai, your body is also responding to the lightning attribute chakra. I can see it, Qing Shui remarked, gesturing to his own eyes. Trust me, Uncle Dai, and believe in yourself. You are Guy's father. If you wish to continue training alongside him, you must summon your youthful confidence and cooperate with me. Might Dai was momentarily taken aback. Qing Shui's generosity towards them was truly remarkable, as if he were forcefully pouring precious resources into their mouths. Such gestures are exceedingly rare, even among kin. Taking a deep breath, Might Dai gave a thumbs up to Qing Shui, saying, I implore you to exert your full control over me. I am deeply grateful, Lord Qing Shui. Qing Shui nodded with a smile, urging, relax, Uncle Dai. In the eyes of Might Dai, the pattern of the Sharingan emerged. Yet, this time, even Qing Shui furrowed his brow. In contrast to Might Guy, who possessed the dual attributes of fire and lightning, Might Dai's chakra appeared almost formless. The chakra test paper had not erred in its evaluation. Chakra attributes can indeed be acquired with effort, albeit with some difficulty, Qing Shui mused, as he began to assist Might Dai in refining his foundational skills. Jisue gazed at the scene in astonishment, wishing to ask, Brother, why not control me as well? Although this ninjutsu seemed uncomplicated, Jisue felt no desire to learn it himself. After a considerable time, Qing Shui exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, the cause uncertain, whether from fatigue or exertion. Might Guy and Might Dai slowly began to awaken, both father and son enveloped in strands of lightning. The lightning surrounding Might Guy was more pronounced, while Might Dai's was more subdued. Nevertheless, both had entered the lightning release chakra mode. I have truly mastered the ninjutsu, father, Might Guy exclaimed, exhilarated as he felt his revitalized body. Although the lightning chakra coursed through him, bringing sensations of pain and exhaustion, he cherished it immensely. This pain was a gift, a sensation Might Guy had never experienced before. Might Dai felt similarly, yet he immediately sought out Qing Shui, his gaze fixed on Qing Shui's seemingly weary Sharingan and the beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, tears slowly streaming down his face. These tears were not as tumultuous as usual, but carried a weight of their own. Might Dai embraced Might Guy, suppressing his voice, Kai, it is not your mastery, it is our encounter with Qing Shui that we must acknowledge. In that moment, Might Guy broke free from his excitement. Seeing Qing Shui's smiling yet fatigued countenance, tears welled up in his eyes. Father, I understand. I have always understood. From the target line. Might Dai, you have acquired the 8 gates of opening technique. From the target line. Might Dai and Might Guy, you have received the unique talent of the Might Father and Son's youthful support. Might Father and Son's youthful support. As the Might Father and Son's physical attributes enhance, you will receive corresponding improvements. Your physical recovery, strength, and potential will significantly increase. Observing the gazes exchanged between Might Dai and his father, Qing Shui smiled with satisfaction. At that moment, the father and son were profoundly moved. Qing Shui's smile radiated sincerity, a genuine joy for their progress. Father, is this what youth is? Kai, this is youth. This is indeed youth. Might Guy and Might Dai locked eyes and embraced, weeping openly, while the lightning that surrounded them surged violently, crackling with sound. Jisue stared at the scene, pondering the true nature of this father-son duo's talent in ninjutsu. Jisue, come here, let me share some key insights with you. Qing Shui beckoned, and Jisue finally broke into a smile, eagerly taking a seat beside him. Once the initial training of Jisue was set in motion, Qing Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. The cultivation of the thunder escape body technique necessitates a profound emphasis on the daily maintenance of one's physique. Should any issues arise, it is imperative that you seek my assistance promptly. Remember this, Jisue, Kai, and Uncle Dai. If you endure pain out of concern for troubling me, You will only exacerbate the situation. After all, I am here to help you safeguard your well-being. Devote yourselves to your training. Should a war erupt in the ninja world, we must return home together to share a meal once the conflict has subsided. Do you understand? Ji Shui nodded vigorously, gazing at Qing Shui with eyes full of admiration. This was his brother, seemingly forever out of reach, yet so impeccably gentle and perfect. Might Guy and Might Die, with tears in their eyes, solemnly pledged their commitment to Qing Shui. Qing Shui waved his hand with a smile, yet his thoughts wandered to the Uchiha clan members who would visit on the morrow. Should he deal with them using the methods of Tobirama or those of Izuna? Perhaps he could also divulge some information regarding the funeral of Uzumaki Mido, stirring their emotions? Since the top three seemed somewhat fatigued, it might be prudent to explore the sentiments of ordinary spectators. Even the smallest morsel holds value. Qing Shui, I shall not hold back. Uchiha and stood before Qing Shui, his words brimming with combativeness. Yet they resonated more like the encouraging voice of a venerable elder filled with anticipation. Do not be deceived by my age. My blade skills have remained unwavering, and I am still among the finest within our Uchiha clan. Even the 8th Hokage can barely withstand my prowess. Haha. Uchiha performed a dazzling flourish with his sword, the blade reflecting a sharp glimmer of light as he laughed heartily. The might of the clan remains undiminished. Though the 8th Hokage is merely a three-tomoe, your fame has long been established. Qing Shui, do not underestimate him. The elder may be aged, but his strength has not waned. The Uchiha clan members present chuckled warmly, cheering on Uchiha and Qing Shui. In the training grounds of the Uchiha clan, most of the gathered clan members today were three-tomoe, with a few younger ones possessing the double-tomoe. Interestingly, regardless of their faction, Dove or Hawk, these Uchiha members were largely sent to Qing Shui through the discreet promotion of Uchiha Hakadai, along with the contributions of Uchiha Inaka, Tetsuan, and Yukumi. Though fewer than 20 Uchiha were present, they constituted a formidable pillar of strength within the clan, a force not to be underestimated. They had come to continue the meeting that had been interrupted by Tsunade and Uzumaki Mido. Everyone was eager to discover whether Qing Shui, who had been extolled to near-mythical status by Uchiha Hakadai, could truly deliver. While Qing Shui's displayed capabilities had already secured him a foothold in the upper echelons of Konoha, within the Uchiha clan, strength remains the most significant and convincing attribute. Thus, these elite members of the Uchiha clan were determined to personally assess Qing Shui's power and potential. Uchiha Hakadai bore an enigmatic smile at the corners of his mouth as he observed the flamboyant demeanor of his second uncle. Unable to restrain himself, he broke into an enthusiastic cheer, exclaiming, "Uncle, you are the best. Show Aosei your exceptional swordsmanship." Earlier, when Uchiha Hakadai approached his venerable uncle, the clan elder, to discuss Aosei's prowess, Uchiha had sternly reprimanded him. After all these years as a three-tomoe Uchiha, you cannot defeat a mere child and yet seek excuses? He chastised. At times, one must reflect on their shortcomings. Why does your strength remain stagnant? Is it not due to a lack of diligent training? He further claimed that Aosei resembled the legendary Hisashi and Senju Tobirama, which only added to Hakadai's astonishment. Am I not striving enough? He thought, feeling the weight of On's harsh judgment, as he considered himself among the most ambitious of the younger Uchiha generation. On's criticisms, seemingly ignorant of the realities of life, nearly elevated his blood pressure. It was only when Aosei entered the Hokage lineage that Uchiha began to take an interest in him. Hakadai, outwardly clapping fervently and vocally supporting his uncle, couldn't help but inwardly chuckle. Old N, I am curious to see if you have truly made any progress over the years. Use your eyes and your blade to discern whether Aosei bears any resemblance to the fabled Hisashi. He mused. You claim to have delved deeply into Hisashi's swordsmanship? Then today, put it to the test. Aosei, with a calm demeanor, slowly drew Muramasa, a light smile playing on his lips as he addressed Uchiha. Recently, I have encountered a plateau in my swordsmanship, ocular techniques, and ninjutsu. I seek a seasoned elder for a sparring session, so I kindly ask that you do not hold back. If possible, please give your all and instruct me earnestly. Uchiha erupted into hearty laughter, his gaze suddenly swirling with three dark tomoe. Well said, young Aosei. I admire your spirited enthusiasm. Just be wary, do not emulate my Hakadai, who wallows in complacency. With a warning, he declared, since you have made such a request, I shall demonstrate the full might of the Uchiha. as Uchiha and observed the Muramasa in Aosei's grasp. He shook his head slightly. Merely possessing Hisashi's legendary blade would not grant one the power of the perfect ninja. Aosei nodded politely, while Shisui, standing nearby, struggled to suppress a laugh. Sharing a glance with the stifling laughter of Uchiha Hakudai, the two Uchiha, one elder and one younger, exchanged whispers in a corner, their smiles spilling over despite their attempts at discretion. Uchiha furrowed his brow, activating his three-tomoe, clearly perceiving the expressions of Shisui and Hakudai. With a cold snort, he swiftly brandished his hands, sending forth a flurry of shuriken at a blinding speed and with an uncanny trajectory toward Aosei. Drawing in a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the projectiles, enhancing their formidable presence. Fire release, Phoenix Fire Technique. This was a fusion of fire techniques and Uchiha Shuriken, adept at sealing off an opponent's movements. The three-tomoe and Uchiha Yan's eyes fixated intently on the figure of Shisui. Unhurriedly, Shisui formed hand seals, fire release, great fire annihilation. Observing Shishui's technique, Uchiha Yin chuckled softly, reflecting on the youth's evident lack of combat experience. While it was not without merit to counter-fire with fire, Uchiha Yan's Fengxian Fire Claw technique incorporated shuriken imbued with fierce flames, transcending mere fire release. These shuriken would pierce through the inferno, introducing an unpredictable variable into their tentative exchange, thus placing Shisui at a disadvantage. Uchiha Yin cautiously continued his hand seals, unleashing a tempest from the air, wind release, great breakthrough. The gale, augmented by the flames, intensified the inferno and concealed the shuriken lurking within. Unlike the typical dual-natured fire and lightning of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Yin, akin to Shisui, possessed mastery over the wind attribute chakra transformation. Yet suddenly, his pupils froze in astonishment. Without warning, a violent inferno, capable of painting the horizon in shades of orange and red, surged forth from Shishui's direction. Despite Uchiha Yan's fire release being bolstered by the wind, it appeared utterly feeble in the face of such overwhelming power. The sheer magnitude of chakra and the transformation in its nature left Uchiha Yin scrambling, instinctively abandoning the notion of a direct confrontation. Moments later, Uchiha Yin gazed in shock at the scorched earth, cracked and desolate, where his meticulously prepared shuriken had long since melted into pools of molten iron, dotting the surface like scattered stars. The onlooking Uchiha clan members, their eyes widened in disbelief, inadvertently activated their Sharingan. In an instant, the arena was suffused with crimson light and an eerie aura of ocular power. Severing his singed sleeve, Uchiha Yin finally grasped the veracity of the 8th Hokage's words. The sheer terror of this chakra magnitude alone was sufficient for Shisui to be counted among the formidable Senju warriors he knew. Elder Yin, where are you looking? Behind Uchiha Yin, Shishui's figure materialized silently, his blade, Muramasa, descending upon him with the sound of slicing air. Uchiha Yin jolted in surprise, his body tensing as he faced the edge of Shishui's sword. How can he possess such strength? Uchiha Yin fought with all his might against Shishui's one-handed strike, instinctively gripping the hilt with both hands, his arms straining to their limits. In the heat of battle, wielding a sword with both hands is considered a grave mistake among strong warriors, unless one intends to deliver a decisive blow. It renders them exceedingly vulnerable to a ninja capable of forming hand seals with one hand. Yet, Uchiha Yin found himself with no alternative, as Shishui's power pressed Muramasa fiercely against his blade, leaving him no room to contemplate whether Shishui would employ one-handed seals. Should he fail to withstand this strike, the battle would conclude instantaneously. Elder Yin, your strength, much like that of the 8th Hokage, still requires refinement. Shishui remarked casually, effortlessly suppressing Uchiha Yin with one hand. As an Uchiha, why are you not considering utilizing your ocular prowess to escape this predicament? In the throes of battle, even when ensnared in a disadvantageous position, there is no need for trepidation. This is fundamental. Uchiha Yin, belatedly awakening to the reality of the situation, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Aosei. It was akin to a child being reprimanded by a teacher. Uchiha Yin suddenly concentrated his ocular power, meeting Aosei's gaze with determination. A wave of shame washed over him. For Aosei was so humble, even going so far as to remind him of his own shortcomings. In the understanding of the Uchiha clan, the prowess of the three-tomoe Sharingan is expected to grow more formidable with age. Young Uchiha with three-tomoe are vastly inferior in both the mastery and depth of their ocular techniques compared to their more seasoned counterparts. However, when Aosei's ocular power collided with that of Uchiha Yen, he found himself momentarily stunned. As a longevity among ninjas, Uchiha Yen was slightly older than Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he was one of the few in the Uchiha clan who had witnessed both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna with his own eyes. By a stroke of fate, he had once glimpsed their ocular powers, which had indelibly etched themselves into his youthful heart. Izuna, the clan's young leader. No, Madara, the clan leader? Uchiha Yen murmured, lost in thought. Old Yen, what are you saying? I am Aosei, Aosei replied, shaking his head. With a swift motion, he disarmed Uchiha Yen, gently tapping the back of his sword against his neck. Old Yen, with age comes the necessity to maintain one's training, Aosei said earnestly, patting Uchiha Yen's shoulder. Uchiha Hakadai almost chuckled aloud. He had heard Uchiha Yen's murmurs. Old Deng, take a look for yourself. You say I speak nonsense, yet truly experience Aosei's ocular power. Uchiha Yen stood frozen, seemingly savoring the familiarity of Aosei's ocular prowess, his expression shifting dramatically. Yet, Aosei smiled warmly, a stark contrast to the intensity of his ocular power. Yet harmoniously complemented by the essence of Uchiha, Izuna's Muramasa. Uchiha Yen grasped Aosei's hand tightly. Aosei, you? Aosei politely withdrew his hand, softly stating, Old Yen, perhaps it is time for you to rest. He turned to face the assembled elites of the Uchiha clan, his ocular powers sweeping over them as he spoke in a volume that all could hear. If circumstances permit, it would be prudent for everyone to engage together. I can perceive that many among you are not in optimal condition. Should I be mistaken, I invite you to demonstrate it through your actions. Aosei's tone grew increasingly stern, his gaze sweeping over the three-tomoe present. Uchiha Tetsuhebe, Inahebe, and Yakumi exchanged glances, along with the other three-tomoe and two-tomoe members, in their shared gaze. They recognized mutual astonishment and a hint of discontent. Though the Uchiha clan had been confined within the confines of the Konoha Guard for an extended period, a widely acknowledged sentiment lingered. When faced with a solitary three-tomoe Uchiha, one must flee. But what of a single individual standing against more than 10 three-tomoe Uchihas? Such a scenario had never been heard of. Even though Aosei's prowess was astonishing, the proud Uchihas exchanged glances, instinctively arriving at a decision. Let us unite, my comrades. If we cannot prevail in a one-on-one confrontation, we cannot allow ourselves to be defeated in a collective effort. Fire style, dragon fire technique. Fire style, fire dragon flame bullet. Fire style, dragon flame song technique. In perfect synchrony, all the three-tomoe Sharingan users formed an imposing battle formation, their eyes glinting with a defiant crimson light as they unleashed a plethora of exquisite fire techniques, enveloping the form of Kyosui. Kyosui squinted, observing the impressive display of fire ninjutsu, and shook his head. The Uchiha clan had been confined within the confines of the security department for far too long. While other shinobi honed their skills through various missions, engaging in life-or-death struggles, the Uchiha clan, although spared from imminent peril, was relegated to dealing with trivial matters, occasionally apprehending spies, yet never encountering genuine combat. Since the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan had languished in complacency for far too many years. And in Kyosui's eyes, it was an unacceptable state of affairs. With hands clasped together, he softly communicated with Tobirama Senju within him. I require your assistance. Tobirama smiled. I have been prepared for this. A soaring vortex of water erupted from the ground, transforming into a colossal water dragon that voraciously consumed the Uchiha's flames. The fire was entirely extinguished, and a dense mist billowed forth, shrouding the training grounds, obscuring all but the faintest glimmers of red. Uchiha Hakadai felt the dampness of the mist, memories of being bested by Kithi resurfacing in his mind. He envisioned impending scenarios, such as the dark technique. At this moment, he was filled with immense pride. Only Hakadai and Shursui remained aloof, the pair of gleeful onlookers engaged in animated conversation in a corner of the training field, as if they were long-lost friends. Hakadai's current demeanor was such that he felt compelled to boast about Kyosui to anyone who would listen. Conversely, while Shursui was more reserved, he relished listening to others extol Kyosui's virtues, which also contributed to the strengthening bond between Shursui and Izuna. Today, upon encountering Hakadai, Shui found himself increasingly engrossed in their banter, feeling an unmistakable kinship. Just as Hakudai had anticipated, a denser darkness than he had previously encountered began to cloak the area within the mist. Haha, Shui, once this battle concludes. Hakudai, my brother. I know this technique. I have seen it before. What? You have too? Let me tell you, at that time, I was truly. Hakudai and Shui continued their lively exchange. Even the illusion techniques could not deter their animated conversation. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan members caught within the dark technique suddenly found themselves startled. Isn't this the notorious technique modified by Tobirama Senju? In the depths of darkness, the Uchiha swiftly began to form hand seals, utilizing their ocular prowess and techniques to counteract the impending threat. Moments later, as light returned to their vision, the Uchiha were met with a flurry of shurikens hurtling toward them. Shurikens? Why such a mundane test? Something felt amiss. Surely releasing an offensive ninjutsu would be far superior to mere shurikens? Was it a lack of combat experience? A sense of doubt surged within the triad of Tomo. Yet from the moment the first shuriken was launched by the Uchiha, a crimson flash began to proliferate. The red radiance flickered in the air, and the silhouette of Shui manifested at the location of each shuriken, effortlessly toppling an Uchiha with each precise strike, exhibiting a remarkable swiftness and decisiveness, devoid of hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all adversaries lay sprawled upon the ground. As the mist dissipated, Shui stood at the center of the training field, surrounded by the fallen elite clansmen. Uchiha Yen, who had not participated in the battle, fixated his gaze on Shui's figure, murmuring to himself, "That must be the flying thunder god technique. Surely, even the most adept body flicker technique would not allow one to evade capturing even a remnant shadow." Uchiha Yahweh suddenly rose, forcing himself to suppress the pain in his abdomen, a glimmer of ferocity igniting in his eyes. After years devoid of such perilous combat, the Uchiha bloodline's instinct for battle seemed to be awakened by the pressure exerted by Shui. One by one, the three-tomoe began to rise. Though their postures were disheveled, a different kind of spirit emanated from them. Shui surveyed the expressions of each individual and smiled. "I appreciate the determination in your eyes. You finally resemble true Uchihas. However, please allow yourselves a moment to rest." No sooner had the words left his lips than a cascade of robust golden chains erupted from his back, swiftly ensnaring those Uchiha who had just ignited their fighting spirit. Diamond Lock. Uchiha Yahweh, feeling the chakra within him dissipate and become obstructed, witnessed the ferocity in his eyes vanish instantaneously as he stared blankly at the sighing Shui, at a loss for words. The seemingly instantaneous body flicker reminiscent of the flying thunder god was one thing, but how did this diamond lock manifest? Even Uchiha Hakudai, the foremost of Shui's forces within the clan, was left bewildered. However, Shui chuckled lightly, her youthful and melodious voice resonating strikingly amidst the profound silence. "Brother Hakudai, are you not aware that bloodline limits can be learned? It is not like the Byakugan or Sharingan, which are organ-based bloodline limits. It is merely a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan. Having been in contact with Lord Mido for so long, how could you possibly fail to learn it?" Shui cast an appreciative glance at Shui, thinking to himself that she certainly overestimated his abilities to articulate such thoughts. Yet Uchiha Hakudai nodded in sudden enlightenment. "That makes sense." Uchiha Yen furrowed his brows in confusion, pondering where things had gone awry. However, upon reflection, it was improbable for the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans to have familial ties. And Tsunade had indeed stated that Uzumaki Mido specifically requested to meet Shui. Apart from Shui's explanation, no other logic seemed to align. Sensing multiple targets attempting to confront the protagonist, possessing considerable strength, yet sharing a commonality, host binds to a special confrontation target, the Uchiha clan of Konoha. From the confrontation target, the Uchiha clan of Konoha, you have acquired the special talent, Heart of Uchiha. Heart of Uchiha. When the Konoha Uchiha clansmen trust and follow you, their strength will enhance and reflect back upon you. At this moment, a chilling aura enveloped Shui's gaze as his ocular power ascended silently. It seems that the relentless beatings from Shui have awakened a flicker of ferocity within the Uchiha clan. Even though their expressions are currently dazed and their bodies awkwardly ensnared by chains, their Sharingan gleams with newfound brilliance. Shui lets out a long sigh. The Uchiha clan appears to possess a peculiar trait, strengthening through adversity. Yet, this talent stirs a sense of reflection within him. Once, in the turbulent realm of ninjas, the most formidable Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, departed from Konoha without a single follower. If, one day, Qing Shui were to undertake actions beyond their comprehension, how would these individuals respond? Reflecting on this, Qing Shui, devoid of emotions and akin to a mercenary for gold, finds himself unlike Madara or Izuna Uchiha. He is merely a broadcaster within the ninja world, not a responsible clan leader. He pays little heed to this so-called trust. As long as these Uchihas can muster a semblance of ambition and provide him with ocular power, his mission will be deemed complete. Now, everyone, please rise. Qing Shui dissipates the adamantine bindings, shaking his head in mild disappointment. Your practical experience is still severely lacking. The application of ocular power is awkward. Your taijutsu lacks the ruthlessness of real combat, and your fire techniques can only be described as barely adequate. Qing Shui's gaze swept sternly over the gathered Uchihas. Yet none dared to meet his eyes. Were it another, these proud, three-tomoe Sharingan users would have already lost their composure. However, Qing Shui is one of them. An Uchiha who has just bested them without any chance of retaliation. I suppose I can say a few words. What else can be done? Among the Uchiha clan, strength is the highest form of respect, and in their eyes, for someone as formidable as Qing Shui to offer them criticism signifies hope. Uchiha N, awkwardly smiling, spoke on behalf of the others. All of us are elite three-tomoe clan members. It's simply that we've been entrenched in the security department for too long and haven't encountered a worthy opponent like you in ages. Qing Shui furrowed his brow. If the security department has hindered the clan to such an extent, why not strive for change? Uchiha Un's expression stiffened, and the surrounding Uchihas began to ponder. Change must originate from the clan leader, yet what has Uchiha Fugaku accomplished? It seems he wishes to take action, yet remains stagnant. This clan leader is an enigma. At times, he aligns closely with extreme hawks like Uchiha Shana, while at other moments, he exhibits dovish tendencies, seeking to negotiate with the higher-ups of Konoha. It is difficult to ascertain his utility, yet it cannot be said that he is without merit. Qing Shui sighed. The security department, established by the second Hokage, certainly presents a complex problem. However, any issue requires proactive solutions rather than passive observation. Uchiha In nodded helplessly, a sense of sorrow swelling within him. How could he be unaware? Yet, compared to the thriving legacy of the Hokage line, the current state of the Uchiha clan reveals a widening chasm, dulling the aspirations for change among many Uchiha, who now drift aimlessly in the Konoha security department. Yet it seemed as if a current had surged through the air, abruptly sharpening the gaze of all the Uchiha present from a state of confusion to one of keen clarity. What was beyond the reach of Uchiha Fugaku was certainly unattainable for them. Yet what of the individual before them, Qing Shui, possessing such formidable strength and innate talent, along with an apparently harmonious rapport with the higher echelons of Konoha? Might the situation improve should Qing Shui ascend to the position of clan leader one day? In that moment, Qing Shui's status and prowess led the Uchiha to overlook his youth, plunging them into contemplation. Setting aside this matter, I have some insights I wish to share with all of you. Qing Shui did not linger on the topic, but instead conjured flames in his hands. I observed your fire style techniques, and there are still areas where improvement is warranted. The flow of chakra, the hand seals, and their manipulation must be harmonized with the Sharingan. Thus began Qing Shui's elaborate explanation of fire style, meticulously dissecting Uchiha Madara's techniques. Uchiha Hachida's eyes sharpened as he seized Shui's hand, hastily claiming a position in the front row. With Qing Shui's voice resonating, the Uchiha gradually became entranced, even as seasoned jonin. They found themselves learning a wealth of new concepts from Qing Shui's profound understanding of fire style. Senju Tobirama observed the scene with a sense of resignation. The Konoha police force was indeed his creation, intended to contain the Uchiha clan within Konoha's embrace, to smooth the edges of their innate ferocity that surfaced at the slightest provocation. Yet Qing Shui appeared discontent, subtly hinting at a desire to alter this status quo. But what could he possibly articulate? Senju Tobirama sighed. He increasingly sensed that Qing Shui's future was boundless. Even without his assistance, the impact would be minimal. Would it not be feasible for Qing Shui, with his will of fire and inner strength, to lead the Uchiha clan? Reflecting on this, Senju Tobirama's demeanor gradually softened. In his view, should Qing Shui become the Uchiha clan leader, there would indeed be no need for the Konoha police force. Although Qing Shui possessed the chakra of Uchiha Izuna, he felt a far closer affinity with him. Thus, in essence, there was little difference between him and Qing Shui assuming the leadership of the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobirama shrugged, even feeling a lightness in his heart. If the Uchiha clan could genuinely integrate into Konoha, then, as the second Hokage, it was precisely what he yearned to witness. As for Qing Shui's ability to achieve this, Senju Tobirama held unwavering confidence. Let us endeavor, everyone. After the conclusion of Qing Shui's fire-style workshop, he gazed earnestly at the three-pronged Sharingan. A new era is upon us. Complacency and idleness can no longer be tolerated. We understand, Qing Shui. The Uchiha looked at him with sincerity. Though Qing Shui had said nothing explicitly, they had already envisioned numerous scenarios in their hearts. For instance, they imagined usurping Uchiha Fugaku's authority, seeking an opportunity to oust him from his leadership role. Qing Shui was already remarkably exceptional, and it was time for the elite of the Uchiha to contribute to the future of their clan. Days later, at the Uchiha clan leader's residence, Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Uchiha Shana before him, pouring a cup of tea. Elder Shana, what brings you to me? Uchiha Shana shook his head. Do you still have the heart to sip tea? While I would like to congratulate you on the birth of your son, the current circumstances seem rather bleak. I believe it is time for you to take action, not just for yourself, but for the future of your son. The phrase for the future of your son resonated deeply within Uchiha Fugaku, causing an involuntary tremor in his hand. Not long ago, his wife, Uchiha Makoto, had given birth to a boy, his firstborn, named Uchiha Itachi. What do you mean by the future of my son, Elder Shana? Uchiha Fugaku raised his gaze, locking eyes with the narrowed ones of Uchiha Shana, and spoke in a deep tone. For the sake of clarity, please elucidate. Uchiha Shana smiled. Fugaku, must we still engage in veiled conversations? It seems the clan has been buzzing about Uchiha Aosei's name in recent days. Have you not noticed? Uchiha Fugaku froze momentarily. The mention of Aosei always reminded him of the humiliation he faced in front of others, as he recalled the day he had to turn away in disgrace upon hearing the name of Uzumaki Naruto. Elder Shana, Uchiha Aosei has indeed entered the inner circle of the Hokage's faction. Such discussions are to be expected. I believe you are overthinking this. Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment. His presence might ultimately benefit our clan. Uchiha Shana chuckled and nodded. Indeed, it may be advantageous for the Uchiha clan, but perhaps not for you, Fugaku. He observed the bewilderment on Uchiha Fugaku's face, gently tapping the table. Though Uchiha Aosei is still quite young, his talent and strength are commendable, and he possesses a remarkable ability to win hearts. If this trend continues, those around you might gravitate toward him. What will you do then? Uchiha Fugaku's expression darkened. He was no fool. The Uchiha clan's disposition was notoriously transparent. Even with efforts to conceal their sentiments, the thoughts of his clansmen were easily discernible. The discussions surrounding Aosei had surpassed normal limits, and Uchiha Fugaku could vividly sense that many of his former supporters had seemingly formed a clandestine faction, excluding him. Uchiha Fugaku realized the truth in Uchiha Shana's words, and he contemplated how to respond. His heart was not as open as he professed. The erosion of power was a bitter experience. Much like his reflections on managing the Konoha security forces and the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku had yet to devise a plan. Do nothing. Elder Shana, Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply, donning what he believed to be a magnanimous smile. The position of clan leader should naturally be held by the capable. If Uchiha Aosei can lead our family toward a brighter future, I would willingly step aside. That would be a sign of our clan's prosperity. Old man Shana, I do not covet the power that comes with the position of clan leader. Uchiha Shana gently applauded. What a noble spirit. What a generous heart. Fujitake, I have always admired Uchiha of your caliber. Let us toast with tea in lieu of wine. A chill ran through Uchiha Fujitake's heart. Could it be that Uchiha Shana was also an envoy for Aosei? This seemed unlikely. In Fujitake's mind, Shana had always been an extreme hawk, having been imprisoned by the second Hokage for decades, advocating for the use of force to overthrow the higher-ups of Konoha. Fujitake shook his head and clinked his cup with Shana's, draining the tea within. Fujitake, while you are indeed a magnanimous hero, I must inform you that you are rather naive. Uchiha Shana suddenly shattered his cup in a fit of rage. Do you think the authority of the clan leader can simply be relinquished at will? Uchiha Fujitake was taken aback by this astonishing turn of events. What game was being played here? Just moments ago, Shana had appeared as a negotiator, and now he was reprimanding him with such fervor. Uchiha Shana rose abruptly, a cold smile upon his lips. Fujitake, I have always regarded you as my junior, as a close associate. For now, let us set aside the future of the clan and focus solely on you and your descendants. The nature of your relationship with Uchiha Aosei is quite clear. Fujitake narrowed his eyes. Was his relationship with Aosei truly so poor? It was not particularly tense, but had grown somewhat delicate since that initial show of strength. However, it was not beyond repair. Uchiha Shana observed Fujitake's expression and felt a quiet amusement. As Fujitake's advisor, he understood the man all too well. He hardly resembled an Uchiha. Hesitant and indecisive, lacking both adequate strategy and resolve, Fujitake's rise to the position of clan leader was merely a reflection of a declining lineage. Presently, Shana thought it absurd that a mere teenager would seek to win hearts behind the leader's back, even suggesting the idea of stepping aside. Did he think the illustrious Uchiha clan was merely child's play? I comprehend your thoughts, Uchiha Shana remarked with a sneer. You believe you can afford to take a step back, do you not? You might think that, given Aosei's broad-mindedness, he would not make things difficult for you even if you were to fall from grace. Fujitake snorted coldly, but remained silent. In his view, Aosei was still in the early stages of his ascent and posed no real threat. Even if a threat were to arise, what could it do to him? The former clan leader? Allow me to enlighten you, Fujitake. The path of power is akin to rowing upstream. One either advances or retreats. Uchiha Shana gazed earnestly at Fujitake, enunciating each word with precision. Even if Uchiha Aosei were to spare you, the clansmen who follow him would not. The higher-ups of the Hokage faction would certainly not show you mercy. They would need only to trample you down, casting you into an abyss to swiftly and conveniently prove their allegiance to Uchiha Aosei. Do you truly believe anyone could withstand such temptation? Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. Yet Uchiha Shana's words were still unfinished. Your son, named Itachi, is it not? When he was just beginning to understand the world, he would have to confront the malice of the entire village due to your decisions. Uchiha Shana observed Fugaku's shifting expressions with satisfaction and waved his hand dismissively. Do not think that I am exaggerating. Within Konoha, retreat is not an option for you. When Madara left Konoha, the Uchiha clan expressed their loyalty. Not a single soul followed him. Was that not sufficient? Yet, did Senju Tobirama spare us? The cold, hard truths of history lie before you. And surely you can see through the hypocrisy of Uchiha Aoi. Uchiha Shana grinned menacingly. One Uchiha, in his quest to align himself with Konoha's upper echelons, shamelessly adopts water release as his hallmark. What do you suppose will happen once he gains power? His treatment of you will be far colder and more ruthless than that of Senju Tobirama towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's mind was a tumult of chaos. In his thoughts, a voice continuously countered Uchiha Shana, yet it grew ever fainter. However, history informed him that Uchiha Shana was not deceiving him. Particularly within the prideful Uchiha clan, where the defeated weak were regarded with disdain, their status lower than that of a dog, regardless of their past as clan leaders. What he had just said was merely an attempt to argue with Uchiha Shana, to prevent this conversation from falling under his control. Yet Uchiha Shana accurately pierced through his facade. All of this is merely in consideration of your personal interests. For the sake of the clan, Uchiha Aoi's approach of ingratiating himself with Konoha is entirely unfeasible. Uchiha Shana stated coldly, the leader of the Uchiha clan must prioritize the Uchiha above all else. And Uchiha Aoi, ensnared by the will of fire, has forfeited that right. Fugaku, if you retreat now, then one day, you shall bear the entire responsibility for the Uchiha's downfall. Uchiha Shana gazed at the strained countenance of Uchiha Fugaku, then softened his tone. However, it is not too late. Many clan members share my sentiments. They do not wish to witness a false Uchiha currying favor and bowing to those scoundrels in Konoha. Furthermore, you are still the rightful leader of the Uchiha clan, endowed with boundless advantages. Reflect on these words carefully. Uchiha Shana shook his head and, observing Fugaku lost in contemplation, departed with an air of confidence. After more than 20 years of confinement, Uchiha Shana yearned to see rivers of blood flow from the Hokage faction. The rise and fall of his clan was indeed within his considerations, yet it occupied a lower priority in his mind. Uchiha Fugaku exhaled deeply, his gaze gradually firming. Itachi, I cannot allow you to grow up in an adverse environment. Nevertheless, Uchiha Shana's views were excessively extreme. He still could not place his complete trust in them. As Uchiha Fugaku pondered, A sudden realization struck him. Indeed, the reason Uchiha Aoi garnered such trust was precisely because he was the first Uchiha to thoroughly comprehend the will of fire. My son, if nurtured with care from a young age, will certainly not pale in comparison to Uchiha Seishui. Once he matures a little, I shall teach him how to shroud the higher-ups with the will of fire, and then impart the true teachings of the Uchiha clan to him. Without a doubt, he will emerge as a more brilliant genius than Uchiha Seishui. Uchiha Fugaku's mind raced with possibilities. When Itachi grows, even if Seishui attempts to sideline him, preventing Itachi from forging a connection with Sarutobi Hiruzen, it will suffice if he aligns himself with any branch of the Hokage lineage. Uchiha Fugaku was acutely aware that even within the seemingly solid Hokage lineage, various factions existed. For instance, Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru were rumored to be drifting further away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. As long as Itachi embarks upon this path, he shall have the guidance of his father, the clan leader, along with the meticulous nurturing and resources provided since childhood. How could he possibly fare worse than Uchiha Seishui? Under the pressure exerted by Seishui and the whispers of Uchiha Shinai, Uchiha Fugaku seemed to have preemptively conceived the notion of sending Itachi to become a double agent. Marveling at his own sagacity, he did not wholly acquiesce to Uchiha Shinai nor yield to Seishui. In Uchiha Fugaku's view, he merely needed to manage the spread of Seishui's influence without engaging in direct confrontation. Once Itachi matured, he could guide his son to tread the same path as Seishui, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of excellence, a perfect Uchiha, deeply rooted in family, nurtured from a young age, and integrated into the Hokage lineage. Especially since this was his own son. Uchiha Fugaku erupted into laughter, the sound reverberating through the estate, as he envisioned a radiant future for his son, his clan, and himself. At the Senju ancestral home, Uzumaki Mido surveyed the assembled ninjas, nodding with a smile. Once I complete this final task, I shall meet Hashirama. However, your duties are only just beginning. You must strive to protect Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront, his gaze resolute as he addressed Uzumaki Mido. I shall not fail in this duty, Lord Mido. Seishui observed this scene, adopting a somber expression. Due to Seishui, Uzumaki Mido had postponed the transfer of the Nine Tails, extending the originally planned delay of 3 months to 6 months. Under Mido's scrutiny, it seemed that since his last outburst, Seishui's demeanor and behavior had grown increasingly composed. Showing no apparent signs of disturbance, his interactions remained imbued with a kindness that emanated from the depths of his heart, bringing reassurance to others. With confidence restored in Seishui as Konoha's second Nine Tails, it was now time to confront the true Nine Tails. Kushina, are you ready? Lord Mido, I am prepared. Mido nodded and slowly formed seals, unbinding the seal on the Nine Tails. In an instant, a ferocious and ominously charged orange-red chakra surged forth from Mido, restlessly attempting to escape her body. The tailed beast chakra bubbled violently, transitioning from a faint orange-red to a deep crimson, ultimately culminating in a dense blood-red hue. As the errant chakra began to coalesce into a singular form, a roaring fox head materialized in midair, emitting a thunderous roar that reverberated through the atmosphere. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Nara Shikamaru, Mido Kurama, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Minato Namikaze, these esteemed ninjas of the Konoha Corps, felt the overwhelming chakra of the Nine Tails, their brows furrowing in unison. It was not only the sheer magnitude of chakra that astonished them, a foreboding aura emanated from it, instilling a sense of dread that seemed to encapsulate all negative emotions. Even proximity to such a force invoked unsettling memories and malignant thoughts that burgeoned uncontrollably. Uzumaki Mido, unfazed, clasped her hands together, and a golden chain, as thick as her wrist, ensnared the newly formed head of the Nine Tails, binding it securely. Uzumaki Mido, you will regret this, roared the Nine Tails, thrashing wildly. How many times must I tell you? I am not deceiving you. That brat is the problem. With a serene smile, Uzumaki Mido manipulated the chains, tightly fastening the creature's jaws. The Nine Tails seethed with rage, its elongated slit pupils threatening to rupture, and when it caught sight of the figure in the front row, it writhed even more violently, seemingly desperate to convey a multitude of words. Yet, Mido offered it no opportunity to speak, even in the face of the unsealed beast. Its life force severely depleted, Uzumaki Mido maintained an iron grip on this fearsome entity that had long instilled trepidation in countless souls across the ninja world. She gestured for Kushina to approach. Kushina hurried forward, her gaze fixed on the nine tails ensnared by the indomitable chains, inhaling deeply. Would she truly become the vessel for this terrifying monster? Mido chuckled reassuringly. Do not worry, Kushina. You are not alone. You are unlike it. The golden chains surged forth, shattering the phantasmal fox head, and swiftly coiled around Kushina. The mighty chains of the diamond containment functioned as a bridge, rapidly channeling the chakra of the nine tails into her being. Under the immense influence of this chakra, Kushina's expression twisted in agony, her vibrant red hair dancing wildly. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mido's eyes, for this outcome diverged from her expectations. If Kushina exhibited such a reaction, mastering the nine tails as a weapon would prove formidable. She would merely serve as a tactical deterrent. However, there remained hope with Aoi, possessing the Sharingan and diamond containment, who might assist Kushina in harnessing the nine tails' power. Mido chuckled softly, acknowledging the inherent challenges, as the nine tails harbored an inexplicable animosity toward Aoi. Yet, those thoughts were for another time. Uzumaki Mido resolved to set aside her concerns, having reached the limits of her capacity as the Jinchuriki of the nine tails. It was time to relinquish these thoughts and embrace the inevitability of death. As the entirety of the nine tails chakra coursed into Kushina, Mido placed her hand gently upon her abdomen. A swirling vortex, adorned with enigmatic patterns, ensnared the ever-pulsating chakra of the nine tails, sealing it away with resolute finality. For symbol seal, Uzumaki Mido exhaled a sigh of relief. She had accomplished her final mission as a ninja. Kushina managed a faint smile. Lord Mido, the sealing was successful. Standing behind her, Minato Namikaze observed Kushina with a tense expression, his fists gradually clenching. He recognized Kushina's strength, yet becoming the host of the nine tails tested the limits of one's psyche. Most critically, as Kushina's beloved, Minato felt his capacity to assist her was regrettably constrained. Mido nodded slowly, settling into a chair as she cast a warm glance over everyone. Bidding her final farewell, her life began its final countdown. In this moment, even Danzo Shimura felt a surge of respect. As a Konoha ninja, the nine tails Jinchuriki, and the widow of the first Hokage, Uzumaki Mido had fulfilled her duties impeccably. Hashirama, I have come to find you, she whispered internally, gently closing her eyes. Thus, Mido's ninja journey officially concluded, peacefully drifting into eternal slumber in her chair. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a tremor within. Despite his mental preparations, the gravity of the moment weighed heavily upon him. Mido's passing signified far too much. It represented not merely a transition of the nine tails Jinchuriki. Once the other ninja villages learned of this news, the hearts of men would inevitably begin to stir, and perhaps the specter of war would loom once more. Sarutobi understood well that other hidden villages were not lacking in courage to attack Konoha. They were merely biding their time for the opportune moment. Yet, now was not the time for such considerations. Exchanging glances with Tsunade, Sarutobi slowly approached the inner chamber, bearing a coffin reminiscent of the Warring States period. Tsunade stepped forward, her movements delicate as she gently placed Mido within, her hands aglow with a green luminescence as she arranged her grandmother's final appearance. Once the interment ceremony concluded, Sarutobi turned, his voice grave. Esteemed colleagues, a new era has commenced. I implore each of you to strive diligently for the village and the will of fire, with renewed earnestness. Yes. Yet at that moment, Danzo spoke up slowly. Hiruzen, how shall we conduct Lord Mido's funeral? Her passing carries immense significance. If the other hidden villages become aware, it could prove detrimental for us. After all, we cannot ascertain whether the new Jinchuriki will be able to harness the power within. A faint smile crept across Kushina's lips, for in Danzo's mind, she had effectively lost her identity since becoming the Jinchuriki. Tobirama, your disciple seems rather extreme, Kushina sighed. Keeping her death a secret may indeed afford Konoha a period of stability, but it is disheartening, don't you think? Tobirama's expression darkened. Danzo's demeanor made him feel embarrassed in front of Kushina. Little ghost, if Danzo thinks like you do, it is, in truth, nothing of consequence, merely an excess of chill. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes. What concerns me is that Danzo, at this moment, is still ensnaring the monkey. A faint smile graced Aoi's lips. Though he had already surmised the gist, he still inquired, How could this be considered a trap? Is it merely that Danzo lacks emotional intelligence? Senju Tobirama fixed his gaze upon Shimura Danzo and slowly articulated. You have witnessed Kushina's performance. She cannot effectively control the Nine Tails, and that is a fact. However, even amidst various circumstances, Mito's funeral cannot be conducted in secrecy, nor can it be concealed from public mourning. Even if the monkey is Hokage, should he act thus, it would be a cataclysmic blow to his reputation and public esteem. Yet, should Kushina encounter difficulties afterwards, Danzo's earlier remark would furnish him with both self-aggrandizement and a pretext to assail the monkey. Aoi furrowed his brow and whispered, Tobirama, do you think you are overthinking this? Senju Tobirama, however, snorted coldly. When one occupies such a position, in critical circumstances, every utterance is laden with purpose and vested interests. Danzo's words have left me quite displeased. A flicker of anger glimmered in Senju Tobirama's eyes. Danzo's previously violent methods towards Aoi had altered his perception of this former student. Today, Senju Tobirama was further convinced that the current Hokage's advisor had not internalized the notion of unity expressed in his final moments, but was instead preoccupied with competing against the Hokage. Aoi shook his head. How complex this is, Tobirama. The dichotomy of authenticity and deception among people seems to be a conundrum even the will of fire cannot surmount. Senju Tobirama's expression faltered. Yet, Aoi spoke a truth. If the will of fire could render everyone sincere, it would be the most potent illusion in this ninja world, rather than merely a rallying cry. Just as Senju Tobirama interpreted, Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance darkened. Fixating on the seemingly self-satisfied Shimura Danzo, he spoke in a low, grave tone. Danzo, you are overly audacious. Rarely did Sarutobi Hiruzen exhibit such anger, yet Danzo did not retort as usual. Instead, he chuckled coldly. You are the Hokage, Hiruzen, so do what you must. As the Hokage's advisor, I merely offer suggestions. In Danzo's view, this was merely a casual move. After all, those present were all disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, regardless of his actions or whether his words were agreeable. They would not be aligned with him and would not be swayed by his statements in their future competition for Hokage. However, should he raise this issue, if one day the Nine Tails Jinchuriki were to rampage, leading to Konoha being pressured by other ninja villages in haste, there would be much to discuss. And Sarutobi Hiruzen's accountability would be substantial. What Danzo failed to anticipate was that those present included not only Sarutobi Hiruzen's disciples and comrades, but also his teacher, who was silently observing him with profound discontent. Sarutobi Hiruzen composed himself and surveyed the gathered crowd before solemnly declaring, the funeral of Lord Mito must witness the presence of every leaf ninja, including the children from the Ninja Academy. We, the ninjas of Konoha, rely upon the strength of each individual. Although the loss of Lord Mito fills us with profound sorrow, as long as we remain united, there is nothing to fear. Should other hidden villages make a move, we shall respond. If they seek to instigate war, we will fight. Hiruzen's words, seemingly ignited by Shimura Danzo's provocations, grew increasingly fervent. Aqua quietly observed this moment, feeling a mix of emotions. Witnessing Hiruzen now made it difficult for Aqua to reconcile him with the future Hokage, who would bow to the whims of Kumogakure and compromise by surrendering Hinata Hizashi. Perhaps it was Danzo's provocations, or maybe time and casualties would temper Hiruzen's fervor. But at that moment, Senju Tobirama regarded Hiruzen with newfound admiration. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato Namikaze exhibited resolute expressions, seemingly in agreement with Hiruzen's sentiments. Kushina looked at Hiruzen with gratitude, while Orochimaru's eyes flickered with an inexplicable light. Regardless of the circumstances, Hiruzen's words were uplifting. Tsunade, Kushina, Aqua, you shall remain. There are further instructions in Lord Mito's will. Hiruzen gestured, allowing the others to depart. Danzo snorted disdainfully and turned away without hesitation, leading the exodus. Minato cast a worried glance at Kushina, but with Hiruzen not mentioning him, he too had to leave. Once the others had departed, Hiruzen sighed deeply and softly spoke. In her final moments, Lord Mito specifically requested the four of us to bear her casket to take one last look at Konoha. As for the vicinity, I shall confine it within the barrier left by Lord Mito. Hiruzen turned to Kushina, saying, Kushina, you must strive to control your emotions. This is your first appearance as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and it pertains to many significant matters. Your demeanor, both inside and outside the village, will carry great weight. Kushina nodded earnestly. I will do my best, Lord Third. Yet at that moment, within her, the Ninetales, ensnared by chains and burdened with shackles, sneered darkly. What can you accomplish? You are powerless. The new vessel. I can sense confusion, fear, and uncertainty within your heart. It is you who feels more constrained than I. Kushina struggled to suppress the tumultuous energy of the Ninetales, forcing herself to listen to Hiruzen's subsequent arrangements. Aqua perceptively sensed the disturbance and gently patted Kushina's shoulder. Sister Kushina, there is no need to worry. We will all support you. Just as Uncle Hiruzen said, you are not alone. Kushina nodded gratefully. But the Ninetales within her reacted even more violently, shedding its previous calm demeanor to unleash a frantic roar. Get away. Get away. Approach the boy any closer, and I shall end your existence, you contemptible vessel. Yet, Kushina's spirits soared as she softly addressed the Ninetales. It seems you harbor fear within your heart. Although I cannot fathom why you dread Aosei, I possess a secret to share with you. Would you care to listen? The Ninetales narrowed its eyes, demanding, speak. It appears that Lord Mito once wished for Aosei to become your vessel, but for reasons unknown, he ultimately chose me. Kushina observed the Ninetales' expression darkening, and with a playful threat, she said, if I were to perish, your next Jinchuriki would likely be Aosei. Thus, if you wish to avoid a change of vessel, perhaps you should maintain a cordial relationship with me? The Ninetales paused, gasping for breath, and suddenly roared, no one can threaten me. Vessel, you have angered me. Its eyes radiated madness. Though it had perceived the remnants of Uchiha Madara within Aosei's gaze and smile, such notions remained mere conjecture. Yet, here was Kushina, a vessel it deemed insignificant, daring to use Aosei as leverage against it. Was it truly afraid of Aosei? Recalling its past humiliations, the Ninetales spiraled further into madness. It resolved that on the day of the Vortex Mito's funeral, it would shatter Kushina's defenses, seizing control of this vessel to eliminate Aosei, then obliterate everything in a complete revenge against Konoha. At the Hokage building, Konoha Square, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood solemnly in black attire upon the main stage. Before him, the ninjas of Konoha had gathered in full assembly. The Sarutobi clan, the Yamanaka clan, the Akimichi clan, the Nara clan, the Yuhi clan, and the Inuzuka clan, alongside a myriad of civilian ninjas and students from the Ninja Academy, all clad in plain black garments, holding white flowers, gazing somberly at the coffin of Vortex Mito. Amidst the noble families, only the adult members of the Uchiha clan stood at the periphery, tasked with maintaining security alongside the Umbu. Uchiha Fugaku, dressed in black, gazed intently at Hiruzen on the distant platform, shaking his head. Was this a form of suppression? It was difficult to ascertain. The other members of the Uchiha clan were permitted to enter, yet every member of the security detail was required to remain on duty. Even he, the clan leader, was denied permission to participate. Such matters were intriguing. Uchiha Shana surveyed the surroundings, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, what a profound scheme. His voice was low, yet clear enough for the surrounding Umbu and Uchiha members to hear. Surprisingly, only a few Uchiha displayed dissatisfaction, while those led by Uchiha Hakadai exhibited expressions of anticipation and tension, remaining silent. Uchiha Shana furrowed his brow, perplexed that his provocation garnered so little response. This should not be the case. Just then, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice reached him, interrupting his thoughts. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, Lord Mito and the first Hokage forged a bond, mutually supporting one another amidst the chaos to establish Konoha. They subdued the Ninetales, harnessing the power of the tailed beasts to safeguard their loved ones, striving with their own strength to shield the village from the ominous shadow of war. Upon the grand stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen solemnly completed the eulogy in his hands, turning to gaze at the black and white photograph of Uzumaki Mito, a moment of silence. All present bowed their heads, offering a final farewell in their hearts to this legendary kunoichi, Uzumaki Mito. On the other side of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara silently observed this scene. Although his relationship with Mito was rather indifferent, she was nonetheless an acquaintance from his youth. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over him. With Mito's passing, he found himself bereft of contemporaries, becoming a true legend confined to ancient texts and tales, akin to a mere symbol, no longer perceived as a living being by others. Izuna, Hashirama, Mito, and that cursed Tobirama. Madara quietly murmured the names of those familiar ninjas. Shaking his head, Am I the only one left? A profound sense of solitude enveloped his heart. Yet, upon catching sight of Aosei, Madara felt a flicker of relief. He still had a new younger brother, still to meet with Aosei to discuss how to save the entire ninja world and bring about lasting peace. Mito, you certainly stirred up some trouble at the last moment. Madara chuckled softly, reflecting on how Mito's perceptive abilities had thwarted Black Zetsu from constantly relaying Aosei's actions, causing him some displeasure. In the final months of her life, Mito seemed to have taken an interest in Aosei, even teaching him the formidable sealing technique through unknown means. Fortunately, all remained as it should. Under Madara's meticulous observation, Aosei was still the same Aosei, and the eye power resembling Izuna's was rapidly increasing, to an extent that even this war demon found surprising. Nevertheless, this merely indicated that Tobirama had failed to surpass Izuna, which was a favorable development. Madara quietly savored the funeral, his thoughts wandering. Mito's death had already wafted the stench of impending war into Madara's senses. Once the conflict began, Aosei's intellect would swiftly unveil the grotesque truths of the ninja world. Lord Mito's last wish was to glance upon her beloved village one final time. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out solemnly. Tsunade, Uchiha Aosei, and Uzumaki Kushina stepped forward. As his words echoed, Aosei, Tsunade, and Kushina gracefully emerged from the ranks. Hiruzen positioned himself at the upper left of Mito's coffin, with Aosei at the lower left, Tsunade at the upper right, and Kushina at the lower right, gently lifting the corners of the coffin in unison. Tsunade and Mito's son, In, stepped forward silently, organizing the proceedings. Following Hiruzen's arrangement, the remaining ninjas would carry white flowers. Trailing behind them, culminating in Aosei personally laying Mito to rest in her grave. Shimura Danzo gazed at this scene with bewilderment, feeling as though he were entirely out of the loop. Like an ordinary leaf ninja, devoid of the intelligence expected of a Hokage's aide, he could only stand helplessly in place. Yet even Shimura Danzo understood that before all the leaf ninjas, no matter how great his doubts and anger burned within, he could only swallow his grievances in silence. To display any sign of weakness at the funeral of Uzumaki Mito would tarnish his reputation. Even as the shadow of the ninja world and the root of Konoha, Danzo's gaze was fixed intently on Sarutobi Hiruzen, then swiftly shifted to Aoi. The arrangement of this position was laden with significance, and the identities of these four individuals were intriguing. Sarutobi Hiruzen's status as Hokage, standing at the head of the casket on the left side, was beyond reproach. Tsunade, being a direct descendant of Uzumaki Mito, her grandmother, standing alongside Hiruzen was somewhat acceptable. Yet it could also be interpreted as a subtle hint regarding the Hokage's succession. After all, had they chosen four high-ranking officials to carry the casket, it would have raised no eyebrows. The selection of Tsunade might signal the emergence of the next Hokage. Indeed, news of Tsunade's successful treatment of her hemophobia had already circulated within Konoha. As for Kushina, as the last remaining member of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, she held the right to be present. Furthermore, her role as the new Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, appearing with a composed and calm demeanor at the funeral, would help stabilize the hearts of the villagers and assert the successful transition of the tailed beast to the outside world, making her a wise choice. However, the presence of Aoi was particularly thought-provoking. Although Aoi had joined Tsunade's team, formally entering the Hokage's faction, his foundation remained shallow, especially being a Uchiha, which sparked further speculation. Coupled with Tsunade's presence, this quartet of pallbearers seemed to imply that Sarutobi Hiruzen had designated Tsunade as the next Hokage, while Aoi was seen as an indirect successor. Kushina's appearance as a Jinchuriki carried more significance, appearing more as a mere filler. As the casket was raised, Sarutobi Hiruzen executed the motion with precise strength, slowly lifting it, while Aoi, Tsunade, and Kushina joined in, firmly elevating the casket and stepping forward with measured grace. Behind them, organized by Uchiha Obito and Mito's son, Konoha's ninjas, though astonished by the choice of pallbearers, followed in an orderly manner, preserving the solemnity and dignity of the occasion. Only Shimura Danzo stood frozen in place, until Aoi lifted the casket, at which point he realized the full extent of the situation. He, the Hokage's aide, had been isolated. Within the upper echelons of Konoha, he was the only one unaware of the day's arrangements, unable even to disperse the crowd like Uchiha Obito and Mito's son, awkwardly swept along with the flow. In such circumstances, Every arrangement carried profound implications. Danzo's unusual behavior was noted by many observant ninjas of Konoha, becoming crucial intelligence. Clenching his fists tightly, Danzo felt a surge of indignation, yet could only repress it deep within. From the line of confrontation with target Shimura Danzo, you have acquired the special ability, Root of Konoha. In the midst of engaging with the ninjas of the Leaf Village, one finds it remarkably easier to discern their vulnerabilities. Aoki, with unwavering hands supporting the coffin, secretly chuckled within. The peculiar special talent exhibited by Shimura Danzo was indeed the most bizarre Aoki had ever encountered, specifically targeting his own kin, which aligned perfectly with his domineering demeanor in the Leaf. At this moment, not only was Danzo's emotional state shaken, but numerous astute ninja clan elites entered Aoki's livestream. Detected a strong inquisitive emotion from Hyuga Hayashi towards the host, now designated as a target. Detected a profound shock from Yamanaka Inoichi towards the host, now designated as a target. Detected intense confusion from Kurama Kurayuki towards the host, now designated as a target. Detected Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Inazuka Hana towards the host. Almost all notable ninjas of the Leaf focused their attention on Aoki, even neglecting the leading figures of Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Tsunade. Aoki quietly expressed his gratitude to Uzumaki Mito in his heart. As the third-ranked, Mito had bestowed upon Aoki a significant gift in the final moments of her life. Everyone was baffled as to how a ninja from the Uchiha clan could assist in carrying Uzumaki Mito's coffin and reach such a height in the hierarchy of the Leaf without a sound. It is essential to note that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Leaf was still quite strained. None of the Uchiha members in the Leaf's guard were deemed worthy of attending this funeral, even the captain, Uchiha Fugaku. What could this signify? Was it a schism within the Uchiha clan, or had Aoki become synonymous with the Uchiha name, sufficient on his own, unbeknownst to all Leaf ninjas? This was the result of a discussion between Aoki and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen had proposed allowing a portion of the Uchiha guard to attend the funeral, but Aoki had politely declined. Interestingly, Hiruzen did not inquire about Aoki's reasoning. He merely nodded, internally acknowledging the remarkable product of Tobirama Sensei's forbidden techniques, recognizing the Uchiha's specific targeting of family. However, Aoki was not merely targeting the Uchiha. Rather, he sought to convey a sense of benevolence. One must understand the balance of restraint and release, avoiding the impulse to reveal all cards at once. Aoki intended for all Uchiha clan members to comprehend that it was not their martial prowess that instilled fear and concession among the Leaf's upper echelons, but rather he, as an exceptional Uchiha, held a unique status. The special talent known as Heart of Uchiha allowed those lacking even the appearance of a human form among the three-tomoe Sharingan, through careful planning, to yield a commendable amount of gold, warranting Aoki's slight investment of thought towards them. Aoki and his entourage gradually exited the plaza, offering Uzumaki Mito one last glance at the Leaf. At this moment, the surrounding Uchiha and Umbu widened their eyes in astonishment. Uchiha Hakudai, Yakumi, Tetsuho, and Inaho nearly gasped aloud, recalling Aoki's prior words, urging them not to harbor resentment over the Uchiha clan's absence from such a significant funeral, for he would make an appearance. Although the Uchiha clan held great trust in Shishui, they could hardly fathom the revelation that he bore the spiritual coffin of Uzumaki Mito, accompanied by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Kushina. This significant act conveyed an abundance of meanings, enough to stir even the most composed and dull-witted members of the clan into flights of fancy. In that moment, the position of Hokage, which the Uchiha had long viewed as a distant dream, felt tantalizingly within reach, as if they could grasp it with a mere outstretched hand. Especially since Shishui, treated his clansmen with such gentleness, should he ascend to the role of clan leader, would he not surpass the perpetually furrowed-browed Uchiha Fugaku, who achieved little despite his frowns? Due to the extraordinary talent of the Uchiha heart, you have gained an enhancement in Uchiha bloodline purity and an increase in ocular prowess. As Shishui felt the surge of power within him, he couldn't help but smile internally, who claimed that only the top ranks were of value. The collective strength of these scattered warriors still held its merit, in stark contrast to Shishui's supportive entourage led by the 8th Uchiha. The expressions of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shinai darkened considerably, their faces clouded with discontent, perceiving a strong sense of wariness emanating from Uchiha Fugaku towards the host, now bound as a target. Uchiha Fugaku fixed his gaze upon Qing Shui's retreating figure, his mind tumultuous. He had never anticipated that Qing Shui could rise to such heights, gaining the acknowledgement of the elite of Konoha. For a fleeting moment, Uchiha Fugaku even entertained the thought of bowing to Qing Shui. Yet, the words of Uchiha Shinai echoed incessantly in his ears. Would a young man intent on usurping power truly allow Qing Shui and his followers to let him go unchallenged? After all, they were a formidable clan. Conversely, from another perspective, he, Uchiha Fugaku, was the current clan leader, not Qing Shui, much like a feudal lord of ancient times. The fallen emperor, despite recognizing the dire nature of his predicament, how many would willingly relinquish power? There comes a time when one must strive to resist, to seek ways to endure, especially now that he had recently welcomed the sun. Uchiha Fugaku grew increasingly somber as he silently contemplated the future. Engaging in open conflict with Qing Shui would be exceedingly unwise. He must not heed Uchiha Shinai's counsel. Instead, he would endeavor to prolong his hold on the position of clan leader for as long as possible until his son matured. Whether he could achieve this, Uchiha Fugaku was unsure, but he refused to act like a coward and remain idle. Perceiving strong negation from Uchiha Shinai towards the host, now bound as a target, Uchiha Shinai fixed his gaze on Qing Shui, murmuring to himself, "I refuse to acknowledge this. I refuse to accept it." From his perspective, Uchiha Shinai had to concede that Qing Shui had indeed employed a different approach to secure the future of the Uchiha clan, and he had done so with considerable success. However, the crux of the matter lay in the suffering he had endured, 20 years of rage confined within a dark, oppressive prison. Who would bear the cost of that anguish? Uchiha Shana's eyes gleamed with madness. The man he despised, Senju Tobirama, was dead, and thus, his disciples would face the consequences. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. In this moment, Uchiha Shana recalled Uchiha Obito, the hawkish successor he had once favored. Manipulating power was utterly futile. Gritting his teeth, Uchiha Shana murmured, "To gain love and to lose love, Obito, I will find a way to make you my blade, a blade that annihilates all." Qing Shui and his companions walked slowly, gradually nearing the boundary of the barrier. According to their original plan, Kushina and Tsunade were to halt here, leaving the remainder of the journey to Qing Shui and Sarutobi Hizashi. However, Kushina sensed the profound tranquility of the Nine Tails, igniting an inexplicable desire within her. She recalled Shimura Danzo's words, coldly labeling her as the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. If she could control herself and escape this barrier, might she earn the village's recognition? Kushina yearned more than ever to be called by her name, like Uzumaki Mido, rather than being defined by the cold title of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Little did she know, the Nine Tails narrowed its eyes, quietly emanating chakra that stirred her emotions. As a new vessel, Kushina had already succumbed in her struggle against the Nine Tails. "Lord Third, allow me to complete this final journey," she declared resolutely, contrary to the planned relinquishment of the coffin. Sarutobi Hizashi was taken aback, but the situation did not permit a pause, nor could they carelessly set down the coffin. At that moment, Qing Shui softly urged, "Trust Kushina, Uncle Hizashi." Qing Shui keenly sensed the discord in Kushina's emotions. Given the nature of their planned journey and the significance of the occasion, her mindset should not have allowed such impulsive changes. The underlying reason was unmistakable, only the Nine Tails. Coincidentally, not only did the Nine Tails harbor malice towards Qing Shui, but he also longed for that fluffy, formidable fox. With the third Hokage no longer present, it was only fitting to find a replacement. A beast would suffice. Qing Shui and Kushina clung to each other, while Sarutobi Hizashi and Tsunade could only proceed in rhythm with their original pace, step by step, towards the barrier's edge. At the moment Kushina exited the barrier, the Nine Tails' vertical pupils flared wide, violently assaulting the seal within her. "What do you think you are, a mere vessel? This barrier, you shall never escape. You will die here alone." The Nine Tails' voice was thunderous, laced with overwhelming temptation, instantly ensnaring Kushina's consciousness. "Everyone has deceived you. All have exploited you. Have you not realized? Your so-called companions, the village's higher-ups, have even forgotten your name, referring to you only as the vessel. Hurry, release this seal, and I shall liberate you from your suffering." The delicate, orange-red chakra began to emerge faintly from Kushina's body, and the hand that was supporting the coffin started to tremble slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly taken aback, and Tsunade quickly sensed that something was amiss. The chakra of the nine tails was undeniably conspicuous. Even the slightest leakage at such proximity would be exceedingly apparent. However, what could be done? The intention was for Kushina to make her presence known, yet now it seemed that her true nature was exposed. Especially beside the coffin of Uzumaki Mido, a single misstep could lead to a grave situation. At that moment, a crimson hue appeared in the eyes of Aosei, who slightly tilted his head, his peripheral vision locking onto Kushina's bewildered gaze. In an instant, Kushina's faltering heart was overtaken by Aosei's ocular power, her eyes transforming into the shape of a tomo, and the nine tails chakra swiftly receded into her body. Uncle Hiruzen, Teacher Tsunade, I will converse with the nine tails. Aosei spoke softly. Proceed as usual. I can manage the situation. Hiruzen felt a wave of relief. If anything went awry in this scenario, even he, as Hokage, would be at a loss for how to respond. He mused inwardly, truly deserving of being the second nine tails of Konoha, Tobirama-sensei. Your forbidden techniques have indeed birthed new hope for Konoha. Within Kushina's inner world, she was fervently battling with the nine tails as Aosei's figure gradually materialized. Upon meeting Aosei's gaze, Kushina inexplicably felt darkness envelop her vision, and she crouched down in place. Aosei turned his attention to the nine tails, sporting a familiar and arrogant smile, and softly remarked, Nine tails. We meet again. Do you still recognize me? The nine tails' pupils constricted sharply, as it experienced Aosei's robust and familiar ocular power at close range. The fear it once held resurfacing in an instant. This was no mere conjecture or illusion. Aosei, possessing the bloodline of Uchiha Madara and the ocular power of Izuna, made the nine tails acutely aware that Aosei was undoubtedly the reincarnation or descendant of Madara's chakra. Who are you, little brat? Tell me, who are you? The nine tails howled in a fit of rage, but its voice, under the suppression of Aosei's ocular power and the sealing technique, no longer held the seductive allure it once had. It merely sounded like a pitiful, defeated beast. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aosei Uchiha. Aosei said as he manipulated the nine tails summoning contract, controlling its body with a smile, and I am also your master. The degrading words from Aosei only fueled the nine tails' fury, yet simultaneously, an uncontrollable wave of panic and fear surged within. How had this Uchiha brat gained mastery over the summoning contract that Madara had forcefully imposed upon it? Aosei gazed at the sealed nine tails, his ocular power surging, as he forcibly positioned the beast into a comical pose. As a pet, one must embody the demeanor of a pet, would you not agree? The nine tails, utterly bewildered, was met with a gentle shake of the head from Qingshui. I would rather you break free from your seal and allow me to become your Jinchuriki. I believe we would enjoy a delightful companionship. In the future, I shall visit you often, dear fox. With a polite farewell, Qingshui waved at the nine tails. From the target line to the nine tails, you have acquired the ability to sense good and evil. After Qingshui vanished, the nine tails gasped, collapsing onto the ground. The fox, having encountered a fright, sought solace in stillness, momentarily disinterested in further turmoil. The earlier bravado had been cast aside, its primal ferocity subdued by the moment. It pondered the origins of Qingshui. Was he a reincarnation of Uchiha Madara's chakra? That seemed unlikely. Qingshui's demeanor was excessively courteous, lacking even the term beast to describe him. Perhaps he was a descendant of Uchiha Madara? That seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet whose offspring could he be? Lost in contemplation, the nine tails remained unaware of the outside world, where Qingshui and others had arrived at a long-prepared burial site, ready to lay Uzumaki Mido to rest. Shovelfuls of earth filled the grave, a sturdy gravestone standing atop, narrating the life of Uzumaki Mido. Thus, the burial ceremony was completed. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Qingshui stood nearby, observing as the leaf shinobi approached one by one to bid their farewells. Qingshui, I owe you my gratitude, Hiruzen said. It is but my duty, Uncle Hiruzen, Qingshui replied. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara watched the scene unfold, a bemused smile on his lips. Initially, he found Mido's strategy to garner affection somewhat troublesome. After all, Qingshui was still a child. Would such high honors lead to his disorientation? However, following Kushina's loss of control, Madara perceived a striking resemblance in Qingshui's eyes to his own youthful gaze, contemptuous, audacious, and immensely powerful, similar to Izuna. But in that fleeting moment, Madara felt that Qingshui bore an even greater resemblance to himself. An Uchiha with such formidable ocular prowess. Madara could not fathom remaining mired in the mediocrity of the Leaf Village. The contemplative ninjas, Minato, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, each had their reflections on Qingshui's treatment that day, pondering the future of the ninja world and their village. Yet, one hot-headed individual sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen post-ceremony, his face awash with indignation. Shimura Danzo slammed his fist onto the Hokage's office desk, bellowing, "Hiruzen, what is your arrangement? By what right does Uchiha Qingshui carry Lord Mito's coffin? And why was I not consulted? Do you even regard me as your advisor?" Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance at him, leisurely producing his pipe, taking a draw and exhaling a long plume of smoke. After a pause, he coldly replied, "What? Are you dissatisfied? The second update is complete. I hope tomorrow at work I find time to indulge in idleness. Please, grant me favor, O deity of leisure." "What, are you dissatisfied?" Hiruzen retorted dismissively, leaving the incensed Danzo momentarily speechless. With a heart brimming with indignation, Shimura Danzo prepared to launch a vehement attack on Sarutobi Hiruzen from the moral high ground. Who could understand, dear readers? After a lifetime of toil, he had ascended to the position of Hokage's advisor, yet at the age of 48, standing at Lord Mito's funeral, he felt as insignificant as a mere lackey. Aoi's act of carrying the coffin for the Vortex Lord stirred the sentiments of many clans and ninjas in Konoha. However, none were more profoundly affected than Danzo himself, who was driven to the brink of madness. For as long as he could remember, Danzo had believed that his role as Hokage's advisor brought him perilously close to the title of Hokage itself. He had bled for the will of fire, contributed significantly to Konoha, and achieved remarkable feats at the helm of Root for the village's sake. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage, was regarded by Danzo as inferior, at least in some respects. Without the burdens borne by Root, what tranquility would Konoha have known? In Danzo's eyes, it was he who genuinely accomplished substantial work, while Sarutobi Hiruzen indulged in superficialities devoid of true value. He believed that Hiruzen's failure to designate a successor for the next Hokage, while observing the conflicts among Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru, stemmed largely from his own inaction. Without the upheaval brought by war and the resultant military reshuffling, it was indeed challenging for Hiruzen to establish a candidate for the next Hokage, especially with such a capable advisor in Danzo's presence. Danzo awaited the opportune moment that war would present, if he could shine brighter than Hiruzen's disciples in the next ninja conflict. The chance to surpass them would be within his grasp. However, Aoi's performance at the funeral for Vortex Lord Mito shattered Danzo's illusions. This was not merely a matter of the next Hokage's selection. It had effectively secured the future of the Hokage lineage. Danzo's fury was palpable. Hiruzen's actions were utterly unacceptable. The unauthorized experimentation with Tobirama-sensei's cells, the manipulation of Lord Mito's funeral, and the exclusion from discussions regarding such significant matters as the future Hokage, all of it fueled Danzo's resentment. How could he remain placid? Danzo's expression darkened to the extreme. If Hiruzen was unwilling to concede, the gloves would come off. The distance to the Hokage position felt increasingly insurmountable, a notion Danzo could not endure. "How can you expect me to accept this?" He seethed, his gaze fierce as he pointed emphatically at the photograph of Senju Tobirama in the Hokage office, bellowing, "Do you even comprehend the implications of your actions, you monkey? At Lord Mito's funeral, you allowed a Uchiha to assist with her spirit. Have you lost your senses? Look at the photo of our teacher. Tell me, have you forgotten his warnings to remain vigilant against the Uchiha clan?" Upon hearing the name Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen visibly faltered, his gaze shifting to the photograph adorning the wall, where Tobirama donned the Hokage hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed thoughtfully for a moment, then shook his head. "Danzo, I have never forgotten the instructions of my teacher. I have discovered the most effective means to address the issues concerning the Uchiha clan. It is simply that you do not comprehend." Hiruzen's tone was earnest. In his eyes, Aoi was a product of the forbidden techniques of Senju Tobirama, containing chakra that represented his teacher's will. Although Uzumaki Mito was convinced that Aoi's will was his own, and seemed to have persuaded Tsunade of this notion, Hiruzen found himself in disagreement. Recently, he had developed new ideas and conclusions. Since becoming Hokage, Hiruzen had come to see the seemingly fantastical forbidden techniques devised by Senju Tobirama in a more nuanced and profound manner. In Hiruzen's perspective, no one understood Senju Tobirama better than he did. Although Aoi appeared normal at present, and Uzumaki Mido had asserted that if Senju Tobirama could take over a body, he would have done so already, maintaining that love should nurture Aoi. Hiruzen privately believed that Mido's views on Tobirama were overly conservative. Aoi's behavior was likely a mere, transient illusion. His teacher would undoubtedly seek to possess an Uchiha, rather than simply using chakra for influence. Aoi's outbursts could very likely be attributed to the awakening of Senju Tobirama's chakra. Hiruzen vividly recalled how Aoi's execution of the Flying Thunder God technique bore a striking resemblance to Tobirama's own style. Was this not a cause for concern? Although Uzumaki Mido confidently asserted to Hiruzen that Aoi was indeed Aoi, Hiruzen had made a decision that contradicted ancestral beliefs. He believed that Aoi would inevitably grow increasingly similar to Senju Tobirama, perhaps even transforming into his teacher one day. Particularly recently, there was an undeniable piece of evidence that Mido had not observed. While preparing for a funeral, Hiruzen had inquired if a special position should be designated for the Uchiha clan. In such circumstances, the seating arrangements for each ninja clan were of great significance. After all, Aoi seemed to have good relations with certain members of the Uchiha clan. As Hokage, Hiruzen was willing to extend some favor, allowing Aoi to bestow goodwill upon the Uchiha to win their hearts. However, Aoi unexpectedly declined, even insisting that all members of the Uchiha guard be on duty, permitting only underage ninjas to attend. Hiruzen felt a pang of sentiment at the time, and upon further reflection at home, he sensed something was amiss. Given Aoi's gentle nature and sincere embodiment of the will of fire, he would never treat his own family in such a manner. Hiruzen had never witnessed Aoi harboring malice toward any Konoha ninja. Even he, Hiruzen, had never entertained the idea of having the entire Konoha guard on duty and absent from Mido's funeral. This was undoubtedly the influence of his teacher. The extreme nature of this situation felt familiar to Hiruzen, and in an instant, he had an epiphany. Was Aoi truly Aoi? Hiruzen's answer was, indeed. Today, Qing Shui may indeed be Qing Shui, and tomorrow may also find him unchanged. However, in the years to come, or perhaps on any given day, Sarutobi Hiruzen has already mentally prepared himself to gaze upon Qing Shui with his profoundly familiar, piercing eyes, and to slowly address him as monkey. Under such a mindset, Sarutobi's attitude towards Qing Shui is also undergoing a transformation. It is no longer simply about raising the coffin for Vortex Watergate. He scarcely resorts to the art of distant observation to scrutinize Qing Shui anymore. Sarutobi's feelings are complex. He harbors a fondness for Qing Shui. Yet, with his own teacher having committed such an act, all he can do is shake his head and utter that there is nothing to be done. Shimura Danzo fixes a steely gaze upon Sarutobi's profile, his inner fury intensifying. What a hypocritical monkey. How can you, while looking at your teacher's portrait, remain unflinching? Do you not possess the will of fire within you? Hiruzen, allowing a Uchiha to enter the village's lineage of succession is already an egregious act. Danzo slams his hand on the table, seething with rage. Had it not been for Sarutobi's timely intervention, Qing Shui would have already been his student. The despicable Hiruzen seized the opportunity to imprison him for 3 months, facilitating Qing Shui's enrollment under his tutelage through exceptional means. As Danzo reflects on past events concerning Qing Shui, his emotions become increasingly agitated, and he sternly asserts, "Do you truly believe I am unaware of your actions? I was already on my way when the training ground was sealed. Uchiha Qing Shui bears the chakra of a teacher, does he not?" At that moment, Sarutobi's expression abruptly shifted. Danzo, observing Sarutobi's countenance, smirked with satisfaction and continued, "On one hand, you prevent me from conducting human experiments, yet on the other, you diligently pursue your own research. Monkey, you are paving your own path to destruction. You have injected your teacher's cells into Uchiha Qing Shui to cultivate your own enforcer. It is utterly reckless. I have surmised your intentions. You aim to perpetuate your power, forcibly elevating Uchiha Qing Shui's status through the funeral of Lord Watergate, compelling all the ninjas of the village to regard him as a candidate for Hokage. I ask you, how many cursed seals have you placed upon Uchiha Qing Shui? So certain are you of your ability to control him?" Danzo noted the increasingly darkening expression on Sarutobi's face and shook his head. "Utilizing your teacher's cells to enhance the Uchiha, then employing cursed seals to manipulate him as a puppet Hokage. Truly, you are audacious. Enma, Kobayashi dares not defy you, and your disciples indulge you, but within Konoha, I stand as the Hokage's advisor. No one can remain Hokage for a lifetime. Hiruzen, there is still time to turn back. In that moment, Danzo seemed to embody the very essence of righteousness, casting aside the shadows that enveloped him, radiating an imposing aura. Yet within, he could not help but admire Sarutobi's audacious intellect. Indeed, it is impressive. Hiruzen has effortlessly orchestrated such nefarious deeds, leaving even one versed in the shadows of the ninja world astounded. Sarutobi slowly rose to his feet, his gaze becoming frigid. Danzo's dark machinations had begun to test his patience. What is this madness? Sarutobi could no longer contain himself. What instilled the greatest trepidation in Sarutobi Hiruzen was the potential actions of Shimura Danzo under such a mindset. Uzumaki Mito had repeatedly emphasized during her lifetime that the true circumstances regarding Aoi could only be known by him, the Hokage, and Tsunade. If it were to be exposed that Aoi was a product of the forbidden techniques of Senju Tobirama, it would deliver a devastating blow to the reputation of the Hokage lineage, even undermining the very essence of the will of fire, resulting in consequences more terrifying than war itself. Sarutobi Hiruzen wholeheartedly agreed. Although Danzo had laid the blame squarely at his feet, without mentioning Senju Tobirama, such an accusation was intolerable. His reputation as Hokage, well regarded in Konoha, could not withstand the defamation imposed by Danzo. Hiruzen's expression grew icy as he recalled Tsunade's words. Mito-sama instructed me to tell you, old man, that anyone who inquires about Aoi must be eradicated, no matter who it is. Slowly, Hiruzen rose from his desk, approached Danzo, and confronted him face to face, stating in a grave tone, Danzo, your conjectures can only be described as nonsense. I must inform you that the matter concerning Uchiha Aoi involves the highest secrets of Master Tobirama and Lady Mito. No one aside from me, the Hokage, holds the right to inquire, including you, the Hokage's advisor. Danzo, should you pursue Aoi's affairs further, do not hold me accountable for disregarding past courtesies. I will take decisive action. Hiruzen delivered his final warning, each word laden with gravity. This is Lady Mito's directive. Do you understand? Under the weight of Hiruzen's presence, Danzo instinctively took a step back. However, once he regained his composure, his anger intensified. Lady Mito's directive? How could that be? Would she permit you to engage in such duplicitous conduct to monopolize the power of the Hokage? Danzo was well versed in the art of subjugation under the guise of righteousness, a tactic he often employed when diverting the village's talented individuals for his own ends. Silently, he scoffed. Foolish monkey, you have indeed lost your mind. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Danzo, do not provide me with the opportunity to take decisive action. Fulfill your role as Hokage's advisor dutifully. Danzo inhaled deeply and cast a fierce glare at Hiruzen. He had resolved that once he acquired evidence concerning Aoi and Hiruzen, he would ensure they were forever trapped, eternally nailed to the pillar of shame in Konoha. Hiruzen, you are far too extreme. Danzo roared. Konoha is not a dictatorship ruled by your whims. For the sake of your own power, you do not hesitate to utilize your disciples. Even allowing your son to approach Uchiha Aoi. As Hokage, you ought to reflect upon your actions and step down. Danzo, you are excessively conservative. Hiruzen shot back. You fail to comprehend Lady Mito's considerations and Master Tobirama's intentions. The Uchiha clan can also serve as a formidable asset if utilized properly. Your narrow-mindedness as Hokage's advisor is astonishing. In that moment, the tide of the confrontation seemed to shift. The Dove faction led by Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Shimura Danzo is excessively conservative, while the Hawk faction represented by Danzo perceives Hiruzen as overly radical. Suddenly, a thought struck Danzo as he regarded Hiruzen, who remained unyielding. A wave of immense joy surged within him, enveloping his entire being. Although Hiruzen's schemes appeared to have cost him the position of Hokage, they, in fact, concealed a tremendous trap. This trap's magnitude was sufficient to obliterate not only Hiruzen but also those who supported him, such as Mito Kami, Tenten, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and any other ninja associated with the third Hokage. Initially, Danzo contemplated how to manage Hiruzen's disciples one by one, but the situation suddenly became crystal clear. All that was required was to gather evidence against Aoi, and Hiruzen's faction would be entirely ousted. What remained was only Kakashi Hitaki. With this realization, Danzo's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at Hiruzen, who seemed poised to speak. Hiruzen, if you insist on proceeding this way, then I must support you. Danzo declared, forcing a stiff smile. Since this is Mito's intention, I understand. I shall focus on my own tasks. However, he added with caution, you should still consider this carefully, Hiruzen. Hiruzen regarded Danzo with suspicion. Why was he so compliant today? He had initially entertained the thought of using Danzo's obstinacy to keep him confined for several more months in a small room for reflection, thereby averting larger issues. Yet, for the first time in decades, Danzo had bowed his head, leaving Hiruzen in a quandary. Very well, Danzo, just attend to your business. Hiruzen conceded after a moment's contemplation, allowing Danzo to depart without punishment. After all, following the death of Mito, the winds of change in the ninja world had begun to stir, necessitating action from the roots. Moreover, Kushina's performance had been less than satisfactory. Had it not been for Aoi's presence, the funeral would have descended into chaos. Should a great ninja war truly erupt, Hiruzen, despite his claims to fight, felt a deep-seated uncertainty. Once Danzo had left, Hiruzen sighed and murmured to himself, Master, I have taken on a heavy burden for you. Truly, you are something else. Yet, after taking a drag from his cigarette, he chuckled. He recalled Danzo's earlier remark about even sending Izuna to get closer to Aoi. Initially, Hiruzen had harbored concerns for Asuma's future. When choosing Aoi, Hiruzen envisioned igniting Asuma's potential, guiding the rebellious young man back on track, and arranging a promising position for him as Hokage. Unexpectedly, Izuna seemed to have become entirely obedient to Aoi, to the extent that even Hiruzen, who had high hopes for Aoi, found it somewhat excessive. However, upon discovering the secret surrounding Aoi, Hiruzen felt a sense of relief. The fortune of having one's own son mingling with the esteemed Tobirama is indeed a blessing. Izuna merely needs to keep pace with Aosei, ensuring he does not fall too far behind, and his life will be secure. Sarutobi Hizashi, thoughtfully puffing on his cigarette, mused, Teacher Tobirama, you never cease to earn my admiration. Although Hizashi felt he had borne the brunt of Tobirama's legacy, he found solace in Asuma's presence. This was rather comforting. At that very moment, numerous guests unexpectedly arrived at Aosei's residence. Nara Shikahiza, Akimichi Choza, Yamanaka and Oichi, along with Kurama Koyuki of the Kurama clan and Hyuga Hizashi of the Hyuga clan, had all gathered to pay their respects, bearing gifts in hand while awkwardly gazing at the unyielding Shizum, who seemed somewhat exasperated. Shizum, discontented, looked at them. After all, it was a rare day of rest for his brother. Why must so many intrude? Shizum, please let the guests in, came Aosei's voice. With a heavy heart, Shizum reluctantly nodded. Please, come in, everyone. As Aosei surveyed the visitors, all laden with packages, a smile blossomed on his face. Esteemed elders, please take a seat. Kakashi, what brings you here as well? Shizum, with a tone of resignation, inquired at the doorway. What is this all about? Why does everyone seek out my brother? My father told me that Aosei's future achievements are boundless, and urged me to cultivate a good relationship, Kakashi replied, his expression as dull as dead fish eyes, clutching a box of seemingly exquisite blade oil. Did your father instruct you to say that? Shizum covered his forehead, while Kakashi was a genius. He appeared rather obtuse in certain regards. My father said, since I won't be saying much, it's sufficient to express my intentions, Kakashi shrugged. Shizum, may I enter? With a sigh, Shizum acquiesced. Come in, come in. Kakashi's words drifted into the living room, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. It was an unspoken understanding among those present. Why articulate what was already evident? Kakashi walked in slowly, his gaze flitting to Nara Shikahiza and the others who had already taken their seats, as if to say, are you also here to build rapport with Aosei? The cunning shinobi had fortuitously converged today, each harboring their own motives. After the funeral, under the elders' urging, they hastily selected suitable gifts and rushed to Aosei's home, eager to establish familiarity. In the past, although Aosei had been taken on as Tsunade's apprentice, the shinobi of Konoha remained observant, hesitant to entangle themselves with the Uchiha clan, a particularly sensitive issue in the village. However, following the funeral of Uzumaki Mito, the situation became clear. It appeared that the successor was already being determined across generations. Why delay any further? Nara Shikahiza, with a solemn expression, cast a glance at the awkward Kakashi, silently lamenting the tension in the air. Indeed, the complexities of human relationships can be quite burdensome, often leading to unforeseen circumstances. Qing Shui chuckled softly, gesturing for Kakashi to take a seat, and gently remarked, esteemed seniors, Your visit accompanied by such valuable gifts fills me with a sense of obligation. We are all young folks here. Let's not adhere too strictly to antiquated customs. It is better to relax a bit. The individuals before Qing Shui held notable standings. Among them were Onma Heiyun, Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Dingzwa, Hyuga Hizashi, and Yamenka Kaichi. Each represented the finest of their respective clans' younger generation. However, it was worth noting that the Hyuga clan sent the branch member Hyuga Hizashi rather than the main family member Hyuga Hayashi. The underlying meaning of this choice was indeed intriguing. The Hyuga clan has always exhibited peculiar tendencies. Even in their interactions with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, they maintained a somewhat distant relationship. Rarely did Hyuga ninjas participate in the Umbu, and even fewer children attended the ninja academy, as most were educated within their family's own institutions. Within the village of Konoha, the entire Hyuga clan resembled a village unto itself, operating under its own set of rules and proudly displaying the demeanor of a prestigious clan with their ocular prowess, arguably even surpassing the Uchiha clan in certain aspects. The fact that Hyuga Hizashi sought out Qing Shui today might have been perceived as a particularly warm gesture from their perspective. Nara Shikaku was about to follow up on Qing Shui's words with some polite remarks when he noticed Akimichi Dingzwa breaking into a wide grin. Scratching his head as he spoke, Qing Shui, I've heard from others that you are quite easy to get along with. Qing Shui smiled gently and shook his head. That is simply because everyone in the village is very amiable. Dingzwa, what happened to your hand? Qing Shui inquired, noticing the prominent scar on Akimichi Dingzwa's hand, which appeared rather alarming. Akimichi Dingzwa chuckled awkwardly. I encountered some difficulties while training in our family's secret techniques. I still cannot fully master the multiplication technique. Nara Shikaku shook his head. It was not that Dingzwa had yet to grasp the technique, but rather that he was training too diligently, eager to enhance his abilities. Qing Shui blinked. Is that the Akimichi clan's multiplication technique? Dingzwa, could you demonstrate it? I am quite interested in medical ninjutsu, but I find the practice of yang release somewhat perplexing. My teacher, Tsunade, mentioned that the Akimichi clan excels in yang release transformations, and I was hoping to find an opportunity to exchange insights. Akimichi Dingzwa beamed at this. As Nara Shikaku had pointed out, his earlier words were merely modest. He possessed great confidence in his clan's secret techniques. Very well, I shall display it, Akimichi Dingzwa declared, channeling his chakra as his left arm suddenly swelled, expanding to several times its original size. Qing Shui squinted at this spectacle, a flicker of purple-blue light flashing in his eyes. The eye of the serpent gate. The purple signified Orochimaru, while the blue represented Senju Tobirama. In an instant, through the combined prowess of the two great scientists of the ninja world, Qing Shui comprehended the multiplication technique. Qing Shui-kun, the practice of yang release is rather challenging. The Uchiha clan is renowned for their mastery of yin release. It is truly commendable that you can grasp such advanced medical ninjutsu. Chiu Dao Dingzwa sighed, expressing, throughout my years of cultivation, I have only managed to grasp the art of multiplication with great difficulty. To further enhance my strength, I must rely on the secret elixirs of my clan. Nara Shikaku placed a reassuring hand on his friend's shoulder, saying, Dingzwa, possessing a trump card that allows you to risk your life for power is already commendable. Sometimes, it is essential to learn to relax and not to bear excessive pressure. Qing Shui listened thoughtfully as three Magatama slowly manifested, scrutinizing Chiu Dao Dingzwa's physique. Beneath what appeared to be a corpulent exterior, there lay a commendable reservoir of chakra, and within Qing Shui's perception, his vitality was quite vigorous. The Chiu Dao clan seemed to possess a unique secret technique that transformed excess weight into a reserve of energy. Is this how the art of multiplication works? Qing Shui raised his right hand, and, amidst the bewildered gazes of his companions, expanded his arm to several times its normal size, stating slowly, As for the secret elixirs of Dingzwa's esteemed family, I have also heard about them from Lady Tsunade. I believe the side effects are manageable. The real concern lies in the chili pill, which can cause an uncontrollable explosion of chakra within the body, leading to a depletion of physical strength and vitality, and most likely resulting in death. Chiu Dao Dingzwa stared at Qing Shui in astonishment. Wait, did you just learn my family's secret technique while we were chatting? Nara Shikaku, shedding his previous lethargy, widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at Qing Shui. As Dingzwa's close friend, he was well aware of the immense effort Dingzwa had invested in mastering the art of multiplication. Did Qing Shui truly learn it in the blink of an eye? Nara Shikaku gazed at Qing Shui's Sharingan in confusion, having never heard of the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques being capable of replicating secret arts. Aren't they only able to replicate common elemental jutsu? Regarding Ding's concerns, Qing Shui shook his head. However, Lady Tsunade was in poor condition at the time and lacked the energy to ponder this matter. Qiu Dao Dingzhuo instinctively nodded. The secret elixirs passed down in the Qiu Dao clan include the spinach pill, curry pill, and chili pill, each synergizing with the clan's secret techniques to unlock the body's potential, though they come with corresponding side effects. The chili pill, in particular, can propel the ninjas of the Qiu Dao clan into a state of full metamorphosis, albeit at the peril of their lives. To address this issue, the clan's elders sought out Tsunade, but were turned away. Qing Shui narrowed his eyes, contemplating the transformation of chakra within the art of multiplication, and remarked slowly, I have discussed the issues surrounding the chili pill with Lady Tsunade. Attempting to resolve it through medical ninjutsu is indeed quite challenging, as it pertains to the leakage of life force. If a powerful medical ninja were to intervene with quality medicinal materials and timely treatment, there might be a glimmer of hope. However, this is hardly a universal solution. In the original timeline, Qiu Dao Ding's son, Qiu Dao Ding Ci, entered a near-death state after metamorphosis, and it was only thanks to Tsunade's medical ninjutsu combined with materials from the Nara clan that he was saved. Qiu Dao Ding's nodded, yet his eyes began to glimmer with newfound hope. He was aware that at that time, the elder of the Akimichi clan had implored Tsunade for the allocation of an antidote, only to be met with dismissal. However, now that the gentle Kyosui had inherited Tsunade's mantle, did this not suggest that there remained hope for the enhancement of the secret medicine? As Akimichi Dingzu's thoughts wandered, he heard Kyosui continue. Yet, if we employ the sealing technique, although it may not entirely eliminate the side effects, I believe it would not be difficult to avert the lethality of the chili pills. Akimichi Dingzu's eyes widened in shock. He immediately rose to his feet and stammered. Is that truly the case, Kyosu-kun? So many ninjas of the Akimichi clan have perished due to the side effects of their own chili pills. If there is a chance to save even one life, the Akimichi clan would be willing to sacrifice much. Dingzu, come here, Kyosui beckoned to Akimichi Dingzu. The robust Akimichi Dingzu hurried to Kyosui's side, gazing at him with great anticipation. The issue with the chili pills fundamentally lay in the fact that under the drug's stimulation, the released chakra and vitality would spiral out of control, inevitably dissipating until death ensued. While the human body could not withstand this loss, it could be effectively addressed through sealing techniques. Would you like to try it, Dingzu? Akimichi Dingzu blinked in earnest confusion, producing 3 pills, staring blankly at Kyosui. Was he to consume them? Kyosui chuckled and shook his head, igniting chakra in his 5 fingers, which he then pressed against Akimichi Dingzu's abdomen. For symbols sealing technique, modified. I have sealed a portion of your chakra and vitality. So even if you consume the chili pills, you will always retain a part to sustain your life, preventing death. After you return, you may discuss my proposition with the elders. We can conduct an experiment together. This sealing technique is merely my preliminary idea. Akimichi Dingzu gazed at Kyosui in bewilderment. Was this truly feasible? Nara Shikaku, concerned, looked at Akimichi Dingzu and solemnly remarked, Aren't you going to thank Kyosui, Dingzu? The 4 symbols sealing technique is an inheritance of the Uzumaki clan. It is a technique capable of restraining even-tailed beasts. Akimichi Dingzu was taken aback. Could he truly wield a technique meant to combat tailed beasts? Yet Kyosui merely waved his hand with a smile. It is merely a ninjutsu. Lord Mito imparted these sealing techniques to me with the intention of enabling me to better assist the village and its ninjas, to confront tailed beasts or aid Dingzu. In my eyes, amounts to the same endeavor. Akimichi Dingzu's face flushed crimson. Prior to his visit, he had debated with Nara Shikaku whether Kyosui was genuinely amiable. After all, rumors are just rumors. Kyosui was still a ninja of the Uchiha clan. Yet upon meeting him, Kyosui proactively offered to help resolve the Akimichi clan's long-standing dilemma, leaving Dingzu feeling that the gifts he had brought were woefully inadequate, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Iwasaki Kurikomo spoke up. Kyosui, do you also excel in sealing techniques? It is said that sealing techniques are exceedingly difficult to master. Only a select few gifted ninjas can grasp them. As Shimizu listened to Anma Heiyun's words, he smiled and said, Not only sealing techniques, but also yang release, illusion techniques, Sharingan, fire release, and swordsmanship. My brother is proficient in all. Shimizu chuckled and shook his head. It is all thanks to Lord Mido's excellent teaching. I have essentially mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. As he spoke, a golden chain of adamantine color quietly appeared around his wrist. This was indeed the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan, adamantine sealing. The pupils of those present trembled, as members of the ninja clan. They understood that adamantine sealing was a bloodline limit. Could it truly be learned? They could not help but regard Shimizu with newfound respect. There's nothing remarkable about it, everyone. Sealing techniques are merely difficult to master initially, but I cannot claim to be an expert, Shimizu said with a tinge of melancholy. Lord Mido once said that there are no seals that cannot be unraveled, only ninjas whose training is insufficient. I am still far from her level. Hinata Hisashi, who had been silent, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Had he just heard something extraordinary? There are no seals that cannot be unraveled. For a long time, the understanding within the Hyuga branch and even the main family had been that the caged bird technique was unbreakable. Once inscribed, even the user could not undo it, leaving the bearer to endure a lifetime with that unsightly mark, imprisoned like a caged bird. Yet Shimizu spoke of Lord Mido, the mightiest sealing ninja in the ninja world, declaring that no seal was unbreakable. Shimizu, did Lord Mido truly say such a thing? Hinata Hisashi inadvertently spoke, only to immediately feel that he had overstepped. Shimizu smiled gently. Indeed, she did, Hisashi. Hisashi hurriedly nodded, reining in his thoughts. There were too many people present, and he was merely a branch member of the Hyuga clan. He had already lost composure. Even if he had some thoughts, he needed to deliberate carefully. Senior Heiyun, do you also harbor an interest in sealing techniques? Shimizu turned to Onma Heiyun, who seemed hesitant to speak, and said with a smile, if so, we can explore it together. Onma Heiyun awkwardly shook his head. I am not particularly interested in sealing techniques. I was merely intrigued by what Shimizu mentioned. You are quite adept in illusion techniques, and I possess some insights in that area. Narashikaka nodded. The Onma clan had once been one of the prominent families in Konohagakure, contributing numerous high-ranking and mid-ranking ninjas. Among them, the bloodline limit of illusion techniques was particularly powerful, but as the awakened members of the clan became increasingly rare, they gradually fell into obscurity. In the current Onma clan, Onma Heiyun was one of the few who possessed the bloodline limit. A spark of interest flickered in Shimizu's eyes. Since we are fortunate to be together today, why not showcase your skills, Senior Heiyun? Onma Heiyun smiled confidently. Illusion techniques had always been his forte. Suddenly, a vivid fire dragon materialized in midair, radiating intense heat. Shimizu narrowed his eyes, observing this scene as the eyes of the serpent deciphered the flow of illusion technique chakra, peeling away the layers to reveal the intricacies, etching them deeply into Shimizu's mind. It was thus that Qing Shui, seemingly lost in thought, uttered, I believe I have grasped it. Onma Heiyun stared blankly at Qing Shui, only to witness the quiet emergence of an ice dragon beside the illusionary fire dragon, exuding an aura of chilling coldness. Narashikaku observed this scene in silence, his lips twitching with increasing frequency. Was this the illusion of the Sharingan? Or had Qing Shui truly mastered the ancestral illusions of the Onma clan? If he had merely acquired the bloodline limit with just a glance, Narashikaku's astute mind raced, finally comprehending why Sarutobi Hiruzen, who held a conservative stance towards the Uchiha, would unexpectedly permit Qing Shui to carry the coffin for Uzumaki Mido. This talent, was it not the very embodiment of a god among ninjas? Once Qing Shui matured, Narashikaku could scarcely fathom the terror that would manifest in such a ninja. No, even now, he was already quite formidable. Onma Heiyun swallowed hard and remarked, Qing Shui, what you exhibit here is a manipulation of Yin release chakra. Does it not bear resemblance to true illusion techniques, Senior Heiyun? Qing Shui smiled softly. I merely imitated your technique in a rudimentary fashion. It is still rather juvenile. Onma Heiyun gazed at the fire dragon extinguished by the ice dragon's cold, feeling somewhat bewildered. What had he come here to accomplish today? Oh, it seemed he was here to forge a bond with Qing Shui. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Narashikaku and Yamenka Inoichi demonstrated the shadow imitation technique and the mind-body switch technique, respectively. Qing Shui effortlessly absorbed these techniques, and, from the perspective of the nature transformation of Yin release chakra, offered gentle guidance on the shortcomings of both Narashikaku and Yamenka Inoichi. This surreal scene profoundly shook and stimulated the gathered ninjas. In that moment, each of them developed a fresh understanding of the term genius, especially Kakashi, who began to ponder why he had previously been labeled a genius. Was the ability to wield a sword and perform a few earth and lightning release techniques sufficient to earn such a title? Kakashi felt lost, yet at that moment, he recalled the words of Hatake Tsukumo, who had once told him that in every era, there are ninjas who overshadow all others. True genius is measured not against the ordinary, but against such extraordinary beings. At that time, Kakashi had felt somewhat unconvinced. However, today, he finally understood that his father indeed possessed an exceptional eye for recognizing talent. After the gathering concluded, Nara Shikaku, Yamenka Inoichi, Akimichi Choza, and Onma Heiyun rushed towards their clan's territory, eager to inform their families that the time to invest had come. There could be no further hesitation. Should others seize the opportunity to invest in Qingshui first, they would have nothing left. Meanwhile, Kakashi wandered aimlessly through the village, still contemplating the basis for his reputation as a genius. Hyuga Hisashi, on the other hand, walked slowly, deliberately dragging his feet, lost in deep thought. From the confrontation with targets Nara Shikaku, Yamenka Inoichi, Onma Heiyun, you have gained a slight enhancement in In Release Chakra. From the confrontation with target Akimichi Choza, you have gained a slight enhancement in Yang Release Chakra. From the objectives of the line, the target Hatake Kakashi, you have received a slight enhancement in swordsmanship. From the line target Hyuga Hisashi, you have gained the bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Aosei examined his rewards, shaking his head. After acquiring the Eye of the Serpent, he found that non-organic bloodline limits could be comprehended with a mere glance at their structure, rendering the arduous task of engaging in battles to master them unnecessary. These ninjas, whose abilities paled in comparison to Aosei's, could only contribute meager rewards based on their unique traits. Much like the Uchiha clan, ninjas lacking potential needed to band together as clans to yield anything of significance for Aosei. However, Hyuga Hisashi was an exception. His Hyuga bloodline was regarded by Aosei as a form of currency. Yet, it was insufficient. Even the ordinary Byakugan did not pique Aosei's interest, let alone this trivial bloodline. Aosei glimpsed a flicker of desire in Hyuga Hisashi's eyes, swiftly subdued by rationality. This indicated that the Hyuga ninja hailing from the branch family harbored special thoughts, yet lacked the spark to ignite his passions. Hyuga Hisashi, of the branch family. Aosei smiled. He was indifferent to the grievances between the branch and main families. Yet he was keenly interested in which group could exhibit more fervent emotions, capable of providing him with a pair of highly pure Byakugan. At the opportune moment, Aosei would be more than willing to stoke their desires. Meanwhile, as Kakashi wandered the streets of Konoha, pondering the definition of genius, Shimura Danzo had already set his sights on his father, orchestrating a series of arrangements. At this moment, among the ninjas accompanying Hatake Tsukumo to Sunagakure, were two spies lurking from the roots. At the Uchiha training ground, Might Guy and Might Dai shouted exuberantly about youth, their bodies crackling with electricity as they ran in circles upside down, the charged sweat hitting the ground with a sizzling sound. Shizune and Izuna were engaged in practice, occasionally unleashing fire techniques while debating who would emerge victorious in the future as the Hokage's assistant. Tsunade and Noera Rin sat nearby, quietly discussing medical ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama, observing this scene, slowly smiled, his eyes filled with warmth. What a serene moment in time it was. Yet, when he turned to see what Aosei was doing, he could not help but sigh. Aosei sat cross-legged beneath a tree's shade, his body enveloped in lightning, his eyes shimmering with a red glow as he formed different seals with both hands. Shadows writhed slowly on the ground before him, and a phantom fire dragon danced in the air. In lightning release chakra mode, using shadow mimicry technique, genjutsu true birth, Senju Tobirama counted the ninjutsu unleashed simultaneously by Aosei, his lips twitching. In the ninja world, hand seals are a fundamental lesson for ninjas. The speed of forming seals determines the release speed of ninjutsu, thereby influencing the initiative and control in battle, making it exceedingly important. To gain an advantage in combat, ninjas continuously explore various methods of forming seals. The simplification of hand seals, the one-handed seals, the toe seals, the simultaneous handclap seals, and the formless ninjutsu is quite intriguing. However, unlike Aoi, who can effortlessly unleash multiple ninjutsu at once, Senju Tobirama has yet to witness such a phenomenon. This is not merely a standard composite ninjutsu. Composite ninjutsu refers to the fusion of two compatible elemental techniques that result in a doubling of power. However, there remains a sequence to their release, often necessitating the use of shadow clones for simultaneous execution. Yet Aoi has genuinely achieved the synchronous release of multiple ninjutsu as a singular entity. Tobirama finds himself perplexed by how this is even possible. The chakra pathways within the human body are fixed, and hand seals are meant to guide the correct flow of technique. Logically, it should be impossible to release more than one ninjutsu simultaneously, as it contradicts fundamental principles. Yet Aoi has shattered this understanding. Under the fierce tempering of lightning chakra mode, he continues to practice the recently learned genjutsu, true birth, and the shadow imitation technique. This difficulty is akin to a writer simultaneously squatting while writing different things with both hands. Aoi, how on earth do you accomplish this? Tobirama hesitated for a moment before succumbing to his curiosity. He initially intended to wait for others to inquire, maintaining his persona of omniscience before Aoi. However, regardless of whether it was Tsunade, Shizune, or Izuna, everyone merely glanced at Aoi and resumed their training, as if nothing were amiss. Tobirama was left speechless, wishing to dispel the notion that Aoi could do everything effortlessly. Tobirama, are you referring to the simultaneous release of ninjutsu? Is there any challenge in that? I firmly believe you can accomplish it. Aoi looked at Tobirama in confusion, shaking his head. There's no need to forcefully find reasons to praise me. I haven't taken Lord Mizuho's words to heart. I've already stated that I forgive you. Tobirama's expression darkened. He was not attempting to ingratiate himself with Aoi. While Aoi's words oddly comforted him, they also intensified his discomfort. The synchronous release of multiple ninjutsu, without relying on shadow clones, was something Tobirama truly could not achieve. It's quite simple, Tobirama, Aoi chuckled lightly, explaining to the complex-faced Senju Tobirama. You merely need to let your ocular power direct the genjutsu, while simultaneously channeling chakra, allocating part for the lightning chakra mode, and the remainder for practicing the shadow imitation technique. This could be considered a basic application of the Sharingan. Tobirama nodded thoughtfully. Ocular power could indeed be classified as a special chakra. If one's control over chakra reached a certain level, it was feasible to perceive it as multiple portions, each functioning independently. Particularly for Aoi, it was even more exceptional. Even without considering ocular power, he possessed a tricore mainboard alongside Uchiha Izuna. The Uchiha clan truly boasts enviable talent, Tobirama remarked sincerely, envisioning the scene where Aoi, enveloped in lightning, unleashed a hard vortex water blade and advanced using the flying thunder god technique, immobilizing the enemy with the shadow binding technique upon landing, culminating in a swift victory. With this series of techniques, even the esteemed Tobirama Senju would likely fall to the initial encounter. Just as Tobirama was about to articulate his thoughts, he noticed that his vision became increasingly lucid, powerful ocular energy filling his gaze while the dark tomo swirled within. There is nothing to envy, Tobirama. Qin Shui redirected his Uchiha power back to Tobirama, allowing the second Hokage to once again experience the might of the Sharingan. If you wish, when I resurrect you, I could store a portion of my ocular power within you. Qin Shui shrugged. If you fancy the Sharingan, why not just say so? Your constant hints are rather juvenile. Tobirama, with a disgruntled expression, retorted, a wicked little Uchiha, who would desire such impure power. Yet, the corners of his mouth betrayed him, curving upward as he surveyed and reveled in Qin Shui's ocular prowess. Ever since Tobirama had personally experienced the Sharingan, he had begrudgingly acknowledged its conveniences, despite his outward resistance. The dynamic vision, so perfectly aligned with the flying thunder god technique, invaluable observational skills for research, resistance to illusions, and formidable ocular techniques. If not for the immense burden the Uchiha Sharingan placed on outsiders, he would have sought a way to adopt it long ago. However, uniquely, the Sharingan awakened within Tobirama by Qin Shui's power bore no sense of heaviness or restriction. It felt as if he were innately Uchiha, smooth and effortless. This brought Tobirama great comfort, especially since Qin Shui mentioned not only resurrecting him, but also endowing him with a gift of ocular power. It was Qin Shui who took the initiative to propose this. He had not broached the subject himself. What a delightful child. One would be hard-pressed to find another like him. Even with a lantern, Tobirama felt a twinge of regret. Upon his resurrection, He wished for an opportunity to confront that scoundrel who had mocked him for lacking the Sharingan. He mused, if Uchiha Izuna were to witness him manifesting a pair of formidable Sharingan, it would surely rattle him. Qing Shui observed Tobirama with amusement. The once stern and aloof second Hokage, though maintaining a serious demeanor, could not conceal the smile tugging at his lips, rendering him almost comical. Qing Shui, regarding the matter of the Sharingan, there is no rush. Tobirama cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. Naturally, if you insist on gifting it to me, I suppose I cannot refuse. Qing Shui raised an eyebrow. If you do not wish to, then so be it. Tobirama's expression darkened. How could this child be so incorrigibly playful? He swiftly shifted the topic, adopting a grave demeanor as he pondered aloud. Qing Shui, I have been meaning to discuss the Uchiha clan with you. Qing Shui nodded, encouraging Tobirama to continue. The Uchiha clan, while susceptible to malevolent influences, cannot be denied as a formidable force in battle. Tobirama hesitated, choosing his words carefully. If the Uchiha had a capable leader who could promptly rectify their misconceptions about the village and instill a proper understanding, they could indeed integrate into Konoha. Qing Shui blinked, intrigued. Tobirama, what exactly are you trying to convey? Senju Tobirama sighed and uttered a statement that seemed somewhat incongruous with his persona. Qing Shui, your stance towards the Uchiha clan is rather extreme. There is no need for such wariness. You should approach them with a gentler demeanor and aspire to lead them. I can instruct you in how to do so. As Sarutobi Hiruzen mentioned the Uchiha police force's attendance at the funeral, only to be rebuffed by Qing Shui, Tobirama observed the entire exchange. Not only was Sarutobi Hiruzen taken aback, but even Tobirama found himself at a loss. While he harbored reservations about the Uchiha clan, if he could wield this double-edged sword, public perception could indeed be transformed. Tobirama sometimes pondered whether his own chakra had subconsciously influenced Qing Shui, instilling in the boy an inexplicable bias against the Uchiha clan. After finishing his words, Tobirama glanced at Qing Shui's doubtful expression and turned away, feeling somewhat helpless. He had never imagined that he would one day counsel a member of the Uchiha to be less extreme towards his own family. Qing Shui chuckled softly. Was he truly extreme in his views of the Uchiha clan? To the broadcaster Qing Shui, this was a trivial matter. Yet one principle remained unchanged. To nurture one must first restrain, for such an approach would undoubtedly tug at the Uchiha clan's sentiments more effectively than mere benevolence, leading them to reveal greater treasures. This ninja world was, at times, quite peculiar. Qing Shui distinctly recalled how Tobirama had once grown wary upon realizing that Qing Shui could harness his power, frequently warning him about the Uchiha clan's allure and subtly attempting to influence his mindset. Yet now, he was pursuing the very act of bestowing his strength upon Qing Shui and urging him to treat the Uchiha clan with more kindness. Qing Shui shook his head. Tobirama, you needn't concern yourself with this matter. It is my will of fire. Sometimes, one must not make irrational decisions based solely on familial lineage. Precisely because he desired the prosperity of Konoha, he occasionally found it necessary to adopt a more callous attitude towards the Uchiha. Tobirama donned a mask of anguish. Why would this child not heed his counsel? The resemblance to his younger self was uncanny. In Tobirama's eyes, if Qing Shui were to employ a bit of tact to win the hearts of the people, in due time he could rally them and unseat the likes of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Seishui, ascending to the position of clan leader. If Qing Shui were to become the head of the Uchiha clan, then the Uchiha would undoubtedly become staunch loyalists of Konoha. What then would there be to fear? A glimmer of the Sharingan's crimson hue flickered in Tobirama's gaze as he contemplated finding an opportune moment to further persuade Qing Shui, determined not to let the boy continue his suppression of the Uchiha. In Qing Shui's perspective, apart from Obito, the Uchiha clan's most significant asset was Uchiha Itachi, the newborn son of Uchiha Fugaku. The Totsuka blade and Yata mirror, two potent artifacts of Susanoo, possessed formidable combat capabilities that were not to be compared with the mere ocular prowess offered by ordinary Uchiha clan members. Overthrowing Uchiha Fugaku is a task of relative simplicity. However, what Aosei seeks to impart is a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, given Uchiha Fugaku's indecisive nature, he may, under overwhelming pressure, relinquish the last vestiges of his dignity and bow before Aosei. Yet, should Uchiha Fugaku truly capitulate to Aosei, evoking any emotional turbulence within him would prove exceedingly challenging. After all, This is a man who initially endured the humiliation of relocating the Uchiha clan to the outskirts and following the death of Seishui, witnessed his clan enter a period of profound vulnerability, only to ultimately decide to rebel as a family, yet remained a passive observer while his own son slaughtered their kin and committed suicide alongside his wife. The intricacies of his psyche and thought processes are beyond even Aosei's comprehension, marked by an unsettling vacillation. There is even a tinge of concern in Aosei's heart that the weight of expectation on Uchiha Fugaku may be so great that he might become incapable of fathering Sasuke, effectively rendering him sterile. It is crucial to allow some time to pass, until Uchiha Fugaku can instill his apprehensions about Aosei into Uchiha Itachi, igniting sufficient emotions within, before this family of harvesters can be reaped. At the time of Uchiha Fugaku's funeral, when the binding of his trepidation to Aosei occurs, Aosei has already penned the script of his future fate. Aosei, do not bear too much pressure. Your strength is already sufficient to safeguard yourself and confront the impending war, spoke Senju Tobirama softly. You are correct in your thoughts. With Mito's departure, the likelihood of war indeed escalates, but this is no longer a concern for you. Aosei, however, smiled and shook his head. If one does not strive beyond mediocrity, one cannot lament the consequences of being slain. Senju Tobirama rolled his eyes and refrained from further commentary. In Aosei's heart, he harbors great anticipation for the forthcoming conflict. Within Aosei flows the direct bloodline of Kagaya Otsutsuki, now amalgamated with the Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans. Among these, the purity of the Uchiha and Senju bloodlines is paramount, providing a source for future refinement. Senju Tobirama, Tsunade, Uchiha Madara, and the entirety of the Uchiha clan stand ready to contribute to Aosei's ascendance. While the Uzumaki bloodline may lack the same level of purity, it is bolstered by the presence of Tsunade and Kushina as reserves. As for the Hyuga clan, Aosei has already sensed the ambitious scent of Hyuga Hizashi, and it is only a matter of time before they become caged birds. With the Senju as flesh, the Uzumaki as blood, the Uchiha as divinity, and the Hyuga as spirit, in the pursuit of ancestral return, there remains a crucial element missing, a bone from the Kagaya clan. The village hidden in the Mist and the Take-Torai clan, possessing the Shikatsumiyaku, have already been proactively identified by Aosei as targets to confront. Aosei slowly closed his eyes, contemplating this matter. To harness the power of Kagaya Otsutsuki, these direct bloodlines serve as fundamental prerequisites. They cannot merely be stacked together to forge a composite. Much like the so-called power of all creation, which appears to be a synthesis of Uchiha and Senju, it fundamentally derives from the confluence of Indra's and Ashura's chakras, culminating in the chakra of the Sage of Six Paths. The passage of time for this union is exceedingly slow. Uchiha Madara has aged from dark-haired youth to white-haired elder, only to attain the Rinnegan at the brink of death, a wait spanning decades. In the ordinary fusion of Senju and Uchiha, even those of notable talent, such as Uchiha Obito from the original timeline, could only wield the Sharingan techniques with relative ease, yet awakening the Rinnegan remained a distant aspiration. Along the arduous journey of merging bloodlines, one must also acquire the chakra of Otsutsuki to catalyze the integration of my lineage. Indra, Ashura, the Sage of Six Paths, and Kagaya Otsutsuki, Uchiha Madara, the foremost figure, possesses Indra's chakra, marking him as a potential candidate. Above him lies the Sage of Six Paths and Kagaya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world, the very source of it all. Establishing a connection with Kagaya Otsutsuki seems promising. The imprisoned Kagaya, confined for a millennium, appears to be a naive yet lucrative opportunity. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi approached, accompanied by a postal ninja. Chingshui, you have a package. The so-called postal ninja is a special group responsible for delivering messages between nations or ninja villages, never revealing their true names and referring to themselves solely by code names. Suspected to be an obscure organization of the currency exchange. However, their credibility in the ninja realm is remarkably high. Chingshui expressed his gratitude to Uchiha Itachi, taking a glance at the package, which bore the familiar signature, a worker planning to kill you in 10 years. With a smile, Chingshui opened the parcel, revealing a thick stack of silver notes, accompanied by numerous pieces of classified intelligence marked in red by the currency exchange. Cloud Village suspected to harbor a Jinchuriki capable of controlling tailed beast powers, The Jinchuriki Old Z from Rock Village has returned home. Concluding his travels through the ninja world, Mist Village is embroiled in internal strife. With the third Mizukage launching a purge against the bloodline clans, Sand Village faces an economic crisis, clashing with the feudal lord's administration. While the third Kazekage attempts fruitless negotiations, information leaks regarding Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, suspected to be on a mission to Sand Village, in Shinshui's hands. This intelligence, meticulously selected by Kakuzu, encompasses crucial developments within the ninja world. These pieces of information herald the awakening of various villages following the death of Uzumaki Mido. Driven by ambition or internal strife, as tensions escalate, necessitating a war to resolve the growing discord. Lastly, a note requests that when assistance is required, to contact him at no charge. Shinshui took a piece of paper and handed it to the postal ninja for delivery to Kakuzu. Inscribed with, "Contact me if you encounter any difficulties. I too offer my services free of charge." At the bottom of the note, Shinshui signed with the name of a truly benevolent employer. He waved farewell to Shisui, took a small bundle of notes, and casually handed it to him. "Distribute this among everyone." Shisui gazed at Shinshui with concern. "Brother, what are you up to, acquiring such a fortune?" Yet, Shinshui merely ruffled his hair and turned towards Uchiha Obito's home. Contemplating the matters concerning Kaguya Otsutsuki, Aosei realized that he had yet to converse with Rin Uchiha. How had his interactions with Obito Uchiha unfolded? After all, in Aosei's heart, he deemed himself the true third son of Kaguya Otsutsuki, while Black Zetsu merely occupied the position of the fourth. Perhaps this sibling, be it a brother or a sister, could aid him in forging a connection with the ultimate hidden figure, Kaguya. Aosei made his way toward Obito Uchiha's abode. At that moment, Black Zetsu was lamenting to Obito about his hardships, much like an ordinary girl, blissfully unaware that Aosei, who had come to regard him as a brother, was approaching to check on him. "Do you understand how exhausting it is to do laundry, cook, and tidy up?" Black Zetsu complained, furrowing his brow as he inspected the burn marks on Obito's arm. "You've been practicing those advanced fire techniques again? You really ought to relax a bit and not push yourself too hard. That elder from the Hatake clan, I can't shake the feeling that he harbors ill intentions. It would be best to keep your distance from him, Obito." Obito chuckled. "Isn't this all for the sake of accelerating my strength, so I can protect you better?" "I too sense something amiss with the elder," Black Zetsu replied. "Aosei is such a good person, yet he always speaks ill of him. Rest assured, Rin, I am quite formidable. I can handle all of this," Obito declared, thumping his chest with confidence. In silence, Black Zetsu applied ointment to Obito's wounds, relaxing his arm, his eyes betraying a mix of genuine concern and uncertainty. Observing Black Zetsu's demeanor, Obito couldn't help but smile, the aches from a day of training momentarily forgotten. Recently, Uchiha Shisui had intensified Obito's training regimen and had even visited their home to see Black Zetsu, behaving like a benevolent elder, extolling their bond. Yet, within his words lay subtle psychological manipulations aimed at Obito. He emphasized the importance of protecting Rin, warning that losing such a girl would be irretrievable, while instilling a sense of pride in the Uchiha clan and covertly undermining Aosei. Uchiha Shisui sought to wield language as a weapon, attempting to sow discord between Aosei and Obito, incessantly asserting that the revival of the Uchiha clan could only be achieved through a hawkish stance, deeming any compromise with Konoha as futile. Conversely, Uchiha Shisui maintained a seemingly objective and neutral perspective, deepening Black Zetsu's standing in Obito's heart. Having engaged with the Uchiha clan for millennia, Black Zetsu, familiar with Indra's reincarnation, discerned the madness and obsession concealed within Uchiha Shisui's gaze whenever he looked at him. Although his eyes appeared kind and gentle, a cruel and ferocious essence lurked beneath the surface, mastering the intricacies of human nature, particularly that of the Uchiha. Black Zetsu saw through Shisui's facade as if it were transparent. A brief investigation into Shisui's background revealed his innermost thoughts. A pitiful, impotent cur barked aimlessly, devoid of strength or future, yet brimming with an unbridled fury that found no outlet. However, the thought process bears some resemblance to that of Uchiha Madara, both seeking to manipulate Uchiha Obito's descent into darkness, using him as a pawn. The distinction lies in the fact that Madara dispatched Kaguya's Black Zetsu, while Uchiha Shina has set her sights on Black Zetsu itself. Although Black Zetsu perceives both Madara and Shina as cunning strategists of extraordinary caliber, The multitude of flaws in their plans provokes a sense of amusement, as if they were conceived in a moment of whimsy. The crux of the matter is that Madara is the sole master of the Rinnegan in the shinobi world, wielding the power of creation and destruction, making him the ideal vessel and offering for the resurrection of Kaguya Otsutsuki. Even if Black Zetsu disagrees with Madara's schemes, it finds itself compelled to assist him, albeit begrudgingly. Yet what of Uchiha Shina? Who does she think she is? A mere aged wielder of the three-tomoe Sharingan, daring to set her ambitions upon its quarry? Such folly is tantamount to courting death. After Shina's departure, Black Zetsu swiftly dismantled her verbal assault, regaining control over Obito's heart. Simultaneously, Obito's newfound affection for Aoyuki left Black Zetsu astounded. It distinctly recalls how Obito, enamored with Rin Noara, had previously harbored animosity towards Aoyuki, with Shina leveraging this to manipulate Obito effectively. However, since their last encounter, Obito inexplicably regards Aoyuki as his closest confidant. Black Zetsu suspects that even without its subtle manipulations, Shina's words could not diminish Aoyuki's esteemed position in Obito's heart. Black Zetsu harbors a measure of trepidation regarding Aoyuki's ability to sway hearts, which appears formidable, perhaps rivaling its own. Theoretically, Black Zetsu does not desire a deterioration of the relationship between Obito and Aoyuki. Obito serves as a pawn in its quest to resurrect his mother, while Aoyuki is the chosen one of Uchiha Madara. Their futures should ideally align in cooperation. In Black Zetsu's eyes, Aoyuki conceals profound secrets. As the third child of Kaguya Otsutsuki, Black Zetsu sensed an anomaly in Aoyuki's chakra on the day of his rampage, indicating he is far from an ordinary Uchiha. Recent rumors from Konoha suggest that Aoyuki possesses extraordinary talent, even capable of mastering the Vortex clan's bloodline limit, the adamantine sealing chains. Yet, Black Zetsu remains skeptical. Is he truly learning, or does he genuinely possess the bloodline of the Vortex clan? Black Zetsu has long awaited a clandestine opportunity to meet Aoyuki in close proximity to unravel the mystery of his enigmatic chakra. I must inform you that recently, Black Zetsu and Obito, reclining on the sofa, have found their material existence improved, thanks to Aoyuki's financial backing. Black Zetsu has donned a facade of mundane dissatisfaction, confiding its millennia of toil and tribulation to Obito, releasing the pent-up pressure within. Even it must concede that conversing with Obito is indeed a pleasurable experience. As a semi-sentient being, Black Zetsu possesses an innate desire for communication. Yet, throughout generations, before Indra, it has been forced to disguise its true self, unable to express its innermost thoughts. However, to the astonishment of Kurizetsu, even without assuming the persona of Uchiha Rin, Uchiha Obito would smile warmly at it, much like a loyal pet listening to its owner venting about their troubles and fatigue. This was an experience Kurizetsu had never encountered before, granting it a sensation of being a living, breathing person. Just as Kurizetsu rambled on, a gentle knock echoed from the door of Uchiha Obito's home. Is it that old fellow Uchiha Seishui again? Kurizetsu muttered under its breath, gesturing for Uchiha Obito to answer the door. With a resigned shake of his head, Uchiha Obito opened the door, exclaiming with delight, "Aqua, what brings you here?" Aqua stood at the threshold, holding beautifully wrapped food and gifts, adorned with a gentle smile. "Obito, it's been a while since we last met. I've missed you. What? Am I not welcome inside?" She playfully shoved the gifts into Uchiha Obito's hands, teasing, "If you're busy, I won't impose." "What are you saying, Aqua? I'm delighted by your visit." Uchiha Obito replied, grabbing Aqua's arm with a beaming smile. "Look at you, arriving with so many things." As Aqua removed her shoes and stepped inside Uchiha Obito's home, she was immediately captivated. It was clean, tidy, and elegantly decorated, exuding a classical beauty with a refined aesthetic. "This is mine, all mine," Uchiha Obito said while introducing Kurizetsu to Aqua, scratching his head with a slight blush. "I know it's yours, Obito," Aqua chuckled lightly, teasing him further, which only deepened his blush while he grinned widely. "Hello, Rin, how have you been lately?" Aqua greeted Kurizetsu, their gazes meeting, both faces adorned with gentle smiles. "Thank you for your concern, Aqua-kun," Kurizetsu replied, scanning Aqua's expression with a sinking feeling. Despite its self-proclaimed understanding of the Uchiha clan, it could only discern genuine warmth and concern in Aqua's demeanor, failing to detect any anomaly. "Oh dear, have I encountered a rival?" Setting aside Aqua's secret, Kurizetsu began to take her emotional disguise seriously. Kurizetsu did not believe that any Uchiha could possess a smile like Aqua's. In a millennium, it had never witnessed such a demeanor. Aqua nodded slightly, recognizing Kurizetsu's reaction. At that moment, Kurizetsu resembled a radiant neighborly girl, and even Aqua's discerning eyes could not perceive anything unusual. Obito, the arrangement of your home is quite impressive. It boasts a layered vintage design, Aqua remarked, glancing around the room with genuine admiration. You must have sought out a renowned craftsman for this. Uchiha Obito chuckled heartily, sitting on the sofa alongside Aqua, proudly proclaiming, "This was all Rin's design. Isn't it wonderful? It is said that the style currently popular in the Land of Fire is quite remarkable." Qingshui nodded, giving a thumbs up. "It is truly impressive. The depth of this mural feels as though it has emerged from that era, deserving to be termed a masterpiece." Heiju's heart skipped a beat, yet Qingshui continued to engage in casual conversation with Uchiha Obito. Was there any flaw in this mural? None at all. It merely reflects a decorative style. For an indeterminate span of time, Heiju had roamed without a home, requiring no shelter. For the technique of the mayfly allowed it to rest upon the expanse of heaven and earth. However, since spending time with Uchiha Obito, Heiju had gradually grown accustomed to the comforting sensation of having a safe haven, allowing its true self to flourish in unique comfort. Thus, with a hint of whimsy, it adorned its first abode according to its own tastes, imparting a touch of nostalgia. Heiju mused, does it truly seem as though it has emerged from that era? This sounded like a genuine compliment, yet when combined with Qingshui's chakra, which seemingly bore the qualities of the Senju, Uzumaki, and Uchiha clans, Heiju felt an unsettling dissonance. As if it were being subtly pointed out, was this a mere coincidence? Uchiha Obito and Qingshui were engaged in a delightful conversation, akin to the camaraderie of close friends. Meanwhile, Heiju, who occasionally interjected, felt increasingly burdened. It was evident to Heiju that, just as it manipulated Uchiha Obito, the dialogue between Qingshui and Uchiha Obito seemed to be orchestrated, with the seemingly simple-minded Obito being led by Qingshui's influence. Uchiha Obito even embellished tales of Uchiha Kakashi disparaging Qingshui, recounting them to Qingshui with added flourish. How much time had passed? Not long ago. Heiju distinctly remembered Uchiha Obito proclaiming a desire to reclaim everything and defeat Qingshui. How could he have so completely reversed his stance now? After indulging in their conversation for a while, Uchiha Obito grasped Qingshui's arm, saying, "Don't leave, Qingshui. Stay here for dinner. I shall cook for you. Rest assured, my culinary skills are commendable, all thanks to Rin's meticulous guidance. You two continue your chat while I prepare the meal." Uchiha Obito dove into the kitchen, while Qingshui turned to smile at Uchiha Rin. "How fortunate you are, Rin, to have found such a pure-hearted boy like Obito, who loves you deeply. He is truly a genius of the Uchiha clan." In the kitchen, Obito, initially eavesdropping on the conversation between Qingshui and Heiju, couldn't help but grin at the praise. As expected of Qingshui, a wave of guilt washed over Uchiha Obito. How could he have previously harbored such doubts about someone so forthright? With determination, Uchiha Obito added an abundance of meat to the dish, vowing that today's meal would leave Qingshu thoroughly satisfied. Heiju smiled in a standardized manner, gazing at Qingshui. "You flatter me, Qingshui-kun." Qingshui shook his head, reflecting, "Obito, I regard him as my own brother. With you overseeing him, witnessing the harmony and mutual support in your relationship, I gradually forget the loneliness of the past, and my heart finds solace. However, one must not indulge Obito excessively. There are times when sternness is necessary. As a member of the Uchiha clan, one must endure certain tribulations to truly forge greatness. Though I am reluctant to burden Obito, there are moments when compassion must be set aside," remarked Aosei with a hint of nostalgia. Yet, Kurizetsu found the sentiment peculiar. What did it mean to forget past solitude while simultaneously admonishing oneself against softness? Kurizetsu felt a strange notion arise, as if Aosei's words were a veiled criticism of its shared existence with Obito, suggesting a neglect of more pressing matters. Suppressing its internal inquiries, Kurizetsu engaged in casual conversation with Aosei, contemplating how best to approach him. As long as their bodies made contact, Kurizetsu could employ a unique technique to ascertain Aosei's peculiarities. However, with Obito present, any rash interaction with Aosei might lead to misunderstandings. "Dinner is ready, Rin, Aosei." exclaimed Uchiha Obito, busily presenting an array of sumptuous dishes. Wiping his brow as he invited Kurizetsu and Aosei to take a seat. Aosei nodded with a smile and took a bite. Indeed, Obito's culinary skills were commendable, showcasing the flair of a true chef. Aosei pondered this, considering it perhaps a manifestation of Obito's extraordinary potential. In less than a year, he had transformed from a mere Uchiha unable to contend with a rock-hidden jonin into a formidable warrior capable of inheriting most of Uchiha Madara's techniques and standing against Minato Namikaze. How could the trivial challenge of cooking possibly hinder Obito's affection for Kurizetsu? After a while, Uchiha Obito set down his chopsticks, his brow furrowing as he addressed Aosei. Aosei, I have a favor to ask. Aosei raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unexpected formality. Obito chuckled bashfully. Ever since Rin rescued me last time, I've noticed her stamina seems lacking. She appears exhausted after even the simplest chores. I worry she hasn't fully recovered. Could you assist in checking her condition? Kurizetsu's expression froze. It was not a lack of stamina that plagued it, but rather a desire for Obito to comprehend its struggles. Yet, upon reconsideration, this presented an opportunity for physical contact with Aosei. Kurizetsu often regretted not probing Aosei during its rescue, though at that moment, Aosei had shown no signs of abnormality. With a sigh, Kurizetsu said, Aosei-kun, I sometimes experience headaches and fatigue. Aosei nodded in understanding, extending his fingers in a gentlemanly manner, delicately placing them upon Kurizetsu's wrist. Obito watched with concern, seemingly apprehensive about Aosei delivering an unfavorable diagnosis, as Kurizetsu maintained the facade of a normal human through the white zetsu shell. It subtly sensed Aosei's presence. In that instant, while Rin's exterior remained unchanged, the eyes of Kurizetsu widened in astonishment. What had it sensed? The presence of at least 4 distinct bloodlines: Senju, Uzumaki, Uchiha, and Hyuga, all direct descendants of powerful maternal lineage. From the target, Kurizetsu, you have acquired the technique of the mayfly. As Black Zetsu sought to further perceive the essence of Qing Shui, the latter had already raised his finger and turned to Uchiha Obito with a smile, saying, Rest assured, Obito, Lin is in excellent health. Her vitality is indeed flourishing. Uchiha Obito let out a long sigh of relief. During their parting, Qing Shui and Uchiha Obito exchanged farewells with Black Zetsu. Lin, be sure to cherish your time with Obito. With your love to nurture him, he shall grow ever stronger. Uchiha Obito nodded resolutely. Fear not, Qing Shui. I will grow stronger and protect Lin. To the casual observer, Black Zetsu appeared to bid farewell to Qing Shui normally, yet internally, tumultuous waves surged. Qing Shui was undoubtedly a being of considerable complexity. At the very least, he bore the essence of 4 direct bloodlines of the Otsutsuki clan, and it seemed he was even capable of sensing things beyond the reach of even the most seasoned Indra. Unbeknownst to Black Zetsu, Qing Shui was actually unaware of this. Yet he could hear the sound of coins in his mind. The moment the coins erupted, Qing Shui withdrew his finger. In Black Zetsu's eyes, if Qing Shui's withdrawal was not mere coincidence, then he possessed the ability to perceive secret techniques that had eluded Indra throughout the ages. For millennia, Black Zetsu had utilized similar methods to identify the reincarnations of chakra, yet had never been discovered. Thus, through this lens, Qing Shui's image in Black Zetsu's mind became increasingly enigmatic. The seemingly ambiguous words exchanged between Qing Shui and Uchiha Obito seemed to carry deep significance, devoid of malice, and even bore a hint of encouragement. It was as if Qing Shui had come to check whether Black Zetsu was performing his duties well and if assistance was required. Black Zetsu pondered for a long time, unable to ascertain Qing Shui's true origins. Yet, certain names began to surface in his mind, names that held a status even higher than that of Indra and Azura. And Qing Shui's peculiar attitude towards Black Zetsu was equally baffling. If he were connected to those 2 rebellious offspring, such behavior would be implausible. But how could Qing Shui possibly be linked to the mother? It was all too intricate. Far too intricate. Lin, Qing Shui is truly a remarkable person, Uchiha Obito remarked sincerely, gazing at Qing Shui's retreating figure. Black Zetsu's gaze deepened, indeed. Having lurked within the shinobi world for millennia, Black Zetsu had never experienced such an odd sensation as he did today. Qing Shui was like a shroud of mist, causing Black Zetsu, who prided himself on his knowledge of shinobi history, to feel a rare tension brought forth by the unknown. Perhaps due to the pressure exerted by Qing Shui, Black Zetsu instinctively tightened his grip on the hand that Obito held. Uchiha Obito smiled, wrapping his arm around Black Zetsu's shoulder, and together they watched Qing Shui's silhouette fade from view. A few days later, "Brother, have you heard?" Shui burst through the door, running up to Qing Shui, who was deep in meditation, and said with a hint of worry, "Kakashi's father has encountered an incident, and everyone is talking about it." "Kakashi's father has encountered an incident?" Qing Shui slowly opened his eyes and replied softly, "Do not rush, Shui, speak slowly." Shui furrowed his brow, his tone laced with hesitation. "Rumors are circulating in the village that Lord Shikamo has failed in his top-secret mission, and other hidden villages have begun to accuse Konoha of attempting to instigate war. The public opinion in the ninja world is decidedly unfavorable to us." "How do you know this, Shui?" Aoi's gaze flickered as he shook his head. "As a student of the Ninja Academy, even if Lord Shikamo's mission has failed, it should not be information accessible to you." "Why has Shui not yet graduated from the academy?" "Because Aoi does not permit it. Aoi requires Shui to accumulate an insatiable desire for strength, like a coiled spring. The longer he is restrained, the more powerful his eventual release will be. And as a genius, he must contribute accordingly to Aoi's expectations. In the face of his brother's command, Shui can only submit to him." This was merely Aoi's excessive concern and worry. While Shui felt a sense of joy from his brother's affection, he simultaneously exerted himself in the academy, relentlessly defeating all his contemporaries and progressively passing his assessments with each teacher. "I find it quite perplexing, brother. Almost the entire village is abuzz with this news, creating quite a stir," Shui remarked. "Even the students at the academy, regardless of whether they hail from ninja clans or are commoners, are discussing it, almost as if someone is deliberately spreading the word." Aoi chuckled internally, nodding in understanding. The scale of this uproar appeared far more formidable than what Shikamo experienced in the original timeline. In that timeline, Uchiha Obito had only a vague understanding of the situation, relying on Minato to relay the details. Yet now, even a student from the Ninja Academy, like Shui, had acquired such insight into the events, including the reactions of neighboring nations, which was quite intriguing. Aoi retrieved the intelligence sent by Kakuzu, extracting a particular document. Information leak regarding Konoha's White Fang, Shikamo, suspected of executing a mission in Sunagakure. Kakuzu's sources were obtained from the black market, indicating that Shikamo's whereabouts had long been known there. This was decidedly unsettling. In the black market, while intelligence from various factions was available, information pertaining to the 5 great hidden villages typically exhibited a significant delay and lacked immediacy. For instance, the economic crisis in Sunagakure, the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure, and the internal strife in Kirigakure were only gradually detected by intelligence brokers after a period of time, eventually coalescing into reports sold on the black market. However, the information about Shikamo was different. Aoi distinctly remembered that after the funeral of Kushina, Kakashi had mentioned, at the behest of his father, bringing oil to Aoi to establish rapport, indicating that Shikamo was still in Konoha at that time. Yet, just days later, Aoi had received Kakuzu's parcel. Considering the timeliness of the messenger's delivery, Aoi could ascertain that Shikamo's mission had been compromised even before it commenced. And given Shikamo's esteemed position within Konoha, the mission he personally undertook must have been classified as top secret. Thus, it was evident that there was an insider, and one of considerable rank at that. As for the identity of the traitor, Qing Shui had already formed a suspicion, yet he still inquired, "Tobirama, what is your perspective?" Within the village, turmoil had arisen. Senju Tobirama, his expression somber, spoke in a low voice. "The intelligence from that bounty hunter has confirmed that the mission of Hatake Tsukumo was prematurely leaked. The widespread dissemination of the failure of Tsukumo's mission indicates that the leak did not originate from enemy spies, but rather was exacerbated by individuals in high positions, who manipulated public opinion to attack Hatake Tsukumo. Consequently, this is a sordid internal strife colluding with the enemy village's ninjas." Upon hearing Shui's account, Senju Tobirama swiftly organized his thoughts in his mind. For someone who had served as the second Hokage, discerning the underlying issues was a trivial task. If that holds true, who do you suspect the traitor might be? Qing Shui murmured the names of the higher-ups: Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Koharu, Mito Kage, or the head of the Umbu squad leaders, or perhaps one of the advisors from the decision-making circle, such as the Nara clan. Senju Tobirama, his demeanor stern, replied slowly, Every conflict fundamentally arises from the clash of interests. Whoever Hitaki Tsukumo obstructed, that individual would likely be the prime suspect. Qingshui nodded in agreement. Yet, whom could Tsukumo have impeded among these high-ranking officials? Although he has achieved remarkable military accomplishments, he remains utterly devoted to the Hokage, a sharp blade for the village. Senju Tobirama squinted, deep in contemplation. Sarutobi Hiruzen? No. Before Qingshui's emergence, there was a slim possibility. After all, Hitaki Tsukumo's reputation in Konoha has now surpassed that of the 3 members of the Sarutobi clan. To ensure a smooth transition for the next Hokage and to avoid disputes regarding the legitimacy of the master-disciple succession system, it would not be implausible for someone to suppress Tsukumo. However, after Qingshui's appearance and the truth learned from Uzumaki Mido, Hiruzen would not see Tsukumo as a threat unless he had succumbed to senility. Qingshui is far from being a formidable shadow-level adversary. As for Uchiha Koharu and Mido Kage, these 2 advisors from Konoha lacked any motivation. If any internal strife were to arise from self-interest, it would be directed towards Danzo, the Hokage's advisor, rather than targeting Tsukumo at the Hokage level. The Nara clan is similarly aligned. The Ino Shikicho trio has always been staunch supporters of the Sarutobi clan. Regarding what Qingshui mentioned about the Umbu leader and division leaders, Senju Tobirama dismissed them outright. Their status and power were insufficient. Thus, the only remaining suspect was Shimura Danzo. Senju Tobirama's countenance darkened. He held no animosity towards Danzo, having previously regarded him favorably. Tobirama merely believed that Danzo was unfit to assume the role of Hokage. Nonetheless, this did not diminish the significance of the position of Hokage's advisor, a role that many Konoha ninjas aspired to yet could not attain. However, the recent conduct of Shimura Danzo has aroused suspicion in Senju Tobirama. His earlier demeanor, characterized by arrogance and a desire to forcibly recruit Aoi to the root, suggests this is not the first instance of such behavior. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction was hardly surprising. Asuma discovered that Danzo and Orochimaru had clandestinely abducted ninjas from the village for experiments on wood release, resulting in numerous casualties. During the transfer of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Danzo not only failed to support Hiruzen, the Hokage, but also adopted a menacing posture, attempting to extract guarantees that could undermine Hiruzen's position. With all these incidents accumulating, Tobirama could not help but exhale a long, troubled sigh. The ninja world is not solely plagued by the so-called malevolence of the Uchiha clan. This malevolence, rather, can be described as a manifestation of the psychological strain ninjas endure from a young age, leading them to a state of obsession where they act irrationally and abandon their moral compass, resorting to any means necessary to fulfill their inner desires. This phenomenon is common, though it is more pronounced among the Uchiha due to the effects of the Sharingan on the mind. Tobirama recalled the complex and reluctant expression on Danzo's face the day he was left behind, their fierce argument over the Hokage position and Hiruzen's composure, their long-standing rivalry, and the recent troubling events, all pointing to a significant issue. Danzo, consumed by his ambition for the Hokage title, had become obsessively deluded, much like an Uchiha ensnared by malevolence. Although Tobirama lacked concrete evidence, his intuition honed over years of serving as Hokage, coupled with his profound understanding of Danzo, led him to harbor deep suspicions about his former apprentice. Tobirama, why the silence? Aoi observed the taciturn Senju Tobirama and sighed. An insider is indeed a challenging predicament. I suspect it is Danzo. Tobirama coldly replied. Aoi, please investigate this matter. It is crucial for the village's future. Danzo? Aoi suppressed a smile, shaking his head in confusion. An insider could be the Hokage's advisor? Tobirama, I find your perspective somewhat extreme. If the second in command turns against his own, the village cannot survive. One must remain impartial. Although Danzo's methods may diverge from the will of fire, such a grave betrayal seems implausible, does it not? Tobirama sighed heavily. Aoi, you remain too naive. People can change, especially in the ninja world. The human heart is the most inscrutable of enigmas. Tobirama spoke solemnly. Love, power, obsession, these elements, coupled with the path of the ninja, can easily lead one to darkness. This is precisely why I advocate for the will of fire. Aoi, do you regard the will of fire as rigorous? Tobirama inquired, observing Aoi's bewildered expression. Aoi chuckled. It's acceptable. Arguably more advanced than the slogans of other hidden villages. This response from Aoi, if uttered by anyone else, would have been considered a grave misstep. To characterize the will of fire with a slogan may be perceived as a mere metaphor, lacking in fidelity. Yet, Senju Tobirama's words brought clarity. Indeed, the will of fire is but a slogan. He spoke softly, conveying that the will of fire does not adhere to strict regulations, nor does it possess concrete implementation conditions. Rather, it serves to unite hearts, providing a glimmer of hope and aspiration for ninjas burdened by overwhelming pressure, a form of inner solace. Is the will of fire significant? It holds importance, yet not in the way one might think. What truly matters lies deep within the core beliefs for the well-being of friends, companions, and the village, rather than merely reciting the slogan while harboring selfish desires. Shui gazed at Tobirama with a sense of bewilderment, blinking in astonishment. Tobirama, do you truly intend to embody the Hokage of the will of fire with such a dispassionate approach? How can you maintain that persona? For some time now, Senju Tobirama had been instilling in Shui peculiar notions, distinct from the traditional will of fire, endeavoring to guide Shui to think as he did in his role as Hokage, reminiscent of his own days donning a conical hat. This was not akin to Sarutobi Hiruzen praising Uchiha Itachi for being able to think from a Hokage's perspective at the tender age of 7. Rather, it was a heartfelt message to Shui that some things are merely slogans, tools for unification. As a Hokage, one must consider the appropriate attitude and mindset, seemingly fearful that Shui might become an overly benevolent individual. Unconsciously, Shui tightened his garments. He did not yet feel the chill. Yet it seemed that Senju Tobirama was eager to drape the conical hat and crimson ceremonial robe upon him. Sensing his deviation from the topic, Tobirama awkwardly cleared his throat. Acknowledging Shui's talent and golden heart, he genuinely feared that Shui might fall into the whirlpool of the will of fire. Embracing the peculiar belief in mutual understanding that had ensnared his elder brother, thus forgetting that wars arise from irreconcilable conflicts of interest. In the past, Tobirama had been frustrated by his inability to dissuade Hashirama from his strange ideologies, ultimately resorting to maneuvering to secure some benefits for Konoha, yet still unable to withstand his brother's humble supplications at the Five Kage summit. Tobirama truly did his utmost. Having finally encountered Shui, he could not bear to watch his own kin become a fool like his elder brother. In summary, this matter is of utmost seriousness. Heed my words, Shui. Understood, Tobirama. Shui replied with a smile. All along, the streamer Shui had been performing diligently for his esteemed audience. Now that the second-ranking elder brother was to take center stage for a grand performance, Shui was eager to witness the spectacle. Senju Tobirama pondered for a moment before slowly articulating. First, seek out Kakashi Hitaki. I must gather first-hand intelligence and assess his condition before devising our next course of action. Shui nodded in agreement. I understand. Brother, where are you headed? Shirzue asked, watching Shui rise with concern. Are you going to find Lord Kakashi? Yes. I must inquire about the situation, Shui replied, gently ruffling Shirzue's hair. Stay home and be well. This matter is not simple, Shirzue. When you have clarified your thoughts, you shall be ready to graduate. With a gleam of joy in his eyes, Shui realized that his brother had finally opened the door for him to achieve his graduation. After Shui departed, Shui sought out Might Dai and Might Guy, hoping to engage in a collective brainstorming session with the father-son duo. Uncle Dai, what is your perspective on this matter? However, Might Dai's response was rather straightforward. The exuberant beast of youth from Konoha, the eccentric Dai, merely scratched his head and chuckled. Shui, such questions are far too profound for a mere genin like me. I have never undertaken any classified missions in my life. I have always been busy chasing cats and delivering packages. If it weren't for Shui extending his hand to me, I wouldn't have even found teammates for a C-rank mission. Shui gazed at the imposing figure of Might Dai, whose muscular arms seemed capable of shattering steel with a single punch, and he sighed. C-rank missions? I do not know what Might Dai was like in the past. However, I do know that he is a man who can cultivate the lightning release chakra mode through sheer willpower, beginning with the faintest currents of electricity and gradually unleashing a tempest of lightning, constantly striving to enhance his physical prowess. Shui also understood that Might Dai possessed a secret technique reputed to amplify strength manifold within a short span. In Shui's eyes, Might Dai had already attained the prowess of a jonin, yet his mind remained remarkably simple. Might Guy frowned, seemingly lost in contemplation. If a comrade is in peril and I do not intervene, that would be a grave betrayal of youth, would it not? I would be haunted by such an act, unable to find peace in sleep. However, Jishui countered, but what if, like Mr. Shikomo, saving someone brings consequences to the village? He too found himself ensnared in confusion. How does one reconcile this with the will of fire? At that moment, the ambiguous nature of the will of fire collided with the unwavering ninja principle of task completion as the two ideals clashed. On one hand, there was the code of conduct inherent to a ninja. On the other, the will of fire espoused by Konoha. Konoha ninjas were naturally bound by these two conflicting tenets. And in the case of Hatake Shikomo, a logical paradox emerged, prompting Jishui and Might Guy to ponder deeply. Might Guy silently observed the increasingly troubled expressions of Might Guy and Jishui, shaking his head. To him, many matters need not be overly complicated. Guy Jishui. Might Guy began slowly. As a ninja of Konoha, I too would be at a loss in a situation akin to that of Shikomo. However, if my mission companions were you two, or Qing Shui, regardless of the criticism I may face in the future, I would unhesitatingly use all my strength to shield you from adversaries. This is the answer that my youth imparts to me. Sometimes, it is unnecessary to overthink. One ought to follow the call of their youthful heart. Might Guy proclaimed loudly, giving a thumbs up to Guy and Jishui. Is today's training not yet concluded? Let us diligently practice, for if we encounter danger in the future and are forced to witness our loved ones face such difficult choices, we could only weep in regret. And that would be far from youthful. The water's edge and Maitade were roused from their contemplative state by Maitade's resolute words. As Jishui gazed at the unwavering conviction of Maitade, an inexplicable flutter stirred within him. Indeed, why dwell on so much? After all, should Qing Shui find himself in peril, Jishui would unhesitatingly lay down his life, regardless of the circumstances. Maitade scratched his head and remarked, "You are absolutely right, my dear father." His sentiments echoed those of his father. If one cannot rescue their companions in times of need, then youth itself has lost all significance. Observing the newfound clarity in the two individuals, Maitade sighed inwardly but fervently proclaimed, "Let us shatter the haze of youth with the sweat we cultivate today." Jishui contemplated the fervent Maitade father and son duo. The seemingly simple Maitade possessed an almost primal intuition, consistently making the right choices. At that moment, Qing Shui arrived at the home of Hatake Shikomo. What a sweat-drenched afternoon it had been. Little Fan, drenched in perspiration, had been thoroughly reprimanded by his superior. Fortunately, the leader had not discovered the identity of the book I was writing. Little Fan continued to write, promising another update soon. Future updates might be delayed, as I anticipated the occasional check-in, but thankfully, I had devised a strategy. While idling, I contemplated the outline, ready to draft at home. I truly am a genius, not to be taken lightly. Qing Shui gently rapped on the door of Hatake Shikomo's residence. Throughout his journey, he activated his sensory ninjutsu, amplifying his senses to eavesdrop on the village's discussions. The situation was even more dire than he had anticipated. Not only the students of the Ninja Academy, but also ordinary villagers had begun to engage in fervent discourse about the matter, the intensity rising as if an unseen hand were propelling it all. This topic, indeed, bore its own sensational allure, entwining the will of fire and the code of the ninja. In the current ninja world, it presented a moral dilemma akin to the trolley problem, leaving both sides in a quandary. Senju Tobirama's expression grew increasingly grim. He had once sacrificed his life to prove that the will of fire was warm. Yet now it seemed someone sought to negate his sacrifice, yearning to revert ninjas to an era of cold utility. After a considerable time, the door to Hatake Shikomo's home creaked open. Before Qing Shui stood a disheveled man with hair resembling a bird's nest and eyes devoid of luster. The former Hatake Shikomo had embodied a drawn sword, exuding a calm demeanor and standing tall, radiating the essence of a man worthy of trust, steadfast and self-assured. Yet now, although his attire remained neat, his gaze was clouded with confusion and disarray, and his posture betrayed a sense of defeat, as if he feared being discovered. This stark contrast astonished Qing Shui. "Please, come in, Qing Shui-kun." Hatake Shikomo managed a strained smile as he stepped inside, pouring a cup of tea for Qing Shui. "I apologize, Qing Shui-kun, for allowing the village's youth to witness me in such a dismal state." Qing Shui surveyed the interior, noting that Kakashi was not at home. "Mr. Shikomo, I wish to inquire about the current rumors circulating within the village. Qing Shui gazed steadily at Hatake Tsukumo and spoke directly. Could you enlighten me on the circumstances of that time? If there are issues, I shall promptly relay them to the third Hokage. You are a hero of the village and should not be subjected to such slander. Upon hearing Qing Shui's words, Hatake Tsukumo lowered his head in resignation. Qing Shui-kun, I appreciate your concern. Since my mission failed, you are the first person to visit me, and I am truly grateful. There is little to say about this matter. I did indeed botch the mission, causing losses for the land of fire and the village, and potentially sparking war. Such consequences are the punishment I deserve. Qing Shui furrowed his brow. The purity of Tsukumo appeared to be even more profound than he had imagined. War is not something that can be incited by 1 or 2 missions. The covert operations of various hidden villages, the skirmishes at the borders, and the dispatching of spies, none of these have ever triggered a war. If one truly wished to engage in warfare, even the so-called peace agreements would be effortlessly torn asunder. This charade has been playing out since the First Shinobi World War. Qing Shui did not believe that even Tsukumo, no matter how naive, could fail to recognize this reality. There must be another reason that pierced the depths of his heart. Mr. Tsukumo, this matter is of great importance to me. Qing Shui pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. To be candid, had I found myself in a situation akin to yours, I would unhesitatingly choose to save my comrades, even at the cost of mission failure. In my view, breaking the ninja code that places missions above all else is fundamentally flawed. Yet, if we do not value our comrades, then what significance does the will of fire we have studied for so long hold? Thus, Mr. Tsukumo, this is not merely your dilemma. It pertains to the future of the village and the essence of our beliefs. Hatake Tsukumo gradually lifted his head, silently gazing at Qing Shui. After a prolonged silence, a hoarse voice emerged from his lips. Recounting the events of that day, I received an order from the village to lead a small team to investigate the current status of the Jinchuriki in Sunagakure. Recent intelligence indicated that various hidden villages had begun to develop their Jinchuriki, which heightened the village's anxiety. However, we fell into an ambush. As we approached Sunagakure, our presence was compromised. 2 of my comrades became surrounded by the enemy, and I was compelled to intervene, only to encounter enemy reinforcements. Ultimately, I managed to break through the encirclement with them, but I also revealed my identity. Sunagakure issued a stern protest to the village, which was conveyed throughout the shinobi world. The Wagakure, Humogakure, and Kirigakure followed suit, accusing Konohagakure of attempting to instigate war and demanding appropriate sanctions. Hatake Tsukumo lowered his head once more. Qing Shui, there is no need to counsel me. As a ninja, failing to complete a mission and facing punishment is a rightful consequence. Qing Shui gazed at the tormented Hatake Tsukumo and shook his head. For a ninja like Tsukumo, this truly was a deadlock. Emerging from the Warring States period, he bears the distinct essence of a samurai, much like the foundational members meticulously nurtured by Shimura Danzo. His mind is consumed solely by the mission at hand. With self-awareness reduced to mere steel, a blade devoid of purpose. Once that blade can no longer cleave, it is deemed expendable. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. Hatake Tsukumo is not a mere shadow lurking in obscurity. He also absorbs fragments of light, experiencing the warmth bestowed by the will of fire, which nourishes his soul. Should he choose to rescue his comrades, the failure of the mission would torment his conscience. As a ninja is indoctrinated to prioritize the mission above all. Conversely, if he refrains from intervening, the fire within him would interrogate his resolve. Each course of action holds its own rationale, yet none seem entirely right. Aqueous shook his head, contemplating the ideological clash between the warring states and the era of villages. Since the establishment of Konohagakure, various clans and commoners have united to form a singular village, fostering bonds of camaraderie. The shinobi, once cold instruments thrust into battle from childhood, have gradually metamorphosed into beings possessing lives and daily experiences. However, the fundamental identity remains unchanged. To uphold the reputation of their employers, the village must outwardly proclaim the supremacy of missions, while internally, in a bid to foster unity, they invoke the will of fire. Hatake Tsukumo stands at the heart of this conflict, embodying the contradictions of his time. Mr. Tsukumo, may I inquire, do you harbor any regrets? Aqueous spoke softly. If granted another choice, would you opt to complete the mission or safeguard your comrades? Tsukumo's lips parted, the word protect poised on the brink of utterance. Yet it could not escape his lips. Mr. Tsukumo, I have a query. Why is it that all the villagers are now aware of this matter? You were tasked with a confidential mission, and even in the event of failure, such knowledge should be confined to the higher echelons and elite shinobi. Aqueous shifted the topic, observing the turmoil within Hatake Tsukumo, and continued, I believe this is far from straightforward. Perhaps someone is manipulating public opinion to ensnare you. Tsukumo let out a hollow laugh. That is of little consequence, Aqueous. Confidential missions and protests from other hidden villages, as you articulated, are matters that should remain on the Hokage's desk. As a prominent jonin and pillar of the village, Tsukumo is acutely aware that if Sarutobi Hiruzen wished to quell these rumors, it would be a simple endeavor. Dispatching a few umbu and issuing internal statements would swiftly resolve these issues. The current circumstances only indicate that the representative of the will of fire, the third Hokage, harbors considerable discontent towards him. Tsukumo gradually closed his eyes, overwhelmed by a medley of emotions. This marked the first time in his life that he had failed a mission. Nevertheless, he is not the first Konoha shinobi to encounter such a fate. During the Second Shinobi World War, Sarutobi Hiruzen's three disciples, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, faced a humiliating defeat against Hanzo of the Salamander, depleting their forces and earning the notoriety of the legendary Sannin. Truchen Tenjong and his associates have frequently stirred trouble in enemy territories, and their exposure has become a commonplace occurrence. Recently, Orochimaru's inhumane human experiments prompted a personal investigation led by Kakashi Hatake, revealing scenes of unimaginable horror involving the young test subjects that left even a battle-hardened warrior like him profoundly shaken. Yet, despite the actions of Orochimaru, Shimura Danzo, and the vanquished Jiraiya and Tsunade, none faced significant criticism within the village. Instead, a facade of tranquility prevailed. Danzo remained the trusted advisor to the Hokage, and Orochimaru's twisted experiments went unmentioned, while the once derided title of the legendary Sannin transformed into a revered legend over the years. Many children from the ninja academies now idolize Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru as the legendary trio. This peculiar phenomenon left Kakashi perplexed, questioning why he alone was subjected to such scrutiny. Aqua observed Kakashi's increasingly despondent demeanor, silently amused by the unfolding drama. Indeed, it was not merely a matter of the shinobi code or the will of fire. Kakashi, as a formidable force in Konoha, had come to confront the harsh reality of his standing and the bitter taste of injustice. Why, he pondered, was he the only one to endure such disparagement? Ultimately, ninjas are not devoid of emotions. Even if he was not a disciple of the Hokage lineage, he could not help but contemplate this dilemma, a sentiment entirely human. Particularly when compared to the Sannin, Kakashi had earned his accolades as a hero during the Second Shinobi World War, having slain the esteemed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law from Sunagakure. While he may not possess notable achievements, he certainly had his share of hardships. Kakashi sought neither grand rewards nor lofty status. Yet it seemed unreasonable for the higher-ups to allow the village to unleash a torrent of criticism against him without restraint. He had ceased to demand much, merely yearning for a modicum of compassionate understanding, yet he found none forthcoming. Aqua, assessing Kakashi's increasingly gloomy visage, softly remarked, Mr. Kakashi, there is no need for such self-reproach over a failed mission. Even the Hokage has faced failures. A spark flickered in Kakashi's eyes. Aqua, some things ought not to be spoken lightly. Aqua shook his head. While I cannot fathom why the third Hokage has not intervened to quell this rumor, I believe he comprehends your turmoil. Perhaps there are underlying circumstances yet to be uncovered. Mr. Kakashi, you must be aware that during the First Shinobi World War, the third Hokage, as the Umbu leader, along with Danzo, Inuzuka Yasuo, and my grandfather Uchiha Kagami, were besieged by the forces of Kimogakure. As the Umbu, their sole duty was to protect the Hokage. Thus, I surmise that the third Hokage has experienced the intricate conflict between the will of fire and the shinobi code. Please remain patient. Circumstances may yet take a favorable turn. Kakashi's breathing grew heavier. Aqua's words resonated with the weight of unembellished history. As the Umbu acted to ensure the Hokage's retreat, Senju Tobirama met his demise upon the battlefield. This burden of guilt, even if the second Hokage had voluntarily chosen to fall back, was exceedingly difficult to absolve. The weight of this realization pressed heavily upon Hatake Tsukumo's heart. In his innocence, he could not help but draw comparisons with Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. Shimura Danzo was not even in the same league for him. Yet Aoi's words pierced through the last bastion of his resolve, making it clear that the third Hokage and the upper echelons of Konoha, including Shimura Danzo, could indeed comprehend his feelings. Their lives were sustained amid the conflict between the will of fire and the ninja code. How could they not feel the weight of such turmoil? The reason for not quelling the rumors became painfully evident. The will of fire protects only the disciples of the Hokage, leaving ordinary ninjas like him, regardless of their heroic deeds in battle, to face scrutiny. Senju Tobirama listened in silence to Aoi's words, his inner fury intensifying. Just as Aoi had articulated, their lives thrived under the illumination of the will of fire. How could such rumors be allowed to proliferate unchecked when it came to others? Not only was Shimura Danzo the shadowy figure Tobirama had identified, but he also began to sense something amiss with Sarutobi Hiruzen. What was the third Hokage doing? Why had he not quelled the rumors? At this moment, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen were to punish Hatake Tsukumo, it would be acceptable. A definitive conclusion from the higher-ups regarding this incident, clearly stating their stance, would dismantle all dissent, allowing everything to proceed according to the Hokage's will. Silence, however, became the gravest of injuries. For a strong individual like Hatake Tsukumo, even with a humble spirit, enduring the scrutiny of the entire village proved challenging. Perhaps it was precisely because he was humble that the weight of being the focal point of everyone's gaze felt even more unbearable. Aoi, there is no need to persuade me further, Hatake Tsukumo replied, his spirit seemingly revitalized, though it felt like a fleeting flicker of light. Perhaps from the very beginning, I have misinterpreted the village and the will of fire. My naivety has led me to this predicament. I am weary. Aoi, may I have a moment of solitude? Aoi silently observed Tsukumo, sensing a peculiar nonchalance in his tone, which bore an air of world weariness. At that moment, Kakashi returned home, his face pale as he entered the house. Aoi, you are here as well. Kakashi appeared profoundly affected, his lips twitching, his gaze evasive as he looked at his father and Aoi. Father, something has happened. Kakashi met Aoi's eyes, an inexplicable surge of courage swelling within him. What he had heard and seen in the village moments ago, had it not been for Aoi's presence, he would not have had the courage to approach Hatake Tsukumo. Speak. Kakashi, Hatake Tsukumo's expression had become notably more subdued. Kakashi lowered his head, hesitantly murmuring, Father, among those who failed the mission with you, 2 have taken their own lives. And the remaining comrades are all blaming you. They claim that they had contemplated self-sacrifice to preserve the village's honor, and it was your actions that revealed their identities, not their desire for the mission to fail. I do not understand why, but everyone knows now, and there has been much commotion in the village. Qingshui furrowed his brow. They committed suicide? Are you certain, Kakashi? Kakashi, I too find it hard to believe, yet it is the truth. I witnessed those 2 being carried away from their homes. Kakashi looked bewilderedly at Qingshui, then glanced at Hatake Tsukumo. Father, I do not know what to do. Qingshui felt a twinge of sympathy. If the suicides of Tsukumo's teammates were orchestrated, it was indeed a ruthless maneuver. Without a point of comparison, even if public opinion were skewed, there would still be those who would defend Tsukumo, discussing the conflict between the will of fire and the ninja code. However, with this precedent of suicide among the rescued comrades, the winds of public sentiment would shift dramatically. Kakashi, do you know which 2 individuals committed suicide? Hatake Tsukumo inquired slowly. Kakashi, still in a daze, named the 2 individuals. Although he did not know them personally, their names were on everyone's lips in the village. Upon hearing this, Tsukumo chuckled. Suicide indeed? Truly, they are the roots of Konoha. Mr. Tsukumo, what does this have to do with the roots of Konoha? Qingshui asked, perplexed, but received no answer. In that moment, it seemed Tsukumo had come to a profound realization. From the ambush during the mission to the peculiarities of those 2 teammates, and then the subsequent criticisms of the village following the mission's failure, coupled with the silence from the higher-ups, everything began to connect. The 2 individuals Kakashi mentioned as having committed suicide were the covert operatives activated by Shimura Danzo. Unbeknownst to Danzo, who believed his ambush was impeccably concealed, he could not escape the discerning gaze of Tsukumo, who had already sensed something amiss. The ninjas of the roots, having undergone rigorous training and indoctrination from a young age, bore an unmistakable aura. Even the most skillful disguises could not elude Tsukumo's perception. He had not thought much of it, as it was not the first time he had worked alongside root ninjas. Yet the news of the suicides, in conjunction with Qingshui's fury when he had blocked Danzo, and the anger and coldness he had witnessed in Tsukumo's eyes was speaking volumes. Tsukumo's intuition had already warned him that some wished to see his downfall. What a deceptive world this is. Tsukumo sighed softly, forcing a faint smile. Qingshui, I shall take a moment to rest. Qingshui nodded slowly, rising to his feet. Mr. Tsukumo. Take care. At that moment, Tsukumo added, Kakashi is still a child. If possible, I hope you can look after him. Qingshui sighed, I will. Kakashi, bewildered, listened to the conversation between the two, watching as his father entered the bedroom. Moments later, a sound that was all too familiar to Kakashi echoed through the air. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed ominously. Kakashi rushed forward, his gaze falling upon Tsukumo Hatake, sprawled on the ground, his pupils trembling as he let out a piercing scream. Kisame, Kisame, save my father. Tsukumo had plunged a dagger into his own heart, lying peacefully in a pool of crimson. Tobirama Senju, witnessing the fallen Tsukumo, painfully shut his eyes. There was no hope for salvation. Tsukumo's technique was strikingly precise, the blade finding the fragile point of his heart, driven by a resigned conviction of mortality. Kisame, you must vindicate the will of fire, seek justice for Tsukumo Hatake. Tobirama. Why the urgency? Kisame approached Tsukumo with deliberate steps. First, let's save him. I can still bring him back from this injury. It's not insurmountable. Kisame. Unless you can stitch his heart, Tobirama began, hesitating. Surely, you don't believe this to be a formidable challenge, do you, Tobirama? Kisame's hands began to manifest a tangible chakra, twisting into fine threads, reminiscent of Kagaya's technique, as he delicately wove them into Tsukumo's body to mend his shattered heart. However, while saving him was straightforward, reviving that heart proved to be a daunting task. Kisame sighed. I truly don't know what to do anymore. Do you understand, Tobirama? Kisame, just focus on saving him. I will handle the rest, Tobirama replied, suppressing his inner turmoil with a solemn tone. I shall provide an explanation to all, in the name of the second Hokage. This was indeed a moment of burning resolve. Little did he expect to witness such a climax today. How remarkable. Hands on hips, Kisame knelt beside Tsukumo, who lay in a pool of blood, shaking his head in lament. Had he not been present, even Tsunade's arrival would not have salvaged Tsukumo's life. That strike had decisively severed the aorta, even shredding the surrounding tissue. Kakashi stood, transfixed, oblivious to Kisame's efforts to save his father. Years of honing his blade had made him acutely aware of human wounds, and in an instant, he understood his father's intentions. This was a conscious choice to relinquish life, a resolute act of self-destruction devoid of hesitation. When one truly wishes to depart, it is often done silently and decisively, without seeking the opinions of others. In that moment, Kakashi's earlier conflicted thoughts vanished. His father's resolute action pierced his heart with profound anguish. He had once believed that Tsukumo's actions were indeed misguided, for he had breached the ninja's foremost principle of prioritizing the mission. Despite the assurance of the will of fire, something felt amiss, leading his heart astray under the weight of public opinion. In the original timeline, Kakashi took 2 decades to grasp a crucial truth. Those who defy the rules of a ninja may be deemed worthless. Yet those who disregard their comrades are even less than that. Today, Tsukumo's silent and resolute act of self-destruction illuminated for Kakashi the injustice and the entrapment his father had endured. He was innocent. In an instant, Kakashi's eyes turned crimson, a surge of rage emanating from the depths of his heart, consuming him entirely. He yearned to unleash his emotions, but was at a loss for how to do so. Listening to Kakashi's anguished and contorted wails, Aoi jested with Senju Tobirama. If this son of Hatake Tsukumo were a Uchiha, wouldn't he manifest a kaleidoscopic Sharingan? If he were indeed an Uchiha, he would have long since avenged his father, instead of hesitating as if he has only just realized that Hatake Tsukumo was wronged. Senju Tobirama shook his head. Aoi, the Uchiha clan possesses their merits. If you can win their hearts, they will become your most loyal allies. Aoi raised an eyebrow. At such a critical juncture, Tobirama still spoke of the Uchiha clan's virtues? Enough was enough. The zero-sum Hokage was abstract enough without spiraling into Uchiha Tobirama territory. Aoi shook his head non-committally. Were the Uchiha truly loyal? Perhaps relatively so, yet even the formidable Uchiha Madara had failed to extract a single Uchiha from Konoha. In this realm where extraordinary power reigned supreme, individual prowess was of utmost importance. Even Naruto's verbal jutsu required a prone adversary to be effective. Yet, Senju Tobirama remained oblivious to Aoi's thoughts. Observing Aoi's dismissive demeanor, he sighed, resolving to devise another approach on a different day to alter Aoi's entrenched views of the Uchiha clan. Aoi, focus on reviving Hatake Tsukumo for now, Tobirama urged, his gaze fixed on the delicate chakra threads in Aoi's hands, immediately recognizing the technique. This was Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear, yet Aoi had adapted it using chakra, achieving a similar effect. Tobirama refrained from inquiring how Aoi had learned it. He was weary of hearing that familiar tone of a prodigy. Questioning whether he could truly accomplish such feats, this struck at his pride. It was best to let it be. He had grown numb to it. Upon the chakra-laden Earth Grudge Fear, strands of vibrant green medical chakra flickered, simultaneously stitching Hatake Tsukumo's heart and healing his wounds, replenishing his vitality. The union of Earth Grudge Fear and medical ninjutsu forged a miracle in saving Hatake Tsukumo. Each was indispensable. This was no ordinary medical ninjutsu. Tobirama suspected that as long as there was a breath of life, Aoi could snatch someone back from the brink of the afterlife. Even his elder brother, Senju Hashirama's non-hand seal healing, found internal injuries to be daunting. Kakashi, be quiet, Aoi whispered. You're somewhat hindering my efforts to stitch Mr. Tsukumo's heart. By the way, do you share the same blood type as your father? From the moment Kakashi witnessed Hatake Tsukumo collapse, he had lost control, tears streaming down his face as he incoherently wailed, resembling a madman. Kakashi pondered that if given another chance, he would forsake that damned ninja code and the cursed will of fire, prioritizing the comfort of the father who had protected and nurtured him since childhood above all else. But the opportunity has slipped away. Kakashi, upon witnessing the wound, comprehended that his father was beyond salvation. This was the blade of Tsukumo Hatake, the white fang of Konoha. Many adversaries had failed to evade its lethal strike, especially under the circumstances of his own hand. Yet, upon hearing Aosei's voice, Kakashi momentarily regained clarity. Withdrawing his hands from his face, his tear-filled eyes gazing at Aosei and Tsukumo Hatake. What? Kakashi widened his eyes in astonishment as he observed Tsukumo's complexion gradually regain its hue, the gaping hole in his chest seemingly mended by a wondrous chakra thread. As if a miracle were unfolding. Blood type, Kakashi, Aosei inquired with a hint of exasperation. Ah yes, I share the same blood type as my father. Kakashi was suddenly startled, and then a cursed mark pierced his arm, channeling his blood to Tsukumo Hatake. It is noteworthy that in a mundane world, blood transfusions among close kin require meticulous processing and cannot be done arbitrarily. However, in the ninja realm, chakra provides numerous conveniences. The integration of the cursed mark and medical ninjutsu facilitates this process effortlessly. Hang in there, Kakashi. We may need quite a bit of blood. Aosei exhaled deeply. But the person is saved. Kakashi stared blankly at the seemingly fatigued Aosei, then glanced at the cursed mark connecting him to his father. A surge of complex emotions welled within him: gratitude, remorse, fury, and uncertainty. From the target line, Kakashi Hatake, you have received Kakashi's gratitude. Kakashi's gratitude. As Kakashi's prowess and qualities ascend, they shall correspondingly reflect upon you. Aosei smirked, considering Shursui, Izuna, the Might family, Kakashi, and the Uchiha clan. These individuals had unwittingly accrued numerous debts to him. Although Aosei understood that the abilities of these humble ninjas were evident, as a streamer, he found himself painted into a corner by the expectations of his audience. Was this not somewhat absurd? He mused. They say that redemption weakens one by a third, while corruption strengthens by threefold. If one day Aosei were to lead Konoha and the Uchiha clan toward prosperity, marching along the path to unify the ninja world, only to suddenly declare his intention to ascend to the heavens and launch the Eye of the Moon plan for peace in the ninja realm, would these people rally behind him or grit their teeth, insisting on awakening him from this delusion? Aosei remained uncertain. However, one fact was indisputable. Should that scenario unfold, if he uttered a few remarks about them lagging behind his strides, perhaps the Uchiha clan would procure several more Sharingan, and the targets within Konoha would be utterly obliterated. This might represent the most formidable twist in the ninja realm. Aosei shook his head in contemplation. He did not seek to manipulate hearts. Yet these individuals continually painted illusions for him. After all, he had to make a living. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Shinshui's eyes. If he truly succumbed to darkness, then allowing Senju Tobirama to reap benefits from within him would be somewhat inadequate. After all, While this second-ranked individual exerted considerable effort, the old man's resources were nearing depletion, necessitating a replacement, preferably someone pure-hearted yet formidable and adversarial to the ninja world. Qing Shui gazed out the window. The moon, overshadowed by the sun's brilliance, concealed a woman who perfectly matched his criteria. With a gentle smile, he shook his head, realizing his thoughts had wandered too far. However, to escape the Six Paths Sage's experimental realm, that woman's power was direct and brutally effective. Alas, Tobirama, if the day comes when I cast you aside, it shall only signify your weakness, lacking the stature of a true intermediary. Qing Shui mused internally, not out of disdain for Tobirama, but because the old man seemed increasingly out of touch with the evolving times. Unaware of Qing Shui's reflections, Senju Tobirama was stifling his inner fury, contemplating how to handle his rebellious disciples, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi, your father's condition appears to have stabilized, Qing Shui remarked as he rose, placing a comforting hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Though his body may have survived, his spirit may not have. Do you grasp my meaning? Kakashi met Qing Shui's gaze with unwavering determination. Nodding affirmatively, I understand, Qing Shui. Kakashi had resolved to forego sleep in the coming days, vowing to remain steadfastly by Minato's side, no matter the circumstances. I must take my leave, Kakashi. I will attend to matters concerning Minato. You shall manage here, Qing Shui stated solemnly. In Kakashi's eyes, Qing Shui seemed to radiate a divine light. Since the incident involving Minato, none of his former friends had come to visit. Only silence greeted him, with no one speaking up for his father. Yet Qing Shui, despite not being closely related to his father, stood for fairness and justice. Without Qing Shui, Kakashi shuddered to think of what his future might hold. With his father deceased and burdened by the stigma of being a sinner's offspring, his life could easily devolve into that of a lonely scarecrow, aimlessly wandering the Leaf Village until the day he perished. Tobirama, what should we do next? Qing Shui sighed. This is a matter between you and your disciples. I am merely a low-ranking ninja of Konoha, and thus not in a position to pass judgment on the internal conflicts of the village. You must find your own way. Tobirama nodded. Qing Shui, I have already stated it. Leave it to me. Now, go to the root, retrieve the corpses of those two suicide ninjas, and acquire the intelligence embedded in their minds, he instructed coldly, arms crossed. While I am certain it was Danzo, I shall not accuse him without evidence. Are you suggesting that I infiltrate the root? Qing Shui teased. You might as well have me betray the village. It's a rather absurd notion. Do not jest. Tobirama's heart quivered at the mention of betrayal. Should Qing Shui become a rogue ninja, it would shatter his composure entirely. Toiling tirelessly to cultivate the finest Hokage for Konoha. Is it an easy task? You should take it upon yourself. When the time comes, lend me your strength, and I shall manage. This is your own declaration, Tobirama. Qing Shui sighed. You truly act without restraint, inciting the lower ninjas of Konoha to independently investigate the root, even threatening to resort to violence. I almost believed you had been reincarnated from Uchiha Shana's chakra. Your methods are rather extreme. Tobirama's expression darkened. How could Uchiha Shana even be compared to him? Qing Shui continued to stroll down the path, his eyes lighting up. Eighth brother, do you know where I might find root ninjas? Uchiha Hakadai approached from the opposite direction, cheerfully greeting Qing Shui, only to hear this peculiar inquiry. Blinking, he lowered his voice. Qing Shui, the individual approaching from that direction, is one of them. These rascals always lurk in the village to monitor us. I am currently trying to uncover their secrets. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qing Shui, in the midst of Hakadai's astonished gaze, delivered a powerful punch directly to the face of the root ninja. The strike was swift and forceful, rendering the ninja unconscious. Seizing his head, Qing Shui activated the secret techniques of the Senju clan, delving into his memories. This was a small leader of the root. Although Shimura Danzo's actions appeared covert, there was no secrecy from the ninjas of the root. After all, it was his absolute domain. He held no suspicions towards these subordinates. Brainwash tools devoid of the capacity to betray him. The seals upon the ninja's mind were easily breached, and memories vividly unfolded before Qing Shui and Tobirama. Information betraying Kakashi Tsukumo, orchestrated suicides, and the manipulation of public opinion within the village were revealed. The incident involving Kakashi Tsukumo had transpired not long ago, and the small leader's recollections were particularly vivid, every detail intact, akin to a cinematic portrayal. Moreover, aside from these, the inhumane experiments conducted by Shimura Danzo, The persecution of the village's prodigies, his insatiable thirst for the position of Hokage, and his extremist ideologies gradually surfaced within the memories of the root ninja. Tobirama could scarcely catch his breath. If his frequent wariness of the Uchiha stemmed from their allure, then Shimura Danzo was utterly consumed by madness. In Danzo's mind, no Konoha ninja held significance. The only matter of importance was satisfying his ambitions to ascend as Hokage. It seemed that once he claimed the title of Hokage, Konoha would inexplicably thrive, defeating the 4 hidden villages, ascending to the pinnacle of the ninja world, and ushering in ultimate peace. Tobirama could scarcely comprehend how his disciple had become so ordinary yet self-assured. Uchiha Hakadai stared blankly as Chinshui felled the root ninja with a single punch, calmly extracting memories, and hesitantly remarked, "Chinshui, there's no need for us to arm ourselves against the village, is there? I see that the 3rd Hokage treats you quite well. In a couple of years, you might very well become Hokage. Have you considered this further?" Uchiha Hakadai gritted his teeth and spoke in a solemn tone. "Chinshui, I am unaware of what grievance this man has caused you, but he is, after all, a ninja of the Foundation, which presents considerable complications. You may not realize that within Konoha, while our security department bears the worst reputation, the Foundation, under the protection of that old dog Shimura Danzo, is the most treacherous and is capable of heinous acts. I shall handle this matter myself, as it was I who engaged him. You, as the future of the Uchiha clan, must remain unscathed." Chinshui gazed at the principled Uchiha Hakadai and smiled. If he were to mention that Senju Tobirama had instructed him to act, would Uchiha Hakadai believe him? Likely, he would think he had lost his sanity. However, a thought intrigued Chinshui. If he were to truly defect from the village at this moment, how many would choose to follow him? Perhaps Shisui and Might Guy might stand beside him, but he doubted others would join him, whether from the Uchiha clan or Tsunade. Chinshui felt a pang of melancholy. Placing one's hopes in others is often fraught with unexpected turns and constraints. "Fear not, Hakadai, my actions are in accordance with the Hokage's orders." He patted Uchiha Hakadai on the shoulder. "Perhaps from this day forth, the Foundation shall cease to exist. Seek out Izuna. When you encounter any ninja discussing Hitaki Tsukumo, apprehend them and bring them to the security department for isolation and interrogation. Do you understand my intent?" Uchiha Hakadai nodded, bewildered, watching Chinshui's retreating form, his mind swirling with questions. The Hokage's orders? Which Hokage's orders? Hadn't he the Umbu always observed the village's discussions passively? Yet, a glimmer of determination flashed in Uchiha Hakadai's eyes as he proceeded towards the Sarutobi clan. This marked Chinshui's first assignment to him. Regardless of whether it was a directive from the Hokage, Uchiha Hakadai resolved to execute it without compromise, even should future events unfold unexpectedly. That was a concern for another day. What about Tobirama? Chinshui mused softly. You truly have trained a commendable disciple. After witnessing the memories of those from the Foundation, I nearly suspect that Shimura Danzo is a spy. How did you instill in him the will of fire? Senju Tobirama was rendered speechless. The question was so piercing that he found himself at a loss for words. Chinshui, go find the monkey. If you encounter Shimura Danzo on your way, do not hesitate to strike. Senju Tobirama clenched his teeth. He dares to call himself the root of Konoha? This wretch must not be allowed to drain the village's future. Shall I handle it for you, Tobirama? Chinshui shook his head. This is ultimately a matter concerning your faction. It would be difficult to justify my actions against Shimura Danzo. Very well, lend me your strength, Chinshui, and I shall resolve this matter without jeopardizing your future. Chinshui made his way towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, within the Hokage office, Shimura Danzo was imposing pressure on Sarutobi Hiruzen, his demeanor haughty. Hiruzen, you must deal with Hitaki Tsukumo and provide the village with an explanation. Apologies for working overtime today. In the eyes of Shimura Danzo sparkled an excited gleam as he spoke with fervor. As a ninja, to fail in such a crucial mission is a significant blow to the reputation of the Land of Fire and our village. Hiruzen, you must comprehend the gravity of this situation. Look at the uproar from the other hidden villages. They are banding together to condemn Konoha. The actions of Hitaki Tsukumo have exposed our stance on war, which is an exceedingly serious matter. I propose we imprison Hitaki Tsukumo, strip him of all titles, and convene a high-level meeting to discuss further repercussions. Shimura Danzo felt a sense of satisfaction within. His machinations regarding Hitaki Tsukumo were nothing short of ingenious. deftly maneuvering through the prevailing atmosphere and regulations of Konoha. First, he sold intelligence on the black market, then sent members of the root to shadow him. Upon returning to the village, they would steer public sentiment, and ultimately, Tsukumo's suicide would serve as the catalyst, igniting public opinion and solidifying the narrative around the incident. Danzo possessed an acute understanding of Konoha's ninjas, particularly Hiruzen Sarutobi and Hatake Tsukumo. He believed that even if Tsukumo had discerned something, his naive heart would be unable to withstand the ensuing criticism. He was a fool who would not leverage power to secure his position. As for Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo had anticipated his reaction. Sarutobi would certainly not be pleased with Tsukumo's failure, and unlike his protégés, he would not be swift to suppress the village's opinion, let alone beautify the circumstances. Perhaps when the public outcry reached a crescendo, Hiruzen would choose to intervene. However, during the time Hiruzen remained silent, Danzo had ample opportunity to incite public opinion, especially since he commanded the root, a force almost exclusively at his disposal. Danzo could pursue his ambitions within Konoha, wielding the strength of his faction without needing Hiruzen's approval. Hiruzen, with a furrowed brow, gazed at the smug Danzo, feeling a deep sense of unease. His thoughts on Tsukumo's situation mirrored Danzo's speculation. It seemed almost transparent. Regardless of the truth, Tsukumo, as a ninja of Konoha, had brought loss to the village through his failure. Thus, some form of discourse was necessary, in Hiruzen's mind, to impose an appropriate punishment. Especially troubling was the fact that Tsukumo's case had rekindled discussions within the village regarding the ninja code and the will of fire, further exacerbating Hiruzen's headache. How was he to articulate his stance? Should he assert that the ninja code is of little significance, that missions can be forsaken when necessary? That would be utterly unacceptable, as it would tarnish the reputation of their employers and severely impact Konoha's mission opportunities. Should he declare that the will of fire need not be upheld? Such a stance would unleash catastrophic repercussions, creating an atmosphere of discontent. At the core of Hiruzen's concerns lay the reproaches from other hidden villages regarding the impending war. Although he often proclaimed that if other villages wished to fight, then let them, such declarations were mere platitudes. Even with the presence of the Jinchuriki, the other hidden villages' advancements in their utilization left Hiruzen profoundly unsettled. The terrifying might of the tailed beasts on the battlefield posed a challenge for which Konoha currently had no effective countermeasures. Kushina's demeanor at the funeral of Mido Uzumaki made Sarutobi Hiruzen acutely aware that she could not be wielded as a mere weapon. She required time to hone her abilities, which increasingly unsettled him. Should war erupt, Konoha would stand as the only village among the great hidden villages without a Jinchuriki to participate in the conflict. The thought of losing the war and potentially witnessing Konoha's demise under his stewardship was too grave for Hiruzen to contemplate. If Konoha were to fall, how could he face the spirits of the previous Hokage? This mindset bred within him a sense of reproach towards Kakashi Hatake. In his hesitation, it was the resolute Shimura Danzo who seized the initiative, effectively orchestrating the various facets of the plan. Hiruzen, with a furrowed brow, declared, "Danzo, the punishment for Kakashi shall be determined once I have grasped the entirety of this mission. I must inquire, what is the nature of the village's public sentiment? And those two ninja who took their own lives, were they not from the root? Is this not all under your manipulation?" Danzo scoffed with disdain, unimpressed by his old friend's indecision. With the dead already dealt with, all evidence had vanished amidst their quarrel, unless Hiruzen intended to dismantle the root, which, given Danzo's understanding of him, he would not, for Hiruzen still required Danzo as an ally within Konoha. Decades of tug-of-war had culminated in this moment, and under Aoyama's pressure, the decisive Danzo finally gained the upper hand. "And what of the root?" Danzo retorted, his gaze fixed intently on Hiruzen. "Hiruzen, has there ever been a confidential mission of the village that did not involve the root? I am merely striving for the mission's success. Had it not been for Kakashi, my root members would assuredly have laid down their lives to protect the village, without exposure. Do not place this burden upon my shoulders. As Hokage, you must render a fair judgment." Hiruzen exhaled heavily, acutely aware of the implications of Danzo's machinations against Kakashi. Narrowing his eyes, he recognized that while the village's sentiment was decidedly hostile towards Kakashi, the more pressing issue was his own position as Hokage, which made it exceedingly difficult to quell the discord between the will of fire and the ninja code, not to mention the outcry from other hidden villages. This multifaceted turmoil prevented Hiruzen from speculating too deeply about Kakashi's feelings. After all, These were mere controversies within the village. And perhaps it was better for Kakashi to forge his inner resolve amidst such debates, so that when faced with similar circumstances in the future, he might think with the mindset of a Hokage. Hiruzen, if you continue to hesitate, you will come to regret it. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Hiruzen and Danzo pounded the table, engaging in a verbal tug-of-war. At this moment, both Hokage and his advisor had momentarily forgotten the true protagonist of this incident. Were it not for Aoyama, they might have continued their quarrel and high-level meeting only to discover later that Kakashi had perished in his own home. What a lively scene. Isn't it, Tobirama? The tranquil waters gradually approached the door of the Hokage's office, smiling as he remarked, "It seems these two are in conflict." Throughout the journey, no Umbu had come to obstruct him. Regardless of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thoughts, his outward demeanor towards the tranquil waters was exceptionally benevolent, to a degree that left Shimura Danzo and others perplexed. Whenever the tranquil waters came to see him, there was no need for prior notification. He could enter directly. Conflict? Senju Tobirama scoffed. It is merely a dispute over responsibility, a tiresome charade. As the tranquil waters pushed open the door, he was greeted by a comical scene. Sarutobi Hiruzen had removed his hat and was vigorously pointing at Shimura Danzo, vociferously reprimanding him. Danzo, undeterred, brandished his cane, his presence even more formidable than Hiruzen's. Both men were flushed with anger, resembling two bickering monkeys. Neither Hiruzen nor Danzo mentioned the will of fire, instead resorting to the most genuine and crude words to deflect their responsibilities, revealing their most unseemly sides. Hiruzen, your diligence as Hokage has clearly waned. How did this brat get here? Danzo turned, and upon noticing the tranquil water's entrance, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. In his scheme, the first step was to eliminate Kakashi Hatake, Hiruzen's non-apprentice ally, and subsequently exploit the secrets of the tranquil waters to undermine all those within the Hokage lineage, thereby ensuring that he alone could ascend to the title of Hokage. A mere Uchiha, not only had you brought him into your apprentice ranks, but he entered the Hokage's office without even a notification? Danzo chuckled coldly. You have concealed much from the village, and it does not escape my notice, even as Hokage. I remain your supervising aide. Upon seeing the tranquil waters, Hiruzen's expression tightened unnaturally. Having a profound understanding of his mentor's limits and influenced by the analysis of Uzumaki Mido, Hiruzen always felt that one day, the tranquil waters would be usurped by Senju Tobirama. Whether Tobirama would retain the memories of the tranquil waters post-usurpation was uncertain. Thus, upon encountering the tranquil waters, Hiruzen often sensed Tobirama's scrutinizing gaze, which explained why he permitted the tranquil waters to meet him without prior announcement. A teacher visiting a student need not stand on ceremony and demand an announcement. Even though the tranquil waters were indeed themselves, would Tobirama, upon his return, criticize Hiruzen for his lack of discernment, for failing to perceive his own machinations? Such matters remained ambiguous. Tobirama, your two disciples have truly opened my eyes. Is this what the will of fire embodies? The tranquil waters, having overheard the unpleasant argument without entering, shook his head and remarked with a sense of disillusionment. Though you have previously informed me that the will of fire is merely a slogan, I never anticipated that these two would approach the issue from such a perspective. Even in such anguish, Kakashi Hatake is still being scapegoated. Is it merely because he is not a comrade of Konoha? Still, it seems that only the ninjas within the lineage of the Hokage can relish the privileges bestowed by the will of fire. Qing Shui sighed, feeling a sense of disillusionment with this world upon witnessing the scene before him. Tell me, Tobirama, is there a way to cast aside the prejudices residing in every heart and usher in an everlasting peace for our world? A tremor coursed through Senju Tobirama as he absorbed Qing Shui's words, growing increasingly agitated. It was evident that Qing Shui had become somewhat disinterested in the matter concerning Kakashi Hatake, his mind diverging into contemplation after being swayed by the exceedingly genuine quarrel between Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Shimura Danzo. This line of thought unsettled Tobirama. Should a Uchiha harbor thoughts of vengeance, he would indeed be a formidable adversary. Yet, if an Uchiha contemplated how to bring about peace, particularly the kind of eternal peace that Qing Shui envisioned, that would be far more terrifying. Tobirama recalled how, long ago, Uchiha Madara had spoken similarly of perpetual peace to Hashirama, declaring, "Before I tread the path to true peace, I shall relish our battles." After uttering those words, Madara departed from Konoha, only to return shortly thereafter, accompanied by the Nine Tails, and engaged in a fierce conflict with Hashirama. Tobirama was indifferent to Madara's conception of peace. He simply understood that once an Uchiha began to ponder the notion of eternal peace, it was far more dreadful than being consumed by love for a partner or friend. Shui, you ponder too much. Tobirama exclaimed forcefully. This world is not illusory. It is merely these two individuals who are flawed. Shui, lend me your strength, and I will assist you. Shui sighed softly. What is there to prove, Tobirama? Allow me a moment to reflect. I often urge others to contemplate, but it seems my own understanding of this world is rather superficial. Perhaps it is I who should delve deeper. Weary, Shui gestured, transferring his power to Senju Tobirama. At that moment, Shimura Danzo turned his back to Shui, observing the suddenly tense expression of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and a triumphant smile crept across his face. Indeed, his judgment of Shui had been accurate. Hiruzen's Achilles heel lay right here. Merely mentioning Shui's name had rendered Hiruzen so anxious. Could there truly be no issue? After decades of association, Danzo had only witnessed this expression on Hiruzen's face when facing Tobirama. Danzo assumed a commanding posture, gripping his cane with both hands, looking down at Hiruzen from his elevated stance. Hiruzen, do not claim I have not provided you with opportunities. You would do well to clarify matters with me. Just as Hiruzen was about to speak, his countenance shifted dramatically. Standing beside Danzo, Shui, who had initially appeared composed, suddenly experienced a surge of chakra, his Sharingan spinning into action. In that moment, it seemed Hiruzen glimpsed a cerulean phantom materializing behind Shui. Danzo was taken aback, but before he could turn around, Uchiha Tobirama had officially made his entrance. Shui's legs were enveloped in an overwhelming chakra, and with the speed deemed the fastest in the ninja world, he unleashed a ferocious kick that struck Danzo squarely on the spine. Konoha's Senju Tobirama meticulously grasped Shimura Danzo's shoulder, ensuring he did not escape the force of the blow. With a single kick, he shattered Danzo's lumbar vertebrae, demonstrating his lethal intent. Yet, Aoi, maintaining an air of indifference, remarked, Tobirama, not only can you not kill him in such a manner, but even if you were to succeed, the falsehoods of this world persist in their reality. What then is truly real, and what is merely an illusion? How can we ever attain peace? Tobirama paused, comprehending the magnitude of force required today. Danzo, clutching his injured back, glared with a ferocious light in his eyes, howling like a wolf. What a naturally malevolent Uchiha brat. Your ugly true self has finally been revealed. Hiruzen's. Behold the clan you place your trust in. As Danzo felt the surging chakra emanating from Aoi and beheld the astonished Hiruzen's, his anger intensified. In that moment, he perceived Hiruzen's as utterly incompetent, unable to control even the puppets he had raised. Observing the root of his operations, each pawn was manipulated with the precision of mere tools, unflinchingly obedient even to the point of self-destruction. Yet amid his torment, Danzo found a flicker of amusement. Aoi's turmoil provided him ample justification to investigate further, accelerating the process of dismantling Hiruzen's faction and hastening the rise of the fourth Hokage. However, Danzo was taken aback when Hiruzen's did not intervene against Aoi, instead hesitating in disbelief. Aoi continued his relentless onslaught, seizing Danzo from the ground. His fingers splayed wide as he delivered a resounding slap across Danzo's face, scattering the bandages that adorned it. In that moment, a Sharingan revealed itself. Is this true, Tobirama? Aoi sighed. Perhaps we should let this be for today. I am weary. Why does Danzo still possess a Sharingan? Tobirama, having lost the desire for dialogue, controlled Aoi's body with fierce determination, extracting the Sharingan with brutal precision and delivering a powerful punch to Danzo's abdomen. Hiruzen stood in stunned silence, not for lack of will to intervene, but seemingly paralyzed by a profound realization. The fluidity and dominance with which Tobirama struck Danzo evoked memories of that summer, when he and Danzo had exerted themselves to no avail in seizing the bells from Tobirama's grasp. Yet, in that strike, a flaw emerged. Danzo's pale arm was exposed, and Tobirama's keen eye discerned it immediately. Grinding his teeth, Tobirama recognized it as the cell of his elder brother. If Danzo were devoid of the Sharingan, perhaps utilizing that cell would be acceptable, particularly in light of the collusion between Shimura Danzo and Orochimaru, who forcibly abducted ninjas for the purpose of conducting wood-release experiments. And possessing a Sharingan, there is little left to say. This is merely a blatant exploitation of lives within the village, all to satiate their insatiable lust for power. At this moment, Qin Shui responded appropriately with a sound of acknowledgement. Tobirama, what is that white thing? Without uttering a word, Senju Tobirama unleashed a water blade from his hand, severing one of Shimura Danzo's arms. Do not inquire further. Truly, do not ask any more questions. If Qin Shui continued to probe, even Senju Tobirama might find himself contemplating the veracity of this world alongside him. Shimura Danzo howled in agony, only to be met with a powerful punch from Senju Tobirama, rendering him unconscious, lying on the ground like a lifeless pig. Qin Shui summoned a blade of water, a familiar murderous intent igniting in Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze as he focused on Danzo's heart. In that instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen positioned himself in front of Danzo. But just as he was about to speak, the tomo in Qin Shui's eyes began to whirl violently, dragging him into a genjutsu realm. As Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to form hand seals to escape the illusion, he beheld a figure before him, smirking coldly. Staring at the familiar visage, he swallowed hard and stammered. "Sensei, you're alive?" He had indeed surmised the truth. Enlightened, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a mix of astonishment and relief, coupled with admiration for himself. What he had contemplated was indeed the truth. The words of Uzumaki Mido regarding chakra lacking a strong consciousness and the necessity of nurturing Qin Shui with love, as well as Tobirama not seizing Qin Shui's body, appeared to hold merit, aligning with the fundamental principles of chakra and ordinary ninjutsu. However, they contradicted Senju Tobirama's character and his forbidden techniques. Rarely did Sarutobi Hiruzen disregard Uzumaki Mido's counsel. He had begun to regard Qin Shui with heightened vigilance, treating him not merely as his disciple, but as half of Senju Tobirama himself. Fortunately, the Sage of Six Paths rewarded the diligent, allowing him to uncover the truth. Yet, amidst his relief, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his heart tighten. He had witnessed, at close range, the manner in which Senju Tobirama had assaulted Shimura Danzo. It was a lethal blow, from the removal of the eye to the severing of the arm, with a clear intent to kill already in his gaze. Had he not intervened, Shimura Danzo might have perished. This indicated that Senju Tobirama was exceedingly displeased with Danzo, to the extent of resorting to deadly force. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts began to churn. The mentor who had once sacrificed his life for them was now enraged to such a degree, evidently having grasped a great deal of knowledge. "What's this, monkey? Are you pleased that I am dead?" Senju Tobirama fixed his icy stare upon the stunned Sarutobi Hiruzen and remarked coldly, "Indeed, if I were not dead, how could you become Hokage?" Upon hearing these words, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as if his heart had momentarily ceased, his thoughts grinding to a halt. He hastily knelt, quickly exclaiming, "Lord Tobirama, I have never thought such a thing." Within the realm of illusion, Senju Tobirama gradually approached Sarutobi Hiruzen, casting a commanding gaze upon him. Once, Sarutobi Hiruzen embodied the courage and responsibility to protect his comrades. Now, under the immense pressure exerted by Tobirama, Hiruzen dared not even breathe, feeling a clammy sweat permeate him. Even within the confines of the genjutsu, he was no longer the Hokage of Konohagakure, but merely a wayward student awaiting reprimand from his teacher for his missteps. "Monkey, are you aware of the actions taken by Shimura Danzo?" Tobirama inquired casually, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. Hiruzen's heart sank. What actions? There were far too many for Danzo to recount. "Lord Tobirama, Danzo and I jointly govern the village. Although I hold the title of Hokage, his role as an advisor carries a degree of independence, hence certain matters." Hiruzen replied cautiously, weighing each word. "Monkey, you are the Hokage of this village. Regardless of your knowledge of Danzo's deeds, you are the primary responsible party for any lapse within the village. This principle should be clear to you," Tobirama stated coldly, his gaze fixed firmly on Danzo. In his era, there was no such role as an advisor to the Hokage, nor was there a root organization, independent of the Hokage's authority. To Tobirama, the existence of root and the advisory positions reflected Hiruzen's inadequacy in governing the village. He was unable to exert total control over all of Konohagakure, incapable of steering the village's direction unilaterally, and thus had to delegate his power, assembling his own management team. While this approach was not inherently incorrect, Danzo's loss of control presented a significant issue. "Lord Tobirama, I understand, I truly do," Hiruzen stammered, uncertain how to articulate his defense to Tobirama. The inception of Root was, in essence, a manifestation of Hiruzen's personal limitations. During Tobirama's tenure, the second Hokage assumed full responsibility for every decision, even the contentious ones, shielding others from blame and shouldering all criticism. His unwavering stance during external conflicts, the establishment of the Uchiha police force, the formation of the Umbu, and the creation of the Ninja Academy were all testament to this. Tobirama's actions stirred numerous interests, and to confront war with the utmost resolve necessitated unifying internal voices. In the era of the First Shinobi World War, Konohagakure, basking in peace, had even the militant Uchiha clan reluctant to part ways with Uchiha Madara. The prevailing atmosphere was decidedly pacifist. However, Tobirama successfully rallied the entire village, reinvigorating the war machine. The establishment of the Umbu significantly augmented the Hokage's authority, a move that was met with discontent among the clans, none of whom wished to witness the Hokage's power stifling their own. Nevertheless, success was ultimately achieved. The Ninja Academy, in a certain light, seemed to undermine the foundations of the clans, yet Tobirama managed to compel many clans to reluctantly send forth their prodigies. In the end, regarding the Uchiha clan security division, Tobirama Senju employed ruthless measures to forcibly suppress the rebellious Shin Uchiha. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself unable to do the same. His prestige and capabilities were insufficient to withstand external pressures, compelling him to forge alliances to share the burden. Thus emerged the role of the Hokage's advisors, rooted in the foundations of Konoha, wielding power. To placate Danzo, who attracted the majority of the firepower, the authority of Hiruzen Sarutobi as Hokage became less than complete. What do you know? Tobirama Senju stated solemnly, "This is a manifestation of your incompetence. As Hokage, one must embody both light and darkness. Do you believe that by shifting all the blame onto Shimura Danzo, you can gain the trust of others? Do not underestimate the intelligence of the village's ninjas." Tobirama's voice grew sharp. "If you wish to recruit the talented ninjas of the clans into the Umbu, you must negotiate and persuade. Ignoring Danzo's roots and attempting to forcibly absorb them in a crude manner. Do you think no one will suspect that you, as Hokage, are complicit? You are far too weak. Monkey, it is not that you are unaware, but rather that you lack the courage to shoulder the responsibilities that are rightfully yours. It is laughable that you, as Hokage, fear the voice of criticism. Do you truly believe that even if Konoha declines and crumbles, it will be solely Danzo's fault and not yours?" Tobirama's words struck with great weight, piercing through Hiruzen's thoughts with stark clarity. Hiruzen trembled, for Tobirama's assertions resonated with an unsettling truth he could not bear to confront. I possess the courage to sacrifice for Konoha. Master Tobirama, please believe me." Hiruzen weakly defended himself. "Sacrifice?" Tobirama snorted coldly. "Most of Konoha's ninjas possess the courage to sacrifice for the village. Death is not so terrifying to a ninja. Rather, the true courage lies in facing seemingly insurmountable problems while alive." Shaking his head in disappointment, Tobirama continued, "What angers me most is your inability to even deflect blame competently. In the matter of Kakashi Hatake, you have allowed Danzo to completely dictate your actions, a subordinate playing you like a puppet." Hiruzen instinctively lowered his head further, consumed by regret. For so many years, he had been outmaneuvered by Danzo just once, and it had been witnessed by his mentor. Where could he possibly seek justification? "I ask you, what hesitation do you have regarding Kakashi Hatake?" Tobirama gestured sharply, his tone stern. "You, as Hokage, are already aware of the conflict between the ninja code and the will of fire. If you had addressed this sooner, communicated with Kakashi, and handled him with subtlety, you could have clarified the importance of prioritizing the mission while also winning his loyalty. It is a straightforward matter that you have mishandled disgracefully. Furthermore, I can see that you are fearful of war." Tobirama said coldly, "What is there to fear? I have left you with so many forbidden techniques for a reason. When other hidden villages contemplate aggression, if they are formidable, their stance naturally becomes resolute. If they are feeble, their demeanor tends to be even more inflexible, revealing their underlying insecurity. Such vulnerability only incites harsher tactics from adversaries, inflating their confidence and appetite for conquest. Techniques like the impure world reincarnation, the four-symbol seal, the flying thunder god technique, and the mutual exploding tag technique are available. Even if one were to summon forth all the Hokages and the strongest from Konohagakure from the Pure Land, utilizing your Umbu, root, and even your own life to wrest the tailed beasts from the enemy, one must not show weakness to the outside world. Senju Tobirama shook his head. Monkey, do you truly believe you are the strongest Hokage? To eschew extreme measures while lacking sufficient strength and simultaneously desiring a reputation for benevolence. Who do you think you are? Tobirama found it perplexing. What is there to fear in war? Mere-tailed beasts, even without the aid of the blue water, could be dealt with by a few daring ninjas willing to risk their lives to employ the four-symbol seal for self-detonation. And the impure world reincarnation is an unparalleled weapon in warfare. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped heavily, unable to articulate his thoughts. His petty schemes and calculations lay bare before Tobirama. Precisely articulated. Lord Tobirama, I feel I have betrayed your trust as Hokage. I am overwhelmed by the fear of failing your expectations. Worrying that Konohagakure might decline under my stewardship, this dread consumes my heart. Tears streamed down Hiruzen's face as he prostrated himself on the ground. Monkey, I shall not punish you for now. Safeguard the blue water for me. Though you may be inept, Konohagakure still requires a Hokage to maintain its stability. Tobirama recalled the contemplations regarding falsehood and peace that the blue water had shared, feeling a twinge of headache. Compared to Shimura Danzo, Hiruzen's dismal performance as a disciple was less worthy of scrutiny. His genuine concern lay with the blue water losing faith in the village, contemplating peace from the Uchiha's perspective. It is not that pondering peace is inherently flawed. Rather, those who typically engage in such reflections within the shinobi world often veer toward extremism. Uchiha Madara became so radical that he severed ties with Konohagakure, forsaking his clan. Senju Hashirama became extreme to the point of neglecting his own martial prowess, bowing to others. This dilemma resembles a deadlock. Both Senju and Uchiha cannot unearth a solution to the quandary. A glimmer of realization sparked in Hiruzen's eyes. His suspicions were indeed correct. Senju Tobirama was contemplating seizing the blue water. Protection was merely a ruse to buy time. Yet, the very notion of seizing was difficult to articulate. Hiruzen delicately inquired, Lord Tobirama, when will you be resurrected? I shall exert every effort to safeguard the blue water. Tobirama cast a surprised glance at Hiruzen, who had directly surmised that the blue water was to resurrect him. It appears that, despite Hiruzen's shortcomings as Hokage, his intellect has not entirely diminished. It depends on the blue water. This is not within my purview to decide, Tobirama mused. If not for this matter bewildering the blue water, I would not have had the chance to meet you, monkey. However, it should be soon, perhaps in 3 to 5 years. Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully. Everything aligns perfectly. Qing Shui only loses control when his heart and mind are profoundly shaken, subsequently falling prey to his teacher's will. This process appears to be hastening. And Sarutobi Hiruzen understands that if Senju Tobirama has uttered the words too fast, then resurrection is an inevitability, almost devoid of error. A sigh escapes Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips. To speak candidly, he harbors a certain fondness for Qing Shui. He truly is a good child. However, with Senju Tobirama's gaze upon him, even the Hokage finds himself powerless, merely a spectator to the merciless usurpation. In this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's feelings towards Senju Tobirama are exceedingly complicated. Just as Tobirama had admonished him, as Hokage, one must not fear the darkness that resides within, but rather bravely shoulder all burdens. What will the village's discourse be once Senju Tobirama seizes Qing Shui? How shall he pacify those close to Qing Shui? It seems even Tsunade may prove a formidable obstacle. Tsunade had found her resolve through Qing Shui, and now, having endured the trauma of losing loved ones to external forces, she must confront the chilling prospect of her kin usurping her hopes. At that juncture, Sarutobi Hiruzen could hardly fathom how Senju Tobirama would face Tsunade. Yet, observing Tobirama's demeanor, he shows not a hint of concern, merely instructing Hiruzen to care for Qing Shui, completely disregarding any mention of Tsunade, as if her fate were of no consequence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts began to diverge further. Acutely aware that his own darkness pales in comparison to that of his teacher, for the sake of Konoha, he could cast aside even his own kin with such ruthlessness. Monkey, let Qing Shui take command of the route, Senju Tobirama stated unequivocally. The darkness of Shimura Danzo has left Qing Shui in a state of confusion. Let him change all of this, to forge a respectable route. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently nodded. After witnessing the darkness of Shimura Danzo, Qing Shui's resolve wavered enough for Senju Tobirama to seize control of his body. This only allows Qing Shui to further engage with the route. His teacher is accelerating the process of usurpation. Qing Shui, it is not that Uncle Hiruzen does not wish to assist you, but rather, I am utterly incapable of contending with this. Sarutobi Hiruzen silently apologized to Qing Shui in his heart. Master, what do you intend to do about Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured. He has committed many wrongs, yet his sins do not warrant death. When Uchiha Seishui instigated rebellion, you did not execute him, but granted him a chance at life. Sarutobi Hiruzen feels a connection to Shimura Danzo. Despite their relationship resembling that of political adversaries and allies, their childhood bond remains. Regardless of the circumstances, Hiruzen wishes for Danzo to survive, even if it means allowing him to live. Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes. At this juncture, in his heart, Shimura Danzo is already marked for death. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Qing Shui seems indifferent to Danzo's fate. His primary concern revolves around the dichotomy of truth and falsehood. As an advisor to the Hokage, Danzo's abuse of the will of fire has left Qing Shui bewildered. If he were to eliminate Danzo in one fell swoop, it might be understandable, yet if he were to act further, it would suggest a desire to conceal more than mere actions. This matter is beyond my authority. Senju Tobirama pondered. If Aoi wishes for his survival, then all his positions must be revoked permanently, confining him to prison, and when the time of war arises, he shall be sent forth as a member of a suicide squad, granting him a chance to perish on the battlefield. Should Aoi desire his immediate demise, then let it be so. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a stirring within his eyes and exhaled a sigh of relief. Although Senju Tobirama would no longer afford Shimura Danzo the opportunity to return to power, he nevertheless granted him a noble death. As for Tobirama suggesting that Aoi should make the decision, Hiruzen perceived it merely as a pretext. After all, are you not Aoi himself? The position of Hokage's advisor he vacated should be filled by Tsunade. Do you grasp my meaning? Senju Tobirama spoke slowly. Hiruzen nodded. What other implications could there be? Tsunade, as his granddaughter, would serve as the advisor, and upon her return, it would be time for him to step down as Hokage and accept his mentor's judgment, meanwhile playing the role of a mere puppet. In due course, the second Hokage would re-enter the world of shinobi in Aoi's form. But what else could be done? Hiruzen could only acquiesce, increasingly realizing that his thoughts seemed ill-suited for the role of Hokage. A fleeting moment of courage was utterly inadequate when compared to Tobirama's profound scheming and darkness. It was no wonder that he, as Hokage, fell so short of his mentor. Hiruzen mused, feeling somewhat relieved. It was not his own ineptitude, but rather the ruthlessness of his teacher. When he next met Aoi, there were certain things that needed to be said, and others that should not. Senju Tobirama waved his hand. Monkey, this is your final opportunity. Do not let me down. Hiruzen solemnly replied. Lord Tobirama, all is for your resurrection, I understand. Tobirama, perplexed, murmured in response. How did this relate to his resurrection? Was it not for Aoi's sake? Yet at that moment, Aoi's powers began to recede, and the illusionary space dissipated. Hiruzen gazed at Aoi before him, swallowing hard. He could not discern whether Aoi was now Tobirama or himself. The distinction had utterly blurred. Aoi did not acknowledge Hiruzen, but instead engaged in conversation with Senju Tobirama. Aoi, are you satisfied with my handling of the situation? Tobirama asked, a hint of tension in his voice as he regarded the silent Aoi. The first update. The second update is difficult to articulate. I've been feeling unwell after lunch, having rushed to the restroom since I got home. From the target confrontation with Shimura Danzo, you have acquired the special talent, Shadow of the Shinobi Realm. Shadow of the Shinobi Realm. When an enemy perceives you as a threat, they will enter a state of tension, their spirit trembling. From the target confrontation with Sarutobi Hiruzen, you have acquired the special talent, Master of Ninjutsu. Master of Ninjutsu. You have attained mastery over wind, lightning, fire, earth, and water chakra natures. Your proficiency in ninjutsu is unparalleled. When you invent or learn any ninjutsu, your skill level will immediately reach its zenith. Influenced by the Eye of the Serpent, this special talent applies to Bloodline Limit Ninjutsu. From the target confrontation with Senju Tobirama, you have unlocked the ultimate confrontation, Senju Tobirama. The final confrontation with Senju Tobirama has reached its ultimate stage. Upon the completion of this engagement, you shall be eternally endowed with Tobirama's doubled chakra, refined bloodline, enhanced soul strength, and all his foundational qualities, alongside mastery of his ninjutsu. Moreover, when you unleash his signature techniques, their efficiency and power shall be magnified twofold. Shui gazed contemplatively at the coins before him, seemingly indifferent to Senju Tobirama. His two disciples, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, despite their differences, offered him coins of intriguing value. Their initial contributions were primarily special talents. Particularly noteworthy was Shimura Danzo, who possessed both roots of Konoha and darkness of the ninja world. As a master of internal conflict, he bolstered Shui's strength against Konoha ninjas while aligning perfectly with Shui's ability to influence the enemy's mindset. It can be said that even Danzo, if his talents are utilized appropriately, can prove quite effective. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess as a ninjutsu expert, it was of minimal significance. Yet it represented the utmost limits achievable by an ordinary individual. However, Shui's true focus lay upon the so-called ultimate confrontation. The recent turmoil involving Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, coupled with Shui's contemplations on the pursuit of everlasting peace, seemed to compel Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage, to attempt to bestow all his coins upon Shui in a single, even doubled, offering. Although there was no explicit objective for achieving the ultimate confrontation, Shui sensed a budding clarity. Perhaps it simply required the resurrection of Tobirama, or perhaps a slight engagement thereafter, like a gelled technique or something of the sort. The ultimate confrontation prompted Shui to ponder deeply. If Senju Tobirama could initiate this final engagement, then there was no reason why other targets could not also be achieved. The prospect of doubled chakra, refined bloodlines, enhanced soul strength, and amplified ninjutsu power was enticing. Yet, Shui was acutely aware of the challenges behind unlocking the ultimate confrontation. After interacting with Tobirama for so long, they had barely scratched the surface of its potential. If Tobirama were replaced by a mature, white-haired maiden, how could one reach the threshold required to initiate the ultimate confrontation? This posed a thought-provoking dilemma. Shui, Senju Tobirama called softly, having received no response. Shui shook his head and finally spoke, his tone laced with an elusive indifference. I wish to wager with you, Tobirama, concerning Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. You propose giving him a chance to perish on the battlefield, so if he still harbors even a fragment of faith in the will of fire, rather than dismissing it as a mere fabrication, he ought to reflect upon his misdeeds in prison and strive to atone. I can see that Sarutobi Hiruzen wishes to afford Danzo a measure of dignity. Therefore, he will endeavor to counsel him, correct? Tobirama nodded cautiously. The monkey would indeed act in such a manner. A smile crept across Shui's face, his lips curling into a dangerous arc. Very well. Let us wager on the authenticity and fallacy of the will of fire, hinging it upon Shimura Danzo, the former advisor to the Hokage. If he were to repent, and, under the guidance of Sarutobi Hiruzen, seek redemption on the battlefield with his life, then the will of fire would indeed be genuine. Conversely, if he does not, it would imply that he has never harbored the will of fire within his heart. Tobirama Senju, how do you perceive this? As he felt the oppressive gaze of Aoi, his breath momentarily caught in his throat. He longed to suggest to Aoi that they abandon this wager, that he simply eliminate Danzo Shimura to alleviate their concerns. The reason Tobirama granted Danzo a chance, allowing Aoi to determine his fate, was due to the potential implications of a merciless execution. It would inevitably raise suspicions of a cover-up, as if the act of murder could resolve all matters. Especially following the recent incident involving Tsukumo Hitaki and the simultaneous suicides of two root members, such associations were all too easy to conjure. In Tobirama's eyes, Aoi, being an Uchiha, had every justification to eliminate Danzo. After all, Aoi possessed a Sharingan within his gaze. How could Aoi refrain from killing Danzo? Thus, permitting Aoi to make this decision appeared more natural. Yet, Tobirama was unprepared for Aoi's nonchalance regarding Danzo's fate, even turning it into a wager, one concerning the dichotomy of reality and illusion. Tobirama pondered that Danzo's shoulders could hardly bear this burden. He held little faith in his own apprentice. If he could still converse with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would have suggested that they simply eliminate Danzo in prison. However, Aoi had already voiced his intentions, and Tobirama could not claim that Danzo's heart was devoid of the will of fire. Nor could he declare that the village's proclamation was entirely false. Would this not lead Aoi to contemplate other matters? With a stern visage, Tobirama forced a confident nod. I accept, Aoi. Moreover, even if the will of fire possesses its falsehoods, through personal endeavor, it can indeed be transformed. I believe that even amidst the currently unfavorable reputation of Root, the radiance of the will of fire shall blossom in your hands. Tobirama sought to divert Aoi's attention, urging him not to dwell excessively on Danzo. He was already devising a plan. If Aoi were to resurrect him soon, he would find an opportunity for Danzo to meet his demise in prison, perhaps through an act of suicide and penance. If Aoi's revival were delayed, Tobirama would slowly work to stabilize Aoi's mindset or seek another opportunity to coordinate with Sarutobi Hiruzen to preemptively deal with Danzo. In Aoi's perspective, Danzo remained a rather intriguing individual. Having endured 20 years of confinement, Uchiha Seishui had evolved into an extreme hawk. Therefore, how would Danzo, yearning for the position of Hokage and stripped of all honor, cultivate his resentment after receiving an order from Sarutobi Hiruzen to serve only as a sacrificial pawn? In the shadows of a dismal prison, under the hollow comfort offered by Sarutobi Hiruzen as Hokage, such circumstances would undoubtedly catalyze his transformation. Aoi found himself intrigued by the prospect of whether Danzo, in this state of being nurtured like a venomous creature, might unleash a potential far greater than his usual self, thus offering Aoi a more captivating and exceptional ability. In the realm of Tobi, I find myself genuinely wishing for your triumph this time. Qing Shui sighed softly, recalling our first wager from long ago. Do you remember? If the will of fire were to persecute the villagers, you would prostrate yourself before me in apology. Would you consider the actions of Shimura Danzo as such? The act of prostration can be simply understood as a deep bow of contrition. Senju Tobirama's countenance turned exceedingly awkward. If that were not the case, then Uchiha Madara would have become the protector of Konoha, even if his relationship with Qing Shui were exceptionally close. It would be illogical for a reincarnated being to bow to its original self. That would indeed turn things upside down. In a roundabout way, although Qing Shui bore a closer resemblance to him, would that not mean bowing to Uchiha Izuna? Rarely did Senju Tobirama fall into silence at that moment. Even his wisdom could not furnish him with a retort. Was he truly to bow his head? His face gradually flushed crimson. While his moral standards were not exceedingly high, he placed significant importance on his promises to Qing Shui. After all, this matter touched upon the essence of truth and falsehood. Senju Tobirama seemed somewhat agitated. He genuinely wished to avoid hearing those two words from Qing Shui. Moreover, he had to add a notion of everlasting peace. If it were possible, he would gladly invent a forbidden technique to seal those three expressions. Yet, Qing Shui sat beside him, patting his shoulder. Tobirama, those are matters of the past. Even if you wish to comply, I would not be inclined to accept it. If you truly desire to bow, wait until the day I resurrect you. Senju Tobirama exhaled deeply, casting a sidelong glance at Qing Shui. Then perhaps it would be best if you did not resurrect me. I am rather content remaining here, sparing you, little imp, from straying into the path of darkness. Qing Shui chuckled softly. You still linger here, old man? You've already activated your final showdown. When the time comes, you will have no choice but to depart. A mere old man with white hair and red eyes cannot possibly compare to a grand lady with similar features. Do not be overly naive. Poor Senju Tobirama. Unaware that having revealed his ultimate card, Qing Shui had already mapped out his future. In the Hokage's office, Qing Shui spoke slowly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly taken aback. The chakra of his teacher had vanished, yet Qing Shui remained in this state. Could it be that he had successfully taken over in one breath? Uncle Hiruzen, I apologize. I failed to control my power. Qing Shui shook his head. Please punish me, for the consequences are quite severe. Only then did Sarutobi Hiruzen breathe a sigh of relief. He had nearly called out to his teacher in a moment of alarm. If Qing Shui were to become vigilant, it could jeopardize the teacher's possession, and that would be a far graver sin. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not wish to end up like Shimura Danzo, reduced to a mere puddle of mud by Senju Tobirama. After all, Senju Tobirama had stated that upon his resurrection, he would demand an explanation. For now, it was merely for the stability of Konoha that he remained in his position. As for punishment, who would he punish? Punishing Qing Shui would essentially be punishing the teacher himself. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not possess such audacity. He feared that the moment he uttered the word punishment, Senju Tobirama might re-emerge. Qing Shui, in moments of surging power, you must indeed learn to exercise self-control. Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberated before speaking. However, the matter concerning Shimura Danzo has been officially classified by the village. He conspired with external forces to suppress Hatake Tsukumo and has acted maliciously against the ninjas within the village. I have only recently concluded my investigation and am prepared to imprison him. Thus, he is merely a man burdened by his sins. And you have not committed a grave error. Just be more cautious next time. Sarutobi Hizen cautiously and discreetly observed Qingshui, fearful of once again sensing the fluctuation of chakra. Qingshui sighed with guilt. Uncle Hizen, I shall strive to improve. Sarutobi Hizen regarded Qingshui, an inexplicable wave of remorse surging within him. Even without the presence of Senju Tobirama within Qingshui, Hizen felt that Qingshui's will of fire was sufficient to bear great responsibilities. Alas, the true darkness of Konoha had begun to devour Qingshui's soul from within. Qingshui, the root of Shimura Danzo, represents an essential military force of Konoha. There is currently no suitable candidate to entrust it to, so please assist Uncle Hizen in managing it for now, Sarutobi Hizen said ambiguously. Qingshui, the will of fire merely constitutes part of being a Konoha ninja. You must also confront appropriate darkness to develop a more profound understanding of a ninja's heart, which serves as a test for you. Sarutobi Hizen felt helpless. Allowing Qingshui to engage with the roots was an order from Lord Senju Tobirama. How could a mere third Hokage defy such a command? In that moment, Sarutobi Hizen experienced the sense of powerlessness that ordinary Konoha ninjas felt when facing the roots. Is this acceptable? This is the Hokage's command. Proceed, Qingshui. Sarutobi Hizen swiftly penned a note, affixed the appropriate seal, and placed it in Qingshui's hands, half deceivingly and half coaxing him into assuming his new role. Once Qingshui departed, Hizen found a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. His back was drenched, much like the sensations experienced in the illusionary space. Today's events were somewhat overwhelming for Sarutobi Hizen, who maintained a heavy disposition. Medical team, Sarutobi Hizen shouted, summoning medical ninjas to tend to Shimura Danzo's injuries before escorting him to prison. Shimura Danzo now appeared utterly wretched. His face was sunken, one eye was missing, and the arm imbued with Hashirama's cells had been severed, rendering him a mere shell of a puppet. Hizen, we must impose severe punishment on Uchiha Qingshui, we must. Upon awakening, Shimura Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hizen beside him and bellowed, attacking the Hokage's aide is a grave act of treason against the village. And the Uchiha clan must undergo strict isolation and scrutiny. This time, you have no excuses, Hizen. Danzo waved his arms, only to realize one was missing, while the other was shackled by iron chains. He glared fiercely with his remaining eye, only to find himself ensnared within a cage. As he attempted to channel chakra, an excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, as if the flow of chakra throughout his body had been completely stifled. Shimura Danzo tore open his garments, revealing two seals prominently displayed on his abdomen, the 5-element seal and the 4-symbol seal. Hiruzen, what are you doing? I am the Hokage's advisor. I am the victim, Danzo exclaimed. Danzo, your fate has been sealed. I have uncovered ample evidence regarding your collusion with rogue ninjas from other villages and your persecution of Hatake Sakumo through the Root organization. Consequently, disciplinary action is being taken against you, Hiruzen Sarutobi stated calmly. You are hereby stripped of your position as Hokage's advisor, dismissed from your role as the leader of Root, and sentenced to 20 years of imprisonment. Danzo stood in stunned silence. Hiruzen shook his head, speaking earnestly. Danzo, I have exerted every effort to secure this outcome for you. Please understand the difficulties I face. Seemingly reluctant, Hiruzen glanced around before whispering, you must have already surmised the secret surrounding Aoi. This is not my will. It is the will of my mentor. You still have an opportunity for redemption. War will soon arrive, and I will assign you an elite Umbu team, allowing you to earn merit, after which I shall advocate on your behalf. Hiruzen patted Danzo's shoulder, casting a sympathetic glance at his once esteemed friend before departing the prison. Danzo felt as though the sky had fallen, staring blankly at his cell. Konoha, is there truly no justice left? Is there no law? The esteemed Hokage's advisor, beaten nearly to death by an Uchiha before the Hokage himself, and now imprisoned? This sense of helplessness was foreign to Danzo, since he had taken command of Root. Contemplating Hiruzen's words, Danzo's mind sparked with an electric realization, recalling Aoi's demeanor and the whispers circulating within Konoha. He erupted into a maniacal laughter, appearing almost deranged. Hiruzen, you have done remarkably well. It seems you have not lost control over Uchiha Aoi. Rather, you have completely mastered him. Using a mere Uchiha brat as a test subject to eliminate all your adversaries, including me, The Hokage's advisor. What a cunning plan. What a ruthless heart. The malice in Danzo's eyes had become almost palpable. Hiruzen, you truly deserve the title of Hokage, having traversed even the shadows ahead of me. However, I shall not yield. Danzo roared within the desolate confines of his cell, with only his obsession for the position of Hokage preventing his mind from fracturing. Yet, no response came. Aoi, what has transpired? Uchiha Hakadai wandered near the Hokage building, and upon spotting Aoi emerging, he rushed over. Together with Izuna, they had apprehended nearly 100 individuals, all those who had mocked Hatake Tsukumo, bringing them to Konoha's security. With Izuna leading the charge, Hakadai, brimming with confidence, confronted those discussing the matter and swiftly dealt with them, relishing in the display of Root's power. However, once the exhilaration faded, a profound concern set in. Danzo's treatment at the hands of the Root organization was well known to Hakadai, who understood all too well the elderly man's animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Thus, Uchiha Hakadai hurried over, pondering if he could take the blame for Aosei. To his surprise, Aosei gazed contemplatively at the Hokage's note, reflecting, Hakadai, do you know how the Root operates? Uchiha Hakadai scoffed. They act recklessly, tyrannically, as if devoid of reason, obeying only the commands of the Root's leader, Shimura Danzo. It's utterly repulsive. What is the matter, Aosei? Has Danzo been difficult with you? Hakadai's expression grew tense. Indeed, Danzo would not easily let Aosei off the hook. Difficulties? One could hardly say, Aosei mused, recalling the image of Danzo being struck by Senju Tobirama, and he chuckled heartily. Primarily, I will be in charge of the Root from now on, and I am contemplating how best to proceed, as long as you aren't troubled. Regarding your leadership of the Root. Hakadai blinked in bewilderment. Did I misunderstand something? To our esteemed readers, I must apologize for the delay in updates. I may have overestimated my capacity to deliver daily chapters after returning to work. Truly, I am sorry. Though I have been caught up with leadership duties and overtime, I have not managed to meet the expected pace. Hence, I humbly bow before you, akin to Senju Tobirama. As for the update schedule, it has become challenging since returning to work, where overtime is sometimes inevitable. Maintaining a daily output is my utmost effort. Those familiar with my previous work know I was only able to produce 4,000 words daily. Therefore, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your support of this book and your affection for Aosei. I will strive to maintain a daily output. Good night to you all. Aosei, what did you say? You will be responsible for the Root. Uchiha Hakadai's mind momentarily faltered, murmuring, let me digest this. He recalled his purpose in coming here was to support Aosei. Within Konoha, even the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, regard the Root with trepidation. These lunatics act with Danzo's endorsement, akin to a pack of rabid dogs, ready to bite anyone they capture. Aosei had indeed confronted a minor leader of the Root. And in Hakadai's view, Danzo, that old dog targeting the Uchiha clan, would undoubtedly demand an explanation from Aosei and would not relent easily. Aosei, has Danzo been so infuriated that he resigned? Hakadai's thoughts seemed to spiral as he uttered nonsensical words before hastily shaking his head, his expression anxious as he whispered, Aosei, you haven't used genjutsu to control Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, have you? Don't be foolish. They are formidable adversaries, and Konoha possesses numerous sensory ninjutsu. Genjutsu cannot be concealed. Hakadai could not fathom how Aosei had ascended to the position of Root leader. To strike someone and still receive a promotion, if such fortune existed. The Uchiha clan would have become Hokage long ago. What are you saying, Hakadai? Shui shook his head helplessly and presented the commission bearing the distinctive emblem of the Hokage. In the realm of Konoha ninjas, even I, the future leader of the Root, must adhere to the will of fire. It is utterly inconceivable for crude tactics such as manipulating a village's shadow through illusion to transpire in Konoha. The Yamashiro clan, the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan, the Kurama clan, and the orphans of the Uzumaki. How many Konoha ninjas possess formidable sensory abilities? Uchiha Hakadai trembled as he gazed intently, repeatedly absorbing the news of Shui's ascension to the position of Root leader, slowly exhaling a breath of exasperation. This was indeed exhilarating. Although Uchiha Hakadai could not fathom how Shui achieved this, he experienced firsthand the sensation of wielding power to alter destinies, realizing the thrill of acting without regard for convention. Hakadai, this is the Hokage's directive. Shimura Danzo has been dismissed and investigated for colluding with rogue ninjas to frame Kakashi Hatake. I am assuming command of the route, while Tsunade-sensei will serve as Hokage's advisor. Qing Shui placed a reassuring hand on Uchiha Hakadai's shoulder, expressing his sentiments. A new era has dawned. It is only natural that outdated elements not aligned with the will of fire must be purged. Uchiha Hakadai nodded fervently. Indeed, indeed. Qing Shui, you epitomize the will of fire. Yet, despite these affirmations, Uchiha Hakadai's mind was racing. Was this truly about the will of fire? It was evidently an internal struggle among Konoha's elite. Danzo's demise, Tsunade's rise to power, and her support of Qing Shui. How melodious these developments sounded, considering Qing Shui's prominent role in the funeral of Uzumaki Mido. Alongside Danzo's irate demeanor amidst the crowd, Uchiha Hakadai began to comprehend. Sarutobi Hiruzen was indeed facilitating Qing Shui's path to eliminate future opposition to his Hokage ambitions. What a revelation! Uchiha Hakadai felt a surge of excitement and awe. Sarutobi Hiruzen could be so decisive? He had anticipated a prolonged hesitation. Such decisive action was truly unexpected. Reminiscent of the audacity of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama furrowed his brow. What audacity was displayed by this devious Uchiha? Qing Shui chuckled inwardly, sensing that the Uchiha clan possessed an uncanny ability to perceive subtleties, regardless of their intellect. Perhaps this was the essence of their bonds. Hakadai, mind your words. You must address the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tobirama. Qing Shui interjected, correcting Uchiha Hakadai's misnomer. Uchiha Hakadai sheepishly nodded. Yes, Lord Tobirama. Senju Tobirama snorted softly, amused by the Uchiha's sudden shift from arrogance to humility. Yet, contemplating Qing Shui's correction brought him a sense of satisfaction. Listen, Lord Tobirama. This indicated that Qing Shui did not dwell on the transgressions of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen, showing respect for his authority. Hakadai, are there any idle clansmen in the security department recently? Qing Shui spoke softly. I intend to cleanse a portion of the existing members at the roots. If there are suitable and reliable clansmen, I wish to recruit them into the roots. I plan to establish a subunit of the Uchiha roots and would like you to lead this team. Are you interested? Uchiha Hakadai rubbed his hands together excitedly. I am immensely interested. Qing Shui, what is there to do in the security department? Dealing with trivial matters of the village every day. We Uchiha have not left the village for missions in ages. We are absolutely bursting to get out. I know many clansmen who would undoubtedly be interested. Qing Shui slowly shook his head. Hakadai, you are now a ninja of the roots, and you must shift your mindset. The roots are the foundation of Konoha, working to eradicate the darkness of enemies for the sake of the village's light. We seek loyal, brave, and capable clansmen, not those who sneak in through familial ties. Do you understand my meaning? This matter must be conducted discreetly, and we must keep the downfall of the former root leader, Shimura Danzo, confidential. The Uchiha who stand with me are already aligned with the Hokage's lineage. We must consider the broader perspective. Uchiha Hakadai's expression suddenly changed. He was still contemplating how to seize the opportunity to vehemently publicize the fall of Shimura Danzo upon returning to the Uchiha clan. However, Qing Shui had a different approach, viewing the issue from a higher vantage point. After all, the downfall of a Hokage's advisor is a significant affair, particularly a scandal. In the wake of the turmoil surrounding Hitaki Tsukumo, it could easily exacerbate tensions and ignite public opinion once more. A cold treatment is indeed the best course of action. Uchiha Hakadai nodded solemnly. Qing Shui, I understand. Senju Tobirama listened with great satisfaction to Qing Shui's arrangements, feeling immensely relieved. This is not merely the perspective of a root leader. It embodies the mindset and vision of a Hokage. Even at a conclusive point, Qing Shui refrained from punishing a fallen adversary and instead transcended emotional constraints, devising plans with an overarching view of Konoha without fixating on immediate gratification. Reflecting on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who would not manage to quell the storm surrounding Hitaki Tsukumo, Senju Tobirama shook his head. The disparity between individuals remains vast. Will there be a shortage of personnel in the security department? Qing Shui spoke slowly. The Konoha security department is also a crucial component of Konoha. Will recruiting some clansmen into the roots affect its normal operations? Uchiha Hakadai grinned wickedly. Leave this matter to me. Qing Shui, if Uchiha Fugaku does not wish to maintain his dignity, I will assist him in preserving it. In the past, Uchiha Hakadai would have held some trepidation towards Uchiha Fugaku, considering he was still the clan leader. However, Now Uchiha Hakadai had transformed into one of the leaders of the root subunit. The disparity in their statuses had been obliterated. "Go forth, Hakadai," Qingshui encouraged, patting him on the shoulder. "I have faith in you. Do not let me down." "Yes, Lord Qingshui," Uchiha Hakadai exclaimed with vigor, swiftly making his way toward the Uchiha security department. The iron fire, the rice fire, the medicinal scent, and even his idol uncle Uchiha Yen. Uchiha Hakadai swiftly calculated the formidable strength of his clan members, whose loyalty was unwavering, preparing to recruit them one by one to become the foremost armed force under Qingshui's command. The inclusion of the Uchiha clan into the roots would create a stark contrast, igniting a thrill within every Uchiha. Meanwhile, Qingshui leisurely approached the home of Hatake Tsukumo. He was intrigued by the attitude of Hatake Tsukumo, who had once attempted to take his own life and was subsequently saved by him. Would he still harbor thoughts of death? At the Hatake residence, Hatake Tsukumo gazed at his visitor, Qingshui, with an inexplicable expression in his eyes, gradually bowing deeply to the ground. "I cannot express my gratitude for your life-saving grace, Qingshui-kun." Qingshui quickly assisted Hatake Tsukumo to his feet, saying, "You overstayed it, Tsukumo." However, Hatake Tsukumo shook his head, gazing at Kakashi with a sense of melancholy. "At the moment I plunged the blade into my chest, I felt no regret. Yet, when I think of Kakashi, I cannot help but feel remorse. But it is too late now." Lost in a haze, he pondered how Kakashi, having lost his father, would navigate life. Hatake Tsukumo gently stroked Kakashi's head. During this time of recovery, Kakashi had remained steadfastly by his side, never straying even a step away. Even when Hatake Tsukumo expressed a need to use the restroom, Kakashi resolutely shook his head in refusal, insisting on accompanying him. The fear and profound affection reflected in Kakashi's eyes deepened Hatake Tsukumo's regret for his impulsive act. This single act, meant to assert his existence and challenge the village's injustices, had robbed his son of the father he cherished most. Thankfully, Qingshui had miraculously granted him another chance. Hatake Tsukumo understood the precision and resolve behind that blade, yet Qingshui had still brought him back to life. The rumors circulating within the village had been investigated, and the results were in. Seated at the table, Qingshui sipped the hot tea that Kakashi had hastily prepared for him and spoke softly. It was Shimura Danzo who orchestrated this. He colluded with rogue ninjas from other villages to frame you, Tsukumo. A flicker of ferocity crossed Kakashi's eyes as he instinctively clenched his fists. However, Hatake Tsukumo shook his head. "It no longer matters, Qingshui. After experiencing death, I feel remarkably lighter. The honors and praises that once filled me with pride are now irrelevant to the person I have become. Regarding the will of fire and others' perceptions of me, I no longer care. After all, I have proven myself with one life. I do not intend to do so again with a second." Qingshui scrutinized Hatake Tsukumo. The man still bore a pallid complexion, a remnant of his recent heart trauma, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his posture had regained its former strength. Though his demeanor had undergone a transformation, the Hatake Tsukumo of old had resembled a sharp blade, strong and unyielding. Yet now, he inexplicably emanated an aura of gentleness and languor, as if he had transcended worldly concerns. "Qingshui, if there is anything that needs to be done, please instruct me." Hatake Tsukumo gradually poured a cup of tea for Qingshui. "Even actions that do not align with the will of fire are acceptable." Kakashi was suddenly taken aback, gazing at Tsukumo Hatake with an air of disbelief. His father, could he truly utter such words? Aqueous laughed softly, gesturing dismissively. "Tsukumo, setting aside other matters, what do you truly wish to pursue from the depths of your heart?" After a moment of contemplation, Tsukumo took White Fang from Kakashi's waist. Examining it closely as he murmured, "I aspire to become a warrior, perhaps even a wanderer. After having faced death once, it is rather amusing. But I seem to have gained a new understanding of swordsmanship." Gently caressing the blade of White Fang, he mused. "It feels as though wielding the sword not as a leaf ninja, but as the individual Tsukumo Hatake might yield swifter results." Aqueous chuckled lightly. "It seems that those ninjas who have experienced the brink of death often emerge with newfound insights. Extreme emotions and dire circumstances invariably awaken potential, not just within the Uchiha clan." Senju Tobirama regarded Tsukumo with a soft voice. "He has grown stronger, aqueous." In Tobirama's eyes, Tsukumo resembled a fragile sword that, after traversing the chasm between life and death, had undergone a process of retempering, awakening latent potential from deep within his soul. Indeed, Tsukumo, Aqueous pondered. I do not have any specific demands for you, but there happens to be a position well suited for you. Tsukumo, you do not wish to abandon your identity as a leaf ninja, do you? Tsukumo nodded silently. Although his perspective on the village and the will of fire had evolved after this experience, he was not yet inclined to defect. He merely wished to wander the ninja world like Jiraiya, capturing the insights of his heart while honing his spirit and strength. However, this time, even if Hiruzen Sarutobi disapproved of his departure from the village, Tsukumo would no longer heed it. Your disciple is free to wander. Why should I not be? A premonition stirred within Tsukumo. Perhaps his long stagnant swordsmanship was on the brink of a breakthrough. Indeed, the route is now under my control, Aqueous slowly stated. Here, I find myself in need of a formidable intelligence ninja operating externally. If you, Tsukumo, are interested, you may assume the role of the intelligence minister for Root. I am confident that your qualifications and experience will provide you with clarity on what intelligence to gather while enjoying freedom in your endeavors. When specific missions arise, I shall reach out to you. The former route sought to destroy you, yet in the new route under my guidance, you are welcomed as a vital part. From the line of targets, Tsukumo Hataki, you have acquired the special talent of White Fang's brilliance. White Fang's brilliance, your swordsmanship, dynamic vision, and neural reflexes have significantly improved. Tsukumo's expression shifted abruptly, the nonchalance born from his confrontation with death shattered as he looked at Aqueous in confusion. He had believed that even if Shimura Danzo's actions came to light, Hiruzen Sarutobi would merely respond with a token gesture. After all, following the excessive human experiments conducted with Orochimaru, Danzo had swiftly regained his positions as both the Hokage's advisor and the leader of Root months after Tsukumo's investigations. This cycle has transpired countless times within the village of Konoha, leaving Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hataki, weary and numb. Yet, Aoi Mizushima shattered this routine, astonishingly toppling Danzo Shimura from his pedestal. Danzo Shimura is now imprisoned. Aoi reveled in the astonished gaze of Tsukumo and the bewildered expression of Kakashi, laughing as he proclaimed, "For the time being, I shall assume the leadership of Root, while Lady Tsunade will take on the role of Hokage's advisor." Tsukumo blinked vigorously. Even after traversing the precipice of life and death, his innocent mind could hardly fathom how Aoi managed to bring down Danzo in such a brief span of time. This act obliterated the formidable reputation Danzo had cultivated over decades in Konoha, a reputation that, regardless of his transgressions, had always been pardoned by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Tsukumo exhaled deeply, declaring, "Aoi, I am willing to take up the position of intelligence minister within Root." With Danzo's downfall, Tsukumo felt unburdened. "Tsukumo, this shall be your first task. Seek out this individual as your partner." Aoi procured a piece of paper and inscribed, "I hereby appoint Kakuzu as the financial minister of Root in the Hidden Leaf Village, with Tsukumo Hataki as his partner. Should there be a need, please make contact. Wishing all the best, a conscientious leader, Uchiha Aoi." What an intriguing individual, Tsukumo, Aoi jested. In the past, he was tasked with assassinating the first Hokage, and upon failure, faced execution. Doesn't that bear a resemblance to your own tale? I believe you will find common ground and become excellent partners. Tsukumo scratched his head, reflecting, "It seems I am not the only unfortunate soul in the shinobi world." However, upon seeing the name on the note, his pupils constricted. The name Kakuzu held significance for Tsukumo, who had navigated the perilous path for over a decade. The legendary immortal ninja, the most formidable bounty hunter, Kakuzu. What troubles you, Tsukumo? Aoi inquired with a smile. I once crossed paths with him and established a rapport. He has long sought a stable position within an organization, and I consider this an opportunity to assist him. Tsukumo gradually released a breath. No problem, Aoi. I eagerly anticipate meeting him as my partner in Root. That is splendid, Tsukumo. Reach out whenever necessary. Yes, Lord Aoi. Tsukumo quickly embraced his role, rising to see Aoi off. Once Aoi departed, Kakashi turned to his revitalized father, nudging his arm. Father, how did Aoi accomplish this? Tsukumo smiled, tousling Kakashi's white hair. Imparting a heartfelt lesson, I cannot say for certain, but there is something crucial I must share with you. Refrain from prying into the secrets of others, especially those who are stronger than you, even if they act for your benefit. Remember, Kakashi, during the time your father is away on missions, make frequent visits to the Aosei household. Do not be concerned about the demeanor of Shursui and Asuma. Aosei is now my superior, and your visit is entirely justifiable. If you can accomplish this, strive to join the root through your own efforts. Kakashi listened helplessly to the instructions of his father, Tsukumo Hatake. To him, the essence of his father's words was clear. The closer you are to Aosei, the better. At this stage, such reasoning hardly requires your counsel, my esteemed father. Root. Aosei sat in the position once held by Shimura Danzo, a group of root ninjas kneeling before him. A dozen newly inducted Uchiha, adorned with the three-tomoe Sharingan, stood on the opposite side, their eyes gleaming with a menacing crimson hue, casting a sinister aura within the dim confines of the base. These Uchiha had been meticulously selected by the 8th Uchiha. Dear colleagues of the root, some among you are my kin, and I am well acquainted with them, Aosei remarked. Casting a slow glance over the kneeling former members of root, there are those I do not recognize. Nevertheless, it matters not, although you have received your orders. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Uchiha Aosei, the newly appointed leader of root, and I shall henceforth oversee this establishment. Restlessness stirred among the original members of root, as they fidgeted uneasily. Though the Hokage's command had reached each one of them, the ninjas of root were not subservient to the Hokage. Danzo had subjected them to a powerful indoctrination and restrictions. The tongue of extinction, the seal of the mind, the curse mark controlling their bodies, should Danzo's thoughts shift. The ninjas of root would be rendered completely paralyzed, incapable of revealing his secrets to outsiders, thus leaving them no means of resistance, reduced to mere puppets. Where's Lord Danzo? One of the root ninjas suddenly rose, fury igniting in his eyes. There can only be one leader of root, and that is Lord Shimura Danzo. The 8th Uchiha's gaze sharpened, silently drawing his katana. Yet, in that moment, the root ninja who had shouted at Aosei stood frozen, as if engulfed by an abyss of darkness. The darkness of the ninja world. When an adversary perceives you as their opponent, they enter a state of tension, their psyche trembling. Aosei gradually rose, the chakra of Senju Tobirama emanating with a razor-sharp intensity, intertwined with the ocular prowess of Uchiha Izuna and the bloodline of Uchiha Madara, surveying the root ninjas present. The darkness of the Senju, the darkness of the Uchiha, and the formidable essence of the Shura of the ninja world coalesced within Aosei, enhancing the effect of the darkness of the ninja world, resonating with the souls of every individual present. Aosei began to pace among the kneeling former ninjas of root. I sense that some of you harbor resentment and dissatisfaction within your hearts. I offer you the opportunity to voice it. As he walked, the gleam of crimson in his eyes intensified, a palpable chakra pressing heavily upon them, while the chilling aura of his gaze evoked a coldness that penetrated the very depths of their hearts. Among this group of root ninjas, those most deeply indoctrinated by Shimura Danzo initially harbored reservations towards Aosei. Yet, at this moment, the animosity within them transformed into a detonating symbol, causing their minds to tremble uncontrollably, surpassing the fear instilled by Danzo many times over, exploding within their consciousness. This was darkness that transcended Danzo's influence countless times, a depth and terror they had never encountered before. In this moment, the members of Root did not feel the activation of the cursed seals on their bodies. Rather, their forms grew increasingly rigid, numb, and beads of cold sweat unconsciously dripped from their foreheads. Under the immense pressure of chakra, their heads lowered progressively, until they struck the ground. The Root ninja who had previously shouted at Aosei now found dark blood seeping from his eyes, seemingly having reached his limit. "Do you have any objections?" Aosei inquired softly. "If you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. I am open to listening." Observing the drastic shift in Aosei's demeanor, Uchiha Hakadai silently and promptly sheathed his katana, obediently stepping aside, scarcely daring to breathe. Not only were the Root ninjas affected, the Uchiha with three-tomoe present, although not directly subjected to Aosei's imposing presence, could still sense the profound weight of his aura merely by standing aside. Especially Uchiha Hakadai, who had previously been subjected to Aosei's formidable power, was acutely aware of the sensation of being crushed by both strength and intellect. Aosei slowly approached the table, retracting his ocular prowess and chakra, and smiled gently. "Lift your heads and look at me." As his words fell, the former Root members instinctively raised their gazes towards Aosei's radiant smile. In that moment, confusion filled their hearts. Was this truly the same Uchiha Aosei they had encountered moments ago? The so-called ninjas of Root bore no names, emotions, pasts, or futures. Their only focus was their mission. And the will that supported the great tree of Konoha was deeply rooted in the earth. Aosei recited the definition bestowed upon root by Shimura Danzo. So, if you identify with Shimura Danzo, then you ought to have forgotten your own names, correct? The tomo in Aosei's eyes rotated as he gazed at the golden-haired woman before him, softly asking, "Tell me, what is your name?" The golden-haired woman met Aosei's gaze and involuntarily responded, "Lord Aosei, my name is Yakushi Nanoyu." "Excellent, you remember your name." Yakushi Nanoyu felt a tremor within her heart. Faced with Aosei's profound eyes, she found herself devoid of the strength to resist. "Come here." Aosei beckoned her with a finger. Recognizing her fate, Yakushi Nanoyu rose, lowering her head as she approached Aosei. "As a reward for remembering your name, I shall dispel the cursed seal upon you. I detest fools who cannot remember their own names." Aosei locked eyes with her and gently patted her shoulder, his ocular prowess and chakra flowing into her. In an instant, the cursed seal implanted within her by Shimura Danzo was effortlessly unraveled by Aosei's prowess. For Aosei, this task was less challenging than the daily training he had undergone with Uzumaki Naruto. Pharmacist Yano stared blankly at Aoi, initially anticipating punishment. Yet what met her gaze was a gentle smile. She had forgotten her name, her past, her future, and even her emotions. Aoi spoke slowly. "Such an existence cannot be termed a ninja. It is merely a cold tool. My roots do not require such ineffectual beings. I need you to reclaim your emotions, to rediscover your fondness for the village, your longing for home, and the natural desires within your hearts. You are all ninjas of Konoha, and even if buried deep within the roots, you are deserving of the warmth of the will of fire. Even if our actions invite controversy, I, as your leader, shall bear that burden for you." Uchiha Aoi will not neglect any diligent ninja. The original members of the Roots stared at Aoi in astonishment, expecting a brutal punishment. In the past, Shimura Danzo had tested them similarly, where remembering one's name would result in severe retribution, training them to extinguish their emotions and reinforcing their identity as tools. However, Yano was not punished, and from her incredulous expression, it seemed the cursed seal had indeed been lifted. "Come here." Aoi beckoned to the root ninja who had called out to him earlier. "What is your name?" This ninja, still bleeding, listened silently to Aoi's summons. Yet, recalling the profound terror Aoi evoked, far surpassing that of Shimura Danzo, he mustered the strength to stand and slowly approached Aoi. "I am Yamanaka Shurhei." Aoi nodded, his hand moving toward the area around Shurhei's eyes. However, Shurhei shuddered, aware that Aoi intended to heal him. Yet he recognized the danger that entailed. "Lord Aoi," Shurhei gazed into Aoi's Sharingan, and the image of Danzo grew increasingly hazy, replaced by Aoi's gentle smile and the act of lifting Yano's curse. Deep within, under the influence of the Sharingan, Aoi's words echoed, "I need you to have emotions." Shurhei lowered his head. "My body is unique. It is host to parasitic venomous insects that can be lethal upon contact." Aoi chuckled lightly. "The Yamanaka clan possesses exceedingly rare poison users. I find that fascinating." Aoi's hand continued to hover over Shurhei's wound, the vibrant green chakra swiftly healing his injuries. A sense of inexplicable tension washed over Shurhei. He had just advocated for Danzo, yet now he seemed to forget that bandaged old man. The technique of extracting fine ailments works well against pathogens, including minute venomous insects, Aoi declared, raising his palm, unaffected by the venom. "Shurhei, although others cannot touch you," Aoi continued to dispel the curse within him, "I am different. You must believe that even with the terrifying venomous insects within you, you will become a hero celebrated by Konoha in the future. I wish for your name to be known, including that of every member of the Roots. Those who quietly bear the darkness for Konoha should not have only the leader's name made public. That is not right." Qingshui gestured for the next Root member to step forward. "The wind in the mountains?" "A splendid name." One by one, Qingshui released the cursed seals upon all the members of Root. "As a token of our meeting, I am willing to grant each of you one modest wish." Qingshui raised a finger and softly inquired, "Would anyone like to speak first?" Pharmacist Nanoyu gazed at Qingshui with trepidation. The orphanage she independently supported had always suffered from severe financial constraints, and Shimura Danzo had consistently used this as leverage to control her. This leaf village might be the most exceptional intelligence ninja, and pharmacist Nanoyu was diligently analyzing Qingshui's character. Was he setting a trap for them? Or did he genuinely wish to transform Root? Observing Qingshui's gentle smile, and feeling the relief of being free from the cursed seals, she bit her lip and said, "Lord Qingshui, I request funds to aid the orphanage in Konoha, as I am its director." The original members of Root fell silent, incredulous at this foolish woman's audacity. However, it was reasonable and thus approved. Qingshui waved his hand dismissively. Such a matter, imbued with the will of fire, is indeed suitable for the members of Root. He produced a wallet and casually tossed it toward her. Under Qingshui's encouraging gaze, pharmacist Nanoyu opened the wallet, revealing a stack of 1 million Ryo bills, causing her pupils to tremble. "Thank you, Lord Qingshui," she vowed. "This is not for me, but for Konoha, to ensure a better life for each companion." Qingshui interrupted her solemn pledge, softly asking, "Is there anyone else?" Yamanaka Shurhei, noticing Nanoyu's flushed face, raised his hand. "Lord Qingshui, I wish to return home for a visit." Within Shimura Danzo's Root, as they were all nameless, they naturally had no families or homes to speak of. As mere tools, they were expected to remain in the display room. "Return? You may go home after completing your tasks each day," Qingshui replied, shaking his head with an air of resignation. To be clearer, the new Root exists to protect Konoha by eliminating the enemy's elite forces. It is not a means for me, Uchiha Qingshui, to harness your strength for personal fame. Each of you bears a name, deserving of remembrance as a Konoha ninja, and possesses the same rights as any ordinary person. If you fail to comprehend this, then learn from the Umbu, remove your masks, and you will find yourselves. The original Root members remained silent, no longer shying away from Qingshui's gaze, instead staring blankly back at him. They seemed to ponder why someone would wish to transform tools into humans. "Go, pursue your desires. But do not forget to train," Qingshui said slowly, making eye contact with each Root member, inscribing illusions into their hearts, silently erasing the impressions of Shimura Danzo and stirring their emotions. In Qingshui's view, Shimura Danzo's control over the Root ninjas was divided into two parts, and his methods were not particularly sophisticated. Regardless of whether it was the child Yamato, the nearing adult Sai, or the already adult pharmacist Nanu, all these Root members had, under various emotional stimuli, committed acts in defiance of Danzo's orders. The control exerted by Shimura Danzo is partly through the oppressive seals that restrict personal freedom and diminish the capacity for resistance, resulting in corporeal punishment. Another aspect involves psychological manipulation akin to Stockholm Syndrome, fostering a sense of dependence among the ninjas who were forcibly taken from their roots. Through power, ninjutsu, and persuasive rhetoric, they develop an emotional reliance on him. As Danzo holds their very lives in his hands, their survival engenders profound gratitude towards him. Coupled with the so-called will of the Root's indoctrination, this provides a grandiose justification for Danzo's nefarious deeds, intertwining the fates of the Root members with the execution of his commands, rendering their futures synonymous with his own. Dismantling these two facets is not a formidable challenge for Aosei. The cursed seals can be effortlessly undone, and in regard to Danzo's brainwashing, Aosei merely needs to express a sense of forgiveness for past grievances, alongside a modicum of respect for them. Ultimately, with the aid of the Sharingan's genjutsu, he can eradicate the lingering fear they harbor towards Danzo. Simultaneously, Aosei manifests his own formidable presence, overshadowing Danzo's oppressive aura, instilling an innate unwillingness to betray him within their subconscious. With a balance of carrot and stick, no one aspires to be a mere hound once they have tasted the essence of humanity. The members of the Roots gradually rise, gazing at Aosei with complex expressions. However, it is from the moment Yakushi Nanoyu steps forward that the Root members sequentially pay their respects to Aosei, ultimately, with hearts filled with excitement yet tinged with trepidation. They remove their masks and approach the gates of the Roots. Some yearn to return home, others merely wish to roam freely within the village. Although it may sound ludicrous, these are the most genuine desires of those pitiful souls, indoctrinated by Danzo since childhood. Aosei observes the retreating figure of Yakushi Nanoyu and chuckles softly, remarking, "A clever individual." From responding to Aosei with her name to being the first to raise her hand and voice a request, Yakushi Nanoyu adeptly leverages her identity as a Root member, skillfully complementing Aosei's authority and rhetoric, effectively dismantling the mental barriers of the others. Truly, the Roots produce remarkable talent. While conversing with Tobirama, Aosei's tone brims with excitement. "Look at these profiles of the ninjas." Tobirama Senju snorts. "Kid, Do not become overly proud. The tasks of the roots are far from simple. Yet, internally, Tobirama finds value in Aosei's recent display of chakra and ocular prowess, feeling a profound pressure that even causes him momentary unease, reminiscent of facing Uchiha Madara. But what does it matter? Before him, Aosei remains merely a boastful child. Aosei disregards Tobirama's remark, picking up a profile and reading Yamashiro Kaze, adept in the heart-turning puppet seal technique, attacking enemies through puppets upon which the technique is cast. Should the puppet be struck by an enemy, it will seal the enemy's mental energy, allowing the caster to take control. What a remarkable technique. Tobirama furrows his brow. Aosei, this technique can only briefly control an enemy. It lacks lethality and may only create chaos on the battlefield. Do not overestimate its efficacy. No, Tobirama, this technique surpasses even your impure world reincarnation. A gleam of light shone in Qingshui's eyes, seemingly merging with the darkness of the root. By sealing explosive tags within the puppets, we can feign injury and call for support when the enemy is possessed. This way, we can take out multiple foes with a single explosion. Moreover, this tactic incites panic among the enemy. After a few instances, who would dare to rescue the wounded? Once trust begins to fracture, morale will plummet. Compared to impure world reincarnation and the mutual explosive tags, this method is far more accessible, economical, and practical. Qingshui's mind wandered. Perhaps we could also capture some prisoners. Imprint the 4 symbols sealing technique upon them, and manipulate them to return to the enemy camp. What do you think? Tobirama fell silent. While Qingshui's reasoning was sound, the extremity of his ideas was disconcerting. Could it be that the environment of the root was truly tainted? Furthermore, this poison jar technique is formidable. Qingshui mused. By gathering corpses and disseminating venomous insects among them, we can activate a barrier that enables the rapid proliferation of these insects, causing toxic gases to emerge from the dead cells and dispersing them through explosions to attack any living creature that encounters the poisonous mist. The primary drawback of this technique lies in its limited blast radius and immobility, compounded by the fact that the toxic mist can be disrupted by wind release techniques. If it hasn't entered the rapid infection phase, it could easily be dispersed, potentially affecting our allies. Tobirama nodded silently. Thankfully, Qingshui still possessed rationality. However, my medical ninjutsu is not deterred by these venomous insects. My sealing techniques should allow for the manipulation of the poisonous insect barrier. If I were to inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal on an enemy stealthily, I could launch a surprise attack at night, teleporting this poison jar technique barrier into the heart of their formation and detonating it. Tobirama took a deep breath. This child has truly become something remarkable. He interrupted Qingshui's musings, speaking gravely. Qingshui, your thoughts are becoming quite extreme. If you proceed down this path, Konoha will be at odds with the other hidden villages indefinitely. Only resort to such measures if absolutely necessary. You will regret it. With a sweeping gesture, Qingshui replied resolutely, Tobirama, I am the leader of the root. If darkness exists, let me bear it. It is the duty of Konoha's foundation. Tobirama covered his face, feeling in that moment that Qingshui's thoughts mirrored his own too closely. Yet Qingshui's eyes gleamed brighter, his lips murmuring, 4 symbols sealing technique, poison jar technique, impure world reincarnation, mutual explosive tags. Tobirama hesitated, wanting to voice something, yet realizing these techniques were indeed his inventions. Still, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. How would the enemy react when his forbidden techniques appeared unrestrained upon the battlefield? At that time, he had the limitations of Hashirama and Uzumaki Mido, but Qingshui, there was no one to impede him. Tobirama cleared his throat. Qingshui, I have an idea. Allow me to share it with you. Tobirama fell into step with Qingshui's rhythm,